Chapter 381 Dig slipped away for automatic subscription. To deal with this pure energy-based skill, light screen is undoubtedly the best choice. It can reduce the damage of energy-type moves by 50%, and with the strength of the light green Pokémon itself, the percentage of reduced damage will also increase. Although it cannot resist all damage, it is by no means an auxiliary magical skill. The shining white light between the exposed hands in the rock pillar house has disappeared, and the inside is once again plunged into darkness. Rhyperior was half kneeling on the ground, with his arms crossed, protecting Hisoka and Lulu in his arms. I've been so embarrassed by using the method of shrinking. If the hyper beam can still be punched through, I will recognize it. In the darkness, Hisoka took a deep breath, covered his ears with his hand, and waited for the upcoming 530 inches. It came with a loud bang. Placed on the top of the rock, a layer of glass film that can be seen by the naked eye perfectly covers the surface of the rock column. Under the refraction of the light green, the orange-red light beam with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters suddenly slammed. Click tilde click tilde. The first layer of light green protection quickly cracked under the penetrating and destroying properties of hyper beam. After 2 breaths of hard resistance, the light green shattered into countless scattered white light. Light green dissipate, but its mission is complete. It can be seen that after the hyper beam break through the light green, both the diameter and the energy gloss have been weakened a lot. The remaining hyper beam did not change its momentum and bombarded the surface of the rock pillar. This time, the sound of fragmentation was louder, even harsher than the explosion of the grenade. The entire rock pillar house was shaking frantically. Hisoka listened to the loud noise in his ear, and looked at the shivering roof that had never penetrated. The smile on his face became even stronger. Now that we are at the foot of the mountain, there is absolutely no need to waste time running. Hisoka's mouth twitched, and he whispered to Rhyperior, "We use dig, and the orientation is halfway up the mountain." Rhyperior responded with a muffled roar. Hum. The threaded horn on the top of its head started rapid spin, and dig was a housekeeping skill for Rhyperior. Head down. The terrifying penetrating power of the rapid spin drilled through the thick ice-covered ground in an instant. Invasion of gravel. After the violent explosion of hyper beam, the entire frozen forest fell into silence again. The surface of the rock pillar house had long been bombed, but it was barely able to support it and could not fall down. There was still a thin layer of rubble on the top, and the surrounding area was covered with scorch marks. The hyper beam that was severely weakened by the light green did not fall. Penetrates rock pillars up to 1 meter thick. Therefore, it is impossible to see what is inside at all from the outside. Tiana watched from the sideline. She was also curious about the scene inside the rock pillar. Since hyper beam didn't penetrate the rock pillar, it proved that the kid is safe and sound. Team Aqua is absolutely correct. This kid is as cunning as a fox. It is also the toughest target I have ever encountered. It's true that Kunka suffers in his hand. It's really lucky that Kunka's IQ was not played to death by the opponent. Bounty hunters really don't have a good thing. They do everything they can, and they make frequent tricks. Shigeya suddenly scolded. Then she took out a communication phone from her bosom and shouted, "Kunka, don't think I don't know what tricks you are playing. If you want to wait for us to lose both, will you end it again? Remember, this operation can't be completed. It's unfortunate. It's you. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't show up on the ice island, I'll give up this operation." After speaking, Sigina didn't give the other party any chance to refute at all, and hung up the phone directly. Beep beep. The busy voice from the opposite side made Kunka's face very ugly, and the blue veins in the right hand holding the phone were exposed, as if to crush the whole thing in his hand. Vice Captain Ha stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Captain, what should we do now? What else can I do instead?" Kunka sighed with relief, and did not burst out the negative emotions in his heart, and laughed loudly. "Brothers, take the helicopter to the ice island, and prepare to work. That dinky girl is so arrogant that she doesn't take you seriously. Captain, do we just endure it?" Haas couldn't help but say. Kunka shook his head, but the smile on his face remained undiminished. "She is right. We are the protagonists in this operation. She was only sent by Lord Chaoyang to help. We must be questioned if the operation fails. Blame, and she just needs to push everything on us. You should know Mr. Chaoyang's temper very well. Don't make him angry. Once he gets angry, you and I will both be finished." With that, Kunka patted Haas's face with a smile. I see." Haas turned pale. Whenever he thought of that savage man being angry, he felt a shudder. The man's huge arm could easily crush his throat. There was no movement below, and Salaman, who was in the outraged state of 2.2, had no idea of waiting at all. It rushed towards the forest with its wing, and the shadow under its huge body gradually covered the rock pillar house. Salaman stood on top of the stone pillar. His mouth was as white as mist, and his emotions had reached the limit. The dragon tail is raised high, and the whole dragon tail is covered with a metallic white light from the tip of the tail. The tail fell heavily, and it was a sound of broken stone and gold. The upper stone pillar, which had long been destroyed by hyper beam, could no longer withstand such a heavy blow, and fell down with a bang. However, there was nothing in it. Only a huge pothole appeared on the surface. The dark hole seemed like a comical mouth, mocking destroying everything around it. Chapter 382 Unpredictable Disaster. Seek automatic subscription. There was nothing but a big hole in the ground. This bizarre scene made Salomon, who was in a state of confusion, stunned. Immediately afterward, a more intense anger suddenly erupted. Salomon's expression became more and more distorted. His long neck poked into the hole, and the fiery red flame column spurted frantically, but it was useless. Listen, the explosion just now came from over there. Not far away. There were a few clamorous voices, followed by a burst of impatient footsteps coming towards this side. Are these people fools? Tiana in the sky can see clearly. About 5 people are approaching Salomon's position in the direction of the north of the frozen forest. She knew that the group of people were celebration participants, and they must have run over because they had heard the previous explosion. With such a violent explosion, the battle will inevitably spread to Joe 15, and the curiosity of these guys will kill them. Sigana shook her head. She didn't go down to stop the other party. It was pointless and unnecessary. Outraged, Bu Guiwan has no relative, and she may be attacked even if she goes down. Why bother herself for this group of strangers? Although she didn't want to implicate too many innocent people. Wow, what kind of Pokémon is this? It huge and it looked fierce. Breaking into the forest belt leveled by Hyper Beam, the group of 5 stared at Salomon standing on the stone pillar. Indeed, Salomon's is 2 meters high at the shoulders, and his body plus the long tail is 6 meters, and his wingspan is 5 meters away. Calling it a giant beast is an understatement. They were all tourists from Kanto and Johto, and most of them had never seen this dragon-type Pokémon from Hoenn region. I remembered. I know this Pokémon. Suddenly, a fat man with a big belly and shiny hair said with surprise, I saw it in a Pokémon encyclopedia before. This the only Pokémon is called Salomon. It comes from the Hoenn continent across the sea. It is a kind of Pokémon with the same name as Dragonite and Johto Tyranitar in Kanto. It has the qualification of quasi-god. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 were surprised at first, and then seemed to have reacted to something, and their faces were also filled with joy. You said, will it be a wild Pokémon? I don't see any other trainers around. Someone said whimsically, if this is a wild Pokémon, doesn't that mean that there is a Pokémon with quasi-god qualifications in front of him? Probably not. There are still so many traces of battles here. It should have an owner. Several people were chatting and talking, but they didn't pay attention at all. Salomon, who had probed into the hole, had turned his attention to them at this time. The scarlet eyes were reflecting the figures of the 5 people, and the pupils that had shrunk to the size of grains of rice were slightly enlarged. The most hated target had disappeared, but the violent emotions still could not be vented, and the sudden appearance of several people just made up for this shortcoming. Tiana, who was lying on the back of Altaria, covered her forehead helplessly. These idiot, what are they thinking? Entered the outraged ape. Someone seemed to sense a red flag. Looking back at the dragon Pokémon from Hoenn, I saw Salomon's mouth was filled with flames. His face changed suddenly. He suddenly rushed to the left, fell to the ground, and shouted loudly, be careful, this one dragon Pokémon are going to attack. Before the words fell, a fierce fire column rushed towards the face with lightning speed. When 2 people heard the shout of the first companion, they reacted in time, and immediately lay down on the spot. The blazing flames brushed past their back. Roasted. As for the fat man who said Salomon's origin, he knew very well the temperament of this kind of dragon Pokémon, so he kept a relatively safe distance from Salomon. So when Salomon used flamethrower, he hid behind the ice tree for the first time. Suddenly, a shrill scream cut through the sky, and the only unlucky ghost who didn't escape flamethrower was the one who said Salomon's was a wild Pokémon. His emaciated body was submerged in blood-red flame, and the body instantly turned into a fireball. The miserable growl only lasted for a few seconds, and in the face of the other 4 people's 10 white faces, the human body collapsed. The outraged ape, which is unique to dragon Pokémon, is almost a perfect buff if you don't count its serious side effect. Outrage increases almost all of Salomon's stats: strength, stamina, resistance, body defense, speed, skill power, etc. He's dead, said the man closest to the unlucky man, trembling. Being burned alive by flames seems quite cruel. Thankfully, Salomon's flames were hot enough that the guy's pain didn't last long. The other people swallowed, and they finally reacted. What he and others encountered was not a harmless Pokémon, but a beast that completely ignored human life. Come out, for alligator. Fatty, who was hiding behind the ice tree, sent his Pokémon for the first time. Perhaps Salomon's flamethrower gave him too much shadow in his heart, so he released his only water-type Pokémon conditioned reflexively. Chapter 383 Dragon Quest for Automatic Subscription. Halfway up the mountainside of Dashway Peak, the originally peaceful mountain road suddenly trembled violently, and the tremor caused the white snow on the peak slope to fall straight down. Soon the vibration stopped, but the cracks on the mountain road covered with ice and snow were scattered. Boom tilde boom tilde. Buzz buzz. The screeching sound of friction is relentless, with the sound getting sharper. A huge threaded drill corner broke out of the ground. The drill corner rapid spin, as if it was about to pierce the sky. Rhyperior Superior raised his arm and smashed the surrounding ground with a fist, quickly expanding the scope of the pothole, allowing his huge body to climb out smoothly. Hiso and Lulu had been sitting behind its meteor hammer tail, and with Rhyperior out of the pit, they finally returned to the sun after half an hour of darkness. Hisoka took a deep breath, and swayed his waist lazily from side to side. The feeling of hiding in the ground was quite unpleasant. Small bug. After being temporarily out of the dangerous environment, Salaman, who wanted to lose his mind, couldn't find it in a short time. Hisoka opened the folded backpack and took out expensive military sight glasses. Find out where Dig left just now. The straight line distance from the mountainside here should be about 3 kilometers, and this kind of military binoculars can even see target 5 kilometers away. Originally, most of the surrounding ice trees were blasted into slag by Salaman's hyperbeam, so the sight line was useless and there were no obstacles. Don't you want to leave? It seems that the hatred is very stable. Hilda. Hisoka smiled. In his sight, Salamence is frantically spewing flames into the pothole, and his emotions are getting more and more irritable. The next group of 5 people, just by dressing up for detect, knew that they were the same participants who came to the ice island to find the quest ore. This group of idiots. Hisoka opened his mouth in shock and scolded. What is this? Are they blind with strength? Can't they see Salamance's state at the moment? It's just those eyes that are redder than blood, so they know it's not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Soon, exactly as expected, Salamence attacked immediately after Lock-on hated the target. A flame that could easily melt Orberg passed through the crowd. The other 4 were lucky. It was a big problem, but it was the thin man who talked the most before. This is a real world, not the kind of villain in the animation who fell from a 12-story high-rise building but only left a pothole on the ground, and people are still alive and kicking. No matter the thunder, hyperbeam and psybeam hit the human body head-on, but the clothes were not damaged in the slightest. It's a real world, not to mention the high power value skills that can destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Even a shaving blade can easily take your life after cutting your throat. The protagonist in the animation will not be unscathed no matter what kind of Pokémon he is attacked by. If you are hit directly by Salamance's hyperbeam, there will only be one consequence, that is, the entire body will be directly vaporized. The price of one person's death finally brought the other 4 back to the living reality from the comfortable mentality of travel adventure. Instead of the cute and timid Clefairy, they face a dragon who has gone mad. Having lost the most hated target, the few humans in front of him became Salamance's best venting existence. Now it has no sense, and it is crueler than even the most feral wild Gyarados. Hey, you 4 guys! Fatty stood behind his Feraligatr, and then he found some confidence. He shouted at the 4 people who were still in a daze. If you want to survive, you quickly release your strongest Pokemon. Only Pokemon can deal with Pokemon. This sentence is a sentence that every Pokemon school will say when a new student enters the school, and it is also one of the truths of this world. Never try to fight Pokemon with your flesh. Only Pokemon can deal with Pokemon. The voice that almost ripped his throat, and they were talking to each other just now, and a living person was burned to charcoal in front of him. This kind of stimulation is too heavy for people in peaceful time. Lose humanity, lose a lot, lose the bestiality, lose everything. Fortunately, when a creature like man faces a desperate situation, it always produces an unbelievable explosive force. Maybe this is the animal nature hidden deep in the gene. The pale faces of the 3 also became almost distorted, and their hateful eyes stared at Salamence, who gathered flames again. The hands kept moving, and the Pokeballs began to flash white light. Quick Wong Jiao Good, Swimming Frog, Scyther, Nidoking. The strength of the 3 is not bad, and the Pokemon sent out barely reach the level of superior. It should be the strongest main force of several people. Quote. Which of you has an ice-type Pokemon? This Salamence is a dragon like the Dragonite, and has a flying double attribute. What they are most afraid of is the ice-type trick. Fatty said again and again. Poliwrath's trainer is a young man with a flower hood. He looked happy and said, my Poliwrath knows Psybeam, so I can deal with it. The other 2 shook their head. Not only did they have no ice-type Pokemon, but the only water-type Pokemon were Goldeen, Seadra, a Pokemon that could only move in water. Chapter 384 Things are exposed. As for automatic subscription, the Pokemon of the 4 guys are all at the level of a normal superior. Among them, the fat man's Feraligatr is the strongest. If he bursts out with all his strength, there should be no problem with the superior P. Although the official battle has not yet started, Hisoka already knew the strength of these 4 Pokemon just from a few superficial observations. Keen observation is a basic quality that a good trainer, including breeder, must have. From the mental state of the Pokemon, individual development and some subtle movements through the comparison of previous rich experience, we can actually see the general level. In the face of Salamence in outraged state, that violent and terrifying aura and inherent intimidating characteristic. Those Pokemon whose psychological quality is not good enough, let alone a head-to-head battle. I am afraid that Salamence will be scared to the point of shit if he moves a little. As Johto's water-type Royal 3, Feraligatr Feraligatr itself is not a good-tempered Pokémon, and his personality also belongs to 643 feet's aggressive and irritable existence. The huge body of 2.3 meters is not weak in the face of Salamence. The huge mouth that opens and closes is even more majestic, and the dense fangs express its aggressiveness. Haha tilde. Feraligatr's muscles were 10, and he stood in front of his master. His fierce eyes stared at the dragon's every move. His blue and sturdy arms were already flat. Trainers who knew Feraligatr knew that this was what Feraligatr was about to attack. Reflex action. Poliwrath has a gritty personality and has the qualities of a fighter. Scyther is the proud warrior of the bug-type Pokémon with an equally aggressive personality. As for Nidoking, he is a natural overlord in many forests in Kanto. He is belligerent by nature and very violent. None of these Pokémon are usually easy to mess with, and their outstanding personalities make Salamence's intimidating properties less useful. BFCF. 1 dragon versus 4 pets, and the battle is about to start. Standing on the mountainside, Hisoka looked through the binoculars with relish. A Salamence with quasi-elite level. After entering the outrage state, his strength increased dramatically, and now he has definitely reached the level of ordinary elite level. As for how long this state can be maintained, it depends on how long Salamence's physical strength can withstand. After all, the outrage state is quite a physical burden on dragon Pokémon. If these 4 Pokémon are all ice-type Pokémon, or if they all use ice-type skills, then the odds of winning or losing are still uncertain. But now, Hisoka dared to assert that they would never be Salamence's opponent. If they knew each other, they would still use Pokémon to delay time and quickly escape from the ice island area. Drop. The multifunction watch in his right hand suddenly vibrated. Hisoka put down the telescope and looked at the watch screen. The picture of the guy in Tauchung was flashing on it. Hello. Hisoka pressed the answer button. Is there any trace of Team Aqua in your plate? When he and Wool, Tauchung and others split up, he had already agreed that once there was news of Team Aqua, the other two would be notified as soon as possible. Peach City's unique loud voice sounded immediately. Island of Fire has an accident. As for Team Aqua's whereabouts, I haven't found out yet, but I speculate that what happened in Island of Fire is definitely inseparable from Team Aqua. Tauchung told Hisoka all what he saw and heard about the Island of Fire, and now the Island of Fire has exploded. You can't hide this kind of thing at all. The participants who landed on the island one after another also saw a large number of fire-type Pokémon that died abnormally on the island, and the scars on the corpses clearly told everyone that there were so many fire-type Pokémon. They were all killed in battle, which is undoubtedly a shocking case in the eyes of humans in peacetime. Some people have already started calling the police. The death of so many Pokémon here is an unbearable bad thing for most ordinary people. It is true that there are many scumbags in this world who hate Pokémon and even like to abuse Pokémon, but it is undeniable that in the politically correct education of the Alliance for decades, most humans still prefer Pokémon, and even if they don't like it, they will not hurt. For a time, the phone of the local police station on Asia Island was about to be blown up. Everyone who called the police said the same case, that there were a large number of Pokémon that died abnormally in the Fire Island, suspected of being a crime committed by a dark organization or a gang of poachers. The chief has an order, and everyone is not allowed to go to the police. Those who violate the order will be directly expelled from the police. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a police superintendent's uniform with an expressionless face walked into the hall of the police station. Some young police officers who had already rushed to the gate heard these words and turned back one after another. Their immature, energetic faces were full of puzzled expressions. Some of the more daring ones asked directly, "Superintendent Fukong, what does this mean? There have been more than a dozen people who have reported a major and vicious incident on Fire Island, and a large number of wild Pokémon have died. It is suspected that some dark organization or—" "Shut up," the middle-aged superintendent shouted coldly. "I can clearly inform you that this is an order directly issued by the mayor, and everyone is temporarily not allowed to leave the island of police fire. There is no reason. This is an order. Do you understand?" The young police officer looked indignant. He needed to say something, but was pulled by a colleague next to him. In desperation, he could only nod his head. Chapter 385 The Mayor's Trouble. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Asia Island, City Hall, Mayor's Office. The mayor of Yugia, who has the iconic mustache and the Mediterranean hairstyle, has a sad face at the moment. He already knows what happened in the police station. He used his personal power to forcefully suppress the matter of the Fire Island, but he himself, it is also clear that this matter will not last long. Others are not idiots. Asia Island has not been called to the police for a long time, and those celebration participants will definitely continue to call the police to neighboring island. His influence is only useful in Asia Island. Who cares about you as the mayor of other islands? The Orange Islands themselves belong to the autonomous region under the Kwantung Union, so the management model adopted by the major islands is also municipal autonomy, and the mayor has great autonomy. But Asia Island is different. In this island where where people believe in 3 gods and ethnic minorities account for 90% of the population, people are more willing to believe in shrine. No matter how hard he tried, the titular mayor is not as good as the elder of the shrine. Damn, Yugong ruthlessly tugged at the few precious hairs on his head. He hated why he had to accept Jill's bribes or political donations in the first place. People who can get into mayoral status are definitely not idiot but smart people. Combined with Jill's words and deed, and the large investment he promised, Mayor Yugong, as long as you help me suppress some small things at some point, the 30 million is yours. An anonymous black card was gently placed in front of the table. This is 30 million yuan, and I can't get so much money in my entire life as mayor. Not to mention how many billions of commercial investment will be made in the future. That is all political capital in the future. 30 million bribe, which Yugi accepted, along with various other so-called Hoenn native. It was great at first, but now I regret it too much. No, I have to make a phone call to Mr. Jill. These things must not be escalated anymore, Yugong said with a trembling in his mouth, and then dialed the so-called private phone number. Hello, is that Mr. Jill? Yugong's tone still seemed a little flattering, perhaps because many handles were in the other's hand. Obviously, he really wanted to be tough and turn his fate, but when he thought that he might spend his whole life in a dark prison in the future, all these courages vanished. Mayor Yugong, long time no see. What's the matter with you? Jill's magnetic and steady tone is still full of the elegance of a gentleman, but it can be heard in Yugong's ears, but it made him feel mixed. Yugong sighed and said bluntly, Mr. Jill, did you do what happened on Fire Island? I hope you don't deceive me. I didn't do it. Jill's answer didn't even stop. He laughed. I'm a serious businessman. How could I do those things that hurt the world? Yugong's face was gloomy, and he said with a smile, I didn't say anything about it. How do you know that it's hurtful? As a qualified businessman, you must have some sources of information of your own. Jill said without hesitation, although I didn't do it, I know who did it. Who? Jill raised Erlang's leg comfortably, and the bright red wine in his hand slightly entered his lip. Team Aqua, a dark organization from Hoenn region. As for whatever happens next, you can push them on their head. You did a very good job at the police station. I don't need you to press on for too long. By tomorrow, you can call the police at any time. Beep. The phone hung up, and Yugong's gloomy fat face recovered a little. He knew that the so-called Team Aqua was absolutely inseparable from Jill, but he couldn't do anything about it. It is necessary to find a suitable bearer, and that Team Aqua is undoubtedly the best choice. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. As for flowers, Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. It going too fast. Polyrath, Psybeam can't hit at all, the hooded teenager shouted. After using Psybeam 3 times in a row, his Polyrath was obviously exhausted, and his fine-grained nostrils kept gasping for white air. Out tilde. Above the forest, Salaman's blood wings were almost stretched to the limit. Its body hovered at high speed, and every attack underneath was easily dodged by it. Occasionally a few attacks hit, but Salaman's pain in the outraged state is minimized. With its strong physical defense, it doesn't care about non-restrained skills at all. A gust of wind hit his face, and Polyrath couldn't dodge for a while, and the continuous use of skills made it still in the stiff stage. Dragon Claw firmly held Polyrath's arms. It wanted to struggle away, but the body fat rate was 0, and even the muscular arm that can easily smash marbles can't get rid of the opponent's imprisonment at all. The sharp dragon claw sank into the flesh, and the intense pain caused Polyrath to let out a dull pain. It closed its eyes and struggled more and more frantically. Scyther, Air Cutter, Nidoking, Poison Sting, Feraligatr, Hydro Pump. When the other 3 saw this, they immediately directed their Pokémon to use long-range skills to save Polyrath. However, they were still a step behind. Salamence fluttered his wings, the dragon body flew upward, and Air Cutter passed by. A few poison stings landed on his body without even piercing the dragon's skin. The sturdy dragon tail's metal silver light flashed, and with a swipe, the incoming hydro pump was directly cut off by its midsection. Polyrath. Under the desperate gaze of the hooded teenager, Polyrath was taken to the sky by Salamence. He couldn't imagine what his Pokémon would face, but he knew very well that the violent dragon would never show mercy. Chapter 386. Contradictions arise. Seek automatic subscription. Ow! The Scarlet Longan happened to meet Polyrath's eye. When Polyrath, who was still struggling, saw this pair of terrifying bloody eyes, a surging fear quickly spread from the bottom of his heart, and his struggle stopped suddenly. In such a close state, Salamance's intimidating properties came into play. The dragon's mouth slowly opened, and the 4 sharp fangs shone with a terrifying black glow under the sunlight. The jaw muscles were bulging. This was no ordinary gnawing. Salamence was about to use Dark Crunch. Trick. Crunch's power value is as high as 80 ping. Salamence itself is a Pokémon that is good at biting, and the jaw muscles are very powerful. In particular, May's 17 inches outrage has greatly enhanced its physical strength. If this crunch goes on, on. Polyrath will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Please save my Polyrath. In the forest, the hooded boy looked at the three people beside him, his eyes full of sincerity. The fat man gritted his teeth. The fat on his face was twitching. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was Salamance's lying height, and his feraligator really had no mean. The same is true for the other two. Scyther can only glide at a low altitude, and the time cannot be sustained at all. How can it attack Salamence, which is hundreds of meters high? Nidoking, except for a poison sting, it is still a long-range attack method, and it is completely blind in the face of opponents in the sky. A little hope gradually turned into despair. The hooded boy slumped to the ground, knowing that no one could help hand his own Polyrath right now. With the help of Altaria's power, Sigina hid among the clouds and looked at the scene in front of her. She didn't show the slightest emotion, but she clenched her hands to tell her inner restlessness. To be honest, Sigina doesn't want to implicate other people. She is not an out-and-out Team Aqua member, and joining Team Aqua is also because of the tasks within the clan. For Team Aqua, she will do the tasks that come down to her head, but there is no sense of belonging in it. You unlucky guy, ask for your own blessing, Sigina murmured, and then there was a subtle sound of propellers in her ears. She looked up at the southern position of the island, and vaguely saw the shadows of two helicopters heading here. Sidefly. The helicopters used for the mission were all provided by the wealthy businessman Jill, so Sigina recognized the origin of these helicopters at a glance. It was Kunkka and his two team members. She had already sent the location to Cuenca, and they were quickly flying towards their location. Tiana sneered easily and muttered, we still have to let them descend nearby. After outrage, Bukimaru will attack all surrounding creatures. If these idiots break in, they will definitely become Bukimaru's preferred attack target. Salamence is Sigina's Pokémon. If Kunkka and others are killed by Salamence, Lord Chaoyang can't explain it at all. Haas handed over the communication tool in his hand and said, Captain, it's that woman's phone. Kunkka calmly took the phone and put it to his ear. His white teeth were slightly exposed, and he said with a smile, Sir Sigina, we have already arrived at the ice island, and now we are coming to your location. Don't worry. With our help, that kid will never be able to escape. You land near you. Don't fly this way. Sigina said in a cold voice. Don't ask any more questions. This is an order. You just need to follow it. Kunkka was choked for a moment, and his face turned cloudy in an instant. The previous sentence was fine, but the latter sentence directly blocked all his doubt. No matter how upset you are, as long as you organize one day, you must obey the superiors and inferiors. Kunkka threw the phone to Haas, and then said loudly, don't fly, just land on the spot, and at the same time inform the pilots of the second team that it is also landing on the spot. After the order was given, the two helicopters landed slowly and soon stopped at the southern entrance of the frozen forest. Accompanied by the noise of footsteps, 12 combat team members in Team Aqua uniforms and blue ribbons tied on their heads rushed out of each helicopter. They were tall and straight, and full of energy, and muscles were clearly visible on their exposed arms. The Lions can be regarded as a group of elite members of the organization. Kunkka had his hands on his back, and a blue windbreaker squeaked in the cold wind. He stood in front of 24 neatly arranged combat team members in high spirit. He caressed the black eye patch on his right eye, looked at the strange frozen forest, and quietly waited for the next order. Otherwise, let's run now. At this time, Scyther's trainer suddenly said, the Salamence has caught Polyrath and has no time to take care of us for the time being. In fact, we don't need to fight this crazy dragon. Quote, what did you say? Originally still lost. The hooded boy kneeling on the ground heard these 2.7 words, immediately stood up from the ground, rushed to the other side, grabbed his collar tightly, raised said, you asked me to drop Polyrath. He's my Earl Dervish Pokemon. Scyther's trainer is a sturdy young man. He pushed the hooded boy away and sneered, you can accompany him here. We have no obligation to stay here, and Salamence flew so high. You tell me how to deal with it. The hooded boy's face flushed with anger, but he couldn't say anything to refute. The other party is right. They don't have that obligation to take huge risks to stay here. Chapter 387. This fat man is a bit interesting as for automatic subscription. The inferiority of human beings is exposed at this moment. People are selfish. On the premise that their own interests are not lost, most people are unwilling to take huge risks to sacrifice for others. There is no right or wrong in this. Willing to dedicate to others can be called great. Unwilling, and one who sweeps the snow before his own door can't say he is bad. Fatty and Nidoking's trainers were also caught in the process of making arrangement. The thoughts in their minds were actually more inclined to what the sturdy young man said. Rather than risking their lives to stay here, it is unknown whether they can save Polyrath. Might as well slip away while Salamence doesn't have time to take care of them. You are willing to accompany him here to accompany him. Anyway, I will not stay here any longer. After the sturdy young man said these words, he sneered at the hooded boy who was already desperate, and with a wave of his right hand, he pulled his legs and ran behind him. Scyther saw his master move like this, and naturally followed with waving his insect wing. 15 or so Nidoking training companies looked at each other a few few times, and seemed to be hesitating. But when he heard Polyrath's gruesome growl in the sky, he immediately made up his mind. Sorry. He took out the Pokeball and took back the Nidoking. He didn't dare to look into the eyes of the hooded boy. He buried his head and rushed into the forest beside him. Fatty doesn't think he's a great man of virtuous character. He is 20 years old this year, and has participated in several quartz and silver conferences in a row. He has never won the champion, and his best result is only the top 8 in the quartz conference. Maybe I really don't have a very good trainer talent. I have spent so many years on the highly competitive road of trainers, but I still get nothing. When he was young, his dream of becoming the world's #1 Pokemon trainer had long since turned into a joke, and even he was laughing at the self-imposed self. The blood has dissipated, and the only thing left is the desire to travel the world and enjoy delicious food from all over the world. Ms. Kong, just be a good person for the rest of your life. Fatty patted his forehead hard, obviously wanting to get away, but he couldn't help abandoning this desperate boy. After all, he proposed to come here to watch the fun, but now that people are following him, he can't just leave him alone. Bar quickly stepped forward and helped the hooded boy from the ground, looked into his eyes, and said solemnly, I brought you here, so I won't leave you alone. You must be prepared, and I will do my best. Do your best to help. As for Polyrath's safety, sorry, I can't guarantee it. You have two options now. One is to give up Polyrath and follow me out of the ice island. The hooded boy shook his head desperately and cried, Polyrath is my Earl Dervish Pokemon, and I will never abandon it. Very good. Kongtai nodded and smiled. Then the second option is to wipe the horse urine on your face for me first. Cheer up, and let's work together to find a way to save your Polyrath. Thank you, thank you. The hooded boy thanked him repeatedly, and the color of hope appeared on his face again. At the moment of despair, there is someone to stand by. This feeling is like a traveler who is dying of thirst in the desert suddenly got a glass of clean water. By the way, what's your name? Artest. Artest, I have a little fate. My name is Kongtai. Fatty said carelessly. This fat man is interesting. Nothing that happened here escaped Hisoka's eye. First, the group of 4 united because of the death of one person, and then because of Polyrath's arrest, the group of 4 fell apart immediately. For the sake of themselves, the two took the opportunity to run away. But the most cunning, astute fat man chose the boy helping hand at a critical moment. In the end, this incident was caused by themselves. They can only be regarded as miserable disasters. Of course, their damn curiosity is also one of the culprits. Originally, Hisoka wanted to wait for Salamence to solve the opponent. Salamence, who lost his target again, would inevitably attack the surrounding environment wildly. When the two beasts fight, naturally the fisherman will gain. Then let the time for the two beasts fight a little earlier. Hisoka smiled, patted Rhyperior's leg, and said loudly, Old Tai, prepare to set up a cannon. 550 inches Mutilda. Polyrath's growl is somewhat similar to Niu Ming, and Salamance's crunch slammed into its forehead, sharp teeth and blood flowing. The severe pain brought Polyrath back to his senses from the negative state of intimidation. Polyrath doesn't have too much fear. His strong desire to survive and his perseverance and brave character make it quickly launch a desperate counterattack. Polyrath's round eyes widen, as if his white-gloved casserole fist shone icy blue. Polyrath still vaguely remembers that the owner said before that this dragon Pokemon is most afraid of ice-based skills. It was bitten to death and could not use Psybeam, or the remaining physical strength was not enough to gather the energy required by Psybeam. But it also has another ice-type skill, which is also the most suitable move in the current environment. As a Pokemon with dual attributes of water and grid, it is not too simple to master skills such as Ice Punch. Bang! The wave of his hand was an ice punch, the sound of meat and meat hitting hard. At such a close range, Salamence had no room to dodge, and was severely hit on the right jaw by Polyrath's desperate blow. Chapter 388 Jumpluff Seek Automatic Subscription. Polyrath's body fat percentage is almost 0, and the slimy blue skin is covered with sturdy muscles, which makes it heavier than it looks. This unique body structure is unimaginable on humans. Humans with 0 body fat cannot even live, including other ordinary animals. I am afraid that only high-energy creatures like Pokemon can have such a physique. Polyrath exerted all his strength and desperately hit this ice punch. Compared with Salamence after outrage, its individual strength is 2 big tiers behind. 1v1 will not have any chance of winning. After all, the strength disparity is too great. Ice punch can be so close, plus Salamence 4 times weaker ice. The swung ice right fist slammed into Salamance's jaw muscles, and even though the outrage Salamence lost most of the pain, and his physical defense was greatly improved, the fatal flaw of 4 times weaker ice still couldn't be easily overcome. The pain in his jaw continued to invade Salamance's chaotic sanity, and the tightly closed dragon mouth began to stiffen in the bone-chilling cold air. In desperation, he could only spit out bite as Polyrath. Polyrath is seriously injured. Although he is desperately fighting for his life, the power that Ice Punch can play is still far from the heyday. However, these are enough. With Ice Punch's perfect restraint, Polyrath finally succeeded in saving himself at the moment moment of danger. The hooded boy Artest, who had been observing below, was trembling with excitement when he saw this scene. He had just discussed with Kongtai how to rescue Polyrath, but he did not expect it to escape by himself. Don't be too happy too early, Diaracid, Kongtai said with a serious look. Polyrath is at least a few hundred meters above the ground. It was seriously injured before, and if it falls, it may be life-threatening. This is not to be alarmist. Polyrath is muscular and has no trace of fat, which makes him capable of hitting rock smash with ease. But there is no fat buffer. Its resistance to attack is very general, and in the case of serious injury, the impact force generated by a height of several hundred meters. Totally deadly. What then? At a young age, Artest, who has never seen strong winds and waves, became confused again after hearing these words. Polyrath's falling speed is getting faster and faster. From a small point at the beginning to half the size of a human, as long as it waits 5 or 6 seconds, it will directly hit the hard ice ground. Kongtai frowned, trying desperately to think of a way in her mind. Yes, his eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the second Pokeball from his pocket and threw it in the air. Jumpla, please, use cotton spores. Pupcho tilde. The white light flickered for a while, a blue spherical body, and at the same time, there was a white cotton ball about the size of the body on the top of the head and on both sides of the arm. Its pair of small eyes are like red beads, which looks quite huge. Jumpla, cotton grass Pokemon, are found in surprisingly large numbers on Johto's Sunset Prairie. Every year on July 7, during the north wind season of the Sunset Prairie, tourists from many places will come here, because on that day, hundreds of thousands of Hapa Kiplums Jumpluffs will rush to the sky with the howling north wind. It is not an exaggeration to say that the sky is blocked. Everyone who has seen this landscape with their own eyes will marvel at the miracle of life and the creativity of nature. As a grass-type Pokemon, Jumpluff can float in the air with the help of cotton spores that it extends, and these cotton spores can control the direction and height of flight with the help of wind. So in addition to grass attribute, Jumpluff also has flying attribute. Poochoo, Poochoo. Jumpluff's small mouth made a cute sheep sound, and his body floating in midair shook violently. After a while, a large number of small cotton spores emerged from the 3 large cotton balls around its body. Cotton spores are originally a grass-type changing skill, and the soft spores will quickly absorb to other Pokemon, causing its speed to be greatly reduced. This fat man named Kongtai is also very quick-witted, and he came up with the most perfect solution at the moment. The cotton spores spread more and more, and under Jumpluff's control, they all floated to the position where Polyrath was about to land, and soon formed a cotton ball the size of a wash basin. The next moment, Polyrath's body suddenly fell into the spore mass, and many cotton spores were silently absorbed on it. The speed of the fall was frantically weakening. When it was less than a meter off the ground, Polyrath was falling slowly at almost a floating speed. Pooh. Kongtai was relieved upon seeing this, but fortunately, his quick-witted method worked. Otherwise, if Polyrath hits the ground directly, even if he survives, he will be disabled for life. Polyrath. Okay. The young man Artest ran over quickly and threw himself on Polyrath. Seeing the bloody tooth marks on his companion's head, he hated and felt distressed. Polyrath is still awake, but his body is too weak to stand. It stretched out a palm-sized fist and gently placed it on Artest's head, whispering softly, as if comforting Artest. Every trainer will always pour more emotion into their Earl Dervish Pokemon. Looking at Polyrath, a little tadpole that can't even spit out a bubble, even Caterpie has grown to the same height as himself, and can play a few hundred pounds of dumbbells as a ball with one arm. The feelings and emotions during the period may only be understood by this person. Chapter 389. Have you ever experienced despair? Second update. Seek automatic subscription. While Artest was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with Polyrath, Fatty Kingtai did not forget what was most important now. Of course, I hurried away, or else when the crazy dragon who didn't know where it came from came back to his senses, the two of us might really have to explain it here. As for the reward after finding the ice orb, please, even a small life is not guaranteed, even if the front is a mountain of gold and silver. What the use? Kongtai was very rational, walked to Artest's side, and said solemnly, okay, I'll talk about it later. Hurry up and put away your Polyrath. We must leave the ice island immediately. Okay, I see. Artest wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, took out the Pokeball and put away the seriously injured Polyrath. Kongtai didn't dare to take back Feraligatr for the time being, mainly for fear that if Salamence catches up later with the opponent's speed, he probably won't have much chance to take out the Pokeball again. But just as the two of them ran into the nearest forest, there was a 740 thunderous roar in the sky, which made the two's little heart thump straight. There was a sound of breaking the sky not far behind, and the two endured it. Looking back, a pair of blood-red eyes were already less than 100 meters away from them. Fuck you, uncle, how could it be so fast? Kongtai cursed, faintly seeing the obvious bruises on Salamance's lower jaw, with some ice stains on it. The ice punch from the wounded body of Polyrath wasn't enough to keep Salamence at bay for too long. Salamence becomes more violent after the pain pain subside, and after outrage it, unless you can completely stun it. Every injury is like adding fuel to the fire. For alligator, because of excessive fear, Fatty Kingtai's voice became sharp. Hado tilde. For alligator heard the sound and stood up, with his thick arms in front of the two. The crocodile's mouth opened and closed, and his eyes were full of warlike colors. The nature of Feraligator's Pokémon makes it inherently unaware of what it is to be afraid of. The more ferocious the enemy, the more excited it is. Have you used all the dragon dance? Sigana sighed slightly. She had completely lost her mind. It's all to blame for that damn brat. Thinking of this, she smashed her left palm with her right fist, and the indignation on her face became even stronger. This bastard caused trouble, but people run fast, and now I don't know where to hide and watch the play. Bang! The violent collision between the meat tea and the meat tea. Feraligator's open arms blocked the impact of Salaman, and the ferocious fangs between the open and closed crocodile mouth were even colder. This is the only ice skill that Feraligator has mastered so far. Ice Fang. And fire, ice, electricity 3/5 the same. Pokemon who play with teeth can also learn Fire Fang, Ice Fang, Thunder Fang. These three very practical skills. Although the official power value of the three teeth is not as good as that of the 3/5, with Feraligator's only bite force in nature and a sharp-edged tooth, it can be bitten in one bite, unless it is a steel-type Pokemon. Other attributes of Pokemon can't really stand it. Seeing that his opponent is not dodging or evading, Feraligator mercilessly smothered Salaman's side neck by taking this opportunity. Salaman, who is irrational, doesn't dodge anything. It fighting now is purely a killing BFDC instinct. The pain drove Salamence more and more crazy. The blue veins on its muscles were squirming like worms, and the blood wings waved lightly. Feraligator began to back up again and again, and his feet fell into a deep depression on the ground. Ow tilde. With a flick of the neck, the dragon force wave Feraligator, who was already known for his brute force, couldn't resist any longer. He stepped on the air with both feet, and the huge body more than 2 meters high flew out. The follow-up force caused it to break 3 ice trees with the thickness of the waist of an adult one after another, and then slowly stop. The ground was cluttered with rolling marks, and Feraligator just leaned back and threw its head on the ground. The strong undulating chest shows that Feraligator is still in good health, but it has not stood up for a long time. Thinking of the tackle just now made it faint. Feraligator Kingta's lip trembled. His face was pale. His strongest Feraligator was stunned by Salaman, and now he has no means. The evil dragon came to the fore, and the murderous intention gradually fluctuated. It's over. It's over. Kongtai kept repeating, and his plump body slowly collapsed. As for Artes, he also had a miserable fate. He had been frightened by Salamence before, but now he was blocked in front of them. His scarlet eyes locked on them, and the other party's hot breathing could be heard clearly. To deal with unarmed ordinary people, a 30-centimeter long Caterpie can easily solve it. The strength of the thread that Caterpie spews exceeds 500 kilograms, and it is as sticky as psychic glue. So how do two ordinary people deal with a Salaman, and still an outraged 8 dragon Pokemon? Have you ever experienced despair? This is. Just as the two of them closed their eyes and waited to die, a strange voice suddenly came from their ears and they couldn't help but open their eyes. What sound? Kongtai wondered. Woo! A spherical object was galloping toward their location from far and near, at a speed that the naked eye could not see. Salamence heard the sound earlier than they did, and it reflexively looked back, but the spherical object was already close. Pong! What followed was a sour collision. Salamance's dragon head was directly turned 90 degrees, and a sharp dragon teeth flew from the air with bloodshot. It happened to fall in front of Fatty Kongtai. Chapter 390 Internal Contradiction. Seek automatic subscription. Boom tilde. The stone bullet rolled to the ground, and the astonishing weight smashed a pit on the ground. Ow! Ooh! Salamence groaned in pain. Its body was swaying, its long neck was swaying desperately, and the tackle of the stone bullet made it dizzy. Enough to make him faint tilde. The rock cannon is a rock-type big move with a power value of 150 ping, and Rhyperior has a power bonus with the same attribute. Although the tackle's power has been weakened a lot due to the distance, the damage to the flesh is still very terrifying. Kongtai and Artes were stunned. They didn't know where the stone bullet came from, but they quickly reacted and knew that it was someone helping hand underscore them. It was too late to thank the kind stranger, and while Salamence was still in a negative state of dizziness, the two immediately got up and ran away, deeply hating their parents for giving them 2 less legs. But when they finally rushed out of the frozen forest, they didn't have time to be happy, only to hear a puff in their ears, and then a silk green rushed towards them. The wire mesh flew very fast in midair, and before the two of them could react to what happened, they were tightly wrapped by the wire mesh, and the more you struggled, the tighter the wire mesh became like a living thing. Kongtai's whole body of fat was almost pulled into squares by the wire mesh. Captain, we caught 2 more mice. The joking voice sounded, and soon there was a burst of noisy footsteps around. Kongtai looked around and saw more than 20 guys wearing the same clothes had gathered around. 2 of them were still holding police net guns, and they attacked them when they wanted to come and wait for them. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Mrs. Kong said, with a flattering expression. Brothers, we have no injustice or enmity. If you want money, I will give you all I have, as long as you don't want to hurt our brothers. You fat man is a bit funny. Haas, who is thin and bamboo, walked up to Mrs. Kong, squatted down and patted his fat face, and smiled. You don't pat us. What does this idiot mean? Kong Tai was full of plans in her heart, but she said something else with a smile. I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid, but we've already been caught by the eldest brother. Life and death are in the hands of the eldest brother, so it's useless to be afraid. Very good. Haas giggled, a shrill grin that made the fat thief want to punch him. Next, I will ask you to answer. If you dare to deceive me, you will decide the consequences for yourself, but I think you should be a sensible person. Haas's expression changed suddenly, and he said solemnly, Understood, understood. Kong Tai nodded again and again. What happened in the forest ahead? Big brother, I advise you not to go to the forest over there. Kong Tai said eagerly. There is a crazy dragon Pokémon in there, and it seems to have lost his mind. It's terrible that everyone has to go up to it. Haas nodded, and his expression gradually became contemplative. The other party should not lie. Before, his subordinates caught two other participants running out of the forest at the entrance not far away, and their expressions were similar to the fat man in front of him. Is that crazy-haired dragon Pokémon Hoenn, quasi-god Salamence? Haas continued. Yes, that's right, big brother, your guess is accurate. After getting what he wanted, Haas was no longer interested in the fat man in front of him, and ordered his subordinates to take the two down and lock them up with the two they had caught before. Captain, based on the confessions of these four people, we can be absolutely certain that there is indeed a Salamence in the forest ahead, and there is no Salamence trainer around. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Haas organized the confessions of several people and reported them all to Captain Kunkka. Captain, do you think this Salamence is Sigana's? Kunkka put his hands on his back and nodded. There should be no mistake. There is no possibility that there will be a second Salamence in the Orange Island, and it happens to be on the island of ice. It must be the end of Sigana. It's just why this woman doesn't exist. Next to her own Pokemon, do you think she will be killed by that kid? In that case, it seems possible. Haas was startled. The four of them said that Salamence has gone mad, and everyone has to work hard. This bitch will turn off the communication device after every call, and only she takes the initiative to contact. We can't get in touch with her. Kunkka raised his right hand and waved it forward, saying, send a few brothers to take a look at the place where the accident happened. Remember, be careful and don't conflict with Salamence. Captain, don't worry. After Haas left, Kunkka looked at the strange frozen forest by himself with a wicked smile on his lips. Sigana, you are too careless. I didn't expect that even your main force, Salamence, lost control. What are you going to do? Although the time together was short, Kunkka knew that this woman was very cunning and would never put herself in danger easily. Moreover, she is not the only Pokemon Salamence. Saying that she was so easily killed by that kid, Kunkka didn't believe it. The perfect outcome of this is a lose-lose situation. Now that Salamence has lost his mind, he has enough reasons to stop supporting. Even if Sigana calls him to support him next, he will not agree. Hehe, even his own Pokemon has a problem. Even if this mission fails, the black pot will not be his turn. Chapter 391 Aurora Snow. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Bang tilde. The orange-red energy beam with the thickness of the mouth of the bull slammed into the side of the mountain with a thunderous dragon whistle. The strong penetration of Hyper Beam actually blasted a deep pit on the surface of the cliff. Hyper Beam's energy quickly spread to the surrounding. The ice layer is melting, and the snow is collapsing. After the violent explosion sounded, a horrifying scene appeared. Like the chain effect of dominoes, a block of snow more than 5 meters high. After the fall, the white snow that followed was like a wild horse out of control, galloping down the hillside, unstoppable. Avalanche. This word is so unfamiliar to the inhabitants of Tropical Island, but to humans living in the polar region, avalanches are simply the most terrifying. 3 natural beast. Due to the 30-degree cone shape of the Dashui Mountain in the ice island, once an avalanche erupts, the continuous stacking effect will be more than 100 times more terrifying than that of ordinary avalanches. And around the snow-covered Dashuian, attacking with such a destructive skill is simply another death. The big avalanche in front of him was so terrifying, even Rhyperior, who had a naive personality, couldn't help but take a few steps back in the face of the polar avalanche, and his eyes were full of fear. Lulu grabbed Hisoka's right hand for the first time. The avalanche spread too fast. This kind of mega natural disaster could easily kill anyone. She wanted to use teleport to take Hisoka away from the surrounding area. As for the Rhyperior, with its physical strength, it shouldn't have much trouble in the face of avalanches. In Lulu's heart, Hisoka's life is more important than her own. In times of danger, she will always think of Hisoka for the first time, and the rest can be left behind. Don't worry. Hisoka patted Lulu's palm, telling her not to use teleport teleport immediately. Although the avalanche was already close to their head, he underestimated the level of resentment Salamence had for him. A super long-range rock cannon broke one of its teeth. New hatred and old hatred. Salamence's subconscious hatred Hisoka to the core. No need for hyper beam to blast the other party into slag. It's afraid it will be forever, will not leave the outraged state. Unlike Dragonite, which is docile and gentle, Dragonite will also enter outrage, but it will cost a lot. The simplest is that his trainer is seriously injured or dying in front of him, and under strong emotional stimulation, it will outrage. Beyond that, Dragonite won't go to outrage just by being wounded or defeated by other Pokémon in battle. Salamence is naturally violent, and while Salamence is extremely cruel and rough, it will even attack the trainer who cultivated itself. Of course, there are some faults of the trainer during this period. The intimacy is not enough, or the trainer level gap is too large, and so on. Injured continuously by other Pokémon, but unable to fight back effectively. Endless depression will push Salamence into outrageization. Salamence in the sky doesn't care how terrifying the avalanche is, and it is in absolute safety as it can fly freely. The stiff side effect of Hyper Beam did not last for 2 seconds. After recovering, Salamence opened the dragon's mouth again, and the orange-red light bot quickly gathered. Quick, hide in the hole you just dug. Sisso pulled up Lulu's little hand and ran towards the hole that Rhyperior had drilled before. The hole was only 10 meters away from here, and that was enough time. As long as you hide in the ground, you can ignore the avalanche or Salamence's attack. I deliberately attracted Salamence's attention before, on the one hand, to help the fat man. Of course, the most important thing was to speed up Salamence's destruction of the ice island, and lead to Articuno, the guardian of this place. And even if the woman knew her plan, there was nothing she could do. The outraged Salamence wouldn't listen to the trainer's orders. Articuno lives on the top of the snow mountain, no matter how uncontested it is. When his hometown is about to be demolished by others smashing the site, this is even a beast without intelligence. After Lulu and Hisoka jumped into the hole, Rhyperior followed closely behind, so the second hyper beam once again passed them and hit the middle of the mountain. Under Confusion's control, one person and two pets slowly fell into the depths of the ground. At this time, the overwhelming avalanche drove past, and countless pieces of snow fell into the hole, but were easily blocked by Rhyperior's male body. Once again losing the target of hatred, Salamence's endless anger can only be vented on the snow-capped mountains in front of him. Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Fire Blast have been on the field again and again, thanks to the deep physical strength of Dragon-type Pokémon and the physical blessing after outrage. It uses high-power skills so recklessly. The surface of the snow mountain is rapidly collapsing, and the snow and ice layer that has been deposited for hundreds or even thousands of years has turned into running water under the terrorist attack of Salamence. Whether it is bearable or unbearable, it seems that if you don't make a move, you will be unable to keep your old nest. Jude Tilda. A mystical chirping of birds resounded from the top of the cloud, not the same as Moltres long, nor Zapdos sharp. This bird chirping seemed so ethereal or Lingran, and along with this ethereal sound, the originally calm and dim sky actually appeared one after another of aurora. It's knowing. A trace of chill seeped into her hair. Signa opened her right hand, and a crystal Iceris fell into her hand. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and in the blink of an eye, the whole world was covered with white snow, and every Iceris was reflecting the dazzling colors of the aurora. The island of ice seemed to have turned into a colorful paradise at this moment. Aurora snow. The triennial spectacle of the ice island has finally appeared. Chapter 392 Articuno appears. 1 update. Seek automatic subscription. Captain, that kind of growl. Haas was ecstatic. Why did Team Aqua travel thousands of miles to this strange tropical island? It's not because the rich man Jill Crete hired them to help capture the divine bird living in the Mishima. Moltres has been successfully captured a week ago, and now Lord Chaoyang is organizing all his forces to capture Zapdos on the Isle of Thunder. As long as there are no other accidents, Zapdos will also be in the bag. Then the last target is Articuno in the ice island. The snow was flying, and it was endless. Kunka gently kneaded the Iceris floating in his hand. A trace of coolness penetrated into his fingertip, and he said blankly, "Our mission is just to capture or kill that kid. Articuno has nothing to do with us. Don't cause trouble during this time." As soon as the words came out, Haas lost his smile and nodded awkwardly. He also knew that he was too naive just now. With their 20-something, and none of them have top-level high-end combat power, it is no doubt a fool's dream to capture Articuno. Is this your purpose? Signa's expression became cloudy and uncertain, and if she couldn't guess Hisoka's plan at this time, she would be a melon skin. The opponent obviously used the side effect of Salamence's outrage's loss of reason to lure Salamence into attacking the Dashway Mountain. Under the continuous attack of Hyper Beam, an avalanche occurred. Articuno, the old nature of the ice island, would not sit idly by and watch his lair be destroyed like this. Articuno is the Pokemon of ice and snow, the messenger of the cold wind. With the main ice attribute, it is almost perfect against Salamence, and Articuno can fly again. and Salamance's air superiority is gone. What's more, as a third-class god, Articuno is no weaker than Salamence in terms of aptitude and potential. Articuno, who has lived for hundreds of years, has at least reached the level of elite. No matter how you look at it, Salamence, who is weak in all aspects, will not be Articuno's opponent, even if Salamence is enhanced by outrage at the moment. Between the clouds, a beam of aurora mirrored the dark cloud, and there was another ethereal bird song. First, a crown composed of 3 dark blue diamond-shaped feathers, a critique-shaped red eyes. Compared to the long beaks of Moltres and Zapdos, Articuno's the beak appears unusually short. Most of his body is still shrouded in dark cloud. Articuno swings his jaw from side to side, as if he is looking for something. He can see that there is a deep rage in his eyes full of wisdom. When looking down, the dragon beast lying in front of the snowy mountain once again attacked its territory with hyper beam. The deep rage became more and more intense. There is no doubt that this uninvited guest is the enemy who disturbs his sleep. Lock on the enemy. Articuno made a "Jew" sound, spread his wings, and his entire body rushed out of the clouds. The green feathers all over his body were like 10,000 years of cold ice, flashing with a mysterious light color under the aurora. The long and slender claws are the most among the 3 divine birds. About Articuno is undoubtedly the 3-meter-long, bunting ribbon-like plume behind it. The feathers are longer than Articuno's body, and are the same color as the crown. With its wings and tail feathers flying, countless crystal light blue ice crystals surround Articuno. With every movement, the ice crystals fly like Pokémon. Jew tilde Jew tilde. Articuno flew behind Salamence, and uttered 2 long chirping voices in his mouth. His tone sounded a little indignant. It was communicating with this dragon Pokémon. If the other party stopped his attack immediately and left the ice island immediately, Articuno would also too lazy to start. Articuno's personality is of the level-headed kind, and it's on the other end of the spectrum compared to its 2 big brothers. This is to be replaced by the most violent Zapdos, and I have to discuss it with you. Going up as a meal, and you dare to attack my old lair. You don't deserve the name Zapdos unless you are electrocuted into a coke. It's a pity that Articuno's good intentions did not bring the desired result. Salamence stopped attacking the snow-capped mountain, turned around slowly, and looked at the big bird behind him with his scarlet vertical pupil. Articuno is 2.2 meters tall and has a wingspan of more than 5.6 meters. In terms of body size of 820, it is not much different from Salamence. It's just that the body of a bird can be compared with that of a dragon. Salamance's thick muscles look much stronger and larger than Articuno. Feeling a little wrong, the moment he was stared at by this scarlet eye, Articuno's entire body felt tense, which was a subconscious omen of danger. Sure enough, Salamence didn't say a word after seeing Articuno. The dragon's mouth opened, and a burst of surging flames shot out, streaking a straight distance in midair to attack Articuno. Fire beats ice, and the still existing fighting consciousness made Salamence choose the best attack method, instead of gathering hyperbeam hard-headed to bombard the opponent. Articuno held back his breath and didn't have a seizure. It has lived for hundreds of years, and it is no less intelligent or emotional than a normal adult. This bastard leaves the ice island without an apology, even if he dares to attack it. The more you think, the more angry you are. I was so angry that I wanted to freeze this dragon Pokémon into an ice sculpture and bury it in the depths of the snowy mountains forever. Chapter 393 Cotton Defense for Automatic Subscription. The heat wave surged, and the flames rushed to the face. Naturally, Articuno wouldn't go hard, waving his wings, leaping upwards with his graceful and streamlined body, curling his tail feathers, easily dodging Salamance's flamethrower. The same red-beaded eyes looked at the dragon Pokémon in the distance, and with the murderous intention, Articuno would never let go. The short gray bird's beak was slightly open, and a blue and white energy light ball was instantly formed 3 inches in front of its beak. In the next second, an irregular ice blue beam of light galloped along both sides of the light ball, double-clicked left and right, and attacked Salamence, who couldn't dodge. Psybeam, one of the most well-known ice-type skills, was easy for Articuno to do. What is its name? Articuno. Psybeam is already an instinctive reaction to it. Hisoka has seen quite a few Pokémon use Psybeam, and its melodic is the same. But no Pokémon can match Articuno's ability to gather speed. It barely gathers. Psybeam takes shape in the blink of an eye, and one shot works as 2. The energy light ball produced 2 ice blue light beams, hitting each other from left to right. This is so instructive. The white snow that originally covered the hole had been pushed away by Rhyperior, and Hisoka was lying in the snow and used a miniature camera to film every scene above his head. This is the actual case of the beast Articuno, and the high-definition video that can be captured is undoubtedly very precious. Whether you use it to watch Last Resort yourself, or sell it to video sites or some research scholars, it is a very good choice. Articuno is a third-class mythical beast. With its worth, I guess it is no problem to sell the complete HD video of the actual combat to the exclusive video website for $2 million. If this is replaced by Ho-Oh Lugia's actual combat video, it will be really worth $1,000. offered below 50 million. Hisoka said that he would not even take a look at it. This stupid dragon is probably going to curry GG. Hiso is a little frustrated. You should avoid it. Let me shoot some more content. Don't be instantly killed. Do you really think that after outrage you can hold the Psybeam used by Articuno? This is the ancestor of playing ice, and you are 4 times weaker. Altaria. Cotton uses protect after defense. Just as Salamence was on the verge of death, a coquettish shout came from not far away. At the same time, a swan-like blue-skinned blue bird burst out of the clouds and slammed into Salamence. Salamence slammed into this collision, roared and fell into several positions, and this Altaria happened to be the target of Psybeam's attack. Whoa! Altaria screamed loudly, and the fluffy cotton feathers wrapped around her body swelled in an instant, more than 5 laps larger than before. From a distance, it looked like an unusually bloated oversized cloud. Cotton defense is Altaria's housekeeping defense. Against those purely physical attacks, cotton defense worked wonders. Especially fighting Pokémon, their extremely destructive fighting skills will be greatly weakened when they hit the elastic cotton. The strength will be scattered, and the fighting skills will naturally lose their original power. However, in the face of pure energy type Psybeam, Cotton's defense is not as strong. Cotton defense is also a grass type skill, which is overcome by the ice type, and the defense ability has to be lowered by another grade. So Siana's instruction to Altaria is to use cotton defense and add a layer of protect. Among the many skills, the strongest defensive skill is undoubtedly protect. In theory, it can block all attacking skills including other changing skills that can bless negative state. It can also be simply understood that the Pokémon is invincible during the stage of using protect, and no skills can damage it. The reason why it is theoretical is that there is never anything truly perfect in this world. When the enemy's attack method exceeds the limit output of protect defense, Protect's invincible defense will naturally be broken. This is the strength to break the just. Sigana was afraid that Altaria, who is also 4 times weaker, would not be able to withstand Articuno's Psybeam even after using protect, so she asked Altaria to add a layer of cotton defense to buffer Psybeam's energy output. The ice beams that struck in both directions bent an arc and hit Altaria, who had just stabilized and was ready. Psybeam's frozen energy spreads all around the cotton body in almost half a breath, and goes deep inside with Altaria's physical strength. As long as a small amount of Psybeam's energy spreads into the body, it will be instantly killed as a result of. Fortunately, when the frozen energy quickly spread into the body, a transparent film mask covered Altaria's whole body before it, and the frozen energy spread to the surrounding of the mask and disappeared like the melting of ice and snow. The worried Sigana was completely relieved when she saw this scene. She didn't know the depth of Articuno's strength at all, so she could only use all her means without any reservation. The frozen energy completely dissipated, but the remnants left frozen the entire cotton defense. The cotton feathers, which were originally light as ethereal, were instantly as heavy as a rock. Fortunately, as a dragon-type Pokémon, Altaria was quite strong in terms of strength. If it were another bird Pokémon, the sudden increase in weight would definitely make them lose their balance, fall to the ground. But this is the case. The frozen cotton defense cannot be retracted. Altaria is like a bloated cotton doll, almost lost the ability to move and fly, and can only barely stay in the air. Chapter 394 Pitmaster asks for automatic subscription. After all, Sigana couldn't sit back and watch Salamence face Articuno alone. Although Salamence temporarily lost his mind due to the side effects of outrage, and even fought indiscriminately between enemy and foe, it will always be its own Earl Dervish Pokémon, its own companion. Salamence was the underdog in all directions against Articuno, an outrage-raging dragon Pokémon and a wild legendary Pokémon. The battle between them will never be as harmonious as the trainer's command click to the end. Wild Pokémon battles in nature are brutal and bloody. For turf, food, spouses, they are often endless battles with the purpose of killing each other. Altaria, break the ice with pluck, Sigana whispered in its ear. Altaria used cotton to defend. The cotton material that swelled several times was frozen in a large area by Psybeam's freezing energy, and its weight increased dozens of times. It was necessary to get rid of these burdens as soon as possible, otherwise there would be no chance to face Articuno. Whoa! Altaria immediately stuck out his neck. The short beak flashed a cold glow, and the neck quickly turned low and low in a 360-degree range. Every time the neck is lowered, a crisp cracking sound of ice can always be heard. Altaria's pluck attack easily shattered the cotton-covered ice. Shards of ice fluttered from the sky, and in just a few seconds it was already back to its original shape. The defensive ability produced by cotton defense combined with protect is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The combination of the two defenses is almost perfect. Even Articuno's Psybeam couldn't do any damage to it, but this move couldn't be used a second time in a short period of time. Protect skill has a big disadvantage. The first time a Pokémon uses Protect, it has a 100% success rate, and when it uses Protect for the second time, the success rate will be reduced by half, only 50%. The the success rate of the third time is even only 25%. That is to say, the more times the projectile is used, the lower the success rate, until it cannot be triggered at all. Of course, if you are confident in your character, you can use protect continuously in battle, but as long as you fail one, the price is huge. Sigina leaned out from behind Altaria and looked at Articuno, who was staring at her. She shouted, "Articuno, we have no intention of invading your territory, and we have no intention of being hostile to you. Can you stop the attack? I will bring Tate Salamence out of the ice island." Quote, to be honest, Sigina is not willing to fight Articuno at all. Even though Articuno is the main mission target of Team Aqua's trip to Asia Island, this mission has nothing to do with her, so why take the huge risk of being hostile to her? Articuno frowned, and the three ice diamond-shaped crowns looked extremely miraculous against the backdrop of the aurora. It is very smart, and it can understand the meaning of the human girl in front of her. This dragon Pokémon that invades its own territory should be the Pokémon that belongs to the other party. Articuno isn't the kind of aggressive Pokémon, and his composure keeps him thinking. Since he is not injured, his opponent is also not weak, plus a human trainer and a second Pokémon. If you fight desperately, even if you win, you might be injured. Sigina didn't dare to make any rash move, and her whole body was tense. Once Articuno shows her attacking attitude, she will immediately command Altaria helping hand Salamence to fight. In the end, even if it's her Pokémon's fault, she will only stand by Salamence's side. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong, it's just the difference between closeness and distance. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. In the face of some high IQ Pokémon, sometimes fighting is not the only solution. Articuno has the wisdom of an adult, and the correct negotiation can also make it give up the idea of attack. But just after Articuno weighed the pros and cons, he was ready to spare the opponent. A whistling flame came from under Muran. This time, Articuno was thinking about it, so he ducked for a while, and the flame brushed past the ice feathers. Salamence had recovered from Altaria's violent tackle, and it subconsciously did not want to hurt its master, so Articuno, who wanted to attack it before, became the only target. Articuno's beautiful icy blue feathers, which were as beautiful as works of art, were scorched by the raging flame. The pain and the attacked rage completely made him lose the idea of peace talk. The bestiality hidden in his body broke out at this moment. Although Pokémon are highly intelligent creatures, compared with humans, they still retain a wealth of primitive animal nature in their bodies, and some tyrannical and cruel Pokémon are actually no different from beasts in this regard. Even if human beings are the masters of all things, it is only human nature and social morality that suppress the inner animal nature. Originally ethereal, the long and mysterious bird song became sharp. Sigina could clearly see that Articuno's eyes full of wisdom had become fierce and sharp. This kind of gaze was somewhat similar to Firo's horror when he was hunting for food, cold and ruthless, and some are just the raptor's inevitability for prey. Not to mention the noble status of Articuno's third-level god, nor the significance of its legendary Pokémon. In the final analysis, it is also a real bird of prey. Chapter 395 Disappearing Articuno. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Are you angry? So angry. This is the portrayal of Sigina's heart at this time. She actually had the urge to teach Salamence a lesson with a baseball bat, which was too much for her master. Originally, Articuno was about to give up the attack, but because of Salamence's sneak attack, it fell short. And I am afraid that in Articuno's heart, the human who jumped out and negotiated with it is undoubtedly the culprit, attracting its attention, and then letting Salamence attack it. At this time, there is no way to be kind, and it is useless to sigh and sigh. Since the worst result has happened, then use the worst method to face it. Thinking of this, Sigina's eyes narrowed, and the 250 in her mind disappeared, and she jumped down directly from Altaria's back. She knew very well that once the battle started, if she stayed on Altaria for a long time, she would be against it. Cause a great burden. One is that the weight is increased, and the flight speed is not as fast as before. Although Altaria, a dragon Pokémon, can basically ignore the weight increase of less than 100 kilograms, the most important thing is that it will be distracted to protect its master in battle. Altaria, flamethrower. The moment she jumped off Altaria's back, Sigina shouted her order. Since the face is completely torn, it is natural to strike first and then suffer. To deal with ice-type Pokémon, fire-type skills with fast trigger speed, strong damage range, and burning effect are undoubtedly the most suitable. But to deal with the ice and flying Articuno, the rock-type skill is the best way, because the combination of the two attributes causes Articuno to be 4 times weaker as a rock. It is a pity that due to the problem of body structure, even if Altaria is a dragon Pokémon, it cannot learn any rock-type skill. Salamence will have a rock slide, the sharp dragon claw and strong muscles can make it easy to lift heavy rock for throwing. But looking at Salamence flying by, full of crazy eyes, Tiana's only thought vanished. Tilda. The parachute behind her opened instantly, taking her vigorous, Genki body down slowly from the air. After falling into the frozen forest, she immediately cut the rope with a dagger, and then looked up at the scene in the air. Two dragon Pokémon battle the legendary bird, Articuno. I am afraid that many trainers will never meet this scene in their entire lives, or they will not dare to hope for it. Salamence's rampage was easily dodged by Articuno, who cast agility, and another attack completely shattered Articuno's calm character, and his hidden bestiality gradually replaced his rationality. Its rage chirped, the ice feathers spread high, and a little white mist filled its body, and it became thicker and thicker, and the two ice blue feathers that were blackened by the flames also returned to their original state. With the long cry of Articuno, the number of Iceris in the sky began to explode. The aurora in the clouds was quickly shrouded in thickened dark clouds and then completely disappeared. Iceris lingered suddenly. With a thud, the sound of the heavy object falling apart, Hisoka looked sideways and saw an irregularly shaped, coin-sized ice lozenge shattering on top of Rhyperior's head. Hail! Hisoka asked suspiciously. Before he finished speaking, ice cubes fell from the sky one after another. The smallest ones were around coin, and the largest ones were even comparable to egg. Fortunately, Hisoka was witty, told Lulu to hide under Rhyperior's belly, and let the big guy stretch his arms, which became the best shelter. Heavy snow, hail. The surrounding environment has become Articuno's home ground. The temperature plummeted, a burden for the ice-weary dragon Pokémon. Using ice-type skills in this environment, especially using super powerful ice-type skills like Blizzard, will increase the power unimaginably. In the midst of the snowstorm, Articuno's body, which was soaring, gradually became transparent, and the whole body seemed to be covered with a glassy film. After easily dodging Altaria's attack, its small plane-like body completely disappeared into the sky. No, Articuno is not gone. On the mountainside, Hisoka, who had been filming this scene with a high-definition camera, discovered something strange. After the high-definition capture camera was slowed down by a factor of 500, a figure could be vaguely seen between the snow and ice, and then quickly disappeared. Hisoka wiped his eyes, which were a little sore. It's so hard to see when the HD capture camera is slowed down 500 times, let alone with the naked eye, facing an invisible enemy in the ice and snow. Just thinking about it is scary. It should be the power of characteristic. Hisoka recalled what his teacher Blaine had taught him on Cinnabar Island. Except for some instinctive features in nature, such as Arbok, Ekans, Molting, Growlithe, Gyarados, Intimidation, etc., it has nothing to do with individual strength, and does not need feature stones to accelerate awakening. Belong to nature, and some rare, powerful characteristics that can even make some kind of ordinary, even weak Pokémon rise to the sky in one step depends on chance and talent. A characteristic is a very fair power, and it does not mean that the stronger the individual strength and the better the racial talent, the Pokémon can have powerful characteristics. While good aptitude does play a role, it is undeniable that many ordinary Pokémon can also have powerful traits. Chapter 396 Dead Team Aqua Seek Automatic Subscription. Articuno's ability to disappear into ice and snow reminded Hisoka of a trait in the trait list called Huiyin. This is a feature that requires weather assistance to trigger, which can make ice-type Pokémon invisible in icy weather, and greatly improve its own dodge ability. P.S. All features are subject to appropriate corrections based on this book. Close black lens bracket. Compared to some perverted trait, the snow hidden trait is not that powerful, but it is undoubtedly a rather disgusting trait. Shuiyin also has a brother feature called Shuiyin, which has the same effect, except that the trigger of Shuiyin requires sandstorm weather. More than 2 months ago in the Celadon, Rainbow City Tag Team match, Flygon, a dragon Pokémon sent by Harrison from the Hoenn region, used Andean's property. Udarn finally skydived. Hisoka looked at the figure slowly falling into the frozen forest in the distance, gnashing his teeth 15 times. Relying on the fact that you have a powerful flying pet to bully the uncle without an air fort, and now both of your main forces are restrained by Articuno, I will see how you run. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, while a villain takes revenge all day long. Hisoka thought that he was neither a gentleman nor a villain, but under the conditions, his revenge would be repaid on the same day. Who cares if you are a man or a woman? You were so happy before, but now the feng shui turns, you are dead. Thinking like this, Hisoka immediately took out Weavile's Pokeball. The environment in the forest was undoubtedly Weavile's home field. With a variety of trees that can be leveraged, Weavile's agility will be pushed to the limit. Drip, drip. But just as Hisoka was about to chase into the forest, the multifunction watch on his right hand rang rapidly again. Could it be that guy from Taochung again? Hisoka was a little hesitant. He wanted to pursue revenge, but he was afraid that the caller would have important information. After a little thought, Hisoka still pressed the answer button. As for the woman from Team Aqua, let her run for a while. After it was connected, a light blue virtual screen popped up from the contact of the watch. The caller was not the imaginary Tao Cheng, but Will, who was usually silent but very smart. His young, delicate face was still covered by the black blindfold. This time Will was not as calm as usual. His face was a little distorted. Will hid behind a boulder, looked at Hisoka opposite the video call, and said in a low voice, "There is an accident in the Isle of Thunder. If you can leave, come over to the Isle of Thunder immediately. I can't handle it alone." "Something happened." "What happened?" Hisoka asked curiously. "Team Aqua attacked you." Will nodded first, then shook his head again. "Most of the celebration participants who came to the Isle of Thunder were attacked by Team Aqua, and they can be said to have been destroyed. I haven't been discovered by them yet, but if Team Aqua solves the problem, I'm in trouble. I'm afraid I'm also in danger." "What happened?" Hisoka asked again. Will sighed and said, "See for yourself." After that, Will leaned out half of his body and aimed the camera port of his communication phone at the sky in the distance. The sky of Thunder Island was shrouded in layers of dark cloud, and thunder flashed between the dark cloud, looking extremely terrifying. As the camera continued to zoom in, Hisoka finally saw the amazing scene. Under the dark cloud, two huge bird Pokémon were fighting fiercely. They spread their wings, each with a wingspan of less than 6 right, a true mega-type raptor, like Thero and Pidgeot, which can also be seen as birds of prey, or a contrast between children and giants in front of them. A body covered in saffron-colored feathers. The feathers exploded like sharp arrows, and countless thunder light flickered around it, giving the illusion that the god of thunder had descended into the world. No wonder the people of ancient Asia Island worshipped them as gods. This magical and majestic appearance alone is enough to conquer the ancients who have not been baptized by information explosion. Such an obvious feature, especially the 1-meter-long penetrating beak. Hisoka recognized the identity of this giant bird at a glance. Zapdos, the god of thunder among the 3 divine birds. As for the giant bird that fought with it, it was covered in firework, and it was undoubtedly the 3rd divine bird, Moltres. "It's just why they fight," Hisoka said with a puzzled face. "The 3 divine birds are not as close as brothers, but at least they are well water 320, and Moltres suddenly ran to Zapdos, psyched to work for himself. "Brother, this is a bit incomprehensible." Will remembered the scene he saw not long ago, and said in a cold tone, "It should be done by Team Aqua." Moltres didn't fly from outside, but suddenly appeared, like a Pokémon being released from the Pokeball. Quote. Hearing this, Hisoka was shocked. "You mean Moltres was subdued by Team Aqua?" Will nodded. "I can't be 100% sure, but it's definitely possible. I have informed Tao Cheng that I don't have any chance by myself, so I need your helping hand. Team Aqua is definitely on the Isle of Thunder. There is no doubt about this." To be honest, Hisoka doesn't really want to travel in this muddy water, but if you think about it carefully, the benefits in this muddy water are too great. Team Aqua is really dying. Hisoka didn't know how they forcibly captured Moltres and controlled it against Zapdos. Then the purpose of the other party is obvious. Team Aqua has come to the Orange Islands from land, crossing thousands of miles to capture the miraculous bird of the Mishima. Chapter 397 Future Plans Seek Automatic Subscription. The Orange Alliance will not bear them, and the Kanto Alliance will not spare them. If this really allowed Team Aqua to successfully capture the 3 god birds and run away, it would simply be a slap in the face of the Kanto Alliance, and it would have to spit after finishing the slap. The Orange Islands are subordinate to the autonomous region of the Kwantung Alliance. Although the Orange Alliance is under full control in private, it still belongs to the Kwantung Alliance in name. If this happens, what will the alliance governments of other regions think of the Kwantung Alliance? Do you really think the world is peaceful and everyone is friendly? The concept of a country no longer exists in this world, but each region alliance is equivalent to a great country in the previous life, a naked international scandal, or a dark organization from other regions. In addition to his identity as a bounty hunter, Hisoka is also the official gym leader of the Dark City. He has to do it beautifully. Maybe he can accumulate a resume and move up 2 steps. Too little. How much does it depend on the annual allocation of the alliance and the local city tax? After that, Hisoka will definitely cultivate his second team main force. Money will never be enough, and in his plan, the main force of the second team will be his strongest first team Pokemon. The first team is only fully functional and performs its own duty. The individual strength is not too strong. It mainly relies on team battles to complement each other, which is more suitable when performing bounty tasks. There is no final word, and powerful Pokemon that can play a decisive victory are his biggest weakness. Hisoka is very clear about this. He needs a Pokemon cub with very good basic talent. It is best to be in an egg state. Then, in the case of excellent talent, use the life energy radiation of the colorful orb to take it to a higher level. Land Crossing, as Dragonite, Stone Steven, S Metagross, the youngest ever region champion Cynthia, her Garchomp. The strongest main force of these big men is the existence that can play a decisive role in winning the game. Be sure to get a quasi-god qualified cub. This is Hisoka's determination for himself. The quasi-gods of each region are not necessarily invincible, but it is it's really difficult for ordinary Pokémon to catch up with them in terms of potential, especially when there are a lot of resources, careful cultivation of excellent trainers, scientifically targeted exercises, etc. Pokémon with quasi-god qualifications will soon open a desperate gap with ordinary pet tourism. The only economic project that the Dark City relies on has been developed almost, except for an ancient Pokémon nature reserve. As more and more tourists visit, people's curiosity has long been left. When the ancient Pokémon nature reserve cannot attract more tourists, the tourism in the Dark City will attract the cold winter season, and the tax that can be obtained at that time will naturally be less. Hisoka wants to be a gym leader in an economically developed city, preferably a city with comprehensive technology, services, and manufacturing industry. There are actually several cities in the huge Kanto region that do not have an official gym and meet the requirement. After that, relying on the dominant position of the official gym leader, I will consider entering the business line. Spare you one. You won't have such good luck next time we meet. Diaresis. Hisoka took a deep breath and suppressed the indignation in his heart. Withdrawing his gaze from the frozen forest, he climbed back onto Rhyperier's body. He wanted to use Rhyperier's dig to quickly leave this fight area. Salaman's main target of hatred was himself. If he swaggered out, the mad dragon would have to catch up and bite again. He didn't want to get into the embarrassing situation of chaos. Slip away. Preserving strength and rushing to the Isle of Thunder is the main purpose. At the same time, a canoe has rushed out of the sea area of Fire Island at a high speed. Tao Chung strove the oars with both arms, and his angular face was full of excitement. In front of the canoe, Machamp, with 4 arms, was struggling to swim, and behind it was a thick rope tied to the canoe. I'm a good boy. The 2 divine birds are fighting each other. If you don't watch it on the spot, it will be a great regret in life. This is Tao Chung's inner thoughts at the moment. For the powerful Pokémon known as the mythical beast, people always expect endless curiosity and some inexplicable extravagance. Quasi-gods are already so precious, let alone real divine beasts. In the sky, the battle between the 2 divine birds is still going on, and Zapdos should be the strongest among the 3 divine birds. As an electric-type Pokémon, it surpasses the other 2, Li Wang's brothers, in speed and agility. At the same time, Zapdos does not have the weakness of being quadruple. On the contrary, the electric-type attribute can very well restrain the flight-type. Moltres' fire skill does not deal bonus damage, while Zapdos' electric skill hits Moltres with double damage. Speed is dominant, attributes are dominant, and Zapdos should be in an absolute advantage. But the battle in the sky has entered a stalemate, and no one can do anything about it. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zapdos is releasing water. It is hesitating, it has been dodging Moltres' attack, and it has not used the strongest thunder trick. Zapdos hissed sharply. It was communicating with Moltres, but unfortunately it didn't get a response from the other party, just blindly attacking. Chapter 398 Martial Law on the Isle of Thunder. Seek automatic subscription. The layers of dark cloud produced by the Lakong Cloud celestial phenomenon are shrinking at a speed that can be clearly seen by the naked eye. Looking up, you can clearly see a huge and strange aircraft looming among the dark clouds. Jill Creek spent 10 years and invested a lot of manpower, material and financial resources to manufacture the Sky Pillar, which is undoubtedly the pinnacle of modern human technology. Zapdos obviously noticed this. The thundercloud became smaller and smaller, and the strength it increased was also severely weakened. It wanted to fly high into the sky to kill the aircraft, but was desperately blocked by its mad brother. The eyes of flame, which were originally red and white, became only white on. An eerie white light filled Moltres' eyes, making it seem as if only the whites of the eyes existed, which was terrifying. On the cliff of the canyon, Chaoyang clasped his shoulders with his hand, raised his head and stared at the battle between the 2 divine birds in the air, with no joy or sadness in his eyes, and he seemed unusually calm. His right palm gently plays with the 270 shrunk dark ball. The dark ball has an unsolvable subduing ability comparable to the Master Ball, which can make the forcibly subdued Pokémon obey. It can order the captured Pokémon to attack who, but cannot give exact skills or tactical instructions, because the dark ball will overdraw the Pokémon's life on the one hand, and on the other hand will make the Pokémon enter an irrational state, except for instinctive fighting. Never mind, my lord, all the participants of the celebration have been locked in temporary cages, and some of them who resisted fiercely have been, said. The Team Aqua member who came up to report gently stroked his throat with his palm. Such a classic gesture has already explained the fate of those who resist. Do you really think that the Dark Organization is just shouting in the name? Do you really think that they dare not kill people? Are you sure there won't be any foreign guests on the Island of Thunder? Chaoyang didn't turn around. The thunderous and majestic voice made the shoulders of the players behind him tremble. The team members lost their previous comfort, became hesitant, and then said hard, "It is not certain for the time being. All members are concentrated in the Grand Canyon area. The area of Thunder Island is very large. If someone hides in other corners, we." Chaoyang Young waved his hand and said, "You lead the 4 teams to search the whole island, and all the foreign guests will be arrested for me. If they resist, they will be killed. I don't want some little mice to run out and make trouble when the mission is critical." "Understood." The team members breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Go down." As the footstep drifted away, Young focused his attention on the battle in the sky again. He was waiting for the moment when Lei Kongyan completely disappeared. At that time, all the arrangements will be activated in unison, and he is a must for Zapdos. Pokémon have high emotions and intelligence, and have supernatural powers far beyond human beings, but they can never learn human conspiracies and calculation. If you have no intention of calculating, it is difficult for a third-class divine beast like the 3 divine birds to be an opponent of some large dark organization. Half an hour passed by in the blink of an eye. At this time, the celestial phenomenon of Lei Kongyan on the Isle of Thunder was less than 10 acres of land. Perhaps after a few dozen minutes, the celestial phenomenon would completely disappear. BFED. Will's position should be in the northeast direction. 320,498 inches. Hisoka turned the multifunction watch in his hand to the radar area. Before that, Will had sent the specific coordinate to himself. The red dot showing Will's location has not moved, indicating that he is still safe from Team Aqua. "It's all been given to me, especially all the beach areas. Once someone is found on the island, they will attack me immediately, regardless of life or death." Hisoka's facial features were very sharp, and he could clearly hear a group of people walking towards the beach at a distance of about 150 meters to his right. Listening to the tone and content, this group of people must be the forces of Team Aqua. Hisoka didn't want to startle the snake, and immediately turned around and kicked the canoe back into the sea. "Lulu." With a sound, Lulu instantly understood, and her right hand opened lightly the canoe that had moved to the shore with the tide suddenly stopped in the sea, and there was a slight clicking sound all over the hull, and dense cracks began to spread all over the canoe. Soon, with a crackling sound, the hard hull made of honko wood cracked into countless small pieces of wood. The closer you get to the Grand Canyon, the more you can feel the depression in the air. Team Aqua is on alert for the whole island. On the way to the Grand Canyon, Luciso has met no less than 3 teams of Team Aqua Scouts. During this period, there is no shortage of open and dark posts. If Lulu hadn't been scanning the surroundings with his majestic mental power, I'm afraid he would have been discovered by Team Aqua long ago. The dark whistle that is unavoidable let Lulu use the teleport to try to avoid the frontal conflict with the other party. Now it's a matter of pulling the whole body. Team Aqua comes to the Isle of Thunder to capture Zapdos. There is no doubt that they will gather all the main force, the number of superior players, the top combat power. In the face of this situation, even an elite level strong neither dared to resist recklessly. When the individual strength does not reach a decisive gap, it is very likely that people will be bitten to death by ants, not to mention that Hisoka is far from reaching that level. All with hair. I don't know if that guy in Taochung has arrived at the reserved place. Hisoka was a little worried about this. This guy has a brain sometime, but don't be too hard on Team Aqua. Scout. Chapter 399 Exchange Information. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. But Hisoka's worry was obviously unnecessary, because when he came to the designated position, he had already seen the 23-year-old Karate King grinning at him. A big tooth, white and shiny, made people laugh. Thinking about it carefully, this seemingly rough, heartless big man has never let anyone down at a critical moment. Will chose to hide was really hidden. It was in the gap behind a boulder. The gap was very narrow, only about 5 centimeters. With the thickness of an ordinary person's body, it was impossible to get in, but using the power of the Pokémon, it can be easily entered. The inside of the gap is a very spacious U-shaped mouth, which is completely enough to accommodate 3 people. Will is a trainer specializing in psychic Pokémon, and he owns 2 Xatu, a male and a female. The teleport of the psychic Pokémon can easily bring people into the interior of the crevice. The temporary team formed to complete the Saffron Hunter assessment finally assembled again, but there was one black role missing, the woman named Quan. The 2 Xatu stood silently in the innermost part of the cave, their big round eyes lit up with white on, like 2 household lamps, adding a bit of light to the dark cave. Let's exchange some specific information. Will's eyes were fixed on Hisoka, and he suddenly smiled. I think you should know a lot about Team Aqua's plan. If you even guessed it, and combined with the previous news, you can determine some content. Hisoka shrugged. He was not prepared to hide his information, but there was no good chance. What are you 2 talking about? Taochung scratched his hair and said in a puzzled way, while we can touch it now, the 3 of us will work together to get rid of the boss of Team Aqua. Isn't this matter completed? Neither of them bothered to pay attention to him. Hisoka sat down cross-legged and took out the laptop in the folded backpack. The 3D dragon, the number 0 machine, has been living in his computer, and during this time he has also collected a lot of useful information. Hisoka tapped the keyboard and said slowly, Team Aqua is one of the 2 major dark forces in Hoenn. The head of the organization is called called Archie, and he is about 40 years old. The ultimate goal of their organization is not a secret in Hoenn. They believe that the ocean is the birthplace of life, so they always want to get the power of Kyogre, the sea of origin in Hoenn myths and legends, to expand the area of the ocean. Not much interest. According to what you said, since they have no interest in other divine beasts, why would they go all the way to the Orange Islands to catch the 3 divine birds? Will asked. It's easy. Hisoka raised his index finger. They were hired by some rich man who, Joe Cree, a business upstart in the Hoenn region in the last 10 years, has a net worth of billions, has invested in projects in multiple regions, and is even the 4th largest shareholder of the world-class group Devon Manufacturing Company Limited. President Stone, former Hoenn champion Stone Steven and current Hoenn champion Wallace. Quote, "It's better if you don't check it, but you'll be shocked when you check it." It turns out that Wallace and Stone Steven are not just good friends. Wallace is actually the 3rd largest shareholder of Devon Manufacturing Company Limited. Stone Steven and his father have actually exceeded 60%, and they have already reached absolute control. No amount of shares held by other shareholders can have any impact on the status of the father and son. But Devon Manufacturing Company Limited is no less than a mega enterprise of the Syrif Group after all, and can own their original shares. The annual dividend alone is an astronomical figure that ordinary people cannot expect. Will stroked his chin and said, "It seems that Team Aqua was only hired by Jill Crete. Why would a rich man use this method to capture the 3 god birds? To be linked to the dark organization. It doesn't do him any good." Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Who knows? Hisoka replied. Also, there is nothing in the alliance law that stipulates that trainers cannot subdue the legendary divine beast, but the Mishima divine bird, as the spiritual belief of the people of Asia, will never allow outsiders to come. Men take their gods as slaves. See that huge aircraft among the clouds? Hisoka turned the laptop screen towards Will and Taochung, and the scene outside was playing on the screen at the moment. As the thundercloud quickly dissipated, the mysterious aircraft had already emerged. Team Aqua doesn't have that kind of financial resources. I checked that Mr. Gill came to the Orange Islands as early as last year, and stayed near Asia Island for a long time. This time he brought an amazing amount of wealth. He came to the Orange Islands for business investment, so the officials of the Orange Alliance regarded him as a big money owner. This information is actually not difficult to check. Mr. Gill is very smart. He can use a large amount of business investment to open up the official relationship. He can hide his specific goals very well. Even if something happens later, he can put all the responsibility on Team Aqua. The perfect backstop. Hisoka had seen a lot of this method in his previous life, and none of the people who could get to the top of the pyramid were not human beings. Then what should I do now? Taochung looked frustrated. Listening to the conversation between the two, he suddenly felt that his IQ was not enough. Hisoka smiled and said, "We don't know, Mr. Jill. Our assessment task is to capture Team Aqua. One is to catch, and a group is also to catch." Will said again, "If we perform well, maybe the guild can directly let us advance to Saffron Hunter." Chapter 400. Find a way to kill the aircraft. As for automatic subscription, Will's sentence is naturally more joking. Neither Hisoka nor Momojodo would care too much. Their goal is only to sabotage Team Aqua's plan. At this time, some of them are not interested. At least they have to catch a few high-level Team Aqua. As this man, the Archie, walking out of the mountain scene, Will came to Hisoka's side, and suddenly took out a photo from his jacket pocket. The photo is a little blurry, but it can be roughly seen that it is a profile of a man. Hisoka glanced at him, then shook his head and said, "It's not Archie. This man should be one of the 3 sea generals of Team Aqua. 333, codenamed Tide, and his status in Team Aqua is second only to Archie, the head of Team Aqua." Quote, Will understood, nodded and said, "Team Aqua attacked the participants before. I took the opportunity to take a candid photo. He should be the top leader of this Team Aqua operation." Hisoka agreed with Will's word. Archie would never travel thousands of miles to perform missions in different places. Think about it too. How could a leader of a dark organization take such a huge risk? If he loses in the Orange Island, Team Aqua will immediately fall into a leaderless situation, and the happiest person is undoubtedly Team Aqua's nemesis Team Magma. They will not give up such a godsend opportunity. Will brings his 2 Zatu, Peach City as Machamp and Heracross, also his strongest main force. As for Hisoka, Lulu on the left and Weavile on the right. None of the 3 chose to release all of their Pokémon, but chose the 2 that were the easiest to command, because now is not the time to go all out, and releasing all Pokémon would easily expose themselves. Hisoka felt that every time he released Lulu, Will would stare at him with a strange look for a while. Of course, he also understands each other's emotions. A trainer specializing in psychic Pokémon will always have a natural goodwill when seeing psychic Pokémon from other regions. In particular, Gardevoir is definitely the best among psychic Pokémon in terms of talent and individual strength, and the title of Psychic Queen is not a hoax. As the old saying goes, only the wrong name is called, not the wrong nickname. The three climbed to a commanding height, just happened to hide behind a boulder, staring at the southern sky. The battle between the two divine birds has entered a white-hot. Zapdos was attacked mercilessly by his brother, which completely stimulated his irritable instinct. Its counterattack was no longer as reserved as before. A few powerful thunderbolts came down, and Moltres' soft and beautiful orange feathers were blown into pieces. Pitch black. Moltres is also a third-class god after all. Although he is restrained by the electricity system, his deep physical strength is hard to resist. While consuming its lifespan, the dark ball actually enhanced a part of its strength. If not, Moltres is no match for Zapdos. When the strength is almost the same, and it does not occupy any time and place, attribute restraint becomes the key to victory. Look, Lei Kongyan has disappeared. Tao Chung shouted softly. Everyone looked. The dark clouds were still there, but the current layer of thunder and flickering disappeared completely. The mysterious giant aircraft that was hidden among the cloud finally revealed its full picture. This is a strange aircraft in the shape of a double-ringed column, and its diameter is no less than 150 meters, and its height is nearly 100 meters. It is no exaggeration to call the previous air fortress. A large number of weapon interfaces are installed on the exterior of the aircraft, and the dark hull is full of sci-fi atmosphere. After absorbing the energy of the thundercloud, the majestic and terrifying main body of the sky pillar suddenly stopped at an altitude of about 500 meters. Damn it, it's so big. Tao Chung, who witnessed this scene, uttered a foul language. He really couldn't think of too many adjectives for his straightforward personality. Will clenched his fist tightly, and his calm attitude became a little agitated. In the face of the pinnacle of modern technology, manpower is so weak. Hisoka didn't say anything, just exhaled slightly. He was thinking, if the three of them got together like this and faced this behemoth in the sky, would they be slapped into a sieve by the weapon interface above? This is Team Aqua's biggest hole card. We have to find a way to get rid of this aircraft, Siso said loudly. Let's leave Zapdos and Moltres alone for now. Team Aqua's attention will definitely focus on the two divine birds. Find an aircraft first. We have to sneak in the aircraft. Will has no objection. In the face of this kind of power, going up to fight is like letting his Pokémon die. In order to complete the predetermined plan, according to 4.6, Hisoka said, the aircraft must be eliminated. But where are we going to find the plane? Tao Chung asked. If only there were flying-type Pokémon, just let them take us there. Hisoka finally couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. He patted Tao Chung's shoulder, and said, big man, do you want to court death? Do you think the aircraft of this concept will not have matching security facilities? The flying-type Pokémon will be blasted into slag by the weapon system outside before it gets close. Quote, Tao Chung smiled embarrassedly, but didn't care. It's better to leave it to the two of them to use their brain, and just do some cool work behind them. Chapter 401. The catastrophe is coming. At first, Hisoka wanted Lulu to use the teleport to bring herself directly into the aircraft. The straight line height of the aircraft above the ground was about 500 meters, and the distance of Lulu's teleport was more than 1 kilometer, which was completely satisfactory. Think about it from another perspective. If he is the owner of this aircraft, he will definitely install a large number of monitoring and alarm facilities inside the aircraft. Once an external force invades, the monitoring will immediately call the police, and then you and others will be the turtles in the urn. The three of them glanced at the battle in the sky again and quickly left the hiding spot. The fact that such a large number of Team Aqua can quietly appear on the island of Asia is undoubtedly the credit of this aircraft. As a local snake in the Orange Island, the Bounty Hunters Guild has been searching for so long and has not found the others' lair. Now it seems that they should be hiding in the aircraft on weekdays, wanting to get on and off the aircraft, saying they don't have a driving tool, and killing. Hisoka doesn't believe it. The front is the place where the participants are detained. Most of Team Aqua's manpower is concentrated in the area of catching the bird, and the other part is on alert to search the whole island. Instead, the guards here are the weakest. With Will, S2 Zatu paired with each other using the pre-future sight, the trio easily evaded some whistleblowers and Team Aqua's detection team. Will first came to the Isle of Thunder, and also experienced the incident of Team Aqua's attack on the participants, so he knows more about this aspect. 1, 2, 36, 7. That's 7 Team Aqua players. No whistle. Hisoka climbed to the top of the rock wall and glanced sideways to see everything in the mouth of the valley. How do you want me? Tao Chung stepped forward and asked, while wiping his neck with his right hand. Hisoka shook his head. Don't worry, there are 7 people in Team Aqua guarding the participant, and their expressions and movements should be all superiors in Team Aqua. There are 18 participants in total, divided into 2 groups. Inside the cage, the tool we need is 5 meters behind the second cage on the right, a helicopter. 22 people were attacked, Will said lightly. Needless to say, both of them knew what happened to the other 4. It is not difficult for the 3 agree to work together to solve the 7 guards. The most difficult thing is how to make the other party lose consciousness without knowing it. Otherwise, if one of them sends an alarm message at a critical juncture, everything will fall short. The attack on the prison where the participants were being held is equivalent to telling the other party that there are other people on the island, and Team Aqua will definitely be 10 times more martial law by then, and the situation for the 3 of them will be very sad. Brother, just let me go. I promise not to tell anyone what happened here. In the iron cage, the girlfriend of the delinquent young man, a manly woman named Satomi, was begging for mercy. In order to attract the attention of the guard, she also deliberately pulled down the neckline in front of Shang a little, and the white dazzling piece looked quite attractive. The participants, who were all prisoners, couldn't help wallowing when they saw this scene. Although this woman is a little sow, it is undeniable that she is a beautiful woman with a hot body. You bitch. Aaron, a bad young man who was arrogant and domineering in front of the participants before, saw this scene and his face was flushed red. He looked very miserable. There were scars on his face, neck and arms, and his black vest was broken into a beggar pack. Whatever you call it, you can. Satomi was savage. She turned to her boyfriend Aaron and sneered, if you can protect the old lady, will the old lady end up in the current situation? Trash. Usually only bragging. Shut down time is a soft egg. Quote, you. Aaron pointed at Satomi. Rage's face was full of disbelief. As usual, the girl who always asks for everything in the blink of an eye turned into this. I wanted to go up and give her a slap, but as soon as I moved, my muscles were in severe pain, and I sat down with a groan. When Team Aqua attacked the participant, the unscrupulous young man Aaron was absolutely thorny with Delic. He surrendered quickly if he didn't step up to the end of the 4. Rao was still taught a good lesson by Team Aqua. The 2 Team Aqua members standing at the mouth of the number 1 iron cage smiled at each other, and looked at Satomi with a man's peculiar hope. They had gone so far from Hoen's hometown that they were strictly forbidden to go out and have fun. 787 are all strong men in their 20s and 30s. They are extremely energetic. They are usually out of sight and out of mind. Now, when they are captivated by this hot woman, the anger is soaring to the head. Satomi saw the thoughts of the 2 at a glance. She had seen this kind of look a lot before she was still young, but she didn't want to die so early. She still remembered the fate of those 4 people. These guys are all terrorists who kill without blinking an eye. On weekdays, the little gangsters who are going to chop and kill all day long are not even a stock in front of them. You have to find a way to save yourself. As for boyfriend Aaron, who cares to kill him? After the boyfriend is gone, you can find a better one, and this is your life. The husband and wife are originally from the same forest, and they will fly away from each other when disaster is imminent, not to mention that the 2 are still 180 Norman away from the relationship between husband and wife. That's not good. If Lord Chaoyang finds out, we will, one of the Team Aqua members whispered. He was still very afraid of that adult. Playing with women during the mission would definitely be considered negligent. It would be better if he didn't take it seriously. Chapter 402 Dizzy Seek Automatic Subscription. This woman is so hot, you don't want to. The other one was obviously carried away, and said indifferently, now the whole island is ours. The 2 of us will play first, and then switch to other brothers. As long as everyone, if you don't say it, who will know? These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. At first, I was eager to move. As long as the other brothers were dragged into the water, everyone would enjoy it together. Naturally, no one dared to make a small report. 2 big brothers, as long as you don't hurt me, I can do anything. Satomi, who has been watching the other party's eyes, said flatteringly, and at the same time, she took off the collar of her left shoulder with her right hand, revealing the snow-white jade shoulder, and the clavicle gully looked extremely gaunt. Gia, no problem. As long as you take good care of our brothers, I guarantee you can leave this island alive. The Team Aqua Cheng Yan, who seemed to be dazzled by the beauty, said quite indifferently. Looking closely, there was a playful coldness hidden in the depths of his eyes, and Satomi, who was guaranteed, was too excited and didn't care about it. The 2 Team Aqua members mocked at the same time. What an idiot woman. How much do you think your body is worth, and you still want to leave this island alive? After our brothers are finished, you and the participants will have to Shanghai. In order not to be leaked, when the task is completed, all evidence must be destroyed, whether it is human or physical. You go and discuss with the other brothers first. Don't let him misunderstand. I will take this woman out to find a good place. Hilda. No problem, but you have to be careful, but don't be sucked dry by a woman. Another Team Aqua member laughed and scolded. Che, it's just a woman. Can she turn the sky over? The brawny team member raised his middle finger carelessly, picked up the key on his waist and opened the door of the iron cage. You, come out. The strong man pointed at Satomi and said, brother, here we come. Satomi excitedly trotted out of the iron cage, hugged the strong man's right hand, and Fengman's chest pressed against it. Feeling the long-lost softness, the cool eyes of the strong team members squinted. As long as you behave well, I will secretly release a prisoner, and I won't say anything. The strong man sneered in his heart, but he was still drawing cake for this idiot woman. Aaron can completely imagine what they will do with their girlfriend's neck, and his eyes are about to burst out of anger. I'm about to put on a bright green hat. No. 7. He wanted to go up desperately, but the severe pain in his abdomen reminded him to think about the fate of those 4 people who were bitten to death by a group of terrifying and ferocious canine Pokémon. The shrill and desperate scream still echoed in his ears at the moment. At the feet of the strong man sat a mighty hyena with bright black hair and strong muscles. The shoulder height is more than 1 meter 2, and the red eyes are like devils, staring fiercely at everyone in the prison. They were unarmed, and the Pokémon were captured by the other side. With only the strength of the body, 10 ordinary people rushed up and didn't even have a chance to deliver food to Mighty Hyena. With Mighty Hyena's bite force, he really wants to kill people unscrupulously, and he can crunch ordinary people's throats with 1 bite. Not to mention its sturdy and powerful forelimb. If slapped on the head of an ordinary person, I am afraid it will burst like a watermelon. Only Pokémon can deal with Pokémon, and in the face of Pokémon, humans only have the advantage of wisdom, and the comparison of power can only be Hee. Mighty Hyena, a dark Pokémon that can only be regarded as low-medium among many Pokémon, is definitely at the top of the food chain if placed on Earth. What lions, tigers, and elephants are not even enemies in front of it, and they don't even need to use skill. Just physical fitness can crush them. Simply put, it is the comparison of ordinary beasts and monsters. Quote. It done. The other brothers have agreed. Let's play first. They will watch for us first, and then change the guard. The Team Aqua member who went to report chased after him. But now let go. People have a herd mentality, and as long as there is no accident, the above will not know. The 2 Team Aqua members laughed and cursed with Satomi, and quickly walked out of the mouth of the canyon to a relatively hidden location. The 2 began to take off their clothes and trousers impatiently, and asked Satomi to take them off too. They didn't have much time. If the investigative team happened to come here, they would be out of luck. Satomi didn't let go of Dang at first. Her expression became hesitant. She was not a fool. She could guess the other party's plan to some extent. No doubt she ate it up and went to the same end as everyone else, because only the dead keep secret forever. Take it off. The 2 Team Aqua took off only a pair of napans. Seeing that the woman was still grinding there, she couldn't help scolding. The most anxious team member walked up quickly and pushed Satomi against the cliff. No, please let me go. Chapter 403 Perfect Solution. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Hi. The shoulders were gently tapped, and the 2 who were originally excited only felt a coolness surge from their crotch to the top of their head, and the burning flames instantly vanished. Just as I was about to shout loudly to attract the attention of the other team members not far away, an unrivaled Machamp came. The heads of the 2 of them collided with the cliff in front of them. Dizzy, they only felt that countless stars were popping up in front of their eyes, and the 2 of them knew that they were going to die in the second before they lost consciousness. Even if he was not killed by the mysterious person behind him, Lord Chaoyang would never spare them, and the accident happened after all. Satomi found that the restraint on her body suddenly disappeared, and she looked back to see that the 2 guys from Team Aqua were slowly falling down, and a strong man nearly 2 meters tall scratched his hair and smirked at her. Ah! Li Mei's eyes opened, and she habitually wanted to scream, but she felt a strong wind blowing in her ears, and the hard object hit her head hard. Just up, and then lost all consciousness. Hisoka landed lightly from a height and patted his trousers. When he saw that the woman wanted to scream, he quickly took remedial measures and kicked the other side unconscious. Just now, due to her impatience, her strength was not well controlled. I hope this unfortunate woman will not leave any sequelae when she wakes up. Aren't you going to knock this woman out too? Will appeared beside Chaochung with his 2 Zatu Mu ran, and for the first time, his calm and indifferent attitude became excited. If they let this woman cry out just now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Knowing that his mistake was causing the catastrophe, Chaochung slumped and said with a puff of air, I never hit a woman. Go to work. Hisoka stepped forward to reassure the 2. This woman will find a place to hide her first, and I will give her an injection of tranquilizers to make sure she won't wake up within 24 hours. I'll do it, Will said bluntly. Give me the tranquilizer. BFFB. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Chaochung coldly again. Originally, he planned to do this work for Chaochung, but now that this happened, he expressed that he was completely worried. Why did the 2 of you come back so quickly? That woman is too sow. Or you are not good. A team member guarding Taniguchi saw that the 2 who had just gone out to office actually came back without even 15 minutes. He kept sneering loudly. You can't do it. The strong man retorted angrily, and then sighed. That bitch is really amazing. That little waist twist is it true. The guard's eyes lit up when he heard it, but he said unwillingly, I think you 2 are not good at it. If it was me, I would definitely be able to do it for an hour. Blow it up. That woman is in a small canyon outside Taniguchi. If you have the ability, go now. Let go. You 2 count the time for Lao Su. The guards shouted while pulling their neck. It seems that he can't stand the excitement, but in fact he can't wait in his heart. Halfway along the way, the guards noticed something was wrong and turned around and asked, you 2 two come back together and leave that woman there alone. Aren't you afraid of her running away? Don't worry, my mighty Enna is watching and can't run. Hearing this, a little worry disappeared, and the original walking immediately turned into a fast run. In a gap at the mouth of the Grand Canyon, 6 dirty men wearing black wool scarves and blue and white striped shirt collapsed on the rocky ground. The last one is also done. Peach City strode in, and a man in the same clothes flipped on his right arm and threw him to the ground. Now all the Team Aqua members in the guard area were completely resolved. Hurry up and change your clothes. Hisoka picked a man on the ground with a body similar to his own, and went up to start picking the other person's clothes. Fortunately, these standard blue and white striped shirts are full of elasticity, otherwise the figure of Taochung really can't be worn. When it was Will's turn to change his clothes, Hiso and Taochung both stared at him, his scalp tingling. What are you looking at? Will frowned, and slowly put his right hand on the eye patch beside his ear. This move made the curiosity in the eyes of the two intensify, until the blindfolds were taken off. The two couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. This is the first time they have truly seen Will's true face. Originally, it can be seen that he is a handsome boy just by the outline of his facial features. Girl, Will, are you a woman? Taochung asked carelessly. Hisoka couldn't help but covered his forehead when he heard the word. Can this guy not be so heartless? Unable to hear his voice, unable to see his face, and can't see such a clear Adam's apple on the other side's neck. Will's voice is more neutral. With this delicate and beautiful face put on a woman's clothing, he is definitely a mega women's clothing boss who is prettier than most girls. Idiot. Will scolded indifferently, but he didn't care because he had heard a lot of the same questions since he was a child. After putting on the black skull wrap turban, Will, who appeared in front of the two, had a different style. Those who didn't know it would definitely think that this was a beautiful girl with flat chest. Chapter 404. A time to show real technology. Ask for automatic subscription. When the police in this world are interrogating the relevant evidence and the criminal suspect, if the prisoner is obsessed and does not cooperate, the police will ask a special hypnotized prosecutor. Ghost-type Pokémon or psychic Pokémon have undergone more professional hypnotism training, and have used the skills that were once only used to put the opponent into a deep sleep to the point of controlling the prisoner's mind. Of course, if the prisoner has also undergone special training, and has even given back feeding drugs before, this hypnosis that controls the mind has a high chance of failing. All in all, the stronger the mental power of the Pokémon using hypnosis, the better the effect of controlling the opponent's mind. Hisoka had seen the chief prosecutor Mr. Baijia's Shiny Gengar used this method in the San Anu incident, and Shiny Gengar's hypnosis easily controlled the undercover team of Team Rocket. He later asked Mr. Baiji to ask Shiny Gengar to teach Lulu the specific method of hypnosis. At that time, Lulu was still Kirlia. Now that evolution has become Gardevoir, the total amount of mental power has increased by more than 10 times, and it is even more handy to use. Use Calm Mind to increase the quality of mental power again, and then control the two Team Aqua members who were overwhelmed by desire. Although the two of them are strong adult men, they obviously have not received professional training in interrogation, and they are still ordinary people in the final analysis. So the hypnosis process went very smoothly, and there was no sign of any rebound afterward. Use the hypnotized two Team Aqua members to lure them from within, and then defeat them one by one, without the slightest effort and without attracting the attention of others. The three of them changed into Team Aqua's uniform, and Hisoka gave the 7 people on the ground a full dose of tranquilizers. Unless there is an external force involved, if they want to wake up normally, they will have to wait at least 72 hours later. Release Rhyperior and let the big guy open a 4-meter deep pothole in the rocky earth. Taochung carried one in one hand and threw the unconscious Team Aqua members into the pothole. The outside was covered with a thin layer of sand, and Hisoka also deliberately left a few vents to prevent the 7 members from suffocating to death. After all, a living Team Aqua is worth more than a dead one, whether it's handed over to the Hunters Guild or the police. The next thing was very simple. The 3 of them wore Team Aqua's uniforms and walked into the inner mouth of the canyon. The participants in the 2 iron cages did not react violently when they saw the 3 Team Aqua coming, although some eagle-eyed people have seen that the appearance of these 3 Team Aqua is completely different from the 7 who guard them. Taochung looked sideways at Hisoka and asked in a low voice, "What about them? Do you want to let them go?" Hisoka shook his head. "I can't let it go. It's all Team Aqua's investigation team outside. As long as one of them is discovered, we'll be in big trouble, so let them stay here obediently." Taochung is now the leader of Weishi Soma. What he says is what he says. Anyway, this young man is so smart. Hisoka knew that the situation here would be discovered by the rest of Team Aqua over time, but he didn't care about it. As long as it dragged on long enough, when they boarded the aircraft, everything would be settled. Team Aqua are military helicopters, which are semi-intelligent and relatively simple to operate. The key was found on one of the Team Aqua players. The only trouble was that it required a password command to open the helicopter. helicopter. This is only a small trouble for Hisoka. Combined with the powerful intellectual core auxiliary ability of the number 0 machine 3D Dragon, the computing power of his customized notebook is no less than that of a small research institute mainframe. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The 12-digit password command was cracked by one person and one pet after only 3 minutes. Under the surprised gazes of the 18 participants, this large military helicopter that can take a small team slowly began to rise. The closer they got to the so-called Sky Pillar, the more the three of Hisoka could feel the pressure from the pinnacle of human technology. Humans can rely on intelligence to create such a terrifying machine. Pokémon have ruled the planet for hundreds of millions of years, but since the advent of humans, the planet's masters have crossed each other in a short period of time. The power of intelligence is superior to the supernatural of the individual seems to come. Sky Pillar. From the place where Rayquaza once inhabited in Hoenn mythology, Hisoka murmured as he stared at the mega aircraft in front of Chi-Chi. Tao Chung's expression was stiff, and his right hand was firmly pressed against the upper edge of the seat. The people watching the weapon ports around the Sky Pillar were frightened, for fear that they and others would be exposed, and then they would be blasted to pieces by those weapon ports. There is an aircraft approaching. Drop. The confirmation number is 201,706. No threat. Approach is allowed. When Hisoka drove the helicopter to the predetermined entrance, the opposite network automatically connected to the helicopter's computer, and a certain electronic sound naturally sounded in the helicopter. It's now. After hearing this electronic sound, Hisoka's eyes brightened a little scarily. His hands at the moment were like a piano master playing a storm, frantically tapping and dancing on the keyboard. The crackling sound resounded for a while, and the dense green code poured down on the screen. The speed of update and replacement was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Chapter 405 Sneak into the Sky Pillar. Second update for automatic subscription. What is this? Tao Chung stepped forward curiously, but just looking at it, his scalp felt numb and his eyes were dazzled. A lot of messy and irregular numbers and letters are still gathered together at such a dense speed that people with dense phobia may faint if they see it. Hisoka didn't respond to him, or he was so immersed in his work that he didn't even hear Tao Chung's voice. After spending a long time with the mysterious colorful orb, Hisoka's physical fitness has been greatly improved, especially in terms of dynamic vision. These numbers are very mixed, and it is difficult for the self in the previous life to see clearly and find the pattern. But now it's different. Every group of 247 inches garbled characters are clearly reflected in the eyes. In addition, there is the assistance of the 3D Dragon of number 0 machine. The workload that originally took 3 days or even a week has been compressed to more than 10 minutes. Inside, the overall level of science and technology in this world far exceeds that of the Earth in the previous life. In terms of computer technology, super intelligent programs have even been developed, which is only half a step away from the so-called intellectual brain. On the other hand, the fusion of 3D dragons and mega computers is barely a biological brain. But there is a technology. This world is not as good as the Earth. They are better at creating without delving into destruction. The hacking technology is relatively backward. Hisoka has the memory and foundation of the previous life, combined with the knowledge learned in this life. He is definitely a leader in the field of hacking. Some large research institutes have internal network, and it is impossible to intrude on the external network alone. This is also Hiso's biggest regret. Those precious research materials can't be bought with money. Sky Pillar also has an internet, which is why Siso did not directly search for the surrounding host to invade. Now the internal program of the Sky Pillar is actively linking the helicopter's network, which is simply a godsend. According to the information obtained from the helicopter computer, except for a small number of guards, almost all Team Aqua members were dispatched to the Thunder Island below, and 2 other teams went to the Ice Island. There is no accident. I think the 2 teams who came to the Ice Island should be to catch themselves. As the garbled characters gradually disappeared, the notebook screen returned to normal. A Q version 3D Dragon module flew around the screen, and finally slammed into the screen, and then a virtual 3D dark void appeared. Q the version 3D Dragon nodded gently towards Hisoka, and plunged into it. Will has no in-depth research on computer technology, only operating the computer normally. What code subroutine he doesn't understand at all. Excusable. After all, the theme of this world is Pokémon. If you want to reach the pinnacle of life, a trainer is the best shortcut. The solidification of social class in this world is even more serious than in previous lives. Group, wealthy families, and aristocratic families control most of the resources of human society. When their descendants can choose quasi-god qualified Pokémon at will as Earl Dervish pet, many children of commoners cannot even adopt the royal 3 of this region. From the birth of the child, the training tax is 100,000 yuan a year. After 12 years, you need to pay a training tax of 1.2 million for Royal 3. This amount of money is undoubtedly an astronomical amount for an ordinary family of 3. At least a small rich family can satisfy it. A super intelligent program will definitely be installed inside an aircraft of this size to assist. Otherwise, if you want to start such a sky aircraft carrier, normally without the number 180 operator working at the same time, I am afraid it may fall directly into the sea. Hisoka smiled to help the two answer their doubt, and then said, if we don't want to deal with the super intelligent program in the aircraft, even if we enter the interior, we will be under its monitoring at any time. With the sound of gas accretion, white smoke lingered, and the silver alloy hatch slowly opened. Finally, Hisoka drove the helicopter to safely log into the sky pillar. The three got out of the helicopter and found that in addition to their helicopter, there was another helicopter in the right corner on the huge internal apron. The number on the body was 2,017,012. The moment he entered the tarmac, Hisoka had already asked the 3D Dragon of Unit 0 to play the footage from 2 minutes ago in a loop, because in addition to the intractable super intelligent program, there is a group of Team Aqua members in the monitoring room. Successfully hacked into the Sky Pillar's internal network, Hisoka obtained the relevant internal layout of the aircraft. The layout is zoomed to the radar application of the multi-function watch, and with this, they can unobstructed find the compartment where the console is located. Hisoka didn't get the control of the super intelligent program called WIS, and the 3D Dragon of the Zero machine cooperated with those attacking viruses just to interfere with the other party. We are now at the very bottom of the Sky Pillar, and the compartment where the console is located is at the very top. Hisoka explained to the two while opening the entrance door outside the tarmac. If you want to go to the top floor, you must take the only internal elevator. I guess that Mr. Gill should be sitting in front of the operator's desk now. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up to the top floor and start the self-destruction program. As for that Jill, if you dare to block it, you will just kill it, Tao Chung said nonchalantly. In the eyes of Jodo's Karate King, being a rich man from the Hoenn region is not enough to make him feel afraid. Chapter 406 Hit the Real Fire. As for automatic subscription, no matter how capable Jill Creed is in Hoenn, he can't influence another region. He is only a nominal investor in the Orange Island, and he is far from qualified to trample the law. The officials of the Orange Union would treat him favorably for a large investment, but they would never be lenient in the event of a bad crime incident. The three came to the elevator door at the bottom, which was a semi-cylindrical transparent glass elevator with only an upward arrow button on the right, because this was the bottom floor. There is also a numeric keypad below the arrow button, which means that the corresponding password is required to start the elevator. Sky Pillar has a total of 9 floors. According to the information obtained from the Team Aqua computer, Jill Creed only allowed them to use the elevators below the 6th floor. As for the elevator password 15 yards to the 7th, 8th and 9th floors, only he knows. As the owner of the aircraft, Jill has full authority. He only needs to brush his face to use the elevator. The elevator password on each floor is different. If you want to board the 6th floor area at one time, you must add the last 3 digits of the first 5 floors to the 6th floor basic password. 320199687 A full 36-digit password. Such a length of password, even if it is written in black and white to others, it will be wrong. And 3 wrong input will trigger the alarm system, and the elevator will shut down immediately. Super plastic face elevator. The special tempered glass used can withstand the sprint pressure of 50 tons on the front, and the power of gills above 480 ping is destroyed. That is to say, as long as the 3 of Hisoka were locked to death, even if Rhyperior was released and the rock cannons were used with all their strength, the elevator could not be broken. The super intelligent program Wes was deceived by the Zero Machine 3D Dragon and a large number of computer viruses to deceive his senses. If he did not trigger those alarm facilities, he would never be discovered. Anyway, let's go to the 6th floor area first, and then think of a way to do it later. The elevator started normally, and neither Jill Critter nor the remaining Team Aqua in the monitoring room knew that 3 outsiders had sneaked into the Sky Pillar. Jill was sitting on the throne in front of the console. The virtual screen in front was playing a fierce battle between the 2 divine birds. Moltres had completely fallen into the disadvantage and was completely pressed and beaten by the rioting Zapdos. Its fire skills are difficult to hit Zapdos with amazing flying speed, and even if it hit, it can't cause effective damage. On the contrary, Zapdos, Thunderbolt and Thunder Trick can hit Moltres. Electric skills themselves are all energy type trick. The fastest hit, like Thunder Trick, you should know how fast the thunder is. If you want to avoid such skills, the speed of the Pokémon itself is meaningless, because no matter how fast the speed is, it can't be faster than the power of thunder. It can only rely on judging the landing point, make predictions in advance, and cooperate with the speed up skills such as agility and quick attack to dodge. In the Pokémon battle, the Pokémon that can easily dodge Thunderbolt, Thunder and other trick, there is no doubt that its trainer is definitely a master. Gently shaking the red wine in the the glass. Jill's emerald green pupils were full of joy, and he was obsessed with the desire to control the throne and hold his hands together. The second divine bird is about to fall into his arms. He is confident that he can take all the 3 divine birds into his pocket when the Orange Islands police make all-round action. Then he can easily leave as an investor, with all the responsibilities and all the guilt, all undertaken by Team Aqua. This is also the sacrifice the organization has to make after accepting its own large financial aid. The 3 divine birds are just appetizers. My real goal is the god of the sea hidden in the depths of the ocean. Unfortunately, the time is too late this time. Jill shook his head, sighing slightly between words. If there is no incident of video outflow, he still has some time to search for more information about Lugia, the god of the sea, but now he can only catch the 3 gods and return to the Hoenn region to avoid the limelight. When the limelight dissipates, consider the plan to find Lugia. Sha tilde. There was another sharp and ear-piercing hissing sound, and along with this hissing, the thorny feathers around Zapdos were instantly covered by Thunderlight 090, and the Thunderlight concentrated on the top of his head, and then shot straight into the sky, and the dark clouds that were about to dissipate gathered again, and the saffron-colored razor rolled in the cloud. Zapdos was hit by his big brother's desperate attack. The damage, the grumpy Zapdos couldn't take it any longer. Wow tilde. The thunder and lightning shot into the dark clouds increased by an order of magnitude, and quickly formed a thundering trick. With a roar, a burst of brilliant, a saffron-colored thunder with the thickness of a bucket crashed down. Moltres, who was subdued by the dark ball and lost his mind, was shrouded in thunder again, and the destructive thunder and lightning madly eroded its body. Fortunately, the object of it was the third-class mythical beast that had lived for hundreds of years, or maybe thousands of years. Even if the attributes are restrained, it can still withstand the unique attack of Zapdos, who is also a divine beast. When Spark disappeared, Moltres reappeared with bruises all over his body. His once gorgeous, beautiful orange-red feathers were charred black, and a lot of feathers even burst from the root, revealing the open flesh. Chapter 407 Delayed Super Intelligent Program for Automatic Subscription. Obviously already seriously injured, Moltres doesn't seem to feel the pain, only the whites of his eyes are still tightly locked onto Zapdos. This gave Zapdos a headache. It tried to stun the crazy big brother several times to calm him down, but this guy was like taking medicine, and he couldn't beat him no matter what. If he really wants to kill, Zapdos can't be ruthless. The 3 magical birds have been with each other for thousands of years. There have been conflicts and struggles, but more of it is the friendship that has lasted for thousands of years. Their emotions are no less than that of any human being, and they are even more pure than human being. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. How can there be a twist and turn like a human being? Moltres was scarred. Zapdos was also panting, and there were many scars on his saffron feathers. He had been smashed by Moltres' fire blast several times before. On the top of the cliff, Chao Young, who had been observing the battle, smiled, and the corners of his mouth made his rock-like black face look a little terrifying. "It time," Chao Young whispered, while pressing his right hand to the headset on his right ear. "Mr. Jill, you can start the final plan. Let's finish it." "Mr. Chao Young, it's really hard for you to arrange this time. Please be more careful. Articuno of Ice Island is still waiting for us." Jill's iconic magnetic mature male voice came from the headset, very polite and sincere. However, listening to Chao Young's ear made him feel a sneer in his heart. He knew very well who the Gold Master was. The surface maintains the elegance of a gentleman at all times, but the inside is cold-blooded and ruthless. Just listen to all the other parties' words. "Wes," Jill yelled. After waiting for a few seconds, the expected response did not happen. Jill's brows began to wrinkle slightly. Since Whis was created, there has never been a delay. As long as he spoke, Whis would definitely respond in the next second. "Wes," Jill shouted again, but still didn't respond until she called out a third. The mechanized female voice finally sounded. "Master, do you have any orders? What were you doing just now? I called you so many times and I didn't hear it." Jill's tone became unpleasant. The gentle gentleman's expression disappeared instantly. His hair fell, and a trace of malevolence appeared on his face. Jill didn't like the feeling of being out of control, especially Whis, who was closely related to his safety. Weiss is a super intelligent program. No matter how smart it is just a computer program. He has no feeling and will never betray. Jill didn't trust anyone, only Wes, but the delay in the response just now made him inexplicably have an emotion called panic. And the best way to hide your fear is to be stern. Weiss lost his voice again, and it felt that it had a conflict. It was obvious that it responded immediately after hearing the master's voice. Why did the master ask such a question? As a super intelligent program, it can easily control the huge sky pillar, and it can calculate massive data in 1 second, but it really can't understand human emotion. "Wes," Jill stood up and shouted nervously. "What are you doing? Why didn't you answer me?" "Sorry, master. The data concept is not enough. I can't respond to your previous question, because in my database, I have already responded to you for the first time." Weiss's voice was still calm and terrifying, running, without the slightest fluctuation. If the number 0 machine 3D dragon is the leader, then the large amount of data virus that it cooperates with is the best soldier. It has no emotions, and its actions are unified. Every time it conquers, it will assimilate many normal procedures. The super intelligent program WES is gradually surrounded by an army of viruses, but it does not know anything, and some delays are just a hidden attribute of the virus. Mr. Jill, seeing that the sky pillar did not move for a long time, Chow Yun was also anxious, because if it drags on any longer, Moltres can't take it anymore. Without Moltres to attract Zapdos' attention, once other factors join the fray, Zapdos can't beat it. Will it not run? It is the instinct of all creatures to seek profit and avoid harm. At the speed of Zapdos, where will the Vassie go to catch it? Jill took a deep breath, shook his head to dispel the ominous premonition in his heart. His face returned to his usual politeness, and said with a smile, "Sorry, Mr. Chaoyang, some small accident just happened. I will cooperate with you immediately." Quote, "We can't wait any longer. Moltres won't last long." Chaoyang was not at ease and added another sentence. "I was in the Sky Pillar control room, the safest place in the world, and Wes, delay was a minor accident. Yes, just a minor accident." After several times of self-comfort, Jill temporarily dispelled this idea. "Wise, activate the hunting system immediately." Wong Nuo's, "Okay, master." This time Wise' response was very timely, which made Jill completely at ease. The hunting system is activated. The B-type weapon interface is loaded. The mechanized female voice echoed through the entire aircraft, and even the three of Hisoka on the 6th floor could hear it clearly. 4 missile warheads slowly protruded from the weapon port on the Sky Pillar's ring. The targets of these 4 missiles are all Zapdos, and they are double-teamed up and down, left and right, to prevent it from taking the opportunity to escape. "Shoot, lock on the target." Weiss immediately activated the launcher. In an instant, 4 white missiles about 1.5 meters long ignited their tail flames and galloped towards Zapdos, who was still ignorant, at an astonishing speed of Mach 3. Chapter 408 successfully captured for automatic subscription. Sky Pillar is not as mysterious as Sisso imagined, where important scientific and technical materials or precious artworks are placed. These rich people will really enjoy it. Tao Chung sighed a little. Nearly 3,000 square meters of circular area, private gym, luxury cinema, bar, lounge, 500 square meters of infinity swimming pool. The surrounding walls are still full of transparent floor-to-ceiling glass. Sky Pillar is soaring high in the sky. People are swimming in the swimming pool, turning around and looking at the sun reflecting the cloud. The faint golden light fills it like a fairyland. Hisoka walked to the bar and grabbed a bottle of Ace of Hearts champagne. Hee, it was still a treasure from 30 years ago. This thing cannot be bought on the market at all. Only some large auction houses will auction a limited amount every year. This champagne is not only for drinking, but the auction reserve price of a champagne is as high as 130W. Is definitely the first choice for local tyrants to pretend. Hisoka is not a good wine person, but he has also heard the name A of Heart, which is brewed with the best sweet peaches among the sweet peaches. The annual output is extremely low, and it can only be a high-end luxury brand. "Would you like a glass of 380? Hisoka poured himself a glass and savored it. The taste was very sweet and mellow, not like champagne, but more like fruit wine. I was a little disappointed. I originally wanted to take care of the autumn wind. I didn't expect that the 7th floor area was only a living area. There are many hobbies to come to the host house. If there are knowledgeable wine tasters here, they will definitely be overjoyed, because the bottles of wine at the top of the wine cabinet are almost extinct in the market, and each bottle can be said to be worth more than 10 million. The overall value of the wine in this wine cabinet not less than 200 million. However, collectible wine, like antique, are rare and expensive. If too many of the same wines are left on the market at once, it will definitely lead to depreciation." Will took the goblet that Hisoka handed over, took a sip, and said, "Aren't you in a hurry? We are on each other's territory now, and we may be besieged by the other party if we are not careful. You still have the intention to steal drink. How can it be called stealing if you take it on your own merit?" Hisoka retorted with a smile, and walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling glass. The transparent glass showed no trace of people, indicating that it was a one-way glass, and only the people inside could see the outside, but the people outside could not see the inside. From this position, you can clearly see the battle between Zapdos and Moltres not far away. The 2 divine birds have gathered, and the only one left is Articuno, who is still on the ice island. Articuno should still be teaching Salamence and Altaria to that woman at the moment, and of course he might have killed each other. The hunting system is activated. The B-type weapon interface is loaded. "Shoot!" The sudden sound startled Tao Chung. Thinking that he and the others were discovered, he immediately assumed a fighting stand, and his right hand was already holding the Pokeball around his waist. "Look!" Hisoka beckoned to the 2 of them and pointed out the window. 4 white missiles shot out from the rim of the Sky Pillar like arrows from a string. The tail was flaming, and the missile flew at a speed of more than Mach 3. When it entered a straight flight, it was already invisible to the naked I. Zapdos seemed to sense some kind of danger, and hurriedly Beefak wanted to wave his wings and use quick attack to stand here in an instant, but at this moment, Moltres, who was bruised and bruised, turned into flames and slammed into it, and Zapdos, who was hit by a flame attack, was caught off guard. Jill's goal is to capture Zapdos alive, and naturally he won't use weapons-grade missiles. If the Alliance were to deal with the shocking Aurasphere on the Miacha Mountain, even if a divine beast-level existence like Zapdos was hit in the front, there would only be one end, and there would be no bones left. 4 missiles exploded in Zapdos, up, down, left, right, and 4 directions at the same time, and with the sound of a loud explosion, 4 black sphere-like substances quickly hit it. The imminent danger made Zapdos almost insane, and it burst with electric current, and Moltres, who grabbed Zapdos with both claws, was bad luck. The electric current at such a close distance made his already seriously injured body even more overwhelmed. Pong! The 4 black balls actually turned into 4 large nets during the flight. The 4 black nets slammed into the 2 divine birds with lightning speed, and shrank wildly the moment they wrapped their body. The 4 nets are combined. The lock Zapdos can no longer spread his wings and fly, and can only fall straight from the height of 500 meters with a long cry. The combined weight of the 2 divine birds exceeds 120 kilograms. Such a heavy object is at a height of 500 meters. Falling down, its kinetic power can be imagined. With a bang, the originally thick rocky ground was scattered and shattered. The smoke and dust splashed several feet high, and there was a faint hissing of Zapdos. The height of 500 meters, he fell without any protection, and thanks to Zapdos' strong physical fitness, he just fell dizzy, but he was not seriously injured. It wants to struggle out, but the more it struggles, the tighter the net shrinks. The long beak flickered with white light, and a punching drill slammed on the wire mesh, but there was a metal knocking sound, and the beak was sour, but the wire mesh was unscathed. Zapdos doesn't believe in evil. His eyes are hard, and he ignores Moltres, who has fainted behind him, and the saffron-colored electric current fills his body again, but several times the current has been impacted, and the black net is still the same as before. Chapter 409 found out. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. The capture net made of high-performance titanium alloy fine wire drawing, and the surface of the screen is also coated with 2 layers of current isolation fluid. Each wire can withstand the weight of more than 25 tons, and will not be in the high temperature of 3,800 degrees. Deformed. Quote, "Don't talk about a third-class god. This kind of capture net is enough to catch a second-class god." A pair of black leather military boots stood in front of Zapdos' head. Chaoyang crossed his shoulders with his hand, and looked at the second divine bird beneath him with a smile. The most powerful Zapdos was successfully captured, and the process went more smoothly than expected. In the next 3 days, the only remaining Articuno will be fully conquered. Zapdos' sharp eyes stared fiercely at the initiator in front of him. If it didn't know who it was, it didn't deserve the title of a third-class god. He wanted to peck through the opponent's neck with his sharp beak, but as soon as he moved, the wire mesh tightened even more. In the past, the tall bird's body was shrunk to half the size of the original body by the titanium alloy mesh, which made Zapdos look extremely embarrassed, and even a little funny. As the saying goes, a fluffed ho-oh is not as good as a chicken. Chaoyang sneered, took out the dark ball in his left hand and took back the seriously injured and unconscious Moltres, waved his right hand forward, and said, "Let it calm down, and at the same time inform all fighters in this operation to prepare to leave the island. By the way, and those captured participants remember to clean up." Quote, "Understood, my lord." One of the team members behind Chaoyang stepped to Zapdos' side and raised an anesthesia gun in the eyes of the other party's hatred. PFF. After a slight cracking sound, Zapdos only felt a numbness in his neck, and after resisting for a full 2 minutes gradually lost consciousness. "Sir, something happened." Just sitting in the helicopter cabin, Chaoyang opened his eyes and opened his eyes. His cheetah-like copper bell eyes turned to the team members reporting under the cabin. His lips and teeth moved lightly. "Tell me, what's the matter?" His voice was calm and heavy, and he couldn't hear any emotional fluctuations, but the piercing gaze still made the young player feel a little palpitated. Not daring to look directly at Chaoyang, he lowered his head and said respectfully, "Sir, the 17 members in the guard area at the mouth of the canyon are missing. The 18 participants are still there, and the helicopter parked there is gone." "Missing?" Chaoyang laughed. "I am afraid he was attacked. I didn't expect that even when the whole island was blocked, there would still be little mice sneaking in, and under the eyes of so many people, they killed him. I have 7 people under my command, and you have done a good job." Quote, the slow words made the young teammate feel a deep chill. He knew that the adult was angry, and the adult's anger meant that someone was going to have bad luck. "You said the helicopter is gone?" Chaoyang asked suddenly. "Yes." The young team member nodded dumbly. "There was a spare helicopter in the guard area, number 201,706. Chaoyang raised his hand to interrupt the words he still wanted to continue. "The elders of the organization often say that among the 3 generals of the sea, Lord Chaoyang is the most moody, Lord Du is the most hazy, and Lord Lord Shelley is the kindest. When doing things under Mr. Chaoyang, you must remember one thing: don't talk too much, and never make him angry, otherwise the consequences will be tragic. At first, Chaoyang thought that the people who attacked the guard area wanted to use a helicopter to escape the Thunder Island, but after thinking about it carefully, since they could sneak in without knowing it, why bother attacking the guards and then sneaking the helicopter? The purpose of their stealing the helicopter, not good. The sky pillar. Chaoyang's already dark complexion instantly darkened, and he turned on the headset to communicate with Mr. Gill. Ah, Mr. Chaoyang, I really didn't read you wrong. I have seen your great victory in the surveillance. When you return, I will open a few bottles of rare wine to thank you. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Mr. Jill's almost aria-like undulating voice came from the headset, and Chaoyang seemed to see a playboy dancing in the hall with a red wine glass aloft. Chaoyang didn't want to sell anything. If something happened to Jill Creek, then Team Aqua's mission to other regions this time would be a waste, and in the future, such a big sponsor will be lost forever. The loss is immeasurable, Chaoyang said solemnly. Mr. Jill, I have bad news to tell you. The area guarding the participants who landed on the island was attacked by unknown persons. 7 of my men are missing, and the helicopter you provided number 201,706 also gone. You suspect that group of people have now infiltrated the sky pillar. Hearing this, Jill's voice changed from an elegant aria to a hoarse recitative. Not doubt but certainty. After saying this, the communication has been cut off. Chaoyang looked at the young team members who were still waiting under the cabin, and said loudly, inform all the participating team members to return to the sky pillar immediately, and the 7 missing people will not be concerned about them for the time being. Yes, Wes. Jill stood up on the throne. The red wine glass in his hand had already been crushed, and the wine was mixed with blood and fell to the ground. He roared with a grim face, call me all the monitoring immediately. I want to see where are those mice hiding. Jill's chest heaved violently, and he couldn't bear this uncontrollable accident that even affected his safety. Damn, this group of rubbish from the dark organization really can't be trusted, and I am also implicated in being attacked. Jill thought like this, and the next second, blue virtual screens appeared in front of him. There were 72 virtual blue screens, which meant the 72 rooms inside the sky pillar. Chapter 410, the 8th floor area for automatic subscription. No, still no. Jill is frantically looking for the intruder on the virtual blue screen. He is a very sensitive person. The gentleman and indifference on the surface are actually a kind of mask. After all, a guy with a hobby of collecting living specimens, how normal can you expect him to be? There is a saying that is right: geniuses and lunatics are often only in front of the line. Gil is undoubtedly a business genius and a technical player. The birth of the super intelligent program West, he himself contributed a lot, but the morbid habit and the arrogance of not taking all life other than himself seriously made him have serious mental problems. 533. 3 minutes later, the surveillance of a total of 72 rooms on the sky pillar was swept away. However, Jill did not find the expected infiltrator, and there would be absolutely no problem with monitoring, but there was indeed no one else in the 72 monitors. Jill gradually calmed down, took out the silk scarf on his chest and wrapped his injured right hand. Could it be that Taediong thought wrong? The other party did not infiltrate the sky pillar after stealing the helicopter, but left the Isle of Thunder. The more I think about it, the more I think it is possible. Even if the helicopter number 201,706 sneaks into the apron, as long as someone enters the sky pillar, Weiss will remind him. But he didn't get any prompt, and there was no one else in the same monitoring. This is where Hisoka is marked. He knows very well that the 3D dragon of the Zero machine, together with those computer viruses, cannot completely control the super intelligent program for the time being, and it is too risky to hack 72 monitoring devices at one time. So the monitoring on the apron at the bottom kept the 3D dragon of number 0 machine playing the screen 2 minutes ago in a loop. As long as no one went to the apron to check it in person, he would not have found the new helicopter. As for each time the 3 of them entered a new room, Hisoka would also let the monitoring device here play the images before they entered. In this way, number 0 machine 3D dragon only needs to be distracted by 2 monitors, and the others will fully attack the super intelligent program West. 8th floor area was also cracked by Hisoka's effort, and only the 9th floor area is left, which is where the sky pillar's cab is, where the rich man is probably still in control of the overall situation in a leisurely manner. Guess what's behind this alloy gate? Hisoka tapped on the silver metal door that was about 2.5 meters high. Based on the muffled sound from above, he estimated that the thickness of the alloy door would not be less than 33 centimeters, and it might be thicker. The material is still unclear, but even an ordinary Orberg door with this thickness, it is estimated that a lightweight shock or a sphere cannot penetrate it. Without the password permission, Hisoka would have made a few pits on the surface even even if he sent Rhyperior to bombard it with the most powerful rock for a day. Do you think it will be like a bank vault filled with bundles of brand new 100 yuan bills? I don't think it will be less than 1 billion in cash. Tao Chung laughed, stroking the surface of the smooth metal gate just like stroking a lover's skin. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the saliva was almost left, and he felt that his nose was about to smell the damn lovely aroma of ink. The three of them are of ordinary net worth. To say that money is like dung is absolutely far. Everyone likes small money, but even if there are big bills that fill the entire warehouse, they can't transport them all. The military folding space backpack specially customized by Hisoka is only 1.2 cubic meters of space, and it is estimated that it can hold tens of millions of dollars. Impossible. Will shook his head and said rationally, you said that Mr. Gill is the fourth largest shareholder of the world-class group Devon Manufacturing Company Limited, and money is probably just a number in his eyes, and he can't blame his most important aircraft. There is a gold library in it. I think security protection is so important. It should be some of his favorite collection. Anyway, let's open the metal door first. Hisoka was running out of money now, and this rich man from other regions colluded with the dark organization, making him the best target. Even if the wealth on the other party's aircraft is empty, the other party can only eat wongly and dumbly. If Jill Crete was a serious businessman, Hisoka wouldn't dare to do it. The other party only needs to go to the local police, and the Orange Alliance will have to do its best to solve the case, and it will have to find evidence for you if there is no evidence. On the island of Thunder, helicopters quickly took off, and they all flew towards the sky pillar above the kilometer. A steel cable pulls the titanium mesh that captures Zapdos at the lower end of the frontmost aircraft. 0.4 Inform Mr. Gill. Be careful, I don't think it's going to be that simple. Yes, my lord. Chaoyang looked right ahead, his face uncertain, and capturing Zapdos didn't seem to make him feel much joy, as long as there was no such mess. Even though Jill had told him before that he had searched through the surveillance cameras in all the rooms of the sky pillar and found no one else existed, but that ominous emotion kept lingering in his heart. Who was the one who attacked his subordinates and drove off the helicopter? Team Rocket, Orange Island's police, ordinary trainer, or those bounty hyenas? Chapter 411 City will play for automatic subscription. This bastard really knows how to play. Hisoka was shocked by the scenes in front of him. For the first time, he couldn't control his emotions and scolded. The password facilities of the Alloy Gate are very strict. In addition to the digital password, there is also a password, but under the cooperation of Hisoka and the number 0 machine 3D Dragon, they were forced to open it. There are all kinds of Pokémon in the glass grooves embedded in the walls on both sides. At first glance, Hisoka thought it was a laboratory specializing in Pokémon research. However, if you look closely, these Pokémon are lifelike, but they are lifeless and lack the breath of life. Lulu, how are they? Hisoka asked coldly. Lulu shook her head. They are all dead things. In my confusion scan, all the internal organs in these Pokémon's bodies have disappeared, and there is a strange fluid flowing from their muscles and their body. 15. Gardevoir is a very kind Pokémon. Seeing this cruel scene, he gradually lost his emotion. He walked behind Hiso and lowered his head without saying a word, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Blaziken from Hoenn region, Swampert Furret from Johto region, Ampharos, Girafarag Eevee from Kanto region, Rhyhorn Rapidash, and even some Pokémon from Sinnoh region. Pokémon from the 4 major regions gathered in this narrow room that was more than 200 meters long, and the air was filled with the smell of some kind of chemical. It's unbearably creepy. These are all living specimens, Will said suddenly. Only when a living specimen is made will it be exactly the same as before, and the expressions at that time can be preserved. Hisoka took a few sniffs in the air and said, it all smells of marin liquid. Lulu said that the strange liquid flowing should be marin liquid. Marin liquid is a medical chemical, which is generally used to preserve corpses from decay. Of course, the most important reuse is to make some specimen. For example, Pokémon hospitals and some research institutes actually have Pokémon specimens, but the selection of those specimens are some Pokémon that have died or died unexpectedly. For the development of medicine and modern scientific research, it is inevitable to make specimens and dissect corpses. Not to mention Pokémon, humans don't even spare their own kind, but at least they are humane, permitted by law, and acceptable to the public. And living specimens are too dehumanizing. Changing to a human body is equivalent to killing a living, very healthy person with some kind of medicine in an instant, then hollowing out the internal organs and implanting the marin solution. Are these rich people panicking with more money? One is more perverted than the other. Tao Chung glanced left and right, and saw a living specimen of Machamp. His eyes were full of anger, his thick arms suddenly gripped, and blue veins protruded. During Johto's time, he heard that there are some rich men in Goldenrod City who don't like women, but prefer underage boys. At that time, I thought that these bastards were already perverted enough, but I didn't expect to meet a more ruthless one today. Hisoka calmed down and took out the camera from his backpack to carefully record every scene here. This is the most favorable evidence. As long as the video shot is released to the public, let alone the fourth largest shareholder of German Manufacturing Company Limited, he is Elite Lao Su, who has committed such an anti-human, anti-social felony, and must be finished immediately. Although Hisoka was very sympathetic to these Pokémon that were made into living specimens, he didn't want to rush to fight Jill for it. His likes and loves are more on his Pokémon. "Look, my lord, that helicopter is the missing number 201,706. Quote, following the direction of the team member's fingers, Chaoyang looked at the place located at the farthest corner of the southern end. He guessed correctly, sneakily attacked the guard area, and the unknown person who drove away from the helicopter really entered the sky pillar. But why can't Mr. Jill find them in the surveillance? Is there a ghost? No, all surveillance is controlled by the super intelligent program West, which was created by Mr. Gill, and it is just an intelligent program. How is it possible will betray like a human?" Chaoyang thought quickly in his mind. He couldn't waste time here anymore. He had to see Mr. Jill himself right away. "All team members obey my orders," Chaoyang shouted loudly. "Now everyone is divided into 9 combat groups. Each floor area of the sky pillar must go to a group. You have to search every room. Once you find an unknown person, immediately notify the other group. Don't go with them without authorization. Fight." More than 100 elite Team Aqua team members were divided into 9 combat groups in just 343 seconds. Under Chaoyang's gaze, they ran into the elevator in front one by one. Sky pillar, which makes the area allocation of personnel take a lot of time. "What the matter? Why can't the elevator start? Did you enter the wrong password?" "Impossible. The above shows that the password is entered correctly, but the elevator just can't start." "What then?" The first group of team members who entered the elevator couldn't help but look confused. The elevator doors could be opened and closed, but they couldn't go up. They couldn't get up in front, and the 8 groups in the back began to be noisy. "Sir, the elevator can't be activated, and the team members can't get up at all." Chaoyang didn't say a word, and a grim expression gradually appeared on his dark and rough face. He turned around and punched the metal chopping board. With a loud bang, the metal chopping board was completely dented. Drops of blood flowed from the fist heat, but the depression in his heart became more and more intense. He wanted to tear the group of infiltrators in half alive. Chapter 412 Negotiation. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket seek automatic subscription. Gilcrit is just too confident in his own technological means. If he is more willing to trust manpower and dispatch a certain number of guards in each area, the 3 of Hisoka will never go up to the 8th floor area so easily and find each other. The deadliest crime evidence. As long as it is a computer, there are bound to be loopholes. The simple defense method of the super intelligent program is not too difficult in Hisoka's eyes. However, due to the advanced technology and the higher level of the program, it will take some time to overcome. Hisoka had long guessed that the Team Aqua below would find someone sneaking into the sky pillar. The fact that the guarded area at the mouth of the canyon was attacked could not be kept secret for too long. As long as the other party returned to defend, they would know everything. When they saw the missing helicopter on the apron, and he got control of the elevator in advance, changed the settings a little, and all the Team Aquas who were still on the bottom apron could only be dumbfounded. The linear elevator at the central location is the only access to different areas on the sky pillar. There is no concept of stairs on the sky pillar. The floor isolation of each floor area is covered with aluminum alloys with a thickness of 3 meters. The support channel below was blocked so that no matter how powerful Team Aqua was, Hiso and the others only had to face the rich man. With only the strength of the 3 of them facing hundreds of Team Aqua elite, including a sea general whose strength is comparable to the elite level, no matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. This is a complete gap in hard power, and external conditions such as wisdom have no effect. The good news came from the 3D dragon of number 0 machine just now. It has obtained 72% of the control rights of the sky pillar. The only control rights left by the super intelligent program West have been suppressed in the console room, and the camouflage system is still in use. It worked, but as soon as they open the door to the console room, Weiss can spot them right away. Because I never worry that someone will break through the 7th, 8th, and 9th floor areas and come to the console room without their permission. Therefore, the door of the room did not use a metal alloy door, but an ordinary bulletproof glass door. The code was easily cracked, and the glass door opened silently to both sides. The 3 of them looked at each other, with no relaxed or careless expressions on their faces. Their right hands were pressed against their waist, ready to release their strongest main Pokémon at any time. Alarm! Alert! An outsider has entered the console room, whether in attack mode. A mechanized female voice resounded in the large room, and the high throne in the middle began to slowly turn towards the door. For the first time, the 3 of Hisoka saw the billionaire from Hoenn region, Gilcret. He is as handsome as in the photo. The only difference is that the suit and leather shoes in the photo have turned into a luxurious priest-like appearance, which inexplicably gives people the feeling of a magician. When seeing the 3 of them appear in the room, Jill's emerald green pupils were a little surprised, but it was more of a kind of disbelief, and a trace of sinister intent was hidden in the deepest heart of his eyes. After all, Jill is a proud businessman, a billionaire, and he has met people who have encountered things that are almost unimaginable for ordinary people. He has his own pride, and his psychological quality is far superior to ordinary people. The three gentlemen should be attacking the guard area. Snatch helicopter. Jill smiled. Although the other party was wearing Team Aqua's uniform, he was not mentally retarded enough to think that this would be his own. Hisoka took a step forward. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jill. We originally came to follow Team Aqua, and the promotion task given to us by the guild is to capture one Team Aqua member each. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that. A billionaire, the pride of the Hoenn region, the future pillar of the league, who would have colluded with the infamous Team Aqua." Quote. Saying that, Hisoka shook his head in disappointment, his word filled with regret. Seeing this in Jill's eyes, he couldn't help clenching his fist secretly. This guy is very troublesome and dangerous. Huh. Jill took a deep breath, stabilized his mentality, and smiled gracefully. Since that's the case, then we all don't have to betray each other. You should all be bounty hunters. Well, I'll give it to you. You are 300 million. Your other two companions are 200 million each, and I will help you prepare 3 Team Aqua members so that you can go back and communicate. Very lucrative conditions, worthy of being a billionaire. Zonko is a unit of billion. Hisoka sighed in his heart that the biggest money he ever obtained was the sale of a batch of high-quality Wangnuo's dust stones obtained in the underground mine of Stone Town. The relationship between Tozangma was sold to Mr. Baijia's family, and the total value was around 3200W. It's really tempting, but unfortunately I'm afraid of losing my life. Hisoka sneered, and using such childish provocation at this time, it seems that our Mr. Gill really has nothing to do. He and others have mastered such deadly criminal evidence of the other party. As long as it is exposed, Gilcreek will be dead. When they chose to infiltrate the Sky Pillar, the two sides had no chance of reconciliation. If Hisoka dared to stop for the money, once they left the Sky Pillar, neither Team Aqua nor Gilcret would let the three go. Chapter 413 Solved. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. You really think you've got me, Mr. Hisoka? The smile on Jill's face disappeared, and his voice said coldly, I know all your information. You were born in a welfare institution, you don't have any background, and you were an official gym leader in a backward city at the age of 16. It's not bad, but you're afraid that some underestimate the power I have in my hand. It can be said that I have to put it down in one sentence and take out another 100 million. Oh, maybe not 100 million. As long as 10 million, you and your two companions will be poached by poachers, some dark organizations. Of course, there are also your colleagues, some hyenas in the dark. They do everything for money. Taochung was furious at this threat, and shouted sharply, what if you have money? It's amazing if you have money. Jill spread his hands and said innocently, sorry, you can really do whatever you want with money. It's useless to talk about it, Mr. Gill. Sisolang said, 330 inches. I have no merit in this person, but if I choose to deal with a person, I will definitely kill him at one time, and I will not give him any chance to fight back. You are indeed rich and have a high social status in the Hoenn region, but you shouldn't have some kind of antisocial habit. Hisoka looked sorrowful. It was so disgusting in Jill's eyes, but the fear in his heart couldn't be restrained. What do you think will happen to your so-called artwork if it is exposed to the public? This sentence completely broke Jill's psychological defense. He pressed his hands on the console, his face almost distorted. You entered the collection room in the 8th floor area. Hisoka shrugged. Come in, and I also helped you to shoot a high-definition documentary. Now that the internet is so developed, with a click of a finger, this documentary will appear on all high-traffic video sites and trainer forums. Of course, there will also be a copy of the notification mailboxes of the police stations in the BFAJ district. Quote, what are the conditions? Say. Jill growled, I can meet all your conditions. Just for money, I can give you 1 billion, 2 billion. How about the original stock of Devon Manufacturing Company Limited, 3 high-quality evolutionary stone, ITE vein, 2 shipping companies, tis. Hisoka shook his head. Although it is cruel, I still want to repeat that when dealing with the enemy, one should press him to death in the soil at one time, and never give the opponent a chance to fight back in the future. Lulu, confusion control. As soon as the word fell, the air behind Jill briefly blurred, and then a slender emerald arm pressed against his shoulder that had just stood up. Jill only felt his body stunned, and then an unimaginable suppressing force came from all directions, and his body became unable to move. Even the simple action of blinking his eyes could not be done. Even the Rhyperior will be instantly suppressed by the confusion that Lulu bursts out with all his strength. Although it cannot last for a long time, Hisoka's Rhyperior is so terrifying that it cannot break through, let alone Jill, who is just an ordinary person. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and Jill's eyes became frightened. He did not expect that this young man named Hiso would strike so decisively. I don't have a lot of BBs with you at all. The reason why I said so much just now is to attract the attention of the other party. Lulu had already been in ambush outside the door, and then with just one order, Teleport went behind Jill and used confusion to control the opponent so that he had no chance to resist. Lulu, bring him here, Hisoka said. Don't feel good about winning. With one hand on Jill's shoulder, Lulu's eyes flickered with blue light, and her body slowly floated into the air. Using the control performance of confusion, Yi Chang flew directly from the throne to the door. Controlled by confusion, Jill couldn't even make a sound, and he couldn't help the super intelligent program with. What's more, the so-called Wiz is probably too busy to take care of himself now. Mr. Jill, have a good night sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over. Yeah, Hisoka gestured with a smile. Lulu understood, put his right hand lightly on Jill's neck, then squeezed it hard, and a wave of confusion rushed into his head instantly. Lulu's control over confusion is very delicate, so it won't hurt the opponent's brain nerves to make him an idiot, but will only make him stunned by confusion. If this Mr. Jill didn't talk nonsense at first, he directly chose to let the super intelligent program start the attack mode. Then he may still have the power to fight, or he may carry some kind of powerful Pokémon with him, which can delay time. The rich are stingy with their lives, and Hisoka firmly believes that even if the other party is surrounded, there will definitely be a way to escape. It's just that he misestimated Hisoka's determination and wanted to buy it with money. Hisoka really loves money, but he can still distinguish the importance of things. His motto in life is, the enemy who can be killed must be killed in the ground. When you are strong, press to death. This solved? Tao Chung's face was done, looking at the man who had said before that he had money to do whatever he wanted, but now he fell softly. He couldn't react for a while. It's all. Otherwise what else do you want? Hisoka patted his shoulder, stepped towards the console in front, and turned around and said, help me look after this rich man. If he wakes up, the signs continued to knock him unconscious. Chapter 414. The most valuable thing. Seek automatic subscription. It's unimaginable that things went smoothly. In Tao Chung's vision, the three of them should work together, and then go through a hard and happy battle and finally win. How can it be so casual? Tao Chung lowered his head dejectedly, feeling that he hadn't made any contribution from start to finish. Sad. Want to cry. Tao Chung's heartbroken look is simply too funny. You can imagine a strong man over 190 centimeters tall making a little woman like sadness. The picture should not be too beautiful. Even Wo, who has a very calm personality, couldn't help giggling. It is best to solve the problem without any effort. From attacking the guarded area at the mouth of the canyon to infiltrating the sky pillar, all of which have been calculated by the 16-year-old teenager. Even Will himself had to admit that he was inferior to the other in terms of resourcefulness. He had already prepared for the battle with all his strength, but he didn't expect it to end so suddenly. The throne on which Gilcrease stood just now was built at a height of 10 meters from the central keel. A circle of half-moon-shaped consoles were buckled on both sides of the throne, which was equal to the half-length. The design was very human dynamic. Hisoka hadn't yet fully gained control of the sky pillar, so there was no way for Whis to drop the throne. Of course, this was just a small problem. Lulu held his right hand and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes again, the two of them had already appeared on the grand and majestic throne. Looking at the 3D virtual operating platform that was at least 50 years ahead of the level of popular technology, Hisoka couldn't help but gleam in his eyes, as if he saw a peerless beauty with a flamboyant figure scratching his head in front of him. For a man with a tech nerd, is there anything more enticing than high-tech? Putting both hands on the touch screen, closing your eyes, feeling the coolness of the metal. What's the most valuable thing on the entire sky pillar? According to Hisoka, there are three in total. The first one is undoubtedly the motherboard of the super intelligent program WEC. This thing can no longer be bought with money. Even a billionaire like Gilcrease needs to spend 10 years of hard work and a lot of money during this period. It is even more necessary to gather a large number of highly skilled personnel in intelligent programming. The second is the 3D virtual operating platform in front of us. Although this thing is not unique, it will only appear in some world-class research institute. Beidou did not use this configuration. 3D virtual operating platform was only in the imagination of science fiction in the previous life, and the most famous scene was Tony Stark 3D virtual studio in the Orberg movie. Hisoka has long been greedy for this. In the past life, there was no way. Now that he has the conditions and the opportunity, he will also create a 3D virtual studio of the Orberg man. As for the last thing of value, the Sky Pillar's power engine unit is the heart of the aircraft's engine. Whether it is an airplane, a ship or a car, the highest technical concept is definitely its engine. It can take off and land at an altitude of several kilometers, and it is such a huge aircraft carrier. It is conceivable that its power engine device contains many cutting-edge technology. Technology is divided into civilian and military, and the technology gap during the period can reach 50 years or even longer. Although there is no classification of military technology in this world, world, Research Institute technology is still separated from general civilian use. The Alliance does not have the concept of an army, but has its own violent organization, the Alliance Special Forces. The weapons and some equipment they use are the latest technology in the Research Institute. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Seeking flower. Hisoka's fingers quickly tapped on the virtual number key, and every time he tapped, virtual water patterns flashed, and the aquamarine screen was very sci-fi. A series of garbled letters mixed with binary numbers poured down on the virtual screen in front of him. With the cooperation of those auxiliary viruses, the 3D dragon of number 0 machine has eroded more than 80% of the computing space of the super intelligent program White. With outside help, the ensuing erosion will progress even faster. Suddenly, a 3D dragon that has shrunk many times appeared on the operating platform, and the circle pattern between its forehead told its identity. The lifelike 3D virtual entity floated freely in midair, and at this time a virtual human face also appeared on the platform. Without hair, the facial features are like mercury infusion, and there is no gender at all. The moment the virtual human face appeared, the 3D dragon was like a cat smelling fishy, with a humanized frown between its brows, and then the body that had shrunk many times was tackled at high speed. 3D dragon was too fast, and the virtual human face had no time to escape. The 3D dragon rushed into the human face, and the human face showed a stiff, fearful color, and then the entire human face began to twist and shrink, followed by a bang. It exploded into countless diamond-shaped fragments. System formatting begins. Please enter the format password. A mechanical voice that could not be identified as male or female rang in his ears, and along with this voice, this three-dimensional text appeared in front of Hisoka. The virtual face that was smashed into countless diamond-shaped fragments by the 3D dragon of the number 0 machine just now was the super intelligent program West before. Chapter 415 Demolition. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Open black lens bracket. Password entered successfully. System formatting officially started. 1%, 2%, 3%, 97%, 98%, 100%. Boom. With a sound like a computer crashing, the virtual reality screen surrounding Hisoka immediately disappeared. This situation did not last for too long. After less than 30 seconds, the red and blue light flashed between the consoles, and the virtual reality screens reappeared again, splicing each other. Open black lens bracket. The super intelligent program is reactivated. Please rename it. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, the corners of Hisoka's mouth twitched slightly, and an evil taste could not help but come to his mind. Let's call it the Red Queen. After confirming that the name is Red, please select the system voice. Boy, teenager, young man, middle-aged man, a girl, a young 250 woman, a middle-aged woman. The voice options are very thin. Hisoka didn't think about it, and directly touched the girl's choice. Open black lens bracket. Now enter the iris lock on. Close black lens bracket. Super intelligent program Red Queen will serve you, master. Close black lens bracket. A very vivid girl's voice, probably between 10 and 12 years old, but the voice seemed a little cold, and there was no emotion. Let's call it another name. Don't call me master, just call me sir, Hisoka said with a smile. Okay, sir. Huh, it finally done. Hisoka breathed a sigh of relief and gained all the control of the super intelligent program, and the nerves that had been tense were slowly relaxed. Now, with West, it shouldn't be called the Red Queen, and the entire Sky Pillar is basically in his pocket. After the Red, land the Sky Pillar to the Isle of Thunder. Hisoka gave his first order. When the Sky Pillar land, he will lock all the entrances and exits of the aircraft, and then notify the Hunters General Union and the local police station. Facts about the crime of Gilcret collection of living specimens will also be uploaded to various websites. The aircraft begins to descend. Directly coordinates are automatically selected. 987,671. No dangerous obstacle. Drop the straight down fail. The hard self-destruction program is activated, and the aircraft will self-destruct after 300 seconds. Close black lens bracket. What going on? Hisoka was shocked and shouted quickly. Queen Red, what happened? Immediately terminate the self-destruction program for me. At this time, the avatar of the Red Queen appeared on the manipulation platform in front of her. It was a blonde little girl in red clothes. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, but she did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation, and it was as cold as a piece of ice. She said coldly, the hard-run self-destruction program has no authority. It belongs to the self-setting of the aircraft. Fuck. Hisoka scolded an English word from a previous life. Gilcret is a really sinister bastard, and the Sky Pillar left a secret hand at the beginning of the construction. The other party couldn't even fully trust the super intelligent program he created by himself. Hisoka looked at the two at the door, who looked at each other and shouted loudly, Will, wake him up for me. Will didn't ask any further questions, and then took out the Pokeball around his waist. A white light flickered, and Zatu with psychic and flying attributes appeared in front of him. Zatu is like a standing green bald eagle. triangle. The pattern on its body is very similar to the totem pole used by the Indian. It spreads its wings like a hem, and the eye pattern on its chest lights up with blue light. Gilcrit was hit by Lulu's confusion, and he would fall asleep without external force. Zatu walked up to Jill, and his open wings were gently closed on both sides of his temple. His body trembled suddenly. Jill shook his head a few times. He opened his eyes in a daze, and everything in front of him looked so blurry. Vomit turned his back, and retched until his entire face became abnormal. Pale, Hisoka ignored him for the time being, and began to disassemble the operating platform. The control cabinet at the bottom was forcibly pulled out by Lulu using confusion, and the connecting lines were carefully cut off. This is a square transparent motherboard about half a meter long and 2 centimeters thick. This is West, also the smart motherboard of the Red Queen, the most critical body of the super intelligent program. Fortunately, the higher the new technology, the smaller the amount of objects must be kept. Stuffing the Red Queen's motherboard into the foldable backpack, he then removed the host of the very important 3D virtual operating platform. These two things are the most important. The others are secondary, and it is not painful to destroy them. With the intelligent motherboard and virtual host, Hisoka can build his own 3D virtual studio in a short time. Haha, just accompany me to death. Jill came back to his senses and shouted frantically. The red light was flashing in the operating room. He knew very well what was about to happen. The other party really had a way to solve West, but so what? Once the 4 self-destruction program was started, it would absolutely will not terminate. It's true that Jill doesn't want to die, but his most deadly evidence is in the hands of the other party. Rather than being threatened or imprisoned for life, he might as well take these bastards to see the god of creation. With 3 minutes to go, Hisoka glanced at his watch. There were still 180 seconds before the aircraft self-destructed. She 1.2 Suo is not worried that he and will die here because of the self-destruction of the aircraft. He has Lulu's teleport. This space-based method has almost no solution in terms of running, except that the cooling time is longer. Will has 2 Zatu, both of which are at the peak of superior, and give Peach City 1, so that everyone can escape the Sky Pillar in times of danger. The only pity is that with the self-destruction of the Sky Pillar, the aircraft power engine unit with the most cutting-edge technology will inevitably be destroyed. For example, in the animation, Brandon's Battle Pyramid. Chapter 416 Self-Destruction Start for Automatic Subscription. Hisoka quickly walked in front of Jill, squatted halfway, looked at him, lips slightly parted. Actually, we can talk. Hisoka still has some ideas about the Sky Pillar, which has assembled the most cutting-edge technology, not to mention getting the entire aircraft, but at least a copy of the technology in the power engine unit is still good. Build such a sky carrier. In 10 years, tens of billions of funds and countless manpower have been invested, and it is a pity that it self-destructed like this, although this thing was not made with money. Talk. What about you? This is the truest portrayal of Jill's heart. He is already a prisoner, and the most deadly evidence is in the hands of the other party. What else is there to talk about? Jill smiled with a twisted face. Don't be delusional, you cunning and dirty little bastard. I will drag you to hell with you. Hisoka shrugged. He was very clear about Jill's thought. Even if he could live, the antisocial crime of 15 living specimens was there, and the evidence was in the hands of others. Anyone would choose to lose both. How can I let you, the culprit, have a better life? Hisoka glanced at his watch again. There were still 120 seconds before self-destruction, looked at Will Taochung, and said, get ready to run. What about him then? Will asked. Let him be left here to fend for himself. Gilcrease sat against the wall with empty eyes. He had no interest in what the three said. Staying here would be destroyed with the explosion of the Sky Pillar, so what about escaping? Although the law of the Union has long abolished the death penalty, his sentence of life imprisonment is light. Even if he escapes legal punishment, he will live on the wanted list in each region for the rest of his life, and all his wealth will have to be confiscated. Not everyone can accept the sudden change from a genius, a billionaire, to a criminal, a pauper. This huge psychological gap is enough to drive people crazy. Hisoka thought for a while and said bluntly, take him with you. This rich man is the most important witness. If he dies, he is worthless. Will nodded and took out the Pokeball with the female Zatu. The time for the Sky Pillar to self-destruct is getting closer and closer. They must leave the aircraft in advance and keep a safe distance. A mega aircraft with a length of about 120 meters and a circular diameter of nearly 200 meters has self-destruct. How terrifying will the aftermath of its explosion be? These aftermaths will be crushed into pieces as long as the fragile human body is touched. What do you want to do? Of course I'll take you with me. Hisoka grabbed Jill's neckline with a smile, and then hit the neck with a knife under the hostile gaze of the other party. Jill only felt a pain in the back of his neck, and his consciousness fell into darkness again. Wrapping the other party's thin body around his waist, the weight of more than 100 caddies is no different to him than carrying a bucket. He held Lulu's palm with his right hand, and at the same time, Will's two Zatu were also standing beside them. Their wings wings spread high, and the blue light between their eyes gradually condensed. The three nodded to each other, and then the surrounding air briefly blurred and stagnant, and the next second, the red light flashing in the operating room disappeared. 10, 9, 83, 2, 1. The hardline self-destruction program is officially started, and all entrances and exits are blocked. A very mechanized sound. The voice without the slightest emotion has the last lingering sound before the storm. Before that, the sky pillar absorbed the electricity of the entire thundercloud, which meant that the power of self-destruct would be increased. Open black lens bracket 0 close black lens bracket. Boom, bang. First there was a series of internal self-destruction. Starting from the operating platform compartment, the fire spread to the entire 9th floor area with a violent explosion, followed by the 8th floor area. The collection room where hundreds of different living specimens were placed was instantly flooded with fire. The hard granulated glass was melted in only 5 seconds at a high temperature of thousands of degrees, and the lifelike specimens inside were exposed in an instant into the flame. Perhaps this cruel and antisocial existence 313 will let it disappear with the destruction of the sky pillar. On Asia Island, on the southern coast, countless tourists, including local residents, washed up on the beach one after another. They all looked at the sky where the Thunder Island was located, with expressions of shock and horror. A super large aircraft that is almost impossible to construct with imagination is slowly crashing towards the direction of Asia Island, with blazing flames on it, and occasionally accompanied by harsh and terrifying explosion. Elder, what should we do? At the cliff edge of the shrine, the slow-talking Slowking looked eagerly at the aircraft that was getting closer and closer. If this thing collided with Asia Island and exploded on Asia Island, the consequences would be impossible. Imagine. The bald-headed elder remained indifferent, stroked his long beard with his left hand. Don't worry, the gods will bless us. And just as his voice fell, the sky of the ice island immediately crossed a dazzling and beautiful ice ridge aurora. Under the aurora, the ice debris was like rain, and an ethereal and mysterious bird chirped resounded between the heaven and the earth. Chapter 417 Articuno shot for automatic subscription. Look, it's the god of ice. Saint Flora stood at the highest point of the big tiki hut, which was a place similar to a lightning rod platform, and the space was very small and only 3 people could stand. Fortunately, Xiaoshui, Naname, and Flora are all slender girls, so standing on this platform doesn't seem crowded. Flora's pretty face was full of surprises. It was the first time she saw the living ice god since she was a child. In the high-definition telescope, the ice god who was shrouded by the aurora borealis was simply too beautiful. The local residents of Asia Island are not allowed to set foot on the 3 islands in person, because this is a kind of betrayal of their belief. In addition, the 3 divine birds only like to stay in their old nests all year round, so the only local residents who have really seen the true appearance of the divine birds are the old people of the last century. Although Flora always wanted to escape from Asia Island and live the life of a normal girl, but she did not abandon her belief, and the 10 years of religious education had a profound impact on her life. He hurriedly sat on his knees, folded his hands in front of his chest, and murmured an ancient Asian language that outsiders could not understand at all. Show me. The generous and cheerful Nanami picked up the telescope on the ground. She wanted to see who the god of ice, god of fire and god of thunder, which the residents of Asia Island had always revered, were sacred. Nanami has a wide range of interests. In addition to being an excellent Pokémon breeder, she also has a Pokémon doctor's license and is also a professional assistant with 5 years of work experience. Compared with girls of the same age, she is definitely well informed. Bingoing feather crown, blue flag feather tail, such iconic features. Naname recognized the origin of the ice god at a glance. It's so powerful, isn't it? The legendary Pokémon Articuno. Nana was a little disappointed. His grandfather, Professor Oak, was the Big Dipper in the Pokémon research world. She had seen the photos of the 3 god birds when she was a child, and the feathers of the 3 god birds were collected in the grandfather's research institute. Of course, she didn't dare to say these words as Hulu Ramen. This 16-year-old girl who has just come of age doesn't look petite, but she has a very stubborn temper. It is easy to cause misunderstandings when she insults the other party's belief. Although Nanami speaks candidly, it does not mean that she has no emotional intelligence. In fact, if you think about it carefully, throughout the thousands of years of human history, almost all aspects of belief in gods are some powerful and extremely rare Pokémon. Johto region is the strongest. Many high-ranking members of the Alliance also believe in Ho-Oh, the god of life, and some believe in Lugia, the god of the sea. It's just that compared to Ho-Oh's influence, Lugia is obviously much less. The so-called god of the sea is only popular in some coastal regions or island cities. This kind of Pokémon is unique in the world, and even has the power to revive the undead. The fire of life can revive the undead, and the sacred fire can dissolve all the weapons in the world. With such a powerful force, no matter where in the world, it would be nothing to call it a god. Nanami satisfied her inner curiosity and handed the binoculars to her friend Xiaoshui. Take a look too. Xiaoshui Gateway nodded with a smile, took the binoculars and looked at the god of ice in the southern sky. As an excellent breeder, she is of course very curious about the so-called god of ice. What kind of Pokémon could this be? A large crowd of people gathered on the beach. When Mew ran, the god of ice soared in the sky. Almost all the people dressed in local clothes fell to their knees immediately. He crossed it in front of his chest, silently muttering the ancient Asian language. This move made the surrounding tourists look confused. Some of them seemed to have a strong conformity to the crowd. When they saw a large group of people kneeling on the ground, they actually learned to kneel with the local Articuno flew over the wreckage of the sky pillar. Such a huge object fell from a height of several thousand meters, and the gravity potential energy it carried could easily smash an island into pieces. Articuno's eyes widened angrily. His short beak was almost open to the limit, and an ice blue light sphere instantly expanded from the size of a grain of rice to a diameter of over 30 centimeters. Ha! With a crisp sound, this sphere of light with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters scattered into dozens of beams containing extremely cold aura. The lower port part was raging at this time, and violent explosions sounded from time to time, and with each explosion, a large, fragment of the sky pillar was smashed into the sea. More than a dozen bundles of psybeam rushed into the fire. The original situation of firefighting ice did not happen. The most severely damaged lower port was quickly condensed by ice, and steaming smoke filled the air. When the smoke dissipated, a super large triangle icicle spear covers the lower port. Articuno is very smart. It knows that it is impossible to destroy this human aircraft in a short period of time with its own power. It can only clean its body as much as possible on the eve of the aircraft crashing into Asia Island, and let the aircraft fall into the sea. Articuno began to fly around the sky pillar, launching a psybeam every time it went, and the height of more than 100 meters went from bottom to top. When it flew to the top, a perfect ice sculpture was formed. Chapter 418 Move a Place. Ask for automatic subscription. Search carefully, especially some energy devices that can cause large-scale pollution. By the way, there are also expulsion troops. Remember to expel the wild water-type Pokémon in this area temporarily, and don't let them hinder our work. Captain, just relax and promise to complete the mission. 24 hours have passed since the sky pillar fell into the sea. The professional chemical pollution treatment personnel dispatched by the Kanto Alliance cooperated with the local police on Asia Island to temporarily set up a pollution investigation team. Such a huge aircraft explodes in the sea, and if the energy pollution leaked inside is not dealt with in time, it will cause a large area of pollution in the surrounding waters. Aircraft energy leakage, heavy metal explosion pollution, etc., are all sources of pollution in themselves. The water-type Pokémon living in the surrounding waters include a large number of fish and marine plants. The official force of the Orange Alliance was also fully activated, and police officers from several nearby islands were dispatched to assist. Asia Island and the surrounding islands are well-known tourism projects in the Orange Island. If they are forced to be closed due to pollution sources, it will cause a heavy blow to the Orange Alliance's finances. Asia Pacific Police Chief's Office. That's pretty much how it happened, and it was this Mr. Gill who started it. Evidence of his collusion with Team Aqua and the videotape of making a living specimen. Hisoka stepped forward and put some of the photos in the high-definition video taken in the collection room on the desk. On the opposite side of the desk is sitting a handsome man over 23 years old, with short silver hair and narrow eyes. Lazy, like a ninetails at rest. The silver-haired fox looked sideways at the middle-aged man standing beside him, and suddenly smiled. Director Ida, what do you think about this matter? The director Ida couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said flatteringly, everything is according to Mr. Baijia's arrangement. This Jill Xian no. Although this criminal is from Hoenn, he committed the crime in the Orange Island. Such a bad crime should be dealt with by the Orange Alliance and the Kanto Alliance. Quote, he said very righteous word, and looking at the handcuffed Gilcret in the corner was even more disgusting. If it wasn't for knowing that this bastard and the mayor of Yugia had accepted bribe from the other party, Baigia felt that he might have been tricked by him. However, it was not his task to deal with officials taking bribe. Baigia stood up from his chair and walked to Hisoka. A glimmer of admiration fell on the 16-year-old boy. Go out and find a place to talk. Hisoka nodded. Will and Taochung looked at the backs of the two leaving, with a little curiosity in their eyes. The background of this Mr. Baigia has just been known to them. The chief prosecutor of Southeastern Khan, the leader of the Quartz Alliance Special Operations Team, and the grandson of the Ghost of Kanto, Elite Agatha. It definitely belongs to the kind of person born with a golden key, BFBG, and the hidden connections and resources behind it are unimaginable for ordinary people. An ordinary teenager from an orphanage seems to have a very good relationship with such characters, which is why the two of them are not curious. Hisoka and Zangma's relationship is quite strong, barely considered a life and death friendship. Zangma is also a good friend who grew up with Baigia since childhood, and has always been each other's subordinate after working together. Hisoka Hisoka didn't meet Baijia many times, but his impression of him was not bad. I don't imagine the arrogance of ordinary children of aristocratic families, and they are responsible for others. For example, the last time the San Anu was sunk, Team Rocket kidnapped more than 50 rich people, and the sinking caused the deaths of hundreds of tourists. Although many Team Rocket's personnel were arrested, the merits were not worth it, so Dogwo Baiji resisted all alone. The hat of the chief prosecutor of the South was taken off, and he was sent to the front line of the most dangerous special forces team to face large gang of poachers, various dark organizations. If it wasn't for Agatha's mother-in-law, who has been operating in the Quartz Alliance for many years and has many contacts, Baijia might never be able to turn over. The two walked out of the police station and found a nearby grove. With his back to the tree, Baijia took out a certain brand of electronic cigarette from his arm, took a sharp puff, and then said, "It's awesome, little brother." 3 people single-handedly killed almost 100 elite members of Team Aqua. Chow Yun, one of the generals of the sea, is even more dead. If you are a prosecutor, this credit is enough to make you jump 3 ranks, and it is no problem to go from probationary prosecutor to senior prosecutor. Quote, "Mr. Baijia, your words are serious." Hisoka smiled and said, "I didn't defeat them myself. They just took advantage of the environment at that time to lock all the entrances and exits of the aircraft." Baijia hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother, this is too modest. Whether it's using tactics or hard power, it's good to be able to get the results you want. Although you're not a prosecutor, you are still an official gym leader. It's also considered to be mixed in the alliance system. I heard Zangma say, do you want to move your position and change city?" Hisoka spread his hands and shrugged. "Mr. Baijia, you also know the situation in the Dark City. The city's economic potential has been exhausted. The transportation is inconvenient, and there is nothing to do except tourism. The only ancient city that can attract tourists from other regions. The Pokémon Nature Reserve will also slowly cool down over time." Quote, Chapter 419 Shabi City and Jontian City, second shift for automatic subscription. Baijia took another deep breath of the e-cigarette, and then spit out a burst of smoke. "But you should also know that everyone wants a good city, and the competitiveness will be great. Are you confident?" Hisoka smiled lightly. "I like it. If there is a chance, I will do my best, and once I do my best, no one else will have another chance." Snap, snap. Baijia couldn't help clapping his hands and said with a smile, "I finally understand why Zangma likes you so much. Little brother, you suit my appetite." Long story short, now the Kanto region has a developed economy, excellent basic industries, and manufacturing. There are 2 other cities with excellent high-tech project but no official gym. One is Shabi City and the other is Jontian City. Quote, Sabi City, Jontian City. Hisoka's face was a little strange. Why did it feel that the name of the first city sounded strange? Not caring about the change in Hisoka's expression, Baijia said eloquently, "Sabi City is close to Pewter City. It is the most developed city in the medical industry among all the cities in the Kanto region. Industrial research base _it in the city of Sapi." Quote, "As for Jontian City, it is the 3rd largest economically developed region in Kanto, after Saffron City and Celadon, Rainbow City. It is a very modern metropolis. Jontian University is built in the city's central region. The name of Jontian University, Zisuo, has naturally been heard. The name of this university in many regions is much more famous than Jontian City. The Kanto region ranks 2nd, the world 10th ranked Pokémon Academy, and the Kanto ranked 1st is Celadon, Rainbow University in Celadon, Rainbow City. Logically speaking, as the 3rd most economically developed city in the entire region, an official gym should have been set up a long time ago, but I don't know what the top executives of the Quartz Alliance were thinking. The 2 major economic cities are allowed to establish official gyms. The relevant news is still circulating in the high level, but there are already many forces around the corner. Some large business groups and wealthy families have also launched their own spokespersons to compete for these 2 positions, including an astonishing number of wild gyms. Only in Jontian City, since there has never been an official gym, there are at least more than 20 gyms of various type blooming in the city, and the pressure of competition can be imagined. Hisoka was hesitant to say anything. Such a huge cake was involved in interests like this. He said that he really didn't believe that there was nothing dirty in it. If he competed with hard power, he would not be afraid, but he was afraid that some people would play some insider trick. Baijia seemed to see Hisoka's thought. He smiled. "Don't think too much. If it is a formal gym competition in some small cities, there may be some kind of dirty business, but Shabi City and Jontian City are 2 big cities. The relationship between the city is very important, and the top officials of the Quartz Alliance have already released their word. The selection of leaders in the 2 major cities only depends on personal strength. Whoever can beat everyone to get the first place will be qualified as an official gym leader. As for your identity, there are nothing in the background worked well." Quote, "Speaking of this," Baijia whispered softly, "also, Jontian University has a lot of reputation, not to mention the forces behind it. Professor Oak is the vice president of this university. University. You said that if a scumbag from a wealthy family came to power and became a gym leader, recommended TN University was the first to refuse. Quote, after hearing these words, Shisuo let go of his inner worry, thought for a moment, and said, I have decided, I will choose Jontian City. I like cities with a strong academic style. Baijia looked like he had already guessed your choice. He lowered his voice. According to the information I got, the official gym qualification competition for Shabi City is in September, and Jontian City is in October, which is saying that you still have about half a year to prepare. The top students at Jontian University are arrogant and arrogant. If you are successfully elected as gym leader in the future, it is estimated that you will be annoyed. Thank you, Mr. Baijia. Hisoka really appreciates the news revealed by the other party. Baijia shook his head. No need to thank you. It's just mutual benefit. You informed Zangma and asked me to clean up the mess. I've taken the credit for you, but you're the one who suffered. The two looked at each other and smiled, and said no more. At worst, this kind of relationship between friends means that they are of mutual use value. At best, it means that you help me, I help you, and everyone may progress together. Hiso, little brother, Hiso, Will, and Taochung had just walked out of the police station not far when they saw three women approaching on the other side of the street. It was Xiaoshui, Nanami, and a petite girl who he did not know. However, looking at the clothes and dressing, they should be local residents. Can you change your name, or just call me Hisoka? Hisoka said helplessly. Nanami teased, you're younger than me, and you're a boy. What's wrong with me calling you little brother? Hisoka didn't care about her, looked at Xiaoshui, and said softly, didn't you tell me to wait for me at the Four Seasons Hotel? Xiaoshui pretty blushed, just about to say something, but Naname pulled her shoulders and shouted, why? Xiaoshui cares about you, can't you? I don't know what's wrong with you, stinky boy. Let her care so much. Quote, are you the one who saved the two gods? At this moment, the petite girl asked, her timid eyes full of curiosity. Hisoka replied slowly, I didn't save them. Your gods were rescued by their own strength. By the way, how has Moltres, the god of fire in your mouth, recovered? Chapter 420 The Crisis of the Lapras Group. Seek automatic subscription. 40 degrees north latitude, 126 degrees east longitude. Geographical coordinates 1970, 2134. This location is almost at the northernmost tip of the Orange Island, and continuing straight north is the Great Channel leading to Sinnoh region. There are few islands in this area, and there are towns, and there is only one Pokémon island that has a Pokémon center. The traffic is complicated, the resources are poor, and there is not enough tourism value to develop the island, which has caused this sea area to become a three-care region that is completely ignored in the eyes of the Orange Alliance. Without the deliberate jurisdiction of the Alliance and lack of a part of the police force, the entire northeastern sea area is almost a holy place for poachers to revel. They trade freely in this sea area, contact sellers, and accept employment 1, 2, 3, and commit crimes that are heinous in the eyes of ordinary people. At this time, there were bursts of high-pitched and pleasant long sounds from the originally calm sea, but there was a sense of panic in such a wonderful sound. Looking towards the south of the sea, I saw a group of Lapras, about 16 or so, rapidly swimming towards this direction. The leading one, Lapras, was unusually large, half a height taller than it appears, and its body exposed on the water was more than 3 meters tall. Lapras are gregarious Pokémon. They are matrilineal societies, and only the most powerful female Lapras can become the leader of a group, which is very similar to the killer whale group on Earth. Compared with other Pokémon, Lapras has a higher intelligence. It can easily understand human language and some gestures. Its character is very gentle and kind, and it often rescues fishermen who are stranded due to storms or hitting the rock. Therefore, people in the coastal region prefer to call this huge, blue-skinned Pokémon Lapras, which means the Pokémon of the sea, which can also be translated as the messenger of the sea god. Lapras are ancient Pokémon that lived from the Middle Ages hundreds of thousands of years ago to today. They can sing the most beautiful ocean songs but were once driven to the brink of extinction by humans. Of course, the chain of interest is at work. As the best riding Pokémon, Lapras was once popular with countless trainers, which also led to its increasing market price. The high price prompted a large number of poachers to take risks to capture Lapras. Lapras has shrunk to only appear in the waters near the Orange Islands and the Whirl Islands in just 100 years. The more it is on the verge of extinction, the price of Lapras on the black market is skyrocketing several times every year, which undoubtedly forms a vicious circle. A group of 16 Lapras was nothing 100 years ago. According to the records of the time, coastal fishermen have also seen a large group of more than 100 Lapras, but now 16 Lapras can be seen at one time, which can already be classified as a large group. Bang, bang, bang. 3 black bears the size of adult heads attacked from behind the Lapras group in a zigzag shape. One of the black balls landed on the right rear of the group. As soon as the black ball hit the sea, it exploded violently. The explosion caused a violent explosion. The shock wave splashed several meters high and hit the Lapras group. At the same time, the second black ball also crashed into the sea, accompanied by the sound of the explosion. The waves were turbulent, and a dozen Lapras uttered fearful growls. Just running away. You Tilda. The leader of the Lapras boss let out a louder roar. The roar almost overshadowed all Lapras shouting. Hearing the words of the boss rage, the Lapras group gradually quieted down. The last black ball crossed an arc and was about to fall to the center of the Lapras group, but saw the boss of Lapras suddenly looking back. His eyes were full of anger. He opened his jaw, and a psybeam spewed out, which perfectly hit the black ball. The black ball quickly condensed, and when it fell to the sea, it became a pile of ice, so there was no explosion. Located about 1,000 meters behind the Lapras group, a large sailboat followed closely, and the sturdy sailors on the sailboat were walking around on the deck, completing their own work. On the bow of the sailboat, there are actually more than a dozen black artillery pieces on both sides, and 3 of the cannon heads are still filled with gunpowder smoke. Captain Barbassa, do we need to continue driving? If we drive further to the northeast, it may cause other poacher gangs to covet. Although we are not afraid of them, we should try our best not to cause conflict. A strong black man who was over 1.85 meters tall respectfully reported to the short, stout middle-aged man who was less than 1.6 meters tall beside him, but wore a pirate hat with a white gull jellyfish on his head. The short, fat middle-aged man is also Captain Barbassa in the black population 1.9. He opened his mouth full of macular teeth and muttered, these Lapras are my wealth. All the poachers who want to touch them, I'm going to chop off their hands and gouge out their eyes. Rush, inform those mad dogs to drive 2 nautical miles ahead and prepare to release my little darling. This time it's a big deal. If anyone dares to drop the chain, I'll shove his head into the barrel of the cannon. Quote, Rush nodded quickly and said yes. Remembering the captain's previous tactic, he had no doubt that if a Lapras ran away during the closing of the net, there would definitely be a hapless man who would be stuffed into the barrel and blasted into the sea. Chapter 421 Silver Feather for Automatic Subscription. Before the Sky Pillar started the self-destruction program, Hisoka locked the entrance and exit of the Red Queen, who had changed her name. The Team Aqua elites in the bottom apron were almost wiped out in the explosion. Their leader, Admiral Hai Chao Young, is missing, thinking that with the strength of the opponent's elite level, it should not be so easy to lead. Unexpectedly, Zapdos, who was supposed to be captured by the Team Aquas, managed to escape, and took the Dark Orb with Moltres. Thinking of the Dark Ball, Hisoka felt a pain in his heart. He watched Zapdos peck the Dark Ball into pieces with his own punch. The Pokeball, whose level of technology was no less than Master Ball, was destroyed like this. A pity indeed. Although he doesn't know how to use Pokeballs of this nature, it's great to study them. The group passed through the Torii Gate on the cliff, and the outline of Haichingshi Shrine was nearly 15 feet late. With the identity of the saintess of the little girl, Farula, Haiso and others were not even questioned by the guarding soldiers. At this moment, it was the afternoon, the hottest time of the day, and the Haichingshi Shrine was surrounded by blooming hibiscus flowers, leaving only a shell trail in the middle. The petals of the hibiscus flower will change position with the movement of the sun. The sun is shining, and the flowers are erect. A group of about 20 Orange Island's yellow-patterned butterfree diligently sucked nectar among the flowers. Some of the yellow-patterned butterfrees finished sucking the nectar, and then flew to the gate of the shrine. In the corridor, a white porcelain bowl with a diameter of 10 centimeters was standing quietly. Some nectar was spit in. Seeing this strange scene, Hisoka couldn't help but feel a little curious. He looked down at Flora beside him and asked, why did those butterfrees spit nectar into the porcelain bowl? Farula put her hands behind her back, looked up at Hisoka and said with a smile, the hibiscus flowers here are provided by the shrine to the butterfree on the island for free. The butterfrees may know this, so every time after the group has finished consuming the nectar, they will leave some of the best quality hibiscus nectar to give to the elders. The elders are getting older, so drinking the hibiscus nectar collected by butterfree is very beneficial to the body. Quote, I see. Hisoka nodded. This should be regarded as a kind of harmonious coexistence between man and nature. Humans provide Pokémon with enough raw materials to survive, and Pokémon will also give back some thoughts in return. The macular butterfrees don't seem to be afraid of outsiders at all, because they know that no one near this shrine dares to harm them. The porcelain bowl was quickly filled with red nectar, and a strange fragrance rushed to the tip of the nose. It smells good. It smells good. Taochung snorted a few times and looked at the bowl of bright red hibiscus nectar not far away, not knowing that a drop of saliva fell on the corner of his mouth. The nectar left by the macular butterfree for the shrine elders is the most excellent part of their mouth, and is generally used to raise the larva or save it as a life-saving food in the future. It is not easy to grow hibiscus. The climate, daily light time, demeanor, rainfall and other factors will have a great impact on the hibiscus. If you want to develop such a large adult hibiscus, it will undoubtedly be without decades of careful cultivation. Delusional. Hisoka was sure that this bowl of top-quality fusang honey was sold on the market, and the price would not be lower than the 15W Alliance coin, and the selling price at the auction house might might be even higher. My dear, this bowl of nectar cost 150,000. Tao Chung's eyes almost popped out when he heard it. Will was also someone who knew the good, and Tao Chung could hear the whispers between him and Hisoka clearly. I'm afraid this nectar is not brewed by saffron. Flora gently stroked the foreheads of the 5 macular butterfree, then bowed to them with her hands folded. Only then did he solemnly hold up this bowl of hibiscus honey. 5 yellow patterned butterfree danced happily beside Flora, and while the butterfly wings fluttered, countless red powder fluttered in all directions. Seeing a group of people habitually dodging, Farula said softly, "Don't worry, these are the pollen of the hibiscus flower, which can sterilize and dehumidify diseases when falling on people, which is very good for the human body." Hisoka nodded, stretched out his hand to block some 497 pollen, and kneaded it gently in the palm of his hand. A warm feeling gradually penetrated into the skin. It was very comfortable, just like taking a sauna. Soon the palm of his hand was sweating. Pushing open the gate of the shrine, there are 3 long bright lamps in the center, not the sculptures of the 3 divine birds in the imagination. A silver feather is placed on the red box of the shrine in the middle. The silver feather is very long, about 20 centimeters long, and this feather is obviously not a tail feather. It is not surprising that a tail feather is 20 centimeters long, but a neck feather that is 20 centimeters long is a bit scary. Hisoka took a closer look. The silver feather was full of metallic texture, not like the feathers of living creatures, but more like some kind of art. These are the feathers of the sea god. Seeing the doubts in Hisoka's eyes, Frula stepped forward and explained, "The sea god is the supreme being in the beliefs of the people of Asia, and it leads the 3. The divine bird has silver wings that cover the sky. Its rage can make the ocean violent and destroy everything in the world. Its gentleness can make the dark clouds dissipate and the storm suddenly stop." Chapter 422 About Lugia. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket for automatic subscription. Regarding the memory of the Pokémon animation, Sisso only read the Johto chapter in the previous life, and later also watched a few episodes of the Hoenn chapter on a song ordering platform. After growing up, due to the struggle for life and the future, as well as pressure from all aspects, and a wide range of hobbies, when more than 20 years have passed, all aspects of life have gradually stabilized, and even individuals have gained a lot in the business world. Success. At that time, I had a huge wealth that was astronomical in the eyes of ordinary people, but with the growth of experience, the precipitation of the soul, and the maturity of the character, the innocence of childhood has long been lost, and it is impossible to relive the childhood animations that I watched at the age of 10. Hisoka doesn't believe in God. He only believes in his own hand. God will not give you food or find a job for you. No matter the past life or this life, everything he has achieved is achieved by his own hand. This kind of thinking is a disdain for the unbelievers in Western society, but in Hisoka's eyes, is the unbeliever not a kind of faith? Even unbelievers are far stronger than those who believe in God. At least they will think about overcoming difficulties when they encounter difficulties, rather than just praying to God. In the world of Pokemon, the word God is no longer an illusion. They have entities and appear in the human world many times. Although they are still essentially Pokemon, their transcendental terrifying power allows them to break down racial boundaries. Humans worship and envy the great power they possess, but they are not afraid, because the power of modern technology makes even the so-called God feel afraid. The enshrined silver feathers lead the 3 divine birds and have the honorary title of the god of the sea. Hisoka reminisced for a while, and he thought of Lugia from the animation. Lugia belongs to the first-class gods on the same level as Ho-Oh, including Hoenn, Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza also belong to the first-class god. However, even with the existence of the same level, there will be a certain gap between the strength. In the Hoenn mythology, Rayquaza has calmed down the battle between Kyogre and Groudon many times. I think Rayquaza's strength should be above the 2. As for Ho-Oh and Lugia, Johto's ancient documents did not find the battle records of the 2 sacred beasts. One of them liked to live in the earth and the sky, and the other is in the depths of the ocean all year round. There is almost no possibility of a junction, and there is no similarity between the 2 sides. Kyogre, Groudon's hostility in such essential genes. However, compared to Ho-Oh's widespread popularity and belief, Lugia, the god of the sea, is much inferior. The beliefs of Lugia, the god of the sea, are only widely distributed in coastal regions and some island, and people in the inland have rarely heard of the god of the sea. Name. Hisoka suddenly remembered something that happened after Ash participated in the Whirl Islands in the animation. There is also a Lugia living near the Johto Whirl Island, and it is also a female Lugia. The most terrifying thing is that this female Lugia actually gave birth to a young Lugia. It has its own descendant. What does that mean? It means that the existence of a first-class god can actually reproduce cubs. Nature, the creator, is the most fair. The stronger the adult species, the worse its ability to reproduce. On the contrary, the weaker the adult individual, the stronger the ability to reproduce. Take Caterpie and Rattata as examples. As long as there is sufficient food and there are no predators around their habitat, habitat. They can easily occupy 1/3 of the Viridian forest in just 3 years. Not to mention first-class gods. Even if they are Pokémon with quasi-god qualifications, it is difficult for them to reproduce. Although modern humans have more scientific and refined cultivation, the number of quasi-god Pokémon has never exceeded that one. Destiny not, and most of the quasi-god cubs are monopolized by various wealthy families. There is really only one Ho-Oh, and Lugia family counts 2 of the size of the Whirl Island, and the Orange Islands should also have one, so there are 3. Of course, it does not rule out that the female Lugia on the Whirl Islands is not the spouse of the Orange Island. This one. If you count this possibility, all be good. Lugia family has 3 adult, including 1 cub. This number is pitifully small compared to other Pokémon group, and it is almost on the verge of extinction. But in terms of the concept of a first-class god, the number of 4 heads is a bit terrifying. Quote. Little Lugia diaresis _ Hisoka bit his lip, subconsciously doing this every time he was caught in the middle of planning. It is self-deception to say that there is no idea. The little Lugia in the Whirl Islands in the animation is very simple and willing to get close to human being. The fisherman child is the best route. Do you want to rob Jouda first to make contact? Even if in the end, I couldn't get my wish, and being able to establish a good relationship with Lugia, the god of the sea, is also a good investment. The elder grandpa should be in the backyard now. I will take you there. After visiting the ceremonial room of the main hall, Flora led Hisoka and his party to the backyard of the shrine. The backyard of Haichingshi Shrine is built on a cliff. The cliff is more than 60 meters above the ground, and there is a bay next to it. The surging waves hit the cliff one after another, making a rushing sound. As soon as he walked into the backyard, Hisoka was stunned by the scene in front of him. Not only him, Will, Momojo, Koyuki, Nanami, including Flora were all surprised by the scene in the backyard. Chapter 423 Backyard Scenery. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. What is the concept of a bird with an erect height of 3 meters? Hisoka's current height is 178, which is relatively tall for his age. After all, he had just turned 16, and at 178 in front of Zapdos, it was about as tall as a bird's leg. The sharp penetrating bird claws sank deep into the soil, and the extremely intimidating thunder and lightning eyes glanced at the sick people who appeared in the yard. Birds have loose plumage and hollow bones that are naturally selected for easier flight, so even Raiden, who is similar in height to Zapdos, has absolutely no such visual impact. Zapdos' height of 3 meters means that in order to support flight, its wingspan will exceed 7 meters, and the wingspan of general bird Pokémon is more than double its height. Articuno likes cleanliness and doesn't want to fall on the mud, so it stood with its head held high on top of a huge dark blue tree, and the 2 of them couldn't embrace it. The huge tree up to 20 meters was now wrapped in ice. It quickly spreads around the branches and leaves. This is the cold air that Articuno naturally emits, and everything that gets too close to it will be frozen. Zapdos, if you get too close to it, the natural collision current between its thunder feathers will be attracted by your biomagnetic field and automatically generate electricity to attack you. Articuno and Zapdos are like 2 door gods, one left and one right, one up and down, quietly guarding Moltres, who was lying on the ground. Moltres was seriously injured, and the dark ball had overdrawn a lot of its stamina and life. If it were replaced by the superficial lifeline of the insect Pokémon, it would probably be sucked dry at once. Bug Pokémon is recognized as the fastest growing Pokémon in the early stage, and it is also the shortest lived Pokémon. Some bug Pokémon grow from infancy to sexual maturity in as little as half a year, and it takes 20 years for a Dragonite to reach sexual maturity. A BFCC, old man with long beard and bald head sat cross-legged beside Moltres, with the pestle in his hand slowly pounding the herbs in the stone bowl. Moltres squinted his eyes slightly, and his mouth uttered a whimper of pain from time to time. Because of the scorch marks of lightning strike, these injuries are all masterpieces of Zapdos. The most serious part of the feather and skin was blown into coke. Ju tilde. Articuno called Zapdos twice, his eyes full of human complaint. If Lulu translated now, Hisoka could hear what Articuno said. Why are you hitting so hard? Moltres almost got killed. He was our little brother. Zapdos was also aggrieved. He raised his head and neighed a few times. His voice was naturally sharp and manic. I endured it for a long time, but it kept hitting me, and I had no choice but to teach it a lesson. Who else told it to be unsatisfactory, captured by humans, and controlled by them? After arguing, Zapdos still arrogantly turned his head to the right, not to look at his elder brother. Articuno is the oldest and the strongest among the 3 god birds in Asia, so it is the eldest brother among the 3 birds. Articuno's complaining eyes instantly turned into a look of contempt, and he said, didn't you also get caught by them and stuffed into a fishing net by them? But I escaped by myself, and I brought my little brother out with me. Zapdos' neck feathers exploded in an instant. Lang said, blue-tailed bird, do you want to fight? HMPH, I'm too lazy to care about your fried chicken. Flora didn't dare to get too close, because Zapdos' behavior was too scary. Dai, how is Lord Fire God? Xiao Dai is also the Slow King who can speak human word. He is hiding behind a tree to watch the fun. It is the first time he has seen the three living gods, but there is a difference between the Lord of Ice and Lord of Thunder. The conversation completely shattered its beautiful illusion. It Laura, Slowking said, turning back. The sound it made was exactly that of an 11 or 12-year-old boy, and the words were eloquent. No one looked at the appearance, but only by the sound. I am afraid that no one would regard it as a Pokémon. It can actually talk. A Pokémon that can speak human word. Tao Chung shouted first, staring at the Pokémon he had never seen before. Most Pokémon can understand human word, but that doesn't mean they can speak human word. Now there is a Pokémon that can speak human word. This kind of surprise is no less than someone seeing a husky gesture. Shout out an old iron. Xiaoshui and Naname have seen Danny talk a few times before, and they have long been accustomed to it. Dai is another evolution branch of Slowpoke. Its scientific name is Slowking. It is a very rare Pokémon. Xiaoshui explained to Shisuo enthusiastically. This is the information the elder grandpa told them, and they couldn't help but want it. Show it off in front of your sweetheart. Of course Hisoka knew the origin of Slowking, but in order not to spoil Xiaoshui's mood, he pretended to understand and nodded. Is it strange to speak human words? Xiao Dai stood in front of Tao Chung. It was 2 meters tall, 10 centimeters taller than Tao Chung, who was 1.9 meters tall. Two needle-like pupils stared at this annoying guy unhappily. Tao Chung flashed back, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It's not strange. It's not strange at all. I don't know why the Pokémon called Slowking in front of him gave him a great deterrent, just like seeing a big man. Chapter 424 King's Rock. Seek automatic subscription. It is not surprising that Tao Chung feels this way. The new branch of Slowpoke, Evolution, was discovered about half a year ago by a research institute in Johto. The new branch was finally named Slowking. The racial classification of Slowking is the king of Pokémon. Slowpoke wants Evolution to become Slowking, and the period is full of coincidences. Of course, part of human intervention is also very important, so it is almost impossible for wild Slowking to appear in nature. Both Slowking and Slowbro belong to a special evolution in Pokémon. Shelter succeeds in bite Slowpoke's tail, and the toxins secreted by it will cause Slowpoke's evolution factor to riot, so that evolution becomes Slowbro. The birth of Slowking. First of all, you must get a magical item called King's Rock. The so-called King's Rock is generally the crown on the head of the ancient king or Grand Duke. After Slowpoke put on the crown, a shelter jumped out of the water at this time, and bite Slowpoke's head. A large amount of secreted biological toxins quickly penetrated into Slowpoke's fragile brain nerve. The stimulation of toxins will allow its brain to be fully developed, so Evolution Slowking has far stronger mental power and higher intelligence than Slowbro. Shelter's toxin is rated at 3 grams, an amount that isn't enough to kill, but too much can paralyze the body, especially when injected directly into the creature's most vulnerable brain area. If there is no King's Rock to protect the brain, Slowpoke will not say Evolution becomes Slowking. I am afraid that the venom injected by Shelter will make it directly become an idiot, although Slowpoke is stupid enough. As the saying goes, live in its position and nourish its chi. King's Rock accompanied a king's life. In the collection world, the price of each King's Rock will be lower than 1500W. The special effect contained in it is one of them, and more is its historical value. Slowking is a natural king. When it appears in the wild, all wild Slowpoke including Slowbro will obey its orders. On the outside, Xiao Dai look harmless to humans and animals, but he does have the aura of a king. Although temperament is illusory, it does exist. Sometimes temperament is more contagious than appearance. Even if we don't talk about this, how could the human Tao Chung be the opponent of Slowking? And what about the Karate King? Xiao Dai just needs to stare down. Confusion will stir, and he will be thrown out immediately. Will is full of curiosity about Derpy. To be precise, he is a trainer specializing in psychic Pokémon, and he is very curious about all-powerful psychic Pokémon. He happened to have an opponent's compatriot Slowbro, and he didn't know whether Slowking was better or Slowbro was better. Just looking at the appearance and temperament, there is no doubt that Slowking will win, but the specific strength is really hard to say without a fight. The bald-headed elder carefully helped Moltres apply the plaster, and his face was full of solemnity and caution. In fact, for such an injury, it is better to send Moltres directly to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Modern medical technology can make it heal faster. Just experienced a human conspiracy seed. Whether it is Zapdos or Articuno, it is difficult to trust strangers, and the 3 sacred birds appear in a Pokémon Center at the same time, which will inevitably attract enthusiastic onlookers from the surrounding people seeing the tragically injured Moltres. Maybe it will touch some of the thoughts that shouldn't be there. Moltres had 3 broken right wing bones, and the bald elder applied 2 layers of ointment made from Marowak's bone stick, and then tied a natural herbal bandage that could automatically decompose. In this way, it is considered a success. If the wing bone is broken, and it is replaced by an ordinary bird Pokémon, even if it is cured, it will leave certain sequelae. But what kind of existence Moltres is? After after the bone setting, after resting for a few days, I am afraid that he will be able to recover. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Have a good rest, the elder whispered in the ear of Moltres, who had woken up, and then looked at Zapdos not far from his left, and said with a smile, Lord God of Thunder, take good care of Lord God of Fire in the future. Don't let unscrupulous people disturb his recuperation. Shot tilde shot tilde. Zapdos shouted twice, and nodded his beak up and down to agree, but immediately fell into the quarrel with his eldest brother Articuno. This is Mr. Hisoka. The bald-headed elder walked slowly on his clog, his hands folded in front of his chest, and Mr. Wool, Mr. Taochung, thank you three for helping the god. The elder is serious. Hisoka hurriedly learned the other party's gestures and returned a salute. Although his mental age was over 40 years old, he was still a child compared to the 80-year-old man in front of him. On the premise that there is no conflict of interest, respecting the old and loving the young is still necessary. At least it will give outsiders a good impression. Will Taochung also followed and returned a salute, being called Mr. by a kind old man, which felt a little strange. Hisoka hesitated, looking at the smiling face of the elder. He couldn't help but summon his courage and said, Elder, I have an unkind request. Can I get to know the three gods? I want to get a feather from each of them as a kind of collection. Of course, doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. He wanted to study the differences between the legendary Pokémon that were extremely rare and even counted on 10 fingers and ordinary Pokémon. Since they are revered as gods by the local people, they must also have their own uniqueness, which is a very attractive research topic. Chapter 425 Need for Magical Items for Automatic Subscription. Elder Qingyu. For the first time, the group knew the name of the spiritual leader in the hearts of the residents of Asia Island. As for Hisoka's request for the three god feathers, it was unexpectedly smooth. In addition to the three feathers, there was unexpected joy. On the wooden table, there are 3 boxes, each of which is 15 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, with carved cages and look very delicate. This is the reward prepared by the three gods for you. Thank you for your helping hand, Elder Qingyu said softly. In fact, he also knew that the three were not actually going to save the three gods, but completely attacked the sky pillar. Accident happened later. However, no matter what, without the actions of 280, Hisoka and the three of them, the three divine birds would probably be nothing, and would fall into the hands of the pervert of Gilcret, and the future fate could be imagined. What's so funny about that? Hisoka rubbed his hands together, showing a harmless appearance to humans and animals, but he was not at all dissatisfied with the movements of his hand, so he grabbed the nearest wooden box and put it in his arm. When Will and Taochung saw this, they hurriedly took their rewards into their pocket. The so-called gods' rewards are really looking forward to it. Hisoka gently opened the box, and the things that caught his eye couldn't help but light up his eyes. There were 3 things in the box covered with red cloth. They were a baby's arm-length yellow sharp bird's beak, a black charcoal and a different shape, regular pocket iceberg. Will, Pete City and their boxes also put the same 3 things in their boxes. These 3 should be magical props that can increase the power of Pokémon skills, and just from the appearance, it is known that the quality of the 3 magical props is much better than similar items on the market. I'm afraid it's not the best magical tool. Hisoka's heart trembled, and he wasn't quite sure yet. He had to measure the relevant data before he could make an assertion. According to the percentage of magical prop that can increase the power of skills, they can be divided into 4 grades. The lowest grade magical prop can only increase the power of skills by 5%, and the magical props of ordinary level can increase the power of skills by 10%, and further up is the top grade magical item, which can increase the power of the skill by 20%. As for the last superb magical item, the power of the skills it can increase has reached an astonishing 50%. The equivalent of a Pokémon carrying the best magical prop can increase to 150 ping in an instant when using a skill move with a power value of 100 ping. As long as it is hit, it is the basic power value of a hyper beam. In the Pokémon battle, the side that can carry the best magical items will naturally have a large advantage. Especially in recent years, the local alliance governments have revised the regulations of the region competition, and the contestants have been allowed to carry magical items for their Pokémon. This decision undoubtedly caused protests from many civilian trainers. However, these protests can only be vented on online forums at most. Most of those aristocratic families are very supportive of this rule revision of the alliance. No matter in which world, as long as human beings exist, or as long as there are intelligent creatures, then most of the resources of society and ethnic group can only be in the hands of a small number of people, and that part of people will be called superior. Mighty male lions rule the pride and enjoy the food the lionesses hunt so hard. The weak male lion can only be driven out of the lion group, wandering alone in the wilderness, and then dying in a corner because of a hunting failure. Sharp beak. Do not melt ice. Fire charcoal. This is the name of the 3 magical props, which can increase the skill power of the flying, ice and fire elements elements respectively. Hisoka picked up the sharp saffron-colored beak. The surface of the beak had a metallic touch. It was extremely smooth, but it was very light in his hand, like a feather. The snow-capped, non-melting ice exterior does not give off a trace of chill, but when you reach out and touch it, you will feel a chill that pierces your heart through your body. The flaming charcoal only felt a touch of warmth in his hand, but Hisoka knew very well that if it was touched with gravity, it would easily explode, and it could be used as a grenade. Top-quality magical items will basically not appear on the market. Even if someone really sells them, they will be purchased by major wealthy families at the first time. Magical items that can directly increase the power of skills and have no side effects are the toughest. Strategic resources. They don't look down on inferior grade. At least they need to be high grade. The three of you look at me, I look at you. This is a total windfall. The price of top-quality magical items varies greatly. If you are lucky enough to meet a rich trainer who is in urgent need of a certain attribute, you can even sell one. Sky-high price. The three divine birds have lived on Asia Island for thousands of years, and it is not surprising that they have accumulated some wealth over 1,000 years. If you think about it carefully, if you didn't target the sky pillar, but took the opportunity to copy the nests of the divine bird, wouldn't you have made a fortune? 2.4 Such a thought unequivocally appeared in Hisoka's mind. For example, if you don't need it yourself, you can find a way to sell it to Mr. Elite Land Crossing. Although he specializes in dragon-type Pokémon, most of the dragon Pokémon have flying attributes. The top-grade dragon teeth can still get some personal use with the Land Crossing family background, but the best-grade dragon teeth is a bit too much. Even if the Yulong family has one, it will only be used as a family treasure for rituals and will not be given to individuals. Blackthorn City is famous for its promotion ceremony. Every 4 years, it prays for all dragon Pokémon. During the ceremony, the Yulong family will use the top-quality dragon teeth. Chapter 426 The last promotion task for automatic subscription. Kumquat Island, Bounty Hunters Guild building. Why are those police officers staring at us all the time? Tao Chung's scalp was numb from the gazes of a group of police officers across the street. The Bounty Hunters Guild building was built directly opposite the police station, and they looked at each other. Will took out a newspaper out of nowhere and handed it to Tao Chung. Look at this. The three heroic hunters bravely broke through the dark organization Team Aqua in the Hoenn region, and all the elite members were destroyed. Close black lens bracket. The newspaper, the Orange Islands News, rewrote the headline in large black font on the first 2 pages. Below the title is a photo of the three of Sisso having a meal in front of the Four Seasons Hotel in Asia. Who filmed this? It's such a vulgar filming of Mr. Ben. Tao Chung's eyes widened in anger, and he almost tore the newspaper in half. In the photo, he happened to use his right little finger to dig his nostrils, and his left hand was scratching on his buttock. Forget about publishing in newspapers. Those media can write better than each other. If you go to the online news, maybe the headline content will be more exaggerated. Anyway, we are feuding with Team Aqua, and they have suffered heavy losses. For the time being, we don't dare to act rashly. Hisoka shook his head, took the newspaper, folded it into a paper airplane, and pushed it gently towards the trash can not far away. The paper airplane just fell into the bucket. Of course, if you are going to the Hoenn region in the future, you must be very careful. It is Team Aqua's territory, and they will not miss the opportunity for revenge. Hisoka said this, and the two of them also nodded clearly. Team Aqua suddenly lost nearly 100 elite members in the Orange Island, not to mention their vitality. At least there will be a period of interruption in their mid-level strength, and their sworn enemy Team Magma will never miss such a good opportunity to beat the water dog. Why? It's worthy of the friendship that has been digging holes for each other for more than 30 years. The three entered the guild building, and the first floor of the building was as sparsely populated as ever. It is said to be the Hunters Guild headquarters, but bounty hunters generally take quests directly on the official website, or go to the nearby Pokémon Center. Who would run such a long distance to the guild headquarters to pick up quests? Only in February and March every year, the promotion assessment of Saffron Hunters will attract some hunters to come. Thanks to Team Aqua, the original 2-week survival in the wild in the first round of assessment was disrupted and replaced with the capture of Team Aqua members. The middle-aged handsome gentleman Paul, who received the assessment hunters, was leaning on the bar leisurely, holding a white towel in his right hand to help wipe the insides of the goblet. Seeing the three of Hisoka walking towards him, Paul's mouth evoked a masculine smile, and said softly, "Congratulations to the three of you on your return. Do you want to have a cup of blue enchantress in the hot summer?" Sliced oranges float in the dark blue cocktail, and the cube-shaped ice crystals slowly rise and fall. It is undoubtedly one of life's great joys to have a cold cocktail on Kumquat Island with a sunshine climate of 42 degrees. Mr. Paul's bartending skills are very good. There are not too many dazzling acrobatic, and some are just accumulated over time. Cheers! The 4 cups of blue enchantress collided lightly in the air, making a melodious slamming sound. After the drinks were exhausted, the three of them looked at Paul, who had closed his eyes and was enjoying a drink. He was the inspector of the promotion assessment and was solely responsible for all assessment indicators, including project changes. Your performance is a little bit beyond my expectation. Paul opened his eyes, paused for a moment, and then said, the adults above also heard about the Sky Pillar, and the Team Aqua Taunt Hunter Guild was actually an accident. But since it happened, the Hunters Guild must fight back. Quote, the first assessment task, I declare that you have passed the test perfectly. Then, as long as you complete the last assessment task, you will immediately be promoted to a Saffron Hunter. Wait a minute, Mr. Paul, Hisoka said. I remember that there are 4 Saffron Hunters in the promotion test. We only completed 1, and logically there should be 3 more. Paul snapped his fingers and leaned against the bar. The 4 assessment tasks are for other hunters, and the 3 of you are no longer among them. Quite simply, some of the adults above think that you have the actual ability of Saffron Hunters. It is a waste of time to go to each assessment, but if you want to become a Saffron Hunter, you must have the experience of completing S-level tasks independently. So your last assessment task is to accept the S-level task and complete it independently. Quote, Tao Chung suddenly slapped the table and shouted, then you can quickly release the S-task. After being dragged on by Team Aqua S mess for so long, I've long been suffocated with mold. Although Tao Chung's actions seemed a bit rude, Paul didn't care too much, still smiling gracefully. Don't worry, S-rank bounty quests are completely different from the A-rank quests you have completed in the past. If you say A-level tasks are 5 times as difficult as B-level tasks, so S-level tasks are 20 times as difficult as A-level tasks, and the assessment requirements are to be completed alone, so the difficulty of the task will be higher. Quote, the S-level task of the assessment will be released in a week. You will come to the guild to pick it up. There is no time limit for the task. When you complete it, you will be promoted to Saffron Hunter. Take a good rest during this time and do your best to respond accordingly. Get ready. Chapter 427 Xiaoshui is gone for automatic subscription. After returning from the Bounty Hunters Guild building to the hotel where he stayed, before Hisoka's butt was warm, he heard Xiaoshui say that he was going back to Kanto. Do you really not spend much time in the Orange Island? Xiaoshui smiled and shook her head. No, I know you have an important assessment to complete next, and during the time when my breeding house was closed, there were already many regular customers calling on the phone. I have to go back, or else these gold owners will have to refund their money. Quote, well, then you have to be careful along the way. Hisoka knew that Xiaoshui had made up his mind and didn't hold back any longer. Anyway, Celadon, Rainbow City was not far from Dark City. After he completed the assessment task, he could go to Celadon, Rainbow City to visit Xiaoshui. Naname heard that the 3 of them were going to complete the quest assessment to advance to Saffron Hunter in a week, or the legendary S-rank quest, and her pretty face flushed with excitement. Her biggest dream when she was a child was to become a professional bounty hunter. Nanami felt that a bounty hunter was the most exciting profession, just like an ancient assassin, taking mission, completing missions, receiving reward, and fighting wits against enemies for mission. Just don't look too handsome. Little brother, that's not right. Hisoka. Nanami stepped forward and grabbed Hisoka's left arm, covering half of her body, and said delicately, when you go to pick up the task in a week, can you take me with me too? I'm a top student who graduated from Celadon, Rainbow University, and I can help you with advice during the mission. Stop. Hisoka raised his hand to interrupt Nanami's words behind. Looking at her beautiful big watery eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your wish. Diaresis. Why? Nanami said dissatisfiedly. Do you think I will hold you back? My actual combat training course in the university still maintains a winning rate of more than 90%. You must know that an 80% winning rate is already excellent. If I need a powerful Pokémon, I can also ask my grandpa to borrow it. In short, I must go. Quote, Hisoka said lightly, the requirement of the assessment task is to complete it independently. If I bring you, my promotion task will be considered a failure even if it is completed. How could this be? Nanami's face instantly grimaced. Although she was a bit self-willed, she was not someone who didn't know the importance of it. Hisoka said so, and it would be a bit too ignorant for her to stalk her. Because of her own willfulness, other people's promotion mission failed. Nanami could only bow her head depressed, took a few steps back, and returned to Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui looked at Nanami's frustrated expression and comforted. Don't be too self-willed. Have you forgotten to promise Xiaofu? You said at the time that you would take her to travel all over the Orange Islands, and then take her with you. She travels to Kanto and Johto. Quote, yes. Flora nodded again and again. I am afraid some woman has forgotten the promise. The old lady is only 20 years old and she doesn't have a boyfriend, so she is still a girl. Nanami grabbed Flora's little face and rubbed it hard. Let you call me a woman. Let you call me a woman. You will definitely do what you promise. Take care of your little belly, and don't become a little fat girl after traveling. The farce of the 2 women made Xiaoshui helpless. She found that Flora and Nanami were just enemies. As long as Flora satirized a little, Nanami would be drawn to hatred by her, and her IQ plummeted. By the way, this this child almost forgot to give it to you. Xiaoshui took out an ordinary red and white Pokeball from her pocket. This is a Pokeball with little Lapras. It has healed, and it has a cheerful personality. A lot. Hisoka, you need to complete your mission here, and Lapras is the best e-transport. You subdued this child? Hisoka asked with a smile. No. Xiaoshui blushed, then shook her head vigorously. I didn't subdue little Lapras. I just promised little Lapras to help it find its mother. But I really can't get out of the breeding house, so I want to ask you help little Lapras find his mother. Quote. Of course it's fine. Hisoka took the Pokeball with the little Lapras. Although the child is not yet fully grown, the height of the 2-meter body and the wide pincer shell are indeed the best e-transportation. When little Lapras was first discovered on the beach of Kumquat Island, except for the stick marks left by the youth of the society, most of the damage to the internal organs caused by the explosive, the obvious traces of the hunting net on the fin palm, and the neurotoxin received, after testing, it was determined to be tentacruel, as venom. In this way, the image of a poacher gang that would use explosive weapons and command tentacruel mainly appeared in Hisoka's mind. It has been nearly half a month since little Lapras fell to Kumquat Island, and I am afraid that its ethnic group is much less fortunate. To Jiao Jiao, Xiaoshui took the direct boat at noon and left, and Nanami took Flora to play around Kumquat Island. After all, Kumquat Island is one of the most developed islands in the Orange Island. Everyone has their own life. Although Hiso and Xiaoshui have good feelings for each other, they will not have reached the so-called male and female friend, barely considered friend. Maybe they will gradually deepen with mutual contact in the future, but now the young two still need to fight for their own goal. Will, Kifiti, and Hisoka returned to the hotel room after having lunch together. In the next week, they had to adjust their state to the best related equipment supplies, expensive spray speed therapy potion, everyone's S-rank bounty task. Don't dare to be careless in the slightest. Chapter 428 Red Queen's data test for automatic subscription. During the 1 week of repairing, Hisoka had a very fulfilling life. He had no task, and he didn't need to take care of others. He devoted all his energy to the adaptive research and development of the super intelligent program Red Queen, so that the Zero Machine 3D Dragon was on the internet. It is a perfect complement to the Red Queen. Hisoka modified the motherboard of the Red Queen, added a layer of protection box on the outside, and then temporarily installed it at the lower end of the notebook to reactivate the Red Queen. Now the conditions are not allowed. He can only provide a relatively simple working environment for the Red Queen, and then return to the base camp of the Dark City after completing the promotion task, and then find a way to get that kind of expensive mainframe with superior performance. Before the intelligent brain technology was developed and perfected, the super intelligent program was the master of the online world, and with the protection of the number 0 Machine 3D Dragon, the Red Queen with poor defense means made up for the last weakness. In the southern coastal region of Kumquat Island, a remote, uninhabited beach, with strange rocks on the beach, and close to the mouth of the bay, 910 caused the sea to be fierce and the storm continued. Such a beach is completely unsuitable for development as a tourism project, and can only be abandoned by the Kumquat Island municipal government. Hisoka released all the Pokémon on the beach, forming a neat long queue from low to high. Baniri, who had just turned half a year old, was in first place, followed by Chansey. Weavile was third, then Lulu, Melodic, Rhyperior. Ah, open your mouth. Hisoka crouched down and scratched Baniri's chin like a child. Baniri is the youngest, and is deeply loved by the eldest sister Talulu. In Hiso's team, he is like a little bully, and even Rhyperior can't do anything about her. Am I tilde not tilde? Baniri narrowed his eyes comfortably, and let out a pleasant moan. Especially the little head is habitually stretched forward, wanting to get more caress. Baniri is something that Hisoka has taken care of from the egg to the present. After most creatures are born, they will always be full of instinctive admiration for the person they see for the first time, not to mention the most meticulous and most loving companionship and care afterward, rather than the relationship between the master and the Pokémon. Baniri's feelings for Hisoka are more like his father. Baniri obediently opened his mouth and stretched out his pink tongue, while Hisoka picked up the cotton swab in his right hand and rolled out gently on the tongue, dipping a bit of Baniri's saliva. Then he clicked a button of the multifunction watch, and the watch was opened, revealing a very delicate silver chassis. Hisoka wiped the cotton ball soaked with Baniri's saliva on the silver chassis again, leaving the traces of saliva in it. The multifunction watch is connected to the laptop, and the Red Queen can freely move between the two, which is also its current second body. Get the corresponding biological information material, and now start to calculate the basic attribute data. At this time, a 3D virtual image of a blonde girl appeared on the LCD screen of the closed watch dial, and there was only indifference and coldness on her delicate face. Super intelligent programs don't have feelings, so the Red Queen is not perfect. When she can evolve into a brain, she will understand the meaning of emotion. Basic attributes are calculated. Close black lens bracket. Baniri. BFCJ. Attribute. General Department. Muscle strength 5.2. Reflex nerve 7.14. Brain cell activity 2.7. Immune activity 3.26. The Red Queen reclassified big data, a series of actual combat data, and physical scanning including the final information material, and calculated more accurate and more intuitive body data. This allows Hisoka to observe the progress of his Pokémon strength at any time, and can also make perfectly targeted training. At present, the Red Queen must have biological pheromone plus a part of dynamic scanning to calculate the data in this regard. Therefore, if you are facing the enemy, the Red Queen can't immediately calculate the relevant data of the opponent's Pokémon accurately. When the data is more complete, the biological pheromone may no longer be needed, and the work can be done directly by dynamic scanning. In the calculation formula of the Red Queen, a 25-year-old man who is free from disease and in good health is taken as an example. The average value of his 4 physical attributes is 1 to 1.5 EPUB unit. The data that Hisoka measured for himself is that muscle strength 2, reflex nerve 3.5, brain cell activity 4.2, immune activity 3. All physical attributes are more than twice that of ordinary people. On the one hand, this is the result of his hard work, but more is the long-term gain radiation of the colorful orb. Otherwise, unless it is a pervert like Master Bruno that has never been seen in 100 years, Hisoka is sure that Bruno's physical attributes are definitely far beyond the limits of human being. Fighting skills, physical confrontation with fighting Pokémon. Although he was mentally prepared, seeing the relevant attribute data of Baniri, a wry smile could not help revealing the corners of his mouth, and an inexplicable sense of frustration lingered in his heart. Even if his physical attributes are twice as high as those of ordinary adult men, compared to Baniri, who was born only half a year ago, except for the attribute of brain cell activity, he is completely defeated. Physically, humans really aren't on par with Pokémon, if not at all. Baniri's body is small, but his long rabbit ears can easily break trees and rock. The jumping with all her strength is 30% high, that is, 9 meters. When she is 1 year old, the corresponding attributes will also increase. What's more, there is another evolution that can make the strength in a period of explosive growth. Chapter 429 respectively. Second update for automatic subscription. The level of muscle strength intuitively represents your strength. The higher the intensity, it also represents your ability to resist, instant explosive power, and so on. Reflex nerves are the sum total of your dynamic vision, physical agility, and physical coordination. If your explosiveness is strong enough, the higher the reflex nerve attribute, the faster you are. Brain cell activity is an estimate of the energy released by the daily activity of the brain. There are magical spiritual forces in this world, and there are so-called psychic people. The official gym leader of Kanto Saffron City, Sabrina, is a psychic who controls confusion. Her brain cell activity it will be 10 times that of ordinary people, or even more. Immune activity is related to your physique. The higher your physique is, the stronger your immunity will be, and you will be immune to more bacteria, viruses, parasite, and toxin. Gardevoir. Attribute: psychic. Muscle strength 6. Reflex nerve 12.4. Brain cell activity 129. Immune activity 15.2. Lulu's muscle strength attribute is not outstanding, but it is 3 times that of Hisoka, which means that even as a mage, with crispy skin and thin flesh in essence, he can easily be killed with bare hand. Comparing the physical attributes of a human and a Pokémon is simply a crime, and the data will be crushed in all directions. Compared with the other 3 attributes, Lulu's brain cell activity is as high as 129 EPUB unit, a very scary number, but if you think about it carefully, she is a psychic Pokémon, her race has the reputation of the Psychic Queen, and her spiritual power is far away. Super other Pokémon. Hisoka collected the pheromones of the Pokémon one by one, and accurately calculated their physical data. Weavile's reflex nerve attribute is the highest in the entire team, with a data as high as 105, and an amazing muscle strength of 63. The most outrageous muscle strength is undoubtedly Rhyperior. The number of 198.8 intuitively shows that his big size is not white. The best immune activity is Chansey, and Melodic has the most average of the 4 attributes. I don't know what the 4 attributes of Pheromosa will be like. Hisoka suddenly had such an idea. This other dimensional visitor from other worlds has unfathomable strength. The combination of Lulu and Weavile was cracked by her one move. If it wasn't for the other party's mercy, they could easily kill Lulu and Weavile in 1 second. Pheromosa's speed was so fast that even lightning could not describe it. Even if you think about it, Pheromosa's reflex nerve will not be lower than about 300 EPUB unit, and the muscle strength should also exceed 100. As for whether it can surpass Rhyperior, Hisoka is not sure. His Rhyperior itself belongs to the xenogenic species in the ethnic group. Its body size is twice that of the ordinary Rhyperior, and it has grown up under the energizing radiation of the colorful orb since childhood. The muscle strength is not comparable to that of the ordinary rhyperior. Although the two are the same species, there is already a gap in the genetic layer, which is no longer a problem that can be solved without effort. The Kumquat Island wharf area is bustling with people coming and going, and the large cargo ships and passenger ship docked at the deep water port emit roaring whistles from time to time, which indicates that they are about to set sail. Hisoka, Taochung, and Will stood at a quay with less traffic. The three of them stared at each other and then smiled. They became attached to each other because of the hunter assessment. Thinking of how they had been together for the past 2 weeks, but now they were separated, the three of them felt a little sigh. Let's just heart here. I wish you all the best of luck in your future promotion task, and of course I wish you all the best. Hisoka was sighed, but not reluctant. Everyone has their own fortune. Even biological parents will not accompany you all your life. There is an old saying in a previous life that there is a banquet in the world. He cherishes the friendship between the three. After all, many friends also have many paths. Taochung nodded, put his arms around the shoulders of the two, and said with a hearty smile, we are both men, and the friendship between men will take care of each other even if they are separated by thousands of miles. If there is any trouble that cannot be solved in the future, just say hello. I love you too, but I don't like you. Will slapped off Taochung's big palm in disgust, looked at the boy's depressed expression, and couldn't help raising his mouth. Hiso and I are both men. We only like women. I like women too. Taochung rubbed the back of his neck suspiciously. I said like between brothers. Will you want to go where? Will was at a loss for words. This stubborn guy can't even hear a joke, and he actually answered in a serious manner. Hisoka shook his head and laughed. It was the first time he saw Taochung make Will deflated. Taochung's S-level assessment task is to go to Johto Violet City, find and solve a certain base of Team Rockets hidden in Violet City, copy all the information in the base computer, and the task is completed. Will is going to Lavender Town in Kanto to solve the haunted incident of the 3.1 Xi'an Broadcasting Tower. As for Siso himself, he wants to go to the northeastern border of the Orange Island, find a poacher organization called the Stinger Pirate, capture the captain of the pirate group Basov, and destroy the secret transaction between the other party and a poacher organization from Sinnoh region. After learning about the assessment task, Hisoka specifically found some information about the Stinger Pirate. The other party is a poacher gang that has emerged in the past 5 years. It has been wandering around the Orange Islands all year round to commit crime. Rare Pokémon capture extinction. The most favorite Pokémon used by the Stinger Pirates is Tentacruel. Chapter 430 Go to Penguin Island. 1 update for automatic subscription. It was Tentacruel's neurotoxin in that teenage Lapras. To say that the Pokémon with the highest economic value around the Orange Islands is undoubtedly Lapras. Lapras has a docile and kind personality, and even a trainer who is not very strong can easily gain its trust. It has both water and ice attribute, and its combat effectiveness in water is also quite good, and it is the best riding Pokémon. With the superposition of various advantages and the scarcity of quantity, the black market price has soared year by year. You must know that the Alliance law does not allow the trading of Pokémon in name, but this kind of thing cannot be prohibited by law alone. Since live trading is not allowed, then we will not touch monetary interests and exchange Pokémon with each other. Of course, only the parties know what happens in private. The Stinger Pirates' methods of catching Pokémon are wicked and greedy, and Hisoka does not believe that they will give up the high benefits of hunting Lapras. There have never been so many coincidences in the world. Little Lapras, injury and stranding, and the Stinger Pirates should be inseparable, and the group of 15 and the little Lapras should be less feared. If Lapras' character is as aggressive as Sharpedo, there may be a chance to escape. Sometimes character really decide fate. The mission is carried out in the northeast waters of the Orange Island, and the coordinates are 1970 2189. Siso, who had seen the map of the Orange Islands for a long time, knew that this coordinate was already located on the borderline of the Northeast Sea. The next 3 nautical miles belonged to the high seas area. After passing through that high sea, there was a direct channel to Sinnoh region Sunnyshore City. There was no time limit for the assessment task, so Hisoka seemed very leisurely during the journey. Kumquat Island is too far away from Penguin Island, the nearest city island in the Northeast Sea. Even by seaplane, it takes 48 hours, or 2 full days, but the plane was not as comfortable as a ship, so Hisoka spent some money and boarded a freighter bound for Penguin Island. There are no passenger ship going to Penguin Island at the port at all. There are few islands and there are no famous attractions. The only island where people live, Penguin Island, is just an ordinary town. In fact, the most critical reason is that the security conditions in the waters around Penguin Island are too chaotic, and various poacher teams emerge in an endless stream. These people are equivalent to drug dealers in previous lives. Once caught by the police, they may be imprisoned for life, so most poachers are poached. They are all vicious, and their methods are even crueler than those of the dark organizations, and they often kill those who hinder them. In addition to the local poacher gang, poacher teams from the 4 regions of Sinnoh, Hoenn, Kanto, and Johto are gathered along the borderline of the northeast waters of the Orange Island. island, but the number is much smaller. Time is like flowing water. 3 days is enough for Hiso to vomit the beauty of the sea. In addition to the first day of the sea trip, there are still some feeling. After that, the sea is calm and waveless all day long. Hisoka feels that if he lives at sea for a long time, he will easily suffer from depression. Hisoka leaned against the fence in front of the bow boldly. Baniri lay on his right shoulder, and the mood of one person and one pet seemed a little low. Looking at the unchanging scenery ahead, they all sighed. Am I tilde not tilde? Baniri let out a coquettish cry, and touched Hisoka's face with his little hand, then patted his hairy belly. Hisoka looked sideways and said with a smile, little guy, are you hungry again? Am I? Baniri nodded vigorously. The little guy is in a critical growth period and needs more nutrients to ensure the perfect development of his body, so she will be hungry very quickly. Hisoka flicked Baniri's forehead and looked at his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock, and it was almost lunchtime. Baniri had to eat 4 meals a day. In addition to the normal 3 meals, a nutritious meal was added after 10 o'clock in the evening. In this case, after the second half of the year, Baniri turns 1 year old and enters adulthood. Mr. Hisoka, the captain asked me to inform you that the cargo ship will arrive at Penguin Island in about 30 minutes. You can go back to your room in advance and pack your luggage. At this time, a young sailor with a few freckles on his cheeks ran over quickly, and his blonde hair and bronze skin look particularly energetic. This young sailor is called Kaka, who is 1 year older than Hisoka. Regardless of his age, he is already a 327-year-old sailor for 3 years. Although he is not a professional trainer, he loves Pokémon battles very much. When Hisoka first got on the ship, Kaka pestered him every day to have a 1v1 Pokémon battle, and he had no choice but to fight the opponent. Kaka took him a chop, very sailor's pet style. Most sailors like to use fighting-type Pokémon or some powerful water-type Pokémon. In addition to fighting at critical time, the main reason is the usual work assistant. This guy's command method is better than that of a novice trainer, and he is barely a junior trainer. Faced with this kind of player, Hiso would naturally not come up with the main force to fight, so there is no other possibility in the battle except one-shot kill. Just send Baniri to fight to accumulate combat experience. Thank you, Kaka. Hisoka patted the other person's shoulder, then walked towards the stairs, finally reached the destination, and when you board the Penguin Island, you must order a big meal to treat yourself. Chapter 431 Little Girl Sunflower for automatic subscription. The final destination of this freighter is Sunnyshore City bound for Sinnoh region, and Penguin Island is just one of the rest and transfer stations. The freighter slowly approached the deep water port of the island, and with a loud bang, a giant iron anchor more than 5 meters high fell into the seabed. The ladder was placed on the dock for the crew to land. Boom, boom. I stepped on the pier board twice, and this down-to-earth feeling is not comparable to that of a swaying freighter. The island area of Penguin Island is not large. It can only be regarded as a small and medium-sized island, but the altitude of the island is particularly high, especially from the pier to the east. That is, from the front, it is a road with a slope from short to high. The houses are built next to each other in high and low order, and the style has the feeling of a small town in the country. There is a church-like building on the highest point of the island, with a red and white Pokeball pattern on the top of the middle tower. When you see this sign, you know that this is not a church but a Pokemon center in the town. Hey, handsome, do you need a tour guide who is proficient in all the tourist attractions on Penguin Island? The price is very affordable, and I will tell you secretly that if you hire me, I will show you a pirate treasure hidden in the surrounding waters. As soon as Hisoka walked into the Ma junction of the town, a figure broke out in the alley next to him. The figure opened his hands to block in front of him, and spoke with a clear mouth. Hisoka nodded slightly and saw the little man blocking the way. Compared with his height, the guy who is less than 1.5 meters in front of him is indeed a small person. She has a pink and lovely bun face, with black waist-length hair and a large round-brimmed hat. If you don't pay attention to this large round brim, it leans down to cover half of her face. The little girl snorted, hurriedly raised her round-brimmed hat, held her heart in both hands, opened her watery eyes, and blinked her long eyelashes, looking like she was looking forward to it. A pair of washed white sneakers, but still yellow, and a few patches stitched on the blue overall. Just by looking at what the other person is wearing, you can tell that this little girl's economic conditions are not good, and it should be said that it is relatively poor. Hisoka looked up at the entrance of the alley where the little girl ran out. There were also several children of the same age as her, and their clothes were all sewn and patched. The children hid in the alley, only sticking out a few. They looked at Block's little girl with envy and disgust. It is rare for a few tourists to visit the island in a week on Penguin Island. For the orphans born in the orphanages, the foreign tourists are simply big money owners. The tip they casually give can be enough for a month if they save some food. As food. Now that a gold master is one step ahead of the other party, do you think those colleagues can't be jealous or hate little girl? It seems that the economic conditions of Penguin Island are really backward. The streets and roads are full of potholes. I think they have not been repaired for a long time. Most of the British British-style town-style houses are also dilapidated. Some houses have a whole piece of white paint on the wall. After falling an even growing mushroom, the owner of the house did not take care of them. Underage children act as tour guides for foreign tourists, which is already equivalent to alternative begging. Sasuo has never encountered such a situation since he came to this world. Even in the Dark City, which is extremely backward compared with other cities in Kanto, at least the children there can eat and wear well. The little girl with steamed buns is dressed in shabby clothes, but the edges and corners of the clothes are clean. From the small details, you can see that the girl is very careful, otherwise a dirty child suddenly blocked, and the first impression is not always so good. Girl, what's your name? Hisoka crouched down and looked at her. Baniri put his arms around his neck and looked at the little girl curiously. The little girl didn't have the slightest age fright, and her eyes kept looking at Hisoka. After hearing the word, her face was full of joy, because she understood that since the other party asked her name, it proved that there was hope for this tour guide job. Hello, my name is Sunflower, the little girl replied generously. Sunflower? Hisoka looked suspicious. Sunflower should be the scientific name of a flower. Why would you call it such a name? Because I was picked up by the dean next to the sunflower, I took this name. Of course, you can also call me Angie. It was an orphan. Hisoka nodded secretly, but with a smile on his face. Then Angie, I can hire you as my temporary tour guide. Then, Miss Tour Guide, where is the most famous restaurant in your town? Sunflower's eyes lit up, and she didn't recognize her at all. She stepped forward and grabbed Hisoka's right hand, and stepped forward with her cap. Handsome guy, you are asking the right person. I happen to be doing part-time work in that restaurant. That restaurant's snail fried rice is quite famous. My name is Hisoka. Just call me by my name. Being called handsome by a 10-year-old girl, good Jiao Suo would only feel embarrassed. Well, you're older than me at first glance. I'll call you Brother Zisuo. This will make you look more affectionate. Sunflower turned back and smiled. Whatever you want. Hisoka shook his head helplessly. Uncle Ludiao, I'll help you bring in a guest. Remember that the hourly wage will increase by 5 points tonight. Pushing open the door of the hotel, Sunflower's energetic voice attracted the attention of all the guests. It is said that it is a restaurant, but it is actually a flat hall with an area of about 60 square meters. 8 tables and a kitchen covered by a curtain take up almost all the space. The 6 tables were already full, and the presence of 2 of them caught Hisoka's attention. Chapter 432 Kaji Seek Automatic Subscription. The Uncle Luho in Sunflower's mouth is a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a bald head but a peaceful face. His slightly squinted eyes and a kind smile make a very good first impression. It's Angie. Uncle Ludiao walked into the hall from the back kitchen with 2 plates of saffron-colored fried rice. Don't worry, what Uncle promised you will definitely be done. If you bring in a guest, the hourly salary will increase by 5 points. This guest, please wait a moment. I will serve these 2 bowls of snail fried rice to the guest over there. Uncle Ludiao smiled at Hisoka, and then walked to the 2 tables of people at the innermost window by the window. The 2 tables of people that Hisoka felt a little strange. There were 4 people at one table, and 2 tables were filled with 8 people. They were all young men with sharp eyes, black vests, canvas trousers, and special sailor boots on their feet. The exposed muscles look much stronger than ordinary people, and the skin is very dark. At first glance, he is the owner of running boats all year round. As for the business of running boats, it needs to be considered. 280 The small restaurant does not have a special menu. All dishes are written on a white paper and pasted on the wall. Besides the signature snail meat fried rice, there is only 1 seafood soup including some simple kimchi stir fry. The food is simply poor. 6 you, and 4 bowls of snail fried rice. Hurry up and serve our brothers. I've worked hard all morning today and I'm starving to death. One of the men in the group with a hazy face and a hoop in his left ear shouted loudly. TMD, the boss is too careful. Why should such a good thing be left to that dwarf? If I say it, I should do it directly. Quote, no problem, I'll come right away. How about Kaji and your brothers first order some sake? Uncle Luho still smiled, not at all dissatisfied with the other party's rudeness, and even a little flattering in it. The Iron Man Kaji licked his lip. Wine is a good thing, but BFTA thought of the boss's warning and shook his head. No, we still have to work in the afternoon. If we get out of the basket because of drinking, boss gotta peel us off. Brother Zisuo, what do you want to eat? Uncle Ludiao has the best craftsmanship in our town. I will tell the uncle what you need, and make sure you have enough. Because he is too short, Sunflower can only kneel on a long wooden chair to look at Zisuo. The cute Bowsy's face is full of joy. He wants to stroke the drooping hair, but makes the white one a whole size bigger. The round-brimmed hat fell off again, and the anxious little girl screamed. Hisoka put his hands together between his jaws. The corners of his mouth rose as he watched the little girl who was fighting against the hat, and he reached out to hold her round-brimmed hat, and said, then here are 2 bowls of fried rice with snail meat, a plate of cucumbers with soy sauce, a bowl of seaweed soup and sardine stir-fry. Quote, Sunflower thanked him, and when he heard his order, he was surprised. Wow, do you want to eat so much by yourself? Another bowl of fried rice rice with snail meat was ordered for you. Actually, I'm not hungry. Little Lolita's sunflower blushed, but she could smell the constant aroma on the table next to her, and her stomach couldn't help the hoot-hoot. Go and call for food. I'll treat you. The prices of all the dishes here can't be cheaper in Sasuo's eye. When I stayed at the Six-Star Ocean Hotel in Lampruchi City, the price of any dish in the revolving restaurant on the top floor is enough to spend a month in this mall restaurant. Hearing that, Sunflower was no longer reserved, turned over and jumped down from the chair, throwed off her two short legs and ran to the back kitchen, shouting while running, "Uncle, 2 bowls of fried rice with snail meat, a plate of cucumbers with sauce." "Interesting girl, what do you say, you greedy little girl?" Hisoka put the baniri on his shoulders on the dining table, pulled the little guy's rolled up bunny ears, and kneaded gently. Am I tilde? Baniri thought Hisoka was despising him. His black eyes glared, his little head swayed from side to side, and his long ears clapped his hands to prevent him from kneading. Hisoka had his own way to deal with the petulant boy. He took out a box of high-calcium biscuits specially shaped as carrots from his folded backpack and stood up in front of Baniri. Mia tilde. The familiar smell of milk was near Chi-Chi, and the small emotions that had arisen disappeared in an instant. The body threw forward, and the small hand tightly grasped the 3-lobe carrot biscuit and stuffed it into the mouth, and the chewing sound of Chi-Chi-Chi was incessant. The energy bar baked with eggshell fragments from Baniri's birth, Miltank's fresh cow, and Marowak bone bar powder was exhausted a month after it was born, and now I eat high-calcium biscuits without eggshell fragment, but more Beedrill's rock honey. Beedrill is a very strange insect-type Pokémon. Beedrills that live among forest trees do not produce honey, while Beedrills that like to live among cliff can often produce rock honey with extremely high nutritional value. The mystery, and even today, the Pokémon research community has not given a clear conclusion. It is very difficult to collect rock honey. First of all, the geographical location is very dangerous. Second, if you want to collect honey, it will definitely destroy Beedrill's lair. Beedrill's temper and unity are also well known. News reports a honey pickers fall off a cliff and die. I am afraid that many people cannot understand the price of their lives to collect honey. Rock honey has high nutritional value. The quantity is in short supply. The market price is very high, and the high economy has also led to some people taking risks. Chapter 433 Rat and Rat Second Update. Seek automatic subscription. Hisoka tried a few bites of the so-called most famous fried rice with snail meat in Penguin Town. It really lived up to its reputation. The snail meat was plump, juicy, and unusually tender, all of which were freshly caught on the beach this morning. The fried rice is lightly spicy. Each grain of rice is wrapped in a thin layer of fish meat, and served with a mouthful of sweet and sour pickled cucumbers. It is refreshing and appetizing. After taking a few big mouthfuls of fried rice with a spoon, Hisoka stopped, looked at the sunflower who was still digging in his head, and said, "Angie, let me ask you a question. If your answer is satisfactory to me, I will pay the tour guide fee this time. You double." Cough cough tilde. Hearing these words, Angie hurriedly put down the rice spoon in her hand. Because she ate too quickly, she almost choked. After drinking a mouthful of seaweed soup, she recovered. "No problem. Tell me, I'll tell you. Don't look at my age. As long as I know what happened around Penguin Island, you can rest assured." Angie shouted, but she was thinking, this time the money is doubled, and the fee can be doubled as long as you answer a question, and people outside the island are really rich. Zisuo Jinshi also grew up in a welfare center. Most of the people who knew that orphans were born or precocious, and some of them lacked a sense of security. You can't look at each other with her current age. This girl has a lot of precocious speech and behavior, and has a good emotional intelligence. As the saying goes, snakes have snake ways, and mice have rat ways. She can't be regarded as a local snake, but she can barely be regarded as an authentic rat. Some news you need. Have you heard of the stinger pirate? Hisoka said these words indifferently, and held a snail in his right hand and handed it to Baniri. Baniri leaned forward, sniffed with his chocolate-colored little nose, frowned slightly, hesitated for a while before taking a bite, and then quickly poo spit it out. Baniri is a vegetarian, and the juicy and delicious taste of the snail meat in the sauce is like chewing wax in her taste. Seeing that his prank was successful, Hisoka unconsciously showed a smile. Baniri didn't blame him, just obediently picked up another carrot high-calcium biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth. "Why are you asking this?" The soup spoon in his hand fell off the plate and made a tinkling sound. Sunflower's petite body stood on the chair. Her eyes first glanced at the two innermost table men in vest who were talking loudly, and then lowered her voice and said, "I said, little brother, you must not mess with the stinger pirate. They are a group of masters who kill without blinking." "Hee, of course I won't mess with them. You just need to answer if you know." Call. Sunflower heaved a sigh of relief. "If you didn't look like a policeman, I would have suspected that you were plainclothes who came to investigate. You're a little older, but you know a lot." Hisoka laughed. Sunflower adjusted her big round hat and said proudly, "That is, I have been in and out of the surrounding sea since I was a child, and I have seen many people. It is no problem to catch magic Magikarp with empty hand. Stop blowing. Sisso patted her head, put a stack of half-centimeter thick $100 Union bills on the dining table, and pushed forward. Answer the question honestly, and when you're done, it's all about you. Now. Sunflower swallowed her saliva, and said candidly, there must be several thousand for such a thick stack. What do you think? Hisoka put his arms around his shoulders. Little boss, why did you change your name again? Hisoka looked bewildered. Hee, I think you are so handsome. You will definitely make a fortune in the future. Sunflower pulled down her big round-brimmed hat to cover her face, and said softly, little boss, since you dare to come here alone, you must be aware that there are often poacher gangs near our Kingan Island. Kingan Island being so poor, on the one hand, it is because of the lack of resources, but the most important problem is that the law and order are too chaotic, and no one dares to come here. Quote, katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Hisoka nodded. Penguin Island is too close to the high sea area. Even if the Orange Alliance organizes a large number of police forces to carry out a sweep, those poacher gangs will hide on the high seas when they see that the situation is not good. No way. Inter-regional arrest must be notified in advance with the local alliance government, otherwise it will be regarded as illegal entry, and diplomacy will be difficult. Besides, in the vast sea, if people really want to run, it is really difficult for you to catch them all in one go. The police force required is not comparable to arresting them on land. The Stinger pirate got their name about 5 years ago, Sunflower recalled for a while, and then slowly said, after 5 years of development, they are already the most powerful poacher team around. Their boss is called Basab, and he is very short, about the same height as me. It's over. It's over. Are you being tricked by yourself? An inexplicable depression came to her mind. All of the Sisso she was talking about knew, and the Orange Police also found relevant cases. Don't be in a hurry to get angry. Sunflower leaned forward and tucked the stack of 100 yuan bills on the table into her overall. For the sake of the little boss, I'll tell you an extra piece of exclusive news. Quote, Hisoka said blankly. What news? Sunflower beckoned. Come here. Stick your ears out. I don't dare let others hear this news. I heard it accidentally when I was out diving to catch the elephants and snails that day. The Stinger pirates have a big deal recently. It seems to have something to do with Sinnoh. SI. Chapter 434 Sinnoh Diamond Poaching Group Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket for automatic subscription. I heard from those people that the poaching gang they cooperated with was called the Diamond Poaching Group. It seems to be very famous in Sinnoh region. In the face of the stack of 100 yuan bills, Sunflower told all the secrets that she had accidentally heard 2 days ago. Seeming to feel a little uneasy, Sunflower warned again, you must not disclose this matter, in case Basab and the others find out, but you run away, I will be out of luck. Hisoka waved his hand and said, don't worry, I'm only interested in the poacher forces near Penguin Island. Besides, I'm only one person, so how can I provoke this group of desperados? Sunflower is very smart. She didn't believe what Hisoka said, but thinking about it carefully, as the other party said, no matter how powerful this guy is, he is still a person, and to fight against a group of professional poachers is undoubtedly going to die. After asking the questions he needed, Hisoka's attention returned to the food in front of him. Life is too short, tasks must be completed, and things that should be enjoyed must be enjoyed. What time is it now? A round-faced man next to him quickly glanced at his watch and said, Brother Kaki, it's almost 12 o'clock. Okay, don't eat what you haven't eaten yet. If you can't finish the afternoon's work, the boss will have to break your dog's leg. Kaji picked up a toothpick and bit it on his mouth, and stood up swayingly. Sick, today's meal is on my head, and I will finish it together next time. Brother Kaki, how can I let you settle the bill? This time I will also count it. Uncle Ludiao stuck his head out from behind the kitchen curtain, waved his hand, and said with a smile, slow down, come back next time. Kaji laughed and gave a thumbs up. Lu Tiao, you are very good. If anyone dares to make trouble in your hotel in the future, you will call my name. The little drama in front of him aroused some interest in Hisoka and asked, this guy is very arrogant. Do you know him? Sunflower raised her head, looked at Kaji and the others. Her big eyes flashed a trace of disdain, and she whispered, a group of fur seals who eat and drink everywhere, every day at Uncle Ludiao's place on credit. As for the guy named Kaji, who was originally the little gangster in our town who later joined a blue turban underworld force. Quote, blue turban. Hisoka found that both of them had a blue cloth tied around their right arm, which should be the symbol of the other organization. The underworld organization still dares to swagger around towns and cities. It seems that the Orange Alliance may have really given up on Penguin Island, which has little economic value. Kaki and his group of little brothers were about to walk out of the restaurant door, but found that the Pokémon in front of the black ponytail boy sitting on the table next to the door seemed to have never been seen before. She is petite, with a pair of furry bunny ears and look very cute. Kaji's eyes rolled. Which two two types of Pokémon in the black market are the least troublesome to sell, and can be sold at a high price. One is a Pokémon with a rare number of races and excellent talent and aptitude, preferably the kind with 2 stages of evolution. This type of Pokémon is basically the most expensive category on the black market and is never afraid of not having a seller. The second kind of Pokémon doesn't care whether it's good enough or not, as long as it's beautiful enough or cute. And this type of Pokémon is very marketable in the circle of those wealthy ladies and daughters. Like Pichu, Eevee, Cleffa can even sell for far more than the evolution type. Those wealthy ladies and daughters will also purchase a magical item called Everstone. Pokémon carrying Everstone will never produce the light of evolution. In their opinion, the power of evolution's urge is far less important than the cute appearance. Although Kaji has never been to school and has no culture, after all these years, he and the boss have been wandering around, and he has more or less eyesight. This cute rabbit-like Pokémon won't be Kanto, Johto's native Pokémon, probably from another region. Regardless of whether it is rare in that region, there should be no second one in the Orange Islands anyway. Rare is precious. If you can get this Pokémon, maybe you can sell it for a high price in the upcoming trade conference. After all, sometimes women's money is much easier to earn. In an instant, this unseen Pokémon turned into stacks of thick bills in Kaji's eye. Relying on the large number of people, Kaji's heart became more and more eager to move. After a little thought, he did it. He was just an ordinary teenager. Even if he grabbed it hard, the other party could not make any trouble. Kaki bit his toothpick, strode to the dining table, sat down on the spare bench with a very arrogant attitude, and shouted, "Hey, boy, why haven't I seen you on Penguin Island before?" Came from outside. The other 7 young adults wearing black vests of 3.7 also had arrogant smiles, forming a circle that just wrapped the entire wooden dining table. In this way, the opponent has no chance to run. Damn, what are these filthy stinky seals trying to do? Sunflower lowered her head, daring not to look at the surroundings at all. She cursed in her heart. She finally managed to get a gold master. The stinky seals should all go to hell. In the restaurant, some other diners stopped when they saw this scene and looked at the gate. Some people had sympathy in their eyes, but they shook their heads regretfully, while others looked like they were gloating. There is a good show to watch. Chapter 435. Baniri's taunting for automatic subscription. Lu Tiao, I have nothing to do with you here. I just saw that this little brother has an eye for him and wanted to chat with him. Kaji saw Lu Tiao rubbing his hands and walking toward thinking, and his face instantly turned ruthless. It doesn't matter if you don't give me faith. You should be very clear about the consequences if you provoke the blue scarf group. Uncle Lu Tiao froze not far away when he heard the word. His expression was very embarrassing, neither going nor retreating. He really wanted to dissuade him just now. Maybe he could let Kaji let the boy go, but it seems that there must be something in this boy that Kaji took a fancy to. Thinking of this, Uncle Lu Tiao evoked a flattering smile and said, Brother Kaki, the little girl sitting there is my niece. Can you let her come over? Kaji glanced at the girl whose whole face was covered by a big round hat. A little girl. He was not interested, waved his hand, and shouted, 15 little girl, didn't you hear your Uncle Lu Tiao? Hurry up and get out. Sunflower bite's pink lip. The originally cute bun's face was flushed red, but it was covered by a larger round-brimmed hat. No one could see it. She wanted to point at Kaji and curse, but when she thought of the other party's tactic, courage vanished. Angie, what are you thinking? Come here quickly. Lu Ho shouted anxiously. This girl is a bit stubborn. He is very clear, for fear that Angie's temper will anger Kaji. Seeing this, Hisoka smiled slightly, reached out and rubbed her hat, and said, Girl, go ahead first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. In the face of danger, the little girl did not flee like a frightened bird. Instead, she wanted to share suffering with herself. The two had only known each other for an hour since they first met, and the two of them were just verbally the relationship between the tour guide and the guest. If they really wanted to run away, Hisoka wouldn't actually blame her. Then be careful. Sunflower knows that staying here will not help much, but will make things worse. I hope he can be safe. Jumping down from the chair, Sunflower opened her calf and ran towards Uncle Lu Tiao. Seeing the girl coming, Lu Tiao quickly grabbed her little hand and moved away from the back. A younger brother next to him saw that Hisoka didn't answer the question first, but instead went to persuade the little girl. Feeling that he had lost face, slapped his right hand on the table, and said viciously, Hey, brother Kaji is asking you something. You are dumb. Are you from outside? Hey, how do I usually teach you? Kaji squinted at the little brother who was slapping the table, pretending to be leisurely. It's a guest from afar, and my little brother and I have a good eye. Don't scare him. Hisoka wanted to laugh out loud. The other party's bloody acting was really disgusting. He had seen this kind of people a lot, and they were stern. When they met people who were weaker than themselves, they were fiercer than lions, and when they met people who were stronger than them and humble as a hyena. It is human nature to bully the soft and fear the hard, but doing it too much is disgusting. When you are in a high position, you need to treat others as human beings, and you don't need to bow down when you are in a lower position. Little brother, what's your name? What are you doing here when we touch Orange Island. Kaji's tone became kinder, as if he was just chatting with the boy. Yo, what kind of Pokemon is this? I haven't seen it before. Come here. Show me. Saying that, Kaki reached out and grabbed Baniri, a flash of excitement in his eyes, which he had done several times. He held an anesthesia needle between his middle and ring fingers, and with just a stab, such a small Pokemon would faint within a few seconds. Baniri didn't do anything drastic, just looked curiously at the quickly grabbed arm with his small head sideways. Have it. Seeing that this Pokemon did not dodge or evade, Kaji was overjoyed. He only needed to hold it in his right hand, and the anesthesia needle penetrated into the flesh, which was what was in the bag. However, this joy didn't last long. As soon as he grabbed it, he felt that his hand was empty, and he almost stabbed himself with too much movement. What going on? Kaji was startled. He found that the little rabbit who had been under his palm for a second took a small step back in the blink of an eye, just avoiding his grasp. Baniri still turned his head to the side, and the originally innocent black gem eyes now took on an extremely humanistic mocking color. Baniri was born less than half a year ago and is still in her infancy. She has been shrouded in the boosting radiation of the colorful orbs since the Pokemon egg period. A little. It's mocking me. Kaki was furious. He didn't believe in evil. He leaned forward with his upper body and grabbed his right hand again, only to see Baniri's cream-colored plush soles jump lightly and dodged again. Arms swept, arms folded, hands up and down. Kaki, who was tired from a series of movement, was panting, but he didn't even touch a single rabbit fur from Baniri. In the end, Baniri jumped back to Hisoka's shoulder with a beautiful somersault, looked at Kaji, raised 3 fingers of his right hand. The left and right 2 fingers were slightly bent, and the middle stood up to make an international gesture. This move was first taught to Weavile by Hisoka, then Rhyperior learned it, and now even Baniri has learned it badly. Chapter 436. Go out and talk. Ask for automatic subscription. Kaki, isn't it? Hisoka suddenly said coldly. Just tell me if you have anything. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. If it's alright, get out of here. I still want to eat. Eat. I'll let you eat. After being played by a Pokemon for a long time, Kaji was already furious, but he didn't want this innocent-looking young boy in front of him to dare to speak to him like this. Doesn't he have a B number in his heart? TMD. He is alone. So arrogant. There are 8 people here, and you can do whatever you want to do to him. And the strong dragon doesn't overwhelm the local snake. Not to mention that the other party doesn't look like a strong dragon. Bang! Kaji slapped the table with his right hand, and the wooden table trembled with his tremendous strength. Although he was born as a gangster, he often worked out. After joining the Blue Turban Army, he dared to fight and fight hard. Terrifying. I'll let you eat. Kaji laughed angrily, flipped the whole half of the snail fried rice left in front of Hiso on the table, then opened his mouth and spit on it, laughing loudly. You like to eat? I'll add some ingredients for you. Eat it. These bastards. Seeing the fur seals bullying their employers like this, Sunflower trembled with anger, and tried to rush up several times, but Lu Tiao's uncle clenched his arms tightly. Uncle Lu Tiao hugged Sunflower and whispered, Angie, don't be impulsive. What's the use of you going up? Do you rely on your Eevee? But Sunflower didn't know how to answer. She knew that with her own strength, she couldn't beat the opponent alone, but she just stood by and looked at it, and she felt very uncomfortable. You stay here and I'll go take a look. Lu Tiao exhorted one sentence, plucked up the courage to walk to the door, stopped 2 or 3 meters away from them, and said in a low voice, Brother Kaki, if you have something to do, you can go out and talk. I'll do something small business. If you really fight, the small shop can't handle it. Lu Tiao, don't worry, because you have invited me and my brothers to dinner so many times, you will never do anything in your shop. Although Kaji was angry, he was still a little measured, and he didn't want to take his anger on others. Lu Tiao usually waived their bills many times, and there was still a bit of friendship in it. Kaji stood up and stared fiercely at the young man's face. How about you? Have the courage to go out and talk. Hisoka's originally indifferent face suddenly laughed, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth looked very handsome in this angular handsome face. Then go out and talk. Don't disturb other people's business. Well, I like people with hard bone. Up to now, this young man still looks like a light cloud and wind, which made Kaji can't help but want to punch the other person's face hard and beat this handsome face into a pig head. I don't know when it will be. What will the other party's expression be like? Hisoka picked up the foldable backpack with one arm and carried it on his left shoulder, patted Baniri's head again, and then got up and walked towards the gate. Kaki winked, and the other 7 brothers quickly followed. The front 3 and the back 4 are all around, preventing the other party from taking the opportunity to escape after going out. Not far from the hotel, Hisoka casually found an alley between 2 houses, stepped inside, and turned to look at the group of people behind him, and said loudly, "Let off here." The 8 people were stunned when they heard the word. Hee. Will the prey still find a hole by itself? Opposite the alley is a concrete wall, and it is a dead end. When they block outside, it is almost impossible to fly. Kaji took a step forward, folded his hands on his shoulders, spat out the toothpick he had been biting on the ground, and immediately immediately said, "Boy, originally, if you talk to me as you did before, I will usually interrupt you. Two-leg, go out. Learn to keep a low profile in everything, especially learn to bow your head in front of people who are stronger than you." Listening to the other party's opening remark, the smile on Hisoka's face became more intense. "If Land Duo is here, seeing the little boss looks like this, you will know that someone must be unlucky." The last time the little boss showed such a smile, the two groups of Kaz Jim and Yas Jim were beaten and escaped the Dark City overnight. A group of disciples are even more injured, disabled. Hisoka wears miniature electronic contact lenses in his eyes, and with the auxiliary function of the super intelligent program Red Queen, a small blue screen can be formed in the line of sight. At this moment, all the physical data of Kaki has been presented in his eyes. The other party is just an ordinary person. The Red Queen can use the high-definition capture probe to scan the data to calculate the data, and even biological materials are not needed. Muscle strength 1.2, reflex nerve 1, brain cell activity 1.4, immune activity 1. This is the physical data of this little underworld leader, except that Nuo's muscle strength is stronger than the average person. The rest are in the average range, that is to say, just based on physical fitness. The 8 people on the opposite side are not enough for Hiso alone. Called taxi. Hisoka's muscle strength is 2, almost twice that of ordinary people, and his reflex nerves are as high as 3.5. Just these two physical data. His close combat ability will not be weaker than the Karate King of Taochung, and his strength may be weaker some. I can give you a chance now. Kaki twisted his neck from side to side, making a crisp-licking sound. Give me that rabbit Pokemon on your shoulder. I promise you will walk out safe and sound. Of course, we grabbed it directly, and the result was the same. It's just that you might spend the rest of your life in the hospital. Think about it. Chapter 437. Do you still accept the blue turban? Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Papa, bang, caw. The sound of physical body collisions seems to have a few crisp sounds of bone crack. Hell, murder. Because of the excessive fear, the original man's voice actually screamed in horror. A figure just stepped out of the alley when a hand was placed on his shoulder. With a little force, the whole figure pulled directly, went in. Hisoka grabbed Kaki's throat with his right hand, slammed his whole body against the wall and lifted him up. The constant pain in his throat and the feeling of being suffocated made Kaki fall into extreme panic. Kaki's hands tightly grabbed each other's arm, trying to open his palm, but this arm was like cast iron. Even if he exerted his strength to suckle, he couldn't touch the slightest bit. He could only experience it slowly in despair. Severe pain from suffocation. In the deepest part of the alley, in addition to a group of people lying on the ground with their stomach covered and groaning, there were also 8 Pokemon of different shapes lying all over the place. All 8 Pokemon had obvious claw marks and frostbite on their body. Weavile leaned against the wall 313 of the alley. A pair of burgundy ears trembled habitually. The emerald green gem on her forehead shone faintly in the dark environment, and her left lip was raised to reveal 2 canine teeth. The natural evil smile made people shudder. Obviously, all the Pokemon sent by the 8 blue turbans were killed by her alone, and of course a small part of them was attributed to Baniri, because the little guy is standing on the head of a Machoke at the moment, and his emotions look very excited. After jumping a few times, he falls behind one of the gravelers, and jumps around on the 8 Pokemon that are incompetent. Am I going to die in a rubbish alley? I'm not reconciled. Kaki felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring, and a touch of remorse filled his heart. He should not provoke this boy, let alone be greedy. Who would know that this seemingly harmless ordinary boy in front of him would fight more than a beast? Also scary. Kaki even wondered if this young man had a fighting Pokemon hidden under his skin. Otherwise, how could ordinary people have such terrifying power? It was like being hit by a car, and the whole person flew out, and the fists and feet of himself and others couldn't even touch his clothes. Hisoka has learned free fighting for a long time in his previous life, and he also knows some Brazilian jiu-jitsu and joint skills. Now he has a body that is many times stronger than his previous life. The sum of the two is completely the concept of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Hisoka slowly raised his right hand and gradually clenched his fist. In Kaji's blurred eyes, a straight fist with strong wind slammed down. Cough hot hot. Kaji held his throat and made a violent cough, as if to cough out his heart and lung. Tears and snot all over his face, breathing fresh air again. This feeling is like a new life. You said before that you are strong. Hisoka also made a gesture of clasping his shoulders with his hand, looking down at Kaki, whose eyes were still in a state of sluggishness. Hearing the familiar voice, Kaji, who was still trying to swallow his saliva and breathing in the air, shuddered, and looked up at the figure covering his sight. His face, which had no blood due to suffocation, instantly turned pale. He hurriedly squatted forward, kneeled down with his leg straight, BFEB. His forehead touched the ground. His tone trembled. Big brother, I call you big brother. You are stronger than me. You are too strong. I shouldn't be greedy. More, I shouldn't provoke you. Eldest brother, please let me go. 5 minutes ago, his arrogant attitude attitude seemed to be able to eat Hisoka alive, but now he is like a dog. Sunflower was right, they were a pack of fur seals. Hisoka squatted down, looked at Kaki, who was full of flattery on his face with interest, and said with a smile, "You should be a small leader of the Blue Turban Army. You shouldn't have told me to wait when you were beaten by me." Then he said that he provokes our Blue Turban Army, so that you can't even touch Orange Island. Brother, I definitely don't have this idea. Kaji hurriedly swore to the sky. Brother, you don't even have a bit of dust on it. Can you let me go like a fart? I promise I won't touch Orange Island next time. People dare to touch you, big brother. He said this, but cold sweat broke out in his heart. He did have this idea before, but he thought carefully that his life was in the hands of the other party. Break, and then run out of the island. Where can I find it in the vast sea? Kaji didn't believe that the boss of his family had worked hard to avenge him for a thug who was not even a captain. He could still be worth a little while alive, but it was really worthless when he died. I have something to ask of you, Hisoka said suddenly and politely. Brother, it's too outrageous for you to say that. Kaji raised his head, his face full of sobs. How can you say please? Brother's business is my Kaji's business. You ordered that, fine. As long as I can do it, don't dare to say anything. Hisoka nodded and said in a harmonious voice, it's very simple. Do you guys still accept the Blue Turban? I want to join your organization. Join our organization. Kaji's eyes were suspicious, but he thought in his heart, this kid can't be a policeman. Is there a problem? Kaki shook his head vigorously and said loudly, no problem. Of course no problem. Our Blue Turban Army is in need of a talent like Big Brother who can play ape. I will be the recommendation of Big Brother. With Big Brother's greatness, after joining the Blue Turban Army it is estimated that in a month or two, he will be the captain. Quote, Chapter 438 Go to the Blue Turban Army Base. 1 update for automatic subscription. As an organized and premeditated underworld group, it naturally has its own secret base. The base camp of the Blue Turbans is not located in the town of Penguin, but in a remote area in the northern part of the island. It is necessary to pass through a large forest and bushes behind the town and then climb up to the middle of a mountain at the foot of a mountain. From time to time, people with blue bandages on their right hands come in and out of the artificially excavated cave, mostly young and middle-aged men. Not a woman's figure. Brother Sith, please, our boss is inside. Kaji covered his bruised left face, bowed his head and pointed the way for Siso. The 7 younger brothers behind the two supported each other and groaned from time to time. Every time they looked up at the vigorous figure in front of them, there was always a flash of fear in their eyes. 2 of them were the most injured. Even the arm bone was broken. Fortunately, the world's medical technology is developed. Otherwise, even if it is cured, it will leave serious sequelae. Hisoka, of course, is now called Sith. Kaji asked him his name, and Hisoka thought for a while and chose the name. Along the road around the mountain, a few people gradually approached the entrance of the cave. The 2 guards in front of the entrance just heard footsteps and looked back. An hour ago, they rushed to Penguin Town for dinner with a group of younger brothers, but his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and he walked back dejectedly. Yo, isn't this Kaji? Why is his face full of wounds? The 2 guards didn't care about the identity of Kaji's little leader at all, but laughed comfortably on their faces. There are not 50 or 30 or 40 in the Blue Turban Army. A small leader like Kaji. All of them are old people who joined the organization early. The seniors are old, but they have not made much contribution. In order to appease these old people, the boss will promote them a little, and then give the 7 or 8 new younger brothers a command to metronome to satisfy their inner vanity. Kaki didn't care about the attitude of the other party, walked up to the 2 of them, and asked directly, is the boss there? There is a batch of goods to be processed in the afternoon. Of course the boss is here. One of them said angrily. However, why are you asking this? Another guard looked back and saw that there was no blue bandage on his arm. His face changed instantly, and he shouted loudly, wait, who is that guy behind you? You didn't inform the boss. Kaki, you actually dare to bring outsiders to the base without authorization. The boss knows it. You know the consequences. What are you yelling about? Kaji glared at him. The Sith brothers came here to join our Blue Turban Army. I am his recommender. I will report directly to the boss later, so don't worry about it. Hearing these words, the originally resentful guard relaxed a little, but still muffled and said, even if you are a newcomer who wants to join, is it a bit unethical to bring it directly to the base? Kaji chuckled and said, that rule is only for ordinary people. The Sith brothers are the kind of talents that the boss desperately needs. Do you see the injury on my face? And the group of brothers behind me? The 8 of us are together. I couldn't beat the Sith brothers alone, and the 8 Pokémon were also beaten by one of the Sith brothers' main pet and lost their ability to fight. The 2 guards looked at each other and glanced at the Sith carefully, with disbelief in their eyes. I am afraid this young man is not even 20 years old. Although his body looked very lean, he is not strong enough to fight a. Get out of the way. I'm going to take Brother Sith to see the boss. This is our base camp. There are so many brothers here. What are you 2 afraid of? Kaji stepped forward and forced the 2 of them away. Beckoned back. Brother Sith, come with me. The 7 of you will go to the logistics department appointment first to get your injuries healed. There is still work in the afternoon, so don't delay. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. As for flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Understood, Kagi. The 7 younger brothers responded in unison, not daring to look at Hiso at all, and trotted into the cave. Seeing Kaji and this young man walking into the depths of the cave one after the other, the 2 guards did not stop it. Thinking about it, no matter how powerful he is still alone, and there are still hundreds of brothers in the base camp. Alone can it be turned upside down? If Kaki knew what the 2 were thinking at the moment, he would definitely burst into tears. He also thought the same way before. With 8 people on his side and this kid alone, he can still make a fortune. As a result, 1 to 8, the party with the most people was wiped out. Recalling the feeling of suffocation, Kaji felt incomparably frightened. The cave is very spacious, with stalactites of different length hanging down from the top, and there are obvious traces of artificial excavation around it. The inside is cool and dry. In the case of a tropical island climate, it is a completely natural air-conditioned room. It seems that the boss of the blue turbans will choose a place that is both secretive and comfortable. At both ends of the cave walls are iron torches embedded in the inside. The torches are burning with open flame, which are used to illuminate the dark cave. The air is filled with a faint smell of oil and gas. The sound of Pata's footsteps echoed in the cave. Hisoka didn't say a word, and Kaki didn't dare to raise the topic. He just wanted to take this terrible man to meet his boss, hoping that he would really join the blue. Jin-jun, don't do anything wrong, or else you will make the boss angry. The other party will be unlucky, and you will have to be buried with you. Chapter 439 Boss Lambo. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. The deepest part of the cave is the entire hollowed-out hall, about 15 meters high, with 9 large stone pillars distributed around it for support. More than 20 sturdy men with black vest, black canvas pant, black navy boot, and blue cloth scarves tied to their right hands lined up in 2 rows on both sides of the ladder. There is a 3-level staircase up from the entrance of the ladder, and a large stone-backed chair is placed on it at the top. Under the dim space, the lights are looming, and the silhouette of a man can be seen sitting on the stone chair. Your name is Sith. The man on the stone chair opened his mouth slowly, as if he felt uncomfortable sitting. He leaned his body to the left, and just supported his chin with his left hand. He liked this condescending feeling very much. You can clearly see the person below, but the person below can't see him clearly, adding a bit of inexplicable majesty to the invisible. Where are you from? The voice was slow and slow, with a hoarseness of smoke. Listening to Hisoka's ear, he judged that the so-called blue turban boss should be a man in his 30s, maybe 40. Kanto people, from Jontian City. Sasuo replied loudly. Jontian City, that's a good place. The economy is developed, and the second-ranked university in Kanto is right there. The smoky voice carried a hint of memory. When I was your age, I also went there. I traveled in Kanto, got 8 badges, and participated in the court conference that year. Hisoka didn't say anything, and let the middle-aged man recall the past when he was young. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the sides of his body. The strong men who stood with their hands on their backs and their heads held high look at him with a sharp, scrutiny look. Several of them still have obvious bad intentions in their eyes. As long as the blue turban boss gives an order, they will immediately rush forward to take him down. Hehe, when you get older, people become a little nagging. Don't take offense to young people. The figure got up from the stone chair and stepped down towards the stairs below. When he walked into the light, Hisoka finally saw the appearance of the other party. He was a man of medium stature and a very ordinary face. The age is the same as he thought, about 40 years old. The only thing that can be remembered on the whole body is probably the extremely high hooked nose. This eagle nose is like a dragon ascent, which makes the original ordinary face memorable. To put it bluntly, this blue turban boss has a typical villain face. Hook-nosed opened his arms and said in a hoarse voice, "Our blue turban army welcomes all people of insight to join the team. The talent does not ask where they come from. Kaki told me about some of your situation before. You are not only a strong trainer, the personal combat power is comparable to that of a professional fighter, and I personally welcome your participation." Quote, but one thing, speaking of this, Eagle Hook-Nose paused for a while, then continued, "I take the liberty to ask, people like you don't go to work for the Alliance, go to a poor place like Penguin Island, and still pay for it. To join an underworld group is not a bit of a talent. You are so young, and a bright future is still waiting for you. Joining the underworld is an indelible stain." Heartfelt, every word Hawk-Nose said seemed to care about Hisoka, not at all like an underworld boss. In fact, this is also the other's wit. After a few soft words, Hisoka had to give a reason enough to make people believe whether it was truth or falsehood. He doesn't care. Anyway, no matter if it's true or not, he won't reuse this young man of unknown origin. The next task in the organization just happens to lack a strong thug, and the free labor sent to the door is useless. Boss Lambo, since you said so, let me tell the truth. Lambo is the name of this hook-nosed middle-aged man. Hisoka Hisoka looked at him with a smile on his face. It's very simple. My joining the Blue Turbans is only temporary. My goal is the Stinger Pirate, and I have a personal grudge with that Captain Basov. So you want to use the power of our Blue Turban army to avenge your personal revenge? Lanbo said with a blank expression. Hisoka shook his head when he heard the word. It shouldn't be regarded as personal revenge. It should be said that it will benefit both parties. The Khaki brothers have said that the Blue Turban army and the Stinger Pirates are the biggest competitors in the waters around Penguin Island. In recent years, a lot of business of the Blue Turbans was messed up by the Stinger Pirate. Doesn't the boss of Blue Wave want to completely solve the other side? By you. Lanbo laughed, as if mocking the young man's rhetoric and overreaching. That's right, it's up to me. Hisoka nodded and said with a smile, of course, this also requires the help of Boss Lanbo and the entire Blue Turban army. After completing the task, I will leave Penguin Island directly. There is no conflict of interest between us. It's totally possible to build some simple trust. 4.3. Snap, snap. Lanbo shook his head and applauded, his eyes full of admiration. I like brave and resourceful people. You dare to say these words to prove a part of your strength. Well, I promise to deal with the Stinger Pirates with you. Of course, you have to play your role first. It done. Kaji was overjoyed. The boss said this, which means that he officially agreed to the other party to join the Blue Turban army. Khaki, take this little brother to get the uniform of our Blue Turban army first, and then assign 5 subordinates to him. The task that starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon just happens to let him go with him. Got it, boss. Chapter 440. Niujiaojiao seek automatic subscription. It is spring and the moon is full of green leaves, but the Orange Islands are located near the equator, with more than 12 hours of sunlight a day. Even in the cold winter and autumn, the temperature here is far higher than that of Kanto. Penguin Island is located at the northernmost border of the Orange Island. Compared with the inner island, the climate here has dropped significantly. The temperature of 28 degrees Celsius is a pleasant temperature, and the sea breeze is fragrant, which make people feel happy. Hisoka was sitting on a 5-seater speedboat at the moment, and Kaji was sent by Lanbo to assist him. Of course, saying this, I am afraid that monitoring means more. He put on the same uniform as everyone else, a tight short-sleeved vest that perfectly set off Hisoka's cheetah-like athletic body, symmetrical and wide pectoral muscles, perfect six-pack of chocolate abs, and with the breath, ups and downs and slightly swaying. On the right arm is the iconic blue bandage of the Blue Scarf Army. I have to say that this uniform is a snack. It is not a low-quality product. It is made of fleece fibers. It is very comfortable and breathable to wear on 15. While driving the speedboat, Kaji glanced at the man beside him and said with a smile, Brother Sith, this is your first mission to join our Blue Turban army. You are so talented. You will definitely be faster in the future. Quote, although the previous lesson left a lot of shadows, but now that the other party has joined the Blue Turban army, he is equivalent to his own. Kaji is still afraid of him, but he is not too afraid. Hisoka nodded lightly and did not beat. He leaned back on the seat and looked straight at the seascape in front of him. Apart from the 5 people on their yacht, there were 2 yachts not far behind him, plus himself. The Blue Turban army sent a total of 15 people to this operation. At first, Kaji also dispatched 5 subordinates for him, but he was politely refused by Hisoka, and asked Kaji to temporarily manage it. He was used to being single and did not want anyone to drag him down. Thinking about it, the other party's strength in that alley not long ago was enough to compete with each other, sending 5 new recruits to say they were assistant, but in fact they were only dragged. This operation is to go to a place called Niujiaojiao to complete a transaction with a medium-sized poaching team in Hoenn region. Pokémon live trading is a huge profit, and the new cross-region live trading is even more huge profit. Many Pokémon that are very common in the Hoenn region are often shipped to the Kanto region, and their worth may be several times or even 10 times the original region, and there is no need to pay any customs duties. Pure profit. The police of each region alliance have cracked down on the poacher trade across regions very severely. Forcible resistance during arrest can be killed on the spot. If they are caught, they will also be imprisoned for life, and they will die by hard labor. But this kind of thing is like arms and drugs. It can't be banned at all. The more strictly prohibited by the government, the higher the market price will be, and the more benefits it will bring. Heart-touching. As the saying goes, 300% of the profit is enough to risk being hanged, let alone a dozen or even 20 times the profit. The geographic coordinates of Niujiao Reef are 2,147 and 935. It is a small island reef on the boundary line of the sea. Half of it is in the Orange Islands and the other half is in the high seas. In principle, it belongs to the territory of the Blue Turban Army. After years of competition and fighting among peers, some hidden islands and reefs on the border that are suitable as trading locations have been carved up by various black-related organizations in the Orange Island. The Blue Turban Army is not a poacher organization in the pure sense. Although they sometimes do things in this regard, they are more likely to buy or sell it or forcibly hire the local residents of Penguin Island at low prices to help them grow tree fruits and herbs. The poacher organization organization has never been just about stealing wild Pokémon. When they see that other trainers have extremely rare and valuable Pokémon in their hand, they are also willing to take the risk. After all, these Pokémon are generally far superior in quality and value to ordinary wild Pokémon. All the way to Tailwind, nothing bad happened on the voyage for the time being. On the borderline of the extremely empty sea, you may not see a ship passing by for days and nights, and when you see a ship appearing in this region, then you must pay close attention, because this is most likely a team of poachers heading to the trading area. In order to ensure that there will be no accidents during the 777 transaction, they don't mind killing the unaffected visitors on the road ahead of time, so ordinary people must not run here for nothing. Know that curiosity can not only kill the cat, but also kill you. The yacht galloped for an entire hour, and the outline of Niujiao Reef was already close to Chi-Chi. From a distance, the sharp reefs on both sides of the island and reef rose high, and when they reached the central area, they curved up and bent suddenly, like a pair of horns from toros. The Niujiao Reef is not large, only about 1,500 square meters. Except for the dark reef, there is no trace of greenery on the island. When everyone landed on the island, a group of timid pollywags hurriedly swept their petite bodies towards the island, jumping into the sea, and some shelter and crabby languidly basking in the sun on the reef, as if unaware that outsiders had landed on the island. Shelter is inconvenient to move on the shore, and relying on a hard shell comparable to Warbird, he is not worried that someone can hurt it. As for Krabby, he is used to being rampant, and they dare to provoke creatures dozens of times their size. Chapter 441 Transaction Seek Automatic Subscription. In fact, the most important thing is that the two Pokémon Shelter and Krabby lack sufficient economic value. If the Cloyster and Kingler are the evolution type, they can still sell for a good price. As for Shelter, Krabby should forget it. I don't know how many such Pokémon live under the surrounding waters. I've worked hard to catch a batch of them and can't sell them at any price, so a fool would do it. The transaction between poachers is very risky, and it is a serious illegal transaction. The law has completely lost its effect at this time. No one can protect your interests except yourself. You are not strong enough. As the Hoenn guy always so unpunctual, Keiki said, glancing at his watch. It's almost 10 minutes past 2, and they're almost 10 minutes late. Speaking of which, Hisoka and Hoenn's poachers have a bit of fate. When he was young, he saved money for many years to buy a Pokemon egg that was smuggled from Hoenn. Improperly caused a crack in the eggshell, but fortunately it was not too serious. But with this flaw, Pokemon eggs are hard to sell at their original price. Back then, with the idea of winning a lot, I succeeded in going to sea as a bounty hunter, and if I failed, I would eat dirt for 3 years. Fortunately, God bless, and finally hatched successfully, and hatched Rawl, which is relatively rare even in the Hoenn region, which is considered a leak and earned blood. Geographical discrimination is everywhere. Residents of developed cities in the same region look down on residents in third-tier cities, and residents in third-tier cities look down on ordinary villages and towns. The Orange Islands belong to the autonomous region of the Kanto Alliance, so the locals will not discriminate against the Kanto people. On the contrary, they are more envious of the developed economic conditions of the Kanto region, but they are somewhat xenophobic towards the foreign Hoenn people. Big Brother Sith, Big Brother Kaki, those Hoenn guys are here tilde. At this time, a young man with a rather delicate appearance, about 18 years old, trotted over and pointed to the west side with excitement on his face. His name is Atuo, and he is also a native of Penguin Island. He just joined the Blue Turbans last week. This is his first time participating in a mission operation, especially the more important organizational transaction. He has no worry, but is full of fledgling of excitement. Kaji took the sight glasses and looked at the position where Atuo pointed. There were also 3 speedboats, and the number of people on board was similar to his own, all 15 people. All of them on the speedboat were burly men, but the leader was a tall and beautiful woman. The other party also wore a neat organizational uniform, a red high-neck tight-sleeved shirt, and a pair of bonfire-burning signs on the chest. This Hoenn poacher team is called Shinwo Poaching Group. I heard that it is a branch of Hoenn's large dark organization Team Magma. Kaji leaned forward, covered his lips and teeth, and said softly in Sasuo's ear, "Our Blue Turbans have cooperated with them one. This is the second transaction. The volume is relatively large. If they don't follow the rules, the Sith brothers, you should strike first." The implication is that once the other party wants to be black and black, he will immediately kill the other party and eat away. This situation is already the norm among poachers. The living environment of poachers is far more sinister than that of bounty hunters. At least bounty hunters are a formalized profession, and the hyenas that everyone shouted and beat in the past have been successfully cleaned up. Poachers must never trust the counterparty, especially if the counterparty is the same team of poachers. No matter how many times they have traded before, they must imagine the counterparty in the worst possible way for each transaction. You can guarantee that you will not go to the black and eat the black, but you can't guarantee others. They are all people who lick blood at the edge of a knife. Maybe Maybe one day they will have a crooked idea when they see that the profit is large. The Shinwo poaching group had just landed on the Niujiaojiao, and Kaji walked up to him with a few of his men, and said affectionately, "Miss Benet, welcome to Niujiaojiao for the second time, and of course also I wish our second transaction a successful completion and hope to have the opportunity to continue cooperation in the future." Quote, Taki deliberately increased the tone of the word cooperation, and the other party obviously heard the hidden meaning contained in it, not just to warn himself not to think about wrong thought, to eat black one, and it would be too difficult to have cooperation in the future. What's more, our Blue Turban Army is a local snake. If we really want to turn our fate, the Shinwo poaching group will be unable to do anything in the Orange Islands in the future. The Miss Benet smiled coldly, gently stroked the long purple hair beside her ear, and said coquettishly, "Nasty stinky man, I feel sick every time I talk to you. Stop talking nonsense. Bring money is it?" Of course. Kaji nodded, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Soon, the two younger brothers behind him lifted 2 silver metal boxes and entered the password. "Put it in." Taki continued, "There are 5 million in each box, and here is a total of 10 million, which is also the number we negotiated before." Seeing the large bills of green oil, a greed flashed in Ban Nai's eyes, but he quickly hid it. It was only 10 million, so the price was not worth turning against the local snake like the Blue Turban Army. "Where's the goods?" Kaji waved, and the two men quickly closed the metal box and scrambled the password again. "Bring everything up." Following Ban Nai's command, a strong man soon held a concave chassis dedicated to Pokeball, which was covered with a red cloth. Chapter 442 Cannonballs Right. Seek automatic subscription. 1000 W Alliance coin. You don't even think about buying anything too rare, precious Hoenn Pokemon. Even if you buy it, this 1000 W is estimated to buy 1 or 2, which may not be enough. The red cloth was open, and 10 Pokeballs were placed in the front, middle, and back. 3 rows quietly in the groove. The 30 Hoenn region Pokemon were mainly Beauty, Talo, and Steel, plus 2 special Kecleon. Kaji took the scanning equipment handed over by his hand and swept it over the 30 Pokeballs one by one. It was the same as what was negotiated before, and there was no problem. The leaders of the two sides confirmed that there was no mistake, and immediately sent their respective men to exchange the money and goods. Happy deal. Keiki stretched out his right hand in a gesture of goodwill, but unfortunately, this beautiful woman named Benet has no interest in talking to him. When she saw the cash in her hand, she immediately waved her hands to signal her subordinate to leave. Before the trade, some newcomers who had just joined the Blue Turban Army were still in awe, fearing that others would be blackmailed, but they did not expect the trade fare 530 to be so smooth. It was only when I heard the sound of the propeller that I realized that the transaction was over. Hisoka looked at Benet's back, and there was a strange look on his face. Just now, he had nothing to do to scan the other party through the miniature contact lenses controlled by the Red Queen, and the results were somewhat surprising. This tall, beautiful purple-haired beauty actually has organs that belong only to men inside. To be precise, this is a guy who pretends to be a woman. I don't know what method the other party used. Even the voice is simulated like this. Adam's apple. Some masculine features cannot be detected by the naked eye alone. Only a super-intelligent program like the Red Queen can discover its unknown side. Easy. Cross-dressing. This guy named Benet is definitely a talent. Maybe the next time we meet, he may be another appearance. Another name, BFEJ. Although the goods arrived smoothly, Kaji did not dare to relax too much at this moment, and he was always worried that he did not deliver the goods to the base warehouse. Brother Sith, let's get ready to leave too, Keiki said. Okay. Hisoka nodded and said with a smile, it seems that I don't seem to have any effect. Kaji hurriedly shook his head, for fear of making the other party unhappy. You can't say that. As long as you stand by my side, it has already played a role. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of 10,000, you are afraid of what happened. And the Lausithe brothers came to help. Don't worry, I'm on the same boat with you now. Don't forget, I also joined the Blue Turban Army. That is, we are all brothers. Taki laughed, and was afraid of Hisoka's shoulders, and the two walked towards the speedboat with their shoulders on their back. The 3 speedboats restarted, and a group of 15 people left the waterway where Niujiaojiao had been after a short transaction. The 3 speedboat galloped on the sea at full speed. The propellers rattled behind them, leaving several ripples and waves. About 5 nautical miles away from Niujiao Reef, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly came to my mind. Because of his physical fitness far beyond ordinary people, Hisoka's sixth sense was much sharper than that of ordinary people, and he was already able to vaguely perceive some kind of danger. What sound? Hisoka's ears trembled slightly, and following the sound of the sea breeze, there seemed to be a heavy object galloping towards him from the south. This feeling, this whistling sound, wait, it's a cannonball. Get down on the ground for me, Hisoka shouted, and at the same time, his right hand brushed his waist, and the next moment, white light flashed, and Lulu's elegant and beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. Confusion barrier. The others hadn't realized what had happened, but heard Hisoka say a skill name, and then saw 3 heavy objects in the shape of black balls whistling from the south direction, that is, to his left. MD, it's a cannonball, hurry up and lay down for me. Kaki also reacted at this time. His face changed instantly, and he didn't have time to control the life and death of his subordinate. He hugged the cargo box containing 30 Pokeballs and prepared to jump directly into the sea, but as soon as his body moved, he was pulled tightly by a huge force. He turned around and wanted to scold him, but when he saw Hisoka shaking his head at him, he could only hold back his anger. 3 cannonballs with a diameter of nearly 20 centimeters roared in a pin-shape pattern, aiming in a perfect direction. It happened to be the location where the 3 speedboats moved forward. It is estimated that it will last for decades to be able to shoot such accurate projectiles. Kung Fu, but also have to add some talent. When the cannonball in the middle was about to land on the first ship, it suddenly stopped 2 meters above the speedboat. Looking closely, a layer of light blue film in the shape of a quarter semicircle just prevented the cannonball. The cannonball continued to exert an amazing dynamic potential energy on the confusion cover. Rolling out frantically, Lulu opened her eyes and clenched her right hand tightly, and the entire confusion barrier was immediately deformed, and then wrapped backward. The cannonball that was completely controlled gradually stopped spinning, and Lulu made a flinging motion. The cannonball then smashed into the sea in the distance. As soon as it touched the sea, it exploded violently and exploded. There was a wave of 10 meters high. The other 2 speedboats were not so lucky. Fortunately, Hisoka reminded them in time before that most of the Blue Turban members jumped into the sea. As for those who didn't have time to react, they could only be blown to pieces with the speedboat. Chapter 443 Tentacruel Core Seek Automatic Subscription. It's a pity. Why did you only hit 2 speedboats? Leonkun is not your artillery skill has declined. Fart. Hearing this, a 40-year-old middle-aged rugged man walked quickly onto the bow of the boat. He was of medium height. His jacket was wide open, revealing the unusually lush chest hair. Leonkun scolded. I just didn't aim too accurately. It was also the location of their landing, and I missed it because of a Pokémon that suddenly appeared on the opposite speedboat. It's none of my business. Lighter took out his ears, and then took out the silk cloth on his chest to wipe his face that had been sprayed with water. This old partner of his family is good at everything, but his temper is too short-tempered, and he always spit on people's face when he swears till the saliva. When other people say that he can't play gun, they always like to come up with a theory. The culprit who attacked the Blue Turban army slowly approached. This was an ancient-looking sailing warship, which was propelled by wind. However, unlike the sailing warship 200 years ago, it added more modern ship technology. Only the appearance is similar, but the inside is completely different. There are 3 gun barrels sticking out high on both sides of the sailing warship, and one of the gun barrels is still emitting wisps of ash smoke, which is obviously the tool used to bombard them just now. It's you, Let. Kaji's eyes widened in anger, as if he saw some enemy of life and death. The tall and thin man standing on the bow was named Lee. They used to be the leaders of the gangsters in Penguin Town. At that time, because of the turf dispute, Kaji almost died in the opponent's hand. A very sinister man. You know me. Lighter touched his chin with a puzzled face, and then glanced up and down the guy who called his name carefully. By the way, I remembered it. Isn't this Kaki? Why don't you touch it? Orange Island got mixed up and hugged the thighs of the Blue Turban army. For the former enemy competitors now there are only bad jokes left. Lighter looked down at Kaki. His eyes were full of joke, as if he saw a Rattata baring his teeth and beards in front of him. Just now, the inspector saw 3 speedboats passing by in the south direction at the mast, and the people on the boat were all tied with blue scarf belts on their right hand. Needless to say, this symbol is one of the Blue Scarf's army, one of the thorns in the eyes of the boss. Lighter didn't want to blow up any oil and water from the opponent. Knowing that the Blue Turban army was passing in front, he informed Leonkun to aim at the opponent and fired a few shots. Of course, it would be best to kill and maim. Since you are not dead, then hand over the things in your hand. Lighter reached out and clicked on the box in Kaji's hand, and said with a smile, if you give me your things, I may be in a good mood. I'll let you go. Kaji laughed in anger and said loudly, you still like to daydream as always. Even if I sink into the sea, I won't give it to you. Not to mention you really think you're going to kill me. Lighter shrugged. I didn't kill you in Penguin Town before, and it's not too late to make up for it now, brothers. Release the jellyfish, and let this group of prey know how powerful our stinger pirates are. Yo-hoo! The pirates were excited and screaming wildly from the back of the ship. During this period of time, they had no mission and stayed in the open and boundless sea for a long time. There were no women, and they did not dare to drink as much as they wanted. With an order, the decks on both sides of the sailing warship slowly rose with the pressure of the gears until they reached the top. The specially modified cabin did not care about the entry of a large amount of seawater. Ryder put his fingers together and whistled, get up to work, my darling. In the next second, a red eye flashed in the originally dark cabins on both sides, followed by 2, 3 soon dense red eyes filled the cabin. Katakana katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. People with intensive phobias look at it. I am afraid they will faint directly, but this is the case. Other members of the Blue Turban Army who were blown up and fell into the sea saw the monsters coming out of the cabin in the distance, and they couldn't help but feel in their heart great fear. They all swam toward the only remaining speedboat, with Big Brother Khaki and Big Sid sitting on the boat, and only there could they feel a little bit safe. Woo tilde woo tilde woo. There was a muffled sound like a bellows pulling from the cabin. As the sound became more and more noisy, Tentacruel with fierce eyes swung 80 toxic tentacles under his body and rushed out of the range of the sailing warship. Tentacruel's hard lid has a large red agate at each end. It wasn't Tentacruel's eyes that shone in the cabin just now. The two red agates lit up to simulate the effect of eyes. If it was said that Kaji could still have some confidence by relying on Hisoka's strength before, but seeing the Tentacruel Legion lined up in front of the sea, the confidence in his heart was gradually shattered. Brother Sith, what should we do? Kaji swallowed, and a dense cold sweat appeared on his forehead. 36. What? Kaji hesitated. I said there are 36 Tentacruels here. Hisoka repeated, and then added, I heard that there are more than 200 Tentacruels in the Stinger Pirate. This should be one of their squad. Absolutely not 200. Kaji shook his head vigorously. There may be more than 100. They can't afford 200, and the price is too high. If they have 200 specially trained Tentacruels, our Blue Turbans will have them. It has long been impossible to get along in this area. Chapter 444. The Overwhelming Poison Sting. Seek automatic subscription. Tentacruel is the final evolution of Tentacool. Compared to Tentacool, which has only 2 poisonous tentacles, the evolved Tentacruel has 80 toxic tentacles and a long and curved poisonous stinger. This poisonous thorn symbolizes the origin of the name Tentacruel. Tentacruel in combat state will extend 80 toxic tentacles to form a poisonous encircling net. The red round agate between Tentacruel's forehead is a product similar to the crystallization of spiritual power, which also leads to water and poison. Tentacruel can learn some psychic tricks. Tentacool reproduces very quickly, and the existence of such Pokémon can be seen around the sea area of the 790. A large number of Earl Dervish form bases also make the number of Tentacruel very extensive. You can hardly see other water-type Pokémon living in the region where Tentacruel is proliferating, because Tentacruel will not be merciful to other Pokémon when they are hungry, except for ordinary sea creatures such as fish and shrimp. The Rogue in the Sea is the nickname given to the Tentacruel group by the coastal fishermen. In the waters of the Orange Island, Tentacruel's biggest natural enemy is the Lapras group. When there are too many Tentacruels in a certain sea area, the Lapras group will come to drive them away. Generally speaking, Tentacruel will not be the opponent of the Lapras group. In the same phase of the Lapras alone, the Tentacruel will also hold the purpose of killing each other. Weeds and root. A Tentacruel is not scary, but when a group of Tentacruels with special human training rush forward in a mighty way, the sense of oppression is unimaginable to ordinary people. Tentacruel is also very large, with an average height of 1.6 meters, no less than an adult woman, and the fluttering toxic tentacles will bring waves every time it hits the sea. On the only remaining speedboat, apart from Hiso and Kaki, the other 3 newcomers who had just joined the Blue Turban Army were trembling with fear and their faces were pale. The 8 Blue Turbans who fell into the water because the ship was destroyed by shells were even more terrified. How could ordinary people be Tentacruel's opponents in the water, and those tentacles could hit their sternum with a random swipe? Broken. Lighter looked at the victory, raised his head and laughed. Haha, kill them for me, use poison sting. Woo tilde woo. After the lead Tentacruel, who was over 2 meters in size, heard the order, the red agate object between his forehead flickered and flickered, and the invisible ripples quickly spread to the entire Tentacruel group. Tentacruel is not based on normal sound transmission, but supersonic emitted in red agate. Right commands the Tentacruel leader, and the Tentacruel leader transmits the order to the entire jellyfish group, which is why the Stinger Pirates can control such a large number of Pokémon at one time. Poof, poof, poof. The Tentacruels raise the huge poisonous hook at the tip of their nose one after another, revealing the mouthparts covered with round teeth and sharp teeth under the black body. One Tentacruel can shoot a dozen or so, and 36 Tentacruels can shoot nearly 400 poison stings at a time. Although the amount of poison carried by these poison stings is not enough to kill in one blow, 400 poison stings can be overwhelming. Enough to shoot the remaining 13 Blue Turbans into Hedgehog. A large number of poisons accumulate bonuses, and as long as you are hit, you will face death. This situation made Hisoka's expression dignified. If he was alone, he would be able to run even if he couldn't beat him once he chose to give up. The trust he had just established with the Blue Turbans would vanish. His final promotion task is to capture the captain of the Stinger Pirate, Bosaber, and at the same time to destroy the deal between the Sinnoh Diamond Poachers and Bosaber. Therefore, Hisoka must find a partner with sufficient weight, or a hate target that can attract the firepower of the other party, and then he will carry out lurking and destruction from the rear. This is his current plan. Rushing to the door and hitting hard is the most melon skin approach. Not only is it easy to overturn the ship in the gutter, but also with one enemy against 100. Hisoka thinks that he does not have this strength yet. People like Mr. Elite Land Crossing, who want to destroy a medium-sized dark organization, have to go undercover for several months, find the most suitable opportunity, and then behead all the leaders of the organization at one time. We must find a way to save the lives of a few people, at least not to wipe out the entire Blue Turban army in this operation. Time waits for no one. After he made up his mind, Hisoka did not hesitate at all. He brushed his waist again and took out the second Ultra Ball. With a crisp sound, the white light quickly deformed to 5.2 in front of the speedboat. Mia Tilda, the ethereal and distant whisper, resentment and weeping, made everyone present tremble slightly. A huge snake-shaped creature appeared on the sea surface. She was extremely beautiful, like the snake of beauty in myths and legend. The word beauty sometimes does not represent the love between the opposite sex. The beauty of melodic bands, the appreciation between races. Lulu, illusionism, melodic, water pulse. Hisoka quickly drank his command. Unlike Psybeam's concentrated attack, the illusion technique was not only more powerful, but also a large-scale psychic attack. Chapter 445 Melodic worth 100 million. Second update, ask for automatic subscription. The rest of the blue turbans were full of despair. In front of their eyes, there were more than 400 poison stings that covered almost a small piece of the sky. There was a rain of arrows that only appeared in the movie. Everything blocking shoots into a sieve. Ha ha Tilda. Lulu let out a coquettish cry. Standing at the bow of the boat, she quickly opened her hand. The original red vertical pupils were instantly flooded with purple on. Her hand slammed together to her chest and made a folded movement. Due to the massive mobilization of brain energy, the muscles at the corners of her brows wrinkled slightly. A purple irregular ripple beam formed behind Lulu like a wave, following her lock-on target in front. The ripple beams on the upper and lower layers immediately rushed towards the incoming poison sting. Psychic has completely overcame the poison system. Each one exudes a fishy and sweet smell, and the poison sting with its pointed head melts like an ice cube when it comes into contact with the purple ripples of the imagination technique. 1, 2, 3 passing through the illusion, directly dissolving countless poison stings into the air. Don't wait for the blue scarves to shout excitedly, because there are still a lot of poison stings who have become slippery fish and fly from both sides, and some of them are shot at the unfortunate people floating in the water. At this time, the beautiful and intoxicating giant snake Pokémon suddenly slammed its four-leaf fan tail, and a ring of water appeared behind it at the tail edge with pink and blue scales. Mia Tilda. There was another ethereal sound. Melodic raised the snake head high. The whole body broke away from the gravity in an instant, and the snake body floated upwards on the sea surface. The fan tail swung again, and this time the annular water ring at the tail edge suddenly exploded, and the water ring containing special power exploded to form a wide range of oscillating water fluctuations. The oscillating water wave met the remaining poison sting, and the poison sting mixed in the current was continuously shaken, and soon lost the momentum to continue shooting forward. It's all right. The blue turbans on the sea looked at each other in dismay. They both saw the excitement of the rest of their lives in each other's eyes. The two unknown Pokémon that suddenly appeared cooperated, and actually blocked the overwhelming poison sting. The old team members who were still unconvinced can't say anything now. Their lives are saved by others. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Kaki felt that both his legs were shaking. God of creation blesses him. Fortunately, he met this young man named Sith. Even if he suffered a pain, it is worth thinking about it now. It is better to be beaten than lost. Good luck. If I hadn't gotten to know him, I would have been sifted by poison sting of Tentacruel by now. Don't be too happy. Things are far from over. Hisoka said in a condensed voice. Take out all your Pokémon. We must rush out of the other side's encirclement. If the other side still has support, then I can't do anything. Quote, as Hisoka said, if there is still support for the Stinger pirate group behind him, then he can only die as a fellow Taoist and not die as a poor Taoist, and just run away. The big things are not as important as his own life, even if he gives up Saffron Hunter's promotion assessment. You can take risks, but you won't be desperate, unless you can only fight the backwater. Otherwise, if his life is gone, then there is really nothing left. Hisoka, who has died once, cherishes his second life very much. Hey, this kid is a bit interesting. The artilleryman, Ryomura, whose arms could run on horses, exclaimed, I didn't expect that the hook-nosed men of the Blue Turban Army would have such a character. Just because two Pokémon blocked a simultaneous attack from the Tentacruel group, and also saved the lives of all the Blue Turban members without any damage, this is enough to show part of the opponent's rank. It's a pity that it's not fighting in the shallow sea or on the shore, otherwise when Rhyperior comes out, with its muscle strength, Tentacruel can't even break Rhyperior's defense. The Tentacruels, known for their group fighting, are the biggest living target. Stone Edge, and Heavy Rock rock artillery bombardment at will. As long as they are hit, these tentacruels will only lose their combat ability in an instant. Lighter frowned and said suspiciously, I have never heard of such a number one figure in the Blue Turban Army before, and he looked very shy, like someone from outside the island. You don't care whether he is an outsider or not, as long as he is a member of the Blue Turban Army. He is the enemy of our stinger pirate. Look at his two Pokémon. Do you know him? Leonmora's words immediately reminded Lighter that the two unseen Pokémon in front of him are definitely not the Pokémon of Kanto, Johto, S720. The cross-regional business mainly operated by their stinger pirates is the Sinnoh region. I remembered. I know that Pokémon that looks like a beauty snake. Lighter patted his forehead hard, and then said excitedly, it's called Melodic. It's the Pokémon from Hoenn region. Hoenn, S region champion. What is it called? He used this kind of Pokémon, and champion Cynthia in the Sinnoh region has one like this. Get rich, Lighter said while gulping his saliva. Leonkun, do you know how much a good-looking Melodic can sell for in the international live Pokémon trading market? Leonkun shook his head. He is an artilleryman and has dealt with artillery all his life. He really doesn't know much about black market transactions, not to mention he doesn't know anything about Melodic, and has never heard of it. Lighter raised a finger and said solemnly, 100 million, at least 100 million. If it is at an auction, the price may be even higher. Chapter 446 Selfishness gradually rises for automatic subscription. 100 million. Leonkun exclaimed. Such a Pokémon can actually be sold for a price of 100 million, maybe even higher. You must know that in addition to the real beast, the Pokémon that currently occupy the top price of the pyramid on the black market of live Pokémon trading are a series of quasi-gods. Let's not talk about whether anyone is willing to sell the quasi-gods in their final form, just one without any drawback. The basic price of a healthy quasi-god cub will not be less than 300 million. Generally, they have a price but no market, especially the quasi-god cubs who have made a name in the world tournament, such as the Dratini that can evolve into Dragonite, the Larvitar that can evolve into Tyranitar, the Bagon that can evolve into Salamence, and the evolution that can become Garchomp. Gibble. Once these kinds of quasi-god cubs appear on the international black market, unless it is an auction, they are basically bought out at a buy-in price. It is too difficult for civilians to obtain quasi-god cubs. Only some lucky people with great luck may meet wild quasi-god cubs in the wild, and even if they can be subdued, it is still a question whether they can keep it in the future. I was really met by some greedy poachers, and he was a civilian trainer with no background and ordinary strength. Do you think they would give up this kind of cake delivered to their mouth? What about the other one? Ryomura asked again. At this moment, he had already fallen into ecstasy. It was an unexpected joy. This was going to rob the other party of what Melodic. It was worth the years of hard work before. It took the boss a year to search almost the entire waters of the Orange Island, and he almost fell into the siege of the police a few times. Generally, the black market price of an adult Lapras is around 500 W, which is much more expensive than the Royal 3 Cub, and cheaper than the Royal 3's final form. The transaction party that acquired these Lapras, the Diamond Poaching Group from Sinnoh region, offered a premium purchase of 650 W, provided that a large batch of more than 30 pieces is required at one time. In recent years, Lapras has been caught less and less. If it hadn't been fortunate to track a large Lapras group last month, the transaction might have been yellow. However, even if all Lapras are sold, it is only about 260 million, which is still the amount of money in the case of a premium acquisition by the Gold Master. For ordinary people, even ordinary wealthy businessmen, 260 million is an astronomical figure, but a so-called Melodic is worth more than one-third of the price. This is the most valuable Pokémon that Leonkun has ever seen until he is 43 years old. Lighter laughed. Leonkun, don't think that Melodic has no quasi-god cubs worth much, but the number of these gadgets is rarer than that of quasi-god cub. Hoenn and Sinnoh are currently in the popular Pokémon contest. Melodic is the most suitable for participating. The Pokémon of the gorgeous contest Hilda. Quote, as for the Pokémon you mentioned that looks a bit like a human girl, it should be called Gardevoir. Lighter thought for a moment and continued, I saw it once when I was trading with the people from Hoenn. The people over there prefer to call it the Psychic Queen, and it is also a very rare Pokémon, and the price is estimated to be around 20 million. Quote, Melodic is mainly due to the fact that the base quantity is too small, and in recent years, cerulean competitions have gradually become popular in many regions, and even formed a situation of competing with Pokémon battle competition. Melodic has an astonishing beauty across races, and that alone is enough to drive countless coordinators insane. Liang Kun's nose started to pant heavily. His eyes were red. His face was full of covetousness as he looked at the graceful figures of the two Pokémon not far away, and shouted loudly, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take these two Pokémon. Grab it. This job is done. Doesn't the boss want to look at us a few times? I am afraid that in his eyes now, There are no peerless beauties as attractive as Melodic and Gardevoir. In Leonkun's heart, they are no longer Pokémon, as if they were piled up with equal weight saffron. What the hurry? Lighter said indifferently. Our Tentacruel Corps has already surrounded each other, and they only have one speedboat, which is really not good. We still have 623 caliber artillery pieces, and they can't escape. Quote, Leonkun shook his head desperately and said, no, you can't use artillery. I don't agree. If you accidentally break the two treasures, you won't be able to sell them at a good price. Okay, I promise you. Lighter smirked. He and Leonkun belong to the same rank on this ailing war, King Nuo's ship. Lighter scolded fiercely in his heart. This idiot's brain is so stiff. Even if you give Melodic and Gardevoir to Bassob, you will only get a few million rewards at most, and you will have to share it with a group of people. It's better for me to eat it alone and find a chance. If you sell it, it will cost more than 120 million yuan. You don't spend your life as you want, so why do you have to work on your head? The purpose of joining the Stinger Pirates is to gain a fortune, and now a big fortune is in sight, and the idea of betraying the pirates in an instant has intensified in Lighter's heart. There is nothing that cannot be betrayed, and not betrayal is just because the interests are not enough. Chapter 447 Breakthrough for Automatic Subscription. Tentacruels gradually swam around quickly, dispersing the neat formation before forming an encirclement, cutting off the back road of the blue turban. The sea is their home field. Although they have poison attribute, they are afraid of psychic move, but once they are defeated, they can also hide at the bottom of the sea and use seawater for defense. The enemy does not move. I do not move. Hisoka is not afraid of the Tentacruel group, but is more worried about the 6 artillery pieces on the other side sailing warship. As long as there is enough ammunition, this thing can be fired all the time, and its power is not weaker than the skill moves with high ping value. It will capsize in the gutter. Brother Sith, they seem to be interested in your Pokémon. Kaki saw that the other party's boat had not moved for a long time, and he had ridiculed that his old rival Lighter was whispering with his deputy, and the two greedy eyes swept over Melodic and Gardevoir from time to time. This kind of Lukaji is very familiar. It is the greed that spreads from the bottom of the heart when poachers see high-value prey. Kaki can see it. How could she 237 Suo not think of it? He was mentally prepared when he was about to take out Melodic and Gardevoir, facing a group of greedy professional poachers, with the rarity of Melodic, if the other party did not have it. Thought that weird. Hisoka patted Kaki's shoulder and said, Neck, we will break through from the north. I will try my best to protect you. As for them, we can only leave it to fate. The enemy is strong and I am weak. If you can save one, you will be counted as one. Besides, Hisoka himself only joined the blue turbans in name. At present, neither side owes the other. Kaki naturally understands this. The lives of all the other subordinates are not as important as his own. Hearing Hisoka said to try to protect him, he almost didn't kneel down for the savior. Brother Sith, isn't it right? Isn't the north direction where Niujiaojiao was when we just came over? The young blue turbans who were driving the speedboat in front asked in confusion. You don't have to worry about this. You have to drive north. As long as I land on Niujiao Reef, I can do it. It's too far away from the neck landing point, and we can't make it in time. What's so much nonsense? Kaji scolded. Listen to Brother Sith. What he says. What do you do? Or go back and I'll kill you. Being scolded, the young blue-skinned army sailing turned his head angrily, looked left and right at the Tentacruel surrounded on both sides. The muscles of his hands gripping the steering wheel remained tight, and he was ready to use full power at any time to gallop backward. The few drowning team members who were close to the speedboat were quick-witted. They also heard the words on the ship, and they swam forward and grabbed the edge of the speedboat. Go down. If it wasn't for Hisoka to stop him, in order to allow himself to escape smoothly, I'm afraid Kaji would have chopped off their hands with a safety axe. These black fur seals have a darker heart than each other. Don't look at Kaji's brother now. If there is a chance and enough interest, it will be a blink of an eye to turn against the water. Start the boat and step on the gas for me. Hearing Hisoka's order, the young team member driving the speedboat took a deep breath, slammed the steering wheel with both hands, and controlled the horsepower of the propeller to the limit. The speedboat collided and flew out. BFFI, the sound of the propeller woke Leongnira from his delusion and hurriedly shouted, They're going to run, let's go quickly. Needless to say, Writer had said loudly, Tentacruels, acid. His purpose is very clear, that is to use acid, strong acid properties to dissolve all the remaining speedboat. When a boat falls into the water, it will not be allowed to flatten and round it. Of course, if the body is corroded by acid, it can only be blamed on bad luck. Wu Tilda. The Tentacruel leader let out a sullen roar. The agate on his forehead flickered again, and the other Tentacruel listened to the order and opened their mouths one after another. The salty air turned sour. Acid not only has strong acid properties, but also contains deadly toxins. The poisonous gas generated by contact with the air has made the blue turban still in the sea suffocated. Trouble. Hisoka's brows gradually wrinkled, and the intense sour breath kept pouring into his nostrils. Lulu continued to use illusion to destroy the acid. Just protect the surroundings surrounding area of the hull. Melodic used Psybeam to freeze the remaining acid. Organized and trained tentacruel group. Each attack is equivalent to gathering the strength of more than 30 individuals. The seemingly ordinary acid is also quite terrifying after multiplying it by 36 times. Although the quality has not changed, the quantity can already cause the qualitative change to a certain extent. The two pets worked together to assist again. Lulu blocked most of the acids with the illusion technique in the form of a corrugated beam attack. The pervasive mental power quickly melted away these toxic things. At the same time, her left hand hidden behind her was slightly raised, and she was single-minded. Pieces of purple energy leaves take shape. The silent magical leaf has the feature of automatically tracking the enemy, which is the 100% hit effect on the skill encyclopedia. Magical leaf is like flying swords equipped with automatic navigation system. After Lulu issued the lock-on logo to Tentacruel Leader, all magical leaf gathered into a storm of sharp blades. Chapter 448 Seek automatic subscription. The other party obviously couldn't order all tentacruels at one time. That guy named Lighter should have the command of the Tentacruel Leader, and control the rest of the ordinary tentacruel with the supreme authority of the Tentacruel Leader in the group. Commanding a group of Pokémon group to fight is not the patent of the Stinger Pirate. This thing has been around since ancient time. In ancient time, the Pokémon army used for war was to forcibly subdue a whole group of Pokémon, and control the leader of the group. During the war, the leader could send instructions to other Pokémon in time with a whistle, which is better than the trainer himself. It is much faster and more effective to shout. Lulu also didn't think that Magical Leaf could kill the Tentacruel Leader at one time and become the leader of a group. Regardless of individual strength or physical fitness, he must be the leader in the group. Magical Leaf is a grass-type skill, and its attributes do not restrain water. Tentacruel, a poisonous double attribute, can only cause very ordinary damage. Woo tilde. The Tentacruel Leader's eyes froze. Tentacles thicker than their counterparts suddenly pulled up from the sea. Dozens of toxic tentacles fluttered and twitched in the air in front of them, making a crackling sound. The tentacles danced faster and faster, quickly forming a tentacle net that could not be seen by the naked eye. At this moment, the magical leaf controlled by Lulu had already attacked at high speed. Above it was continuously swept away. Tentacruel's net defense is airtight, and it seems to be taking the limelight on the defensive, but because of its full concentration on defense, it ignores the ordering of other tentacruels to continue to form a circle. The melodic curled snake tail tied the bow of the speedboat, opened her mouth, and one after another Psybeam shot at the tentacruel on both sides. She obeyed Hisoka's command and didn't care about the hit rate. Psybeam can also instantly freeze the seawater, hindering the speed of tentacruel's forward encirclement. The speedboat quickly rushed to the edge of the encirclement, where there were only 3 tentacruels, and their strength was obviously unable to stop the coordinated attack of Melodic and Lulu. Seeing this scene, Lighter's original expression of victory quickly changed, and he turned around and shouted, "Leonkun, fire the cannon. If you don't fire the cannon, they will rush out. Wait a little longer. We can't fire for the time being." Leonkun shook his head again and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if they rush out, we can track them behind. A speedboat keep going at full speed, and the oil on it will soon disappear. It's exhausted, and we can catch it as we like it by then. Don't worry." Quote, "Damn it." Lighter slapped the rail of the boat with his right hand. He wanted to take advantage of the capture of Melodic and Gardevoir. The longer the time dragged on, someone on the boat would definitely notify the boss of Basov. "I'm afraid I can't even drink the soup." The 3 tentacruels fluttered their teeth and claws, and the tentacles at the back swayed the seawater and rushed towards the oncoming speedboat. Hisoka didn't want to be entangled by them, and continued, "Lulu, use the power of the psychic pendant to explode the illusion with all your strength." Illusion is the most powerful attack skill that Lulu has mastered so far. The ping value of Psychic's attack skills is generally not too high, and Illusion is only 90 ping. Compared with other skills, Psychic skills are more flexible and pervasive, unless it is against Arc Pokemon. The exclusive props that Hisoka personally helped Lulu make, the Psychic Pendant with charging characteristic, can increase the power of Psychic skills by 50% one, and the effect of increasing the power is comparable to the best magical prop. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Of course, after consuming the energy in the Psychic Pendant, Lulu needs to recharge it afterward. This time, Lulu didn't keep her hand. She tightly squeezed the pink heart on her chest with her right hand. The beautiful pendant beside Saffron, a trace of spiritual energy poured into the Psychic Gem. Like a fire lit a dry wood, the Psychic Gem instantly burst into a dazzling white light. "Ha ha tilde!" Lulu shouted loudly, and her beautiful face was actually slightly hideous. Using the illusion technique 3 times in a row caused a little burden on her brain, and her mental power was quickly consumed. The illusion with a 50% increase in power produced amazing destructive power, not to mention that in the face of the tentacruel with the poison attribute, it has a double damage bonus. As long as the frontal hit, the 3 tentacruels will immediately lose their fighting ability. Woo tilde woo tilde. The 3 tentacruels who had rushed up to try to block the way saw the surging purple ripple beam in front of them, their eyes bulging out of fright, and they waved their poisonous tentacles to avoid them. This is the creature's instinctive resistance to fatal danger. Psychic skills and electrical skills have the fastest attack speed among all attributes, and they are close to Chi-Chi. If they want to avoid them at this time, they are undoubtedly wishful thinking. The purple ripple beams ripped apart the seawater in front of them. This is the purest mental energy, and the concentrated psychic gently brushed over Tentacruel's body. After 3 screamed, they floated head down on the sea. I don't know if it was life as death. The 3 tentacruels were instantly killed by Lulu's illusion, and a loophole appeared in the encirclement immediately. After the speedboat broke out of the encirclement, Hisoka took out the Pokeball and recovered the melodic wrapped around the bow. Melodic's weight of more than 300 kilograms disappeared, and the speed of this 5-seater small speedboat broke out completely, leaving ripples on the sea behind him, and quickly disappeared in front. Chapter 449 Giant Tentacruel. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Located 228 nautical miles northeast of Penguin Island, there is an island located on the boundary between the Orange Islands and the Sinnoh High Sea. The area of the island is only 13,000 square meters, which is only a little bigger than the island reef and belongs to the smallest island. From the aerial view, the overall shape of this building is like a pineapple dotted on the sea. The palm tree forest to the south is the green leaves of the pineapple, and the brown-yellow plain area is the body of the pineapple, including the black dot composed of pieces of rock. At this time, a large sailing warship with a length of more than 50 meters was docked at the deep water gorge on the north side of Pineapple Island. Countless tentacruels on the sea of the gorge were playing, and their existence also became the best-sailing warship. Protect 283. Some pirates with tentacles and skull pattern scarves on their heads drove a forklift truck close to the mouth of the strait, and on the forklift were boxes of Pokémon food. To feed such a large number of tentacruels, the daily supply of food is a huge expense. Fortunately, the Stinger pirates have made good profits in recent years, and they can afford the rations of the tentacruel. If you want a horse to run fast, you must not only feed the horse grass but also soybeans and eggs. I really have no financial resources, and still want to raise a Pokémon legion. TM will eat you all. These Pokémon foods are just a relatively common type of food on the market, and their nutritional value can still keep up. In addition, tentacruels usually sneak into the seabed to hunt some fish, shrimp, and shells. No matter how rich the Stinger pirates are, they only dare to feed the most common water-type Pokémon food. Some top brands, including Pokémon food carefully and privately prepared by senior breeders, are rich in nutrients and balanced in trace elements. Long-term consumption can promote the growth and development of Pokémon, but at the same price it's simply not something ordinary people can afford. Boxes of Pokémon food were violently opened, revealing the canned packaging inside. This is specially formulated water, poisonous dual-purpose food. One is sticky with sour gas, and the other is a purple energy bar with a fishy smell. It is very heavy, and ordinary people are easily nauseous when they smell it. The food of poison-type Pokémon is the heaviest taste, and there is a certain degree of danger, so these young pirates who unboxed are all wearing masks and special rubber gloves on their hands. It's not fatal, but they don't want their skin to fester. The middle-aged pirate who led the team blew the whistle on his neck, and a sharp whistle echoed at the mouth of the strait for a few seconds. When the whistle faded away, the originally calm sea began to roar. Then a shocking scene appeared first. A huge blue helmet with red agate objects on both sides slowly surfaced. Dis-sized white vicious eyes, 3 meters long, and a giant barb that oozes into people. Curved fine. Each tentacle is even thicker than an adult's arm. When it appeared, all the tentacruels around them immediately quieted down, and neatly presented 2 lines, giving enough space for their king travel distance. It finally revealed its full body. It turned out to be a giant tentacruel with a height of more than 12 meters. Its huge size made the seawater beside it splash several meters high every time it swam. This kind of travel situation is full of domineering meaning. Feeding the tentacruels is not a good job. It seems that he has been feeding them for almost 5 years. The middle-aged pirate has some emotions in his heart. After feeding for so long, he is still shocked every time he sees the appearance of the jellyfish king. I still remember the first time I saw King Tentacruel in front of me. I almost peed my pants with fright. Don't be stunned, just throw the food away. The middle-aged pirate couldn't help urging these new recruits to get up. They just changed a group of people yesterday. Now everyone is shaking their legs when they see the giant tentacruel quickly swimming near the coast. If they didn't run directly, the quality of the new recruits was good. The middle-aged pirate saw that they were still in a daze, and they went up one by one. The sober recruit pirate hurriedly lifted boxes of food and threw them into into the sea, fearing that if the giant tentacruel was not full, they would also be treated as if they were not full. Dim sum. Tentacruel will not refuse. The tentacles of the thickness of the arms of adults are lightly squeezed whether they grasp the wooden box or the can, and throw the packaging and food into the ring-tooth mouthpart. The acid secreted inside the body can be easily consumed. Wood includes metal can. Lord J. How does my monster baby look? On a high point on a hillside, a short and fat man who was less than 1.6 meters tall was proudly pointing at the king tentacruel to eat. Beside him, in addition to his black strongman rush, there was also a black trench coat uniform. A sturdy woman with short silver hair. Her facial features are tough, lacking the softness of women, but she has a heroic spirit. Wearing 3D black-rimmed glasses full of 0.1 science fiction on her face, she hugged her chest with her arms and stared calmly at the giant tentacruel at the mouth of the strait. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "It's not bad. If it can be sold at a good price in Sinnoh, how about it? Captain Bossaber, are you willing to give up your love?" Bassab face stiffened, and then he smiled brightly. Master J can really make a joke. The giant monster is my most precious thing. Without it, there would be no Stinger Pirate today. Everything has its price. It's just high or low. If Captain Bassab wants to sell this tentacruel someday, remember to give me priority. Chapter 450 Ms. J seek automatic subscription. If someone else had said this, Bassab would have sworn that he would have shoved the man into a concrete pipe and sunk both ends into the sea. The tentacruel, whom he named the giant monster, is Bossaber's darling and the foundation of the Stinger Pirate Group. Without the giant tentacruel, the pirate group would not have grown to the scale it is today. This silver-haired woman named J is the leader of the Sinnoh Diamond Poaching Group. She belongs to the top group in the international poacher industry. She also plays in the high-end service industry. J has a very good reputation, especially among some wealthy families and businessmen. After all, some black job can only be done by professionals, such as the desire for other rare Pokémon in the region. Recently, the price of Lapras on the black market of live trading in Sinnoh region has risen sharply. Lapras has excellent basic strength. Although the combat power of 15 on land will be severely weakened, it is definitely a very good ocean Pokémon. Sinnoh has many rivers and wetlands. Having such a perfect water-riding Pokémon is undoubtedly a great help for trainers. 650W bought a Lapras at a premium in the Orange Island, and after transferring to Sinnoh region, there is a suitable buyer, and there is absolutely no problem in selling a 1000W. In this transaction, 42 Lapras can earn at least about 140 million. Mr. Bossaber, since you've finished admiring your troll baby, shouldn't you take me to see those Lapras? J is not very interested in this giant tentacruel. Generally, only research institutes have the willingness to buy such super large Pokémon with variation in size. Ordinary trainers, including some wealthy businessmen, will not be very interested. Haha, look at my brain, Bossa said with a smile. Don't worry, I have taken good care of those 42 Lapras. Sir J, why don't we taste the local delicacies of the Orange Islands first, and have enough to eat and drink? After that, let's talk about business. Captain, there is urgent news for Group 3. At this moment, a young pirate holding a folder was running towards the top of the hillside. The black strongman Rush stepped forward and said, "Give me the things and I'll report back." "Yes, Lord Rush." The young man stood at attention and saluted, and respectfully handed over the folder. "Okay, you go down first." Rush quickly flipped through the document, his eyes gradually filled with joy. He glanced at the captain who was talking to Ms. J in front of him, stepped forward a few steps, bent over to Bossaber's ear, and said, "Captain, important news from Team 3. Quote, "Huh." Bossabo gestured, then looked at the young pirate who hadn't gone far, and instructed, "A pang, take Mr. J to the water prison first, and inspect the goods for our gold master." "Master J, please." J smiled and understood that the other party had some secrets to discuss, and he didn't want to go into it. Who doesn't have any secret? Not to mention that this is the other party's territory. She came to the Orange Islands for two purposes. One is to buy all the Lapras of the Stinger Pirate, and the other is to sell the eggs of Gibble, the representative quasi-god cub of Sinnoh region, to a certain family member of Johto. Speaking of obtaining this Gibble egg, it was also a fluke. In the first half of the year, I heard that there were two Garchomps in the southeast canyon of Mt. Coronet. At that time, the news detonated half of the Sinnoh region, and countless trainers and gym leaders from the surrounding cities poured in one after another. The southeastern canyon area of Mt. Coronet. Mount Coronet is the highest mountain in the Sinnoh region, and it is also the general term for several super large mountains. Mount Coronet traverses the entire Sinnoh continent and divides the Sinnoh region into east and west sides. The species richness of Mt. Coronet is even greater than that of the Viridian Forest. Everyone has the idea of subduing the two Garchomp, and all kinds of poacher gangs are emerging one after another. The price of a quasi-god cub starts at 300 million, and the adult Garchomp is simply an astronomical figure. As Sinnoh's most powerful poaching team, J.'s Diamond Poaching Team was naturally unwilling to be left behind, and the whole team entered the Southeast Canyon area early on. The news is correct. The two wild Garchomps that suddenly appeared in the Southeast Canyon area are actually a couple, and the female Garchomp happens to be pregnant. After the news was confirmed, everyone's emotions were detonated again. It was like a buy two get one reward. 267. If the youngest region champion Cynthia in history hadn't shot, the two Garchomps would definitely be in his own pocket. Every time he thinks of this, Jay feels endlessly depressed and can't wait to make that pretentious. The blonde was tied to a tree and hit her hard with a barbed whip. The blood is dripping all over the body to relieve the breath a little. Fortunately, it was not nothing in the end. The egg produced by the Garchomp couple were acquired by Jay later. They also found a big buyer from Johto, who offered $430 million to acquire Gibble's egg. Seeing Jay's back disappearing on the ridge, Basabo's right hand dropped. Tell me, what is the important news for Group 3? They sent a few pictures. You can take a look first. Rush handed over a few pictures in the folder. Basabo frowned slightly and said suspiciously, what kind of Pokemon is this? It's all Hoenn region's Pokemon. The one on the right is called Melodic. The one on the left is called Gardevoir. Chapter 451. Eat me an Italian gun for automatic subscription. Captain Leiter. Captain Leongnira. There is news from the headquarters. Leiter's face darkened at the words of his subordinate. At this time, he was full of plans. He wanted to swallow Melodic and Gardevoir for himself, and he was afraid of Captain Basaber's cruel tactics against the traitors. If he betrayed and was caught by Basab, hanging from the mast was the only end. Lord Rush asked us to hold on to each other. If we can't capture it immediately, then wait for the support behind. Leiter waved his hand and said, reply to Vice Captain Rush, saying that Leoncon and I are confident that the capture will be successful, and let the brothers who came to support do not worry too much. Clear. The report's subordinate nodded and backed away. Leoncon, where do you think they want to run? The sailing warship started at full force. The sailors adjusted the sail mast and simultaneously started the two propeller engines configured. The warship, which was more than 10 times the size of the speedboat, maintained an amazing straight line speed to chase the speedboat in the distance. A whole group of Tentacruel was in the lead, ordered to follow closely. Leoncon picked up the binoculars and stared at the trail of the speedboat. The direction over there is to a place called Niujiaojiao. According to the data, Niujiaojiao is a usual trading location for the Blue Turban. Could it be that the other party still has support on Niujiao Reef? Leiter had this idea, otherwise why would the other party run away in a dead end, in a sense? Or maybe there is a secret weapon of the Blue Turbans hidden on Niujiao Reef. Impossible. Leiter immediately overturned his idea. Niujiao Reef is just an island reef with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. It can be seen through the hole at a glance, and there is no bunker. As long as they surrounded Niujiaojiao, the 623 caliber artillery can cover Niujiaojiao in all directions. At that time, unless the opponent wants to kill the fish and break the net, he will never break out of the encirclement again. Their speedboat is out of fuel. Leongnira suddenly shouted, with an excited expression, inform the helmsman and go at full speed. When the time comes to catch those two Pokemon, the captain will definitely not treat us badly. Show me. Leiter took the telescope in Leoncon's hand and looked up. Within sight, at a distance of more than 100 meters from Niujiao Reef, the speedboat gradually stagnated, and then everyone on the speedboat jumped into the sea with a thud. They paddled desperately towards Niujiao Reef. Are you lingering? The smile reappeared on Leiter's face. No matter whether he betrayed the Stinger pirates or not, in short, kill the Blue Turban army first and grab the Melodic from that kid. Brother Sith, the area of Niujiao Reef is so small and there are no shelters. What should we do next? Kaji gasped heavily, just swimming with all his strength for a distance of more than 100 meters, which caused his physical exhaustion to be a little serious. Kaki is now completely out of proportion. Hisoka has completely become his backbone. Looking at the sailing warship not far away, getting closer and closer, the color of fear is evident. If he is caught by Leiter, this bastard will definitely give him to Shanghai. Hisoka's face-folding backpack was now carried by Lulu. She took out a dry towel from the backpack to help Hisoka wipe his shivering hair, then closed her eyes again. The confusion spread in her hand, and all of it was soaked in an instant. All the seawater on his body was evaporated. Yeah, the reef is so small. If they fire, we're all done. The rest of the young Blue Turbans who followed to board the Niujiao Reef also looked nervous, and some even had a broken mood. I was afraid that before the Stinger pirates were pressed into battle, these people would have to surrender directly. Hisoka had no time to comfort them. In his opinion, these bastards should all go to hell. Now they are only standing on the same front temporarily. If there is a chance in the future, he will not mind sending the Blue Turbans to prison. The quarrel on the island and reef intensified. Hisoka looked indifferent and opened his mouth to shout, shut up all of them. Since I dare to take you back to Niujiaojiao, there must be a way to deal with the Stinger pirate. Whoever dares to disturb the morale of the army, I'll throw you straight into the sea. The surrounding islands and reefs have been blocked by the Tentacruel group at the moment. If people are thrown into into the sea, they will definitely be attacked by Tentacruel at the first time. Every time I think of Tentacruel's toxic tentacles constrict, the whole body is torn off, and then the limbs are torn off. Just thinking about this end makes me shudder. Now I can only believe that this guy named Sith can turn the tide. The Stinger Pirates only target Pokemon like Milotic and Gardevoir, which can be sold for a high price, and the lives of the rest of the blue turbans are worthless. Just now on the vast sea, a small speedboat could not support Rhyperior's weight. To deal with a large target group, Rhyperior's terrifying destructive power came in handy at this moment. Come out, big guy, and blow that sailboat to slag for me. After being chased all the way, do you really think that the uncle has no temper? The overweight ball, Wongli's, inlaid with magnetite opened the top cover, and the turbulent white light quickly deformed on the gray-black reef ground, and slowly raised it 1 meter, 2 meters to 5 meters. Roar Tilda. Whenever he appears on the stage, the big guy can't help but scream loudly to show his existence. Rhyperior stepped forward, and the entire island trembled slightly. Hacky and other Blue Turban members were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this a Pokemon or a mythical monster? The ordinary Rhyperior is already a heavily armored land tank, not to mention that Hisoka's Rhyperior is twice as large as the same kind, with ferociously sharp giant drill-threaded corners, and a giant arm raised high to aim at the sailboat ahead. The Italian gun that belongs to Sisso alone is ready. Chapter 452 2 consecutive bombs. 1 update for automatic subscription. God bless me with the Stinger Pirate. Basaba was very excited. This time, in addition to the large-scale transactions of the Lapras group, they actually blocked the Blue Turban members with Milotic near Niujao Reef. Milotic is in Kanto, and Johto region should not be able to sell for too high a price. After all, these two regions are still in the desert area of the Pokemon Gorgeous contest. The local people know too little about the Gorgeous competition. No matter how beautiful the Milotic look, it lacks the advantage of the Gorgeous competition. The price is estimated to be between 8,000 W and 100 million. But once it is sold in Sinnoh region and Hoenn region, the price will definitely double. Hoenn region is the place where the Earl Dervish of flamboyant competitions is popular. Similarly, Sinnoh region has also vigorously promoted flamboyant competitions in recent years. Milotic has a great reputation in these two regions. Cynthia and Hoenn champion Wallace, the two main Pokemon under champion, both have Milotic, which also proves that Milotic is not only beautiful in appearance but also not weak in talent. Rush, send all members of the two groups to Niujao Reef immediately. The rest of the Blue O2O army can live or die, but I will definitely see Milotic today. If Ms. J hadn't come to trade the goods today, Bossaber would have personally led the Tentacruel Corps to snatch Milotic. After all, a Milotic plus a Gardevoir would be worth the total price of more than 20 Lapras. Rush nodded and said, "Understood, Captain. I'll make arrangements right away." "Wait, this time you will lead the team yourself," Basab added. Rush is his most trusted subordinate, and he is the leader of the Stinger Pirates in both fighting skills and trainer skills. He will take the lead, plus the combat effectiveness of the two teams, to deal with less than 10 Blue Turban. Not yet. The Pineapple Island Water Prison is a large-scale water prison built using the notches of the island. Inwards are hard mountain walls, and outwards are strong volt grids that reach 2 meters below the water. BFBB. At this moment, 42 Lapras were divided into several small groups and scattered around the water prison. The largest group of Lapras was more than 20, led by a large Lapras with a body size of nearly 4 meters. The strength of this 4-meter Lapras has almost reached the peak of the quasi-elite. If it is not distracted to take care of the group, it can definitely break out of the encircling net. It's a pity that high IQ Pokemon like Lapras are too emotional, causing them to be eaten by the Stinger Pirate tactic. Mo Tilda. Several Lapras who were close to the power grid rubbed their necks against each other. Their emotional eyes looked at the power grid with a flash of fear. When they were first locked in, most of the Lapras tried to hit the power grid, trying to escape from prison. However, the strong volts emanating from the power grid made the Lapras who were seriously weak to live in agony. "My lord, all Lapras have been checked out. They are all good. There is no genetic disease, and there are no organ defects. They are very healthy." The subordinate who reported the situation also wore the same black tunic as Jay, wearing 3D see-through glasses, and a silver headset on his left ear. "Very well, get the corresponding netballs ready, and inject these Lapras with tranquilizers." Jay looked at the depressed Lapras with a slight sneer. Pokemon is always just a tool for human beings, and it only has the function of trading besides fighting. How long will it take for Walker to reach the Orange Isle? The deal here is done, and we have to get Gibble's eggs to Johto Blackthorn City as soon as possible. Captain Walker has arrived at Asia Island, and I heard that there was a battle of the 3 divine birds there some time ago. Jay heard this. He raised his hand to resist. "Notify Walker to me that I won't see anyone in 3 hours. Then he will go back to Sinnoh. Except for the transaction, everything else is extraneous. The Diamond Poaching Group can dominate the Sinnoh family, and it is even famous in the international black market. It it has not been wiped out by the Sino Alliance government for so many years. In addition to J's excellent strength, it is more about her cautious attitude. I will never go to some aristocratic families in Tan. What is that? Lighter and Leonkun looked at each other. Just now, Niu Jiao Jiao flashed white light, and then an unusually ferocious and domineering dinosaur-shaped beast stood up. A loud roar, even if it was hundreds of meters away, felt like a sudden explosion in the ear. Raiden's new evolution was just announced in the last year, and it is currently only spread in the region west of Sinnoh region Mt. Coronet. The SR Institute made a real profit by selling the red rock armor, a props necessary for evolution. Rock cannon. Hisoka didn't want more BB, so he asked Rhyperior to use his most powerful single attack skill, a rock cannon with a basic power ping value of over 150. Roar tilde roar tilde. Rhyperior screamed excitedly, and stepped forward with his right leg, directly smashing the reef and going deep into it. Firing a rock cannon will have a lot of recoil, so Rhyperior will look for a suitable gun position before firing. Rhyperior slowly raised his double column arm, then lowered his left column arm, looked back at Hisoka, and smiled honestly. Hisoka certainly understood what the big guy meant. He was asking himself whether to use a single cannon or 2 consecutive rounds. 2 shots in a row. Hisoka raised 2 fingers. Chapter 453. Too bad for automatic subscription. The hammer tail on the back slammed heavily on the ground, forming a perfect buffer for the support of the gun mount. In the black mouth between the palm, the brown elements belonging to the power of the rock are spreading rapidly. Rhyperior is an expert in manipulating rock. A concentrated stone bullet is condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 seconds. With Rhyperior's current strength, it takes 3 seconds to condense a stone bullet. Skill moves with a power ping value of more than 120 will more or less have certain side effects. Grass-type Pokémon. The solar beam absorbs sunlight for different periods of time. Although Hyper Beam can be cast instantly, there will be a period of physical stiffness every time the skill is used. Rhyperior are also constantly expanding. When 2 gray-black stone bullets with a diameter of nearly 80 centimeters are formed at the muzzle, it means that a heavy Tiger tank has been loaded with 171 mm tilde armor-piercing bullet. Barrel lock on the enemy. Make the final arc adjustment. Fire. Every time he saw the scene of Rhyperior using the rock cannon, Hisoka couldn't help but shout out this English word. Bang. After receiving the order to fire, Rhyperior's 2 armed gun barrels swayed violently, and the strong recoil made Rhyperior, who weighed more than 2 tons, couldn't help but take a few steps back. The 2 feet left deep dents on the reef ground. If it wasn't for the tail hammer to stabilize the body, I'm afraid that 2 consecutive bullets would cause Rhyperior to fall into a squat. The 2 stone bullets roared out with a powerful force, and the powerful impact was even tearing the air, and the stone bullet formed a short tail flame behind them like meteors. The sailing warship is not a Weavile, so it can be prejudged and dodged in advance, not to mention that with the straight line speed of the rock cannon, the distance of several hundred meters is only fleeting. Leonkun had been firing guns for decades, and he was very familiar with the explosion on Niujiao Reef just now, and 2 huge cannonballs were already approaching Chi-Chi in his sight. Turn the rudder quickly. You are turning the rudder quickly. Leonmura turned around and roared, and his expression became extremely ferocious at this moment. Lighter gritted his teeth and fell down. He didn't expect that the other party would still have such a means at the end. It was too late. The sailing warship could never be saved, and he had to protect himself first. It is unimaginable that when a stone bullet with a diameter of nearly 1 meter is tackled at such a high speed, as long as a fragile human body is rubbed and touched, the contact part will be instantly shattered into minced meat. Boom, boom. At the moment when Lighter was lying down, 2 stone bullets came one after another. One hit from the top of the bow, and rolled out along the upper deck at a high speed. The sailors who did not have time to dodge along the way were blasted into a cloud of blood by the stone bullet. The minced meat and bones were scattered, and the upper deck seemed to suddenly become an inferno in the world. Lighter, who was lying down in time, felt the strong wind galloping over his head. If he had been slow for a second or two just now, his head might have exploded like a watermelon being beaten by a heavy object. Good village. A familiar figure fell in front of him. Leonmura crouched on the deck sideways and let out a piercing roar. His entire right shoulder connecting with most of his sternum was smashed into pieces. Leonmura had just turned his head back and ordered, so he didn't have time to dodge, and the stone bullet just rubbed his shoulder. Ah! Save me, Lighter! Save me! Ryomura's only left hand was desperately grabbing forward, with an endless desire to survive in his painful expression. It may still be possible to send it to a Pokémon Center or a specialized hospital, but the nearest Tengen Island is 2 hours away from Niujiao even by speedboat. Lighter knew very well that Ryomura was dead. Bleeding too much from such an injury is almost a death sentence. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Too bad. The 80 centimeter diameter stone bullets bullets rolled over the entire sailing warship, and they had no stamina. Another stone bullet pierced through the solid wood hull of the sailing warship, shredded the inner steel deck, pierced the hull on the right, and went out from the side. A large amount of seawater poured into the cabin one after another, and the sailing warship gradually began to tilt to the right. The situation that was originally surrounded by people was suddenly reversed. The Blue Turban Army members on Niujao Reef were in disbelief at first, and then ecstasy emerged. Strong, too strong. Because of being too excited, Kaji's mouth became unfavorable. He turned to look at Hisoka, and his right hand with thumbs up kept shaking. Brother Sith, what's the name of this Pokémon of yours? How could it be able to pierce the entire sailing warship at once? Hardy Dan, pointing at the Rhyperior at one point, then at the rapidly sinking ship in the distance. The largest sailing warship of the Stinger pirates was more than 55 meters in length. Although the sailing warship in front of him was a little smaller, it was also close to 28 meters in length and 7 meters in width. Rock artillery can't deal with such a slow-moving large ship. As long as it hits the front, unless it is a 10,000-ton giant ship, it is only solid wood. The sailboat cast by Orberg does not break apart, and it is considered to be of good quality. They're starting to jump ship. Some sharp-eyed Blue Turban members shouted. I saw people on the sailing warship jumped into the sea and swam quickly towards Niujao Reef. The speed of the ship was sinking too fast, and it was too late to put down the lifeboat. Once such a large ship sinks, it will soon cause a violent downward vortex. If you do not leave the hull as soon as possible, people will be sucked into the seabed by the vortex and drown in the sea with the ship. Chapter 454 Completely Wiped Out. Seek automatic subscription. The tentacruels around Niujao Reef looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Although Pokémon have a high IQ far beyond that of ordinary beasts, they are still accustomed to obeying the commands of their masters after being subdued and trained by humans. Come and save me, Tentacruel. Lighter has tried his best to move his arm, trying to stay away from the sailing warship that is about to sink, but the rapidly sinking sailing warship formed a huge vortex not far behind him, and the strong suction dragged him backwards gradually. You must not be sucked in by the vortex, otherwise you will be buried on the bottom of the sea with the sailing warship. Lighter was relatively lucky. There were 2 tentacruels near him at this 80 time. After hearing the order, one of the tentacruels immediately stretched his tentacle helping hand to his arm, and then pulled it hard, making Lighter smoothly got rid of the suction of the vortex. The stone bullet with a diameter of nearly 1 meter traversed the entire sailing warship just now. Some of the sailors who were too late to dodge were smashed into slag, and some sailors were more or less injured. Coupled with the sinking of the warship that followed, the injured sailors had no chance to escape the vortex caused by the sinking. It can be said that Rhyperior's 2-barrel rock cannon almost wiped out the entire army of the sailing warship. When the individual strength of Pokémon reaches a certain level, their destructive power to humans is completely crushing. At first, the Stinger pirates were in high spirit, and they regarded Hiso and his party as their prey and wanted to hunt down the Stinger pirate. Just because of the appearance of a Rhyperior, they instantly reversed their form, and the pirates were almost wiped out, leaving only 2 or 3 small fish. After the pirates have been dealt with, the next step is to surround the 36 tentacruels near Cowhorn Reef. The individual strengths of these tentacruels are mediocre, relying on the group to fight together, and only the strength of the tentacruel leader is barely above the level of superior. Rhyperior, rock blasting. Lulu, continuity Psybeam. Melodic, called, occupying the commanding heights of attack and defense. Hisoka commanded the 3 main forces to start sweeping the surrounding tentacruel. Rhyperior continued to raise his arms high. This time his attack no longer needed to be charged, and the stone balls with a diameter of 25 centimeters were like machine guns one after another. Shoot! Each time it hits a tentacruel, it will cause a sharp scream. Tentacruel rolled his eyes, his lower body tentacle stiffened, and then slowly sank into the sea. The power value of rock blasting is far inferior to that of rock-heavy artillery, but it is better than instant firing and continuous rapid loading. Hiso's Rhyperior, with 10 times the deep physical strength and unparalleled muscle strength, uses rock blasting to say white peat. A general-purpose machine gun with infinite ammunition is not much different, as long as it is still standing on the ground, as long as it has a trace of physical strength. The extremely penetrating Psybeam beam is restrained by twice the attributes. The white air is thick, and the boiling water that falls on the skin makes a scorching sound. The 3 main Pokémon show a one-sided crushing advantage against the tentacruel group. The largest tentacruel leader was finally turned into black carbon by Lulu's Thunderbolt. With Lulu's intelligence and the aid of a learning machine, she can learn other multi-skills. It's just that there is no bonus with the same attribute. In addition to the Thunderbolt of the electricity system, Lulu has also mastered the Shadow Sneak of the Go system and Will-O-Wisp of the Fire system. In the future, Hisoka is also going to help Lulu get a skill learning machine about Focus Blast. This is a powerful 120, and it is an extremely rare fighting skill with special attack effect. With Focus Blast, you will be able to deal with the dark Pokémon that can defeat Psychic in the future. It will work wonders. Lulu's close combat ability is very weak, and learning other fighting skills is completely a way of avoiding weaknesses, especially the close-up dark Pokémon is deadly, and with the ultra-long-range focus blast, this weakness will also be made up. Lord Rush, we have lost the signal of the number 3 fleet, and their positioning information has completely disappeared. Rush stood behind the helm with his hands on his back, and when he heard the news report behind him, he widened his eyes and shouted, "What did you say?" The sailor who reported the news was startled by the sound of drinking, and hurriedly lowered his head and repeated, "Sir, the number 3 fleet lost contact with us 5 minutes ago, and then we found their location on the radar." The message also disappeared. Quote, "Location information disappeared," Rush said. He couldn't believe it. When the support fleet had just left Pineapple Island, the news reported by team number 3 still prevailed. They were about to arrest the target surrounded by Niujiaori. Messages are gone in 1.4. Did you connect the signal repeatedly? Could it be just under wave interference? Rush asked in a deep voice. We've connected 5 times and haven't rediscovered the location information. Maybe the third group. Maybe the third group has been completely destroyed, and even the ship may have been sunk by the other party. Rush said everything the sailors were afraid to say. Yes, my lord. With such a large signal source of a sailing warship, and there is a special locator on the ship, if all information is lost in an instant, there is only one possibility, that is, the crew is completely wiped out and the ship is destroyed. Chapter 455 Black Eve Black. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. It took less than half an hour for the support fleet to leave the base camp Pineapple Island. As a result, the number 3 group that needed support was completely wiped out by a certain force. Rush didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh, so he shook his head helplessly, and said, "Go ahead. The support fleet will continue to patrol the vicinity of Niujiaori. Try to find the people on the number 3 team for me, and ask what happened. Also, help me prepare a single-person motorboat. I'm going back to Pineapple Island and report the news to the captain." Seeing Lord Rush waving, the sailor who came to announce the news quickly retreated. Rush stared at the blue sea, and an ominous premonition gradually came to his mind. Even if the third group suddenly encountered an enemy that was difficult to contend with, it should not be left alive. The support fleet had to continue to the Niujiaori. Get the exact explanation. Master Rush, why are you back? 15. The middle-aged pirate who was feeding the tentacruel group saw a motorboat quickly approaching the shore, and he fixed his eyes to see that it was Lord Rush who had just left half an hour ago. Rush's dark face was expressionless, and he said coldly, "I have important news to inform Captain Basab." "You include you?" Rush's fierce eyes glanced at the other 5 young pirates around him, and continued, "I'm back. The news of Pineapple Island is kept secret for the time being, and it is best not to let anyone other than you know, especially the group of guests invited by our captain." Quote, "Do you understand?" The heavy voice, the terrifying face. The middle-aged pirate nodded repeatedly, and the other 5 young pirates were even more frightened. After giving the order, Rush didn't look at these people, took his strong long leg, and ran towards the base building built on the opposite side of the cliff. As the news grew, in his own luxurious office, Basab's body is almost lying on a large and soft red sofa. "According to your order, we installed bugs on the trees along the road and the water prison, and the information we got was from the mouth of that Lady J." Basaber deliberately adjusted his sitting position comfortably, crossed his legs and said with a smile, "That is to say, in addition to trading Lapras with us, they also brought an egg of a Sinnoh quasi-god cub to the Orange Island." "That's right, it's Gibble's egg, and their trade partner is a son of an aristocratic family in Johto region Blackthorn City." Blackthorn City? It won't be the Royal Dragon family. The thought flashed through Basab's mind. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Blackthorn City is the base camp of Yulong family, although this city has several other small families besides Yulong family, a gigantic family that has been passed down for thousands of years. But if you think about it carefully, those small families shouldn't have so much financial resources to buy quasi-god cub from other regions. Combined with Gibble, it is a dragon-type Pokemon. Do you want to grab food from the opponent? Compared with the diamond poaching group, Basab was more afraid of the Royal Dragon family's revenge. The former belonged to outsiders after all. Even if the overall strength was far stronger than that of the Stinger pirate, they would not dare to be too presumptuous in the Orange Island. In a cross-regional battle, if the investment is too large and the time spent in other regions is too long, it is easy for the base camp to be exploited by the local police. No organization leader dares to take such a risk. So as soon as he heard that the other party had the egg of the quasi-god cub Gibble, Basabo had the undeniable idea of eating Black. As for the latter, whether it is in the Johto region or the Kanto region, it has great influence. Lance, the most outstanding son of the century, was born in Johto but is the first of the 4 elites in the Kanto region. It is said to be the title elite, but Lance has the same strength as the champion of other region. If Lorelei was not in front, he would have already become the champion of the Kanto region. I heard that the Oolong family has recently reported that he is going to let Lance temporarily give up the attack on the champion of the Kanto Alliance and become the champion of the Johto region first. 4 elites of Johto region is not as good as that of Kanto region, and there is no title elite specializing in ice-type Pokémon. With the strength of Lance crossing, Johto champion is definitely in his bag, as long as he wants. Captain. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Rush's voice rode in. Hee, Rush, why did you come back to 683? Could it be that the Niujiaojiao matter has been resolved? Hearing the familiar voice, Basabo showed a calm smile on his face, and looked a little surprised at the strong black man walking in front of him. You go down first. Seeing the expression on Rush's face that was hesitant to speak, Basab knew that he must have something important to report. He waved his hand, and signaled the other pirates who reported the news to go down. Go ahead. Basabo spread his legs apart and sat up straight from the sofa. With this movement, the fat around his stomach was shaking frequently. The positioning information of the number 3 fleet has disappeared, and the contact signal no longer exists. Rush said bluntly, it has been confirmed that the number 3 fleet was completely destroyed by a certain person or a certain force, and it is temporarily regarded as the Blue Turban Army. I have asked the support fleet to continue to rush to Niujiao Reef for on-the-spot confirmation. Team number 3 was to arrest Melodic and Gardevoir of the Blue Turban, but suddenly all the information disappeared, and the biggest suspect was naturally the Blue Turban. Chapter 456 Discuss Open Black Lens Bracket 1 More Close Black Lens Bracket Seek Automatic Subscription. The information given by the number 3 fleet before was that there were only 15 members of the Blue Turbans who went to Niujiao Reef to trade. They intercepted them halfway, and Leonkun's 3 artillery shells blew up the other 2 speedboats. With the strength of the number 3 fleet, the Blue Turbans who have lost their means of transportation should have an absolute advantage. Perhaps the biggest variable is the trainer who has Melodic and Gardevoir. Since he can have Melodic and Gardevoir, there must be other means. Let's not talk about this for a while. Rush, you came back just in time. Basab didn't seem to be interested in the loss of the number 3 fleet. He stood up from the sofa and walked back and forth in the office with his hands on his back. There's a big business right now, and I want to hear your opinion, whether to do it or not. Basab looked up and looked Rush in the eye. The diamond poaching group came to the Orange Islands this time, in addition to trading large quantities of lapras with us. Besides, there is another business. Rush's expression changed slightly when he heard the word, and he said, you mean that they carried Sinnoh region as dragon type quasi-god cub, Gible as Pokemon egg. Basab went to the desk, lit a large cigar, and took a deep breath with a bite cigar full of rhubarb tea. Of course it could be in a place they think is safe, but after you catch them, you can slowly interrogate them. Captain, the overall strength of the diamond poaching group is stronger than ours. If the action fails and even if it succeeds, as long as one of them escapes, it will definitely suffer the revenge of the other party. Rush was a little worried. Even though he looked like a rough man, he seemed like a simple-minded person with developed limbs, but he was a rare think tank figure in the Stinger Pirate. Hey, you're thinking too much, diaresis. Bossaber spit out a smoke ring and said with a smile, no matter how strong the diamond poaching group is, most of its power is only in the Sinnoh region. The Orange Islands are a desert where their power cannot spread. Here, we are the boss. What's more, even if the other party suffered this big loss, they would not dare to use all their strength to cross the region to revenge us. They are thieves. The first ones who can't spare them are the Orange Police and the Kanto Alliance government. I see. Rush nodded and said no more. He has been with Basab for almost 20 years, and he knows very well what kind of character this old pirate is. He is a bit stubborn and only believes in himself. Although he usually listens to his advice, as long as he makes up his mind, he cannot be shaken by others. With greed, no matter how smart people are, they will be carried away. As long as this kind of thing is done, once it is exposed, the reputation of the Stinger Pirates on the international black market will be completely stinky, and no one will take risks and deal with a guy with a criminal record. Captain, what are you going to do next? Rush began to ask Basabo's meaning. Basabo looked out of the window and grinned. Stabilize them first and prolong the transaction time. When their follow-up team also arrives at Pineapple Island, they will be wiped out by then. I'll arrange for my subordinate to prepare first. Basab was satisfied with his jaw. Alright, but don't tell everyone first. I'm afraid some people are not firm. Choose the group of old people you trust most, and put on the latest equipment for this operation. The thick door made of red oak was slammed shut, leaving only this old pirate who had been traversing the northeastern waters of the Orange Islands for more than 10 years. It is reasonable to say that after so many years of wind and rain, the psychological quality should have been exercised calmly, but when I think of the international reputation of that silver-haired woman, even if he has already made up his mind to eat the other party, his desire and excitement are mixed with a trace of fear that he does not want to admit. At 6:50 p.m., the sun should have slowly set in other places, and the sky has become stable, but the Orange Islands are located near the equator, with more than 12 hours of sunshine. A dazzling red sun is blooming warmly day in the western sky, and the entire sea is covered with red paint. Suddenly, a Lapras emerged from the sea. This Lapras looks a little small. Anyone who has seen Lapras in the coastal region knows that Lapras is a large-sized Pokémon. The average height of adult Lapras is between 2.5 meters and 2.8 meters. Some can grow up to 3.5 meters. This Lapras is only less than 2 meters, up and down 1.8 meters. If it is not stunted, it should be an underage Lapras. Hisoka wiped the seawater from his face, took off the disposable oxygen mask that had been scrapped, and stood with his legs bent on the back of little Lapras, his hands lightly supporting its neck. Although the size of the little Lapras is far inferior to that of the adult Lapras, the body size of about 1.8 meters is fully enough to support one person riding, and the sick fins push the water at the same time, and the swimming speed is actually faster than the average motorboat should be here. Hisoka looked around, then activated the multi-function watch and began to determine his position. The Red Queen. How far is it from Pineapple Island? The current coordinates are 2,189,764. Pineapple Island is located at the junction of the Orange Islands and the high seas of Sinnoh, 6.3 nautical miles south of due north. Provided there is no problem with the location you provide. Guaranteed no problem. Hisoka didn't expect that the always cold. It seemed that the procedural Red Queen could still say similar joke, which surprised him. Chapter 457. Dive into Pineapple Island. Second update for automatic subscription. At your current speed, it will take 39 minutes and 46 seconds to reach the vicinity of Pineapple Island. The cold mechanical girl's voice from the Red Queen continued to sound, making Hisoka wonder if he had just had an illusion. Could it be that after living in the same computer with the Zero Machine 3D Dragon for a long time, the intelligent system of the Red Queen has been improved? He shook his head and didn't think about such a brain-burning thing for a while. He got the exact location of the Pineapple Island from the mouth of the pirate captain named Lighter. Of course, this question also used some trick. Lulu's deep hypnosis is only not a professional with special training, and not taking resistance drug. Ordinary people can't resist the mental power hypnosis of a quasi-elite psychic Pokemon. People can lie, but the subconscious can't lie. If you want to complete the final promotion task, you must catch Bossabo. There is no specific time limit for the assessment task, but Shisuo doesn't want to wait that long, because he has more important things to do in the second half of the year. At first, the plan to attract the Stinger Pirates with the help of the Blue Turban Army failed, because Hisoka found that the strength of the Blue Turban Army was completely incomparable with the Stinger C-680 pirate, and it was easier to scare the snake. He was deceived by that guy Kaki, who was blowing wildly at the Penguin Island Hotel before, making him mistakenly think that the overall strength of the Blue Turban Army should not be too far behind, even if it was not as good as the Stinger pirate. However, I am also very grateful to the Blue Turbans for this Niujiao Reef transaction, otherwise how could he have obtained the coordinates of the base camp of the Stinger pirate so quickly? Ooh, the little Lapras let out a melodious cry. Compared with the adult Lapras, its voice was slightly immature, but it was also ethereal. It turned its long neck and looked back, eyes level with Hisoka. To be honest, Lapras' eyes are very beautiful. The pupils are two-colored. The upper part is black and the lower part is slightly red, and a layer of crystal clear water film covers the upper part of the pupil, which makes his big eyes look watery anytime and anywhere. Little Laprashen put out a long pink tongue and licked on Hisoka's face to express his closeness from the distrust of the first meeting, the hatred of human beings, to the present harmony. After all, Hisoka was the savior of little Lapras. He defeated the humans who bullied him. He also lifted him to the ambulance train by one person. After that, he worked hard to free him in the Sputum Lotus and Twig. All of this, with Lapras' outstanding IQ among many Pokemon, it is remembered bit by bit. Kindness will limit the imagination of human beings, and kindness will also limit the imagination of Pokemon. Lapras is such a kind of Pokemon that it will forget the harm that humans have done to it, but will always remember people's kindness to it. Xiaoshui's meticulous care for a period of time allowed Lapras to recover from his injuries without leaving any trace of sequelae. Today's little Lapras is much healthier than before in terms of skin color and spirit. Amazing. Hisoka stroked little Lapras' head, especially the blue bald horn between its forehead. Unzipping the waterproof zipper of the folding backpack, he took out a bottle of hardcover whitebait can. After swimming at full speed under the sea for so long, it's time to recharge. Tear off the top pull ring directly, and pour the canned whitebait filled with a lot of nutritional supplements into the mouth of little Lapras. The familiar BFCE aroma made little Lapras have no resistance at all. He happily opened his large upper jaw, and the 5,000-gram canned whitebait was finished with just 2 bites. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find your mother. Hisoka raised his right fist and placed it in front of little Lapras' bald horn. This is a promise that belongs to a man. Ooh, Tilda. Little Lapras understood, so he narrowed his eyes happily, and his bald horns touched forward, touching Hisoka's fist. After the rest, little Lapras physically physical strength was almost restored. Hisoka put on a brand new oxygen mask. Ordinary oxygen masks can only supply oxygen for half an hour at a time, so he had to find an opportunity to change the mask again. Wearing a high-end full-body swimsuit made of polyurethane, the closer he got to the base camp of the Stinger pirate, Hisoka had to be extremely careful. He didn't even dare to let little Lapras swim directly on the surface of the sea because he didn't believe that a professional poaching team of this size would not set up various patrolling posts near the base camp. Little Lapras took a deep breath, and his long neck slammed into the sea. With the instant force of his fin, his entire body disappeared above the sea with a puff. Lapras cannot breathe directly in the water. It is very similar to mammals like whale. Taking a deep breath, the lungs expand violently. The oxygen-filled lung organs can support it in the water for more than an hour. Let me take a look at it carefully. Today there is a big business to do on the island. Captain Basab asked us to inspect all areas within 5 nautical miles around. We are not allowed to see any boat. If you see a strange boat, give it to me immediately. Sung. A speedboat passed by at high speed from above. Hisoka was sitting on a small Lapras 10 meters below the sea surface. They are now close to Pineapple Island. According to the Red Queen, the place 825 meters in front of them is Pineapple, where the island is. It's exactly as I thought. Sisso grabbed the little Lapras neck and pulled it back lightly. Little Lapras understood the meaning, and the sliding speed of the fins gradually slowed down, and stopped moving forward and continued to swim. Chapter 458 Volkner Mines seek automatic subscription. Replaced a laptop, lost blood, repaired the screen for 1,000 yuan, and the result was a broken screen. I can only spend 3,100 to buy a cheaper Lenovo and put it on first. I don't know TJ. Rest assured. Old Iron's close black lens bracket. There are patrols on the water, and there will definitely be defenses under the water. To prevent the base camp of Pineapple Island from being exposed, the Orange Union Police may use submarines and other vehicles to sneak in from the bottom of the sea. Not far in front of Hisoka, mines were floating in the sea water in a random pattern. Each mine was about the size of a football, and its surface was covered with sharp barbs. This is the Volkner mine, which will automatically sense the approaching mechanical vehicle. In addition to a certain degree of collision, the Volkner 303 inches mine will automatically explode. The Pokémon in the waters near Pineapple Island, the rare and valuable items were all captured by the Stinger pirate. The rest of the weak Pokémon were either hunted by the Tentacruel group as food rations, or they escaped from their original home. As for whether ordinary fish will explode if they hit a mine, these mines are set with a corresponding firing pin frequency, and ordinary fish will not be able to trigger even if they are hit with an iron head. A minefield was densely surrounded by the sea in front of Pineapple Island, and these spiked Volkner mines look quite infiltrating. Lapras has a part of the water type attribute, and is twice restrained by the electricity type. The Volkner mine is perfect for the possible invasion of the water type Pokémon, including some other diving tools. I don't believe you have mines all around the island, Hisoka said bitterly. If you want to deploy mines in the entire sea area around an island, regardless of investment, it is a security issue that should not be underestimated. The mine can hurt the enemy, and it can also hurt yourself. The mine area should only be some blind spot for monitoring, and it is not suitable for personnel to guard. Hisoka didn't want to be torn apart by the Volkner mine, so he could only avoid this area. At the same time, a large-scale flying wing fighter jet with a very sci-fi atmosphere was galloping over the Orange Islands at supersonic speed. Diamond pattern logo, and its target direction is the Pineapple Island located on the borderline of the high seas in the northeast waters. The large flying wing fighter finally began to land on the grassland area of Pineapple Island. The hurricane brought by the landing blew the grass below, and the bushes not far away were overwhelmed. The pirates on the island have long gathered and waited below, waiting for the people in the cabin to come out. They have been informed that the people in the plane are also from the diamond poaching group. People in such a small place are quite enthusiastic. The cabin door opened, and he looked down at a large group of young adults wearing blue and white water sole shirts neatly and orderly. The red-haired, coxcomb-headed young man who came out first showed a playful smile. There is a hint of disdain and joking in the smile. He wears a corset black trench coat similar to J.S. with 3D black-rimmed glasses, and a silver headset on his left ear. Walker was born in Jubilite City in the Sinnoh region, and Jubilite City is the economic and cultural center of Sinnoh and is the most developed city in Sinnoh. He has always looked down on the hillbilly from the surrounding third-tier cities, including villages and towns. The Orange Island, or the Orange Alliance, has no place in the international community at all. It can never be considered an independent region, but a large autonomous region under the banner of the Kanto Alliance. Poaching group from small places always have a little family spirit. Ball Walker. A slight electrical noise came from the headset first, and then Master J.'s hoarse and unique female voice rang in his ear. Sir. The frivolous and playful smile on Walker's face disappeared in a blink of an eye, and his tone tone instantly became solemn. His status in the diamond poaching group is very high. It can be said that he is second only to the leader J. One person is below 10,000 people. But in front of this cold-blooded and ruthless woman, the pride in her heart will always disappear. Lord J is the most annoying thing. Someone betrayed her, dealt with traitors, and all the cruel methods imaginable Lord J can do. Secondly, Mr. J also hates people who have no distinction between high and low. You've wasted some of my time. The voice in the headset was calm, and there was no emotion at all. Hearing this, Walker's face turned pale, and he quickly explained, I'm sorry, sir, it's my fault, but I also inquired about important news on Asia Island. Please forgive me. After working together for so many years, Walker can more or less understand some of J's temper. Faced with this kind of problem, it is the wisest choice to admit mistakes directly, and to use some words to quibble is equivalent to death. Haha, Jay said with a sneer, I hope your news can satisfy me, otherwise you still have to accept the punishment you deserve. Understand? Understood. Walker nodded again and again, and wiped the non-existent sweat drop on his forehead. 2.8 inches. Then bring me the cash I need for the transaction now, and the Phylong will be on first class alert. After saying this, the headset signal was cut off. Walker turned expressionless and said, Flying Dragon is on first class alert, and it is not allowed to revoke until Mr. J and I come back, and the warehouse where a cargo is placed will be replaced by 2 guards instead of 4. After completing the order, Walker picked up the silver lockbox at his feet and got up and walked down the ladder. At the same time, there were 4 sturdy-looking team members with swollen muscles in the same black trench coat uniform. This time, the diamond poaching group did not bring too many team members to the Orange Islands to conduct cross-region transactions, and the entire Flying Dragon plus 2 pilots only had 22 people. Chapter 459 Login Point for Automatic Subscription. The Diamond Poaching Group ranks among the top 5 in the International Poaching Group organization. In addition to this Flying Dragon, there is also a Bloodwing armed fighter jet parked in the basement. The bare metal cost of the Flying Dragon is 280 million yuan, and as J's private jet, the bare metal cost of the Bloodwing is more than 550 million yuan. The 2 armed fighter jets are the masterpieces of the Sino Heavy Industries Group. It is hard to imagine that this top corporate group with the background of the Sino Alliance government will secretly help the notorious Diamond Poaching Group to manufacture evil tools. Salaman, one of the quasi-gods of Hoenn, was first discovered in the Longling Cave of Hoenn, but in fact Salamence is not completely unique to Hoenn. Just like Dragonite in Kanto, Johto, including the Orange Islands, have actual individuals found. Especially the people in the Orange Islands are extremely admirable for the 15 kinds of Pokémon Dragonite. The symbol of the Orange League Winners' Cup is Dragonite, and Sinnoh region has also found a case where wild Salamence has appeared at the top of Mt. Coronet alone, but in Sinnoh, people do not call it Salaman, but prefer to call it Salaman. J's strongest main force is Salaman, and she basically only trusts her main force in her daily traffic. This is Mr. Walker. As soon as Walker stepped off the fighter plane, a strong black man with a height of 1.9 meters walked over. He grinned widely, showing his white teeth, and his eyes were sincere, which gave people a warm and harmless feeling. The strong black man opened his arms and seemed to want to hug Walker. Walker frowned and took a step back reflexively. He didn't like strangers getting too close to him. Besides, a guy who is part of a poaching group, even if he look harmless on the surface, do you think he will be a good person? Seeing that the other party didn't like it, the black strong man scratched the back of his bald head embarrassedly and said with a smile, My name is Rush, and I'm the first officer of the Stinger Pirate. Please follow me. I'll take you to see Ms. J. Walker nodded, moved his mouth, and said, Well, you can lead the way. Rush shrugged. He could see that the eyes of the other party were full of vigilance, and his disguise was deceiving ordinary people, and it was not very useful to face the same black professional poachers. Hisoka rode Little Lapras around Pineapple Island for almost an hour, and it was early 8 o'clock now. Even though the Orange Islands were located near the equator during this time, the sun had already set. An hour ago, green sky was completely shrouded in darkness, and the little stars were vying to bloom on this dark green, shining with their own brilliance. As the saying goes, the moon is dark and the wind is high at night when sneaking. After an hour, Hisoka finally found a relatively safe landing point. Before, he really underestimated this group of pirates, and the hidden defense methods around Pineapple Island were somewhat unexpected. The Volkner mines with a range of more than 145 degrees were arranged, and the other bay mouth of 94 degrees was populated by groups of tentacruel, the number of which exceeded 100. This number was in the Vasi again. Hisoka said that he had to slip first. Flipped away. Pineapple Island is high in the east and sloping in the west. There is a 90-degree upright cliff about 30 meters in the east. This cliff is washed by the waves all the year round, and the bottom rocks become extremely smooth, and all the cliff can be raised with help. All the rocks were artificially leveled, and obviously the people of the Stinger Pirates also considered that someone might sneak sneak up from the eastern cliff. Klaplala, taking advantage of the night, little Lapras head first sneaked out of the sea, and the sea water kept rumbling from the tackle cliff. The body emerges. Hisoka ripped off the oxygen mask from his mouth, looked up at the top of the cliff, and saw beams of bright yellow light constantly shining on the cliff, and the lights were also sweeping across the surrounding water. He and little Lapras hid directly under the cliff, which happened to be a blind spot illuminated by the light. There's a surveillance beacon above. Hisoka is not surprised by this. No one is a fool. Anyone who dares to mix in the black, especially in this high-risk industry, who is caught and will go to the bottom of the prison. No one is not a good person. In this case, unless you directly fly up with a flying-type Pokémon, you don't even want to climb up by manpower alone. Let's not talk about the fact that Hisoka 550 has no flying-type Pokémon for the time being. Even if there are, he would not dare to take a flying-type Pokémon. If a strong light shines, he can't hide. It's up to you, Weavile. Hisoka let out Weavile and said softly, climb up first. Don't shoot. Help me observe how many people are up there and how many secret whistles there are. If there is a dark whistle, you just... Hisoka made a gesture of wiping his neck. The guards are not afraid, but they are afraid that they will be broken on the dark whistle. Majud Tilda. Weavile smiled evilly. The blood-red cat vertical pupils exuded a faint red light that made people tremble in the dark night. Her 3 sharp claws bounced from the fist edge. Weavile grabbed on the cliff with one claw, and the sharp tough claws were directly embedded in it. For people, this is a cliff of despair, but for Weavile, with a pair of sharp claws, it can walk on the ground. The civet cat vigorous body keep climbing upward. Its pitch-black hair blends perfectly into the night, and its huge ears vibrate from time to time so as to judge the correct orientation of the prey. Chapter 460 Perfect Opportunity for Automatic Subscription. Majud Tilda. The height of the 30-meter cliff is undoubtedly easy for Weavile. Even if the stinger pirate flattened the raised rock above the cliff, Weavile's tough claws can go straight in like cutting tofu. With the help of his claws embedded in the cliff, Weavile's body was crawling on the cliff, and the dark hair perfectly blended into the night sky. Quietly, but within half a minute, Weavile had already appeared on the top of the cliff. She peeked out half of her head, and the blood-red cat vertical pupils could clearly see what was ahead even in the dark. There were 2 pirates walking around with net guns under the lighthouse, and at their feet there was one from Johto region. Houndour. Growlithe is the best police dog. It has the most sensitive sense of smell among canine Pokémon, and wild Growlithe is very rare, and the black market price is relatively high. The Stinger Pirates are considered to be the most powerful poaching group in the Orange Islands, but they are not well known internationally. They can help the patrollers with a Houndour, and they can be regarded as the leader of Bossabo. Thinking of the task given by the boss, Ningxio doesn't need to worry about it. First look for the dark whistle. Weavile slowly closed his eyes, and his pair of big ears trembled with the night wind. No matter how well it was hidden, as long as it was a human, he would gasp for breath, and Weavile could hide a dark whistle near lock-on with his strong hearing. Majud Tilda. Weavile opened his eyes abruptly. His vertical pupils were full of suspicious expression. He didn't hear the hidden breathing sounds nearby. Except for the 2 pirates not far away, there were 3 people talking in the lighthouse. That is to say, there is no secret whistle here. Weavile is full of confidence in himself, and after confirming it again, the iconic malicious smile hangs on his face again. Woo tilde wong wong tilde woo. The 2 young pirates who were patrolling the surroundings found that the Houndour beside them started to bark, and the 2 black dogs kept shaking their heads from side to side, as if they had sensed some kind of danger nearby. What happened to them? One of the pirates asked. BFDG. At first he thought that someone was sneaking into the surrounding, but after watching for a long time, there was no shadow of Mao. Compared with Pokémon, human beings' 5 senses and subconscious intuitions about danger are far apart. Moreover, the 2 Houndours are just intuition alarming, and they have not found out where the danger comes from. Could you be hungry? No way. I just fed them an hour ago. The harsh low bark continued, but nothing else was found. The young pirate's expression gradually became impatient, and he shouted loudly, "Oh, what's wrong? Shut up for me, scream again, and starve you for 3 days. Woo tilde woo tilde." The 2 Houndours were startled by the owner's drink, sobbed and lowered their heads in grievance, but their eyes were still scanning the surroundings from time to time, trying to confirm the danger in their heart. A pair of blood-red eyes slowly spread out on a tree not far behind the 2 dogs, and strands of black mist began to spread around Weavile's body. This is an ice-based haze skill that can both hide the figure and interfere with the enemy's sight. Weavile jumped off the grass, and the meatballs on the soles of his feet cushioned the force very well, so that it didn't make any slight noise when it landed, and the 3-fingered and sharp claws curved arms together. Its primary attack target is placed on the 2 Houndours. Weavile is an assassin-style player specially cultivated by Hisoka. Its speed and stealth ability are first class, and its body is hidden in haze. Deadly assassins are approaching unnoticed prey. Wong tilde wong tilde. The 2 Houndours suddenly raised their head. This dangerous awareness made their tail vertebrae numb and their hair stood on end. Just as they were about to bark and scream, a heavy blow came from the top of their head. The terrifying speed made them unable to dodge even if they reacted. The head was hit hard, the whole body slumped forward, the eyes kept turning white, and then the body began to twitch. Hound hour. The two young pirates were startled, and without waiting for them to turn around to check the situation, they only heard two clicks. As their neck twisted, their bodies also fell on the grass. Weavile didn't use any skills, and his strength was only a quarter of his strength, but the fragile human body was hit at the back of the neck, and it was normal to kill him with one blow. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the lighthouse, the three pirates who were playing poker leisurely hadn't reacted to what happened, and their whole bodies flew up from their chairs. They wanted to speak, but they found that their mouth couldn't open at all, and they couldn't even bend their fingers. Lulu, hypnotize them. I'm going to ask some questions. Behind the three, Hisoka stood in the middle, and Lulu and Weavile stood on both sides. Lulu nodded and grasped with both palms. The mental power began to impact the three people's brain nerve. The pain in the brain made the three of them want to shout, but confusion controlled the whole body. Not out. The diamond poaching group has come to Pineapple Island and has already started trading. This time the Stinger Pirates have captured a total of 42 lapras. More importantly, the Stinger Pirates are actually ready to attack the diamond poaching group because the diamond poachers brought a Gibble Pokemon egg. After hypnotizing the three, Hisoka got the key information. Then his eyes grew brighter, because this was a perfect opportunity for him. Chapter 461 Gibble's egg. I want it too. The Stinger Pirates are very courageous. It should be said that the Captain Bosaber was blinded by greed. He actually dared to attack a force that was several times stronger than himself. The three hypnotized pirates told the news that they were told to guard the East Cliff after receiving the signal to prevent people from the diamond poaching group from escaping from here. Hisoka could roughly guess what the other party was thinking. No matter how powerful the diamond poaching group was, their main power distribution was only in Sinnoh region, and Hoenn region also had some power points. Kanto, Johto, and Orange Islands are all regions that the diamond poaching group cannot reach. Even if they want to bring the entire group strength, revenge, across multiple regions to reach the Orange Islands, the first thing they will face is the Kanto Alliance Police and Orange Islands Police work together to encircle and suppress. Besides, the nest is vacated. Once the news leaks, the Sinnoh Police will not let this opportunity pass. Taking a step back, the Stinger Pirates are the indigenous forces of the Orange Islands, and they really can't hold the opponent's revenge. Can't they run away? The more you run to the Kanto Inland region, the more blind the diamond poaching group gets. A quasi-god puppy's Pokemon egg has such value. It's no wonder that Bosaber doesn't even want professional credit. The newly hatched cubs will have a natural affinity for the first creature they see. If you cultivate them well during this period, the cubs will definitely follow you. So in the black market, this kind of cub is the easiest to shoot because humans prefer things that are loyal to them. Gibble, Hisoka murmured, since it's stolen good, can he also get a hand in it? After all, Gibble's final evolution type Garchomp is a top-notch dragon-type Pokemon. It has dual attributes of dragon and earth, but it is classified as a sonic Pokemon. Although it cannot fly at high altitude, in a low-altitude environment, fold the body and stretch out the arms and wings. Garchomp is a jet aircraft, and the highest low-altitude flight speed can reach the speed of sound. The fine scales covering its body surface can perfectly reduce air resistance, and Garchomp's flying ability is hard to hold up after a certain speed. Hisoka wants to build the strongest main force of the second team, and has the absolute combat power like Mr. Elite Land Crossing and Sinnoh champion Cynthia that can decide everything, and Gibble's talent potential can carry his expectations. Coupled with the support of Colorful Orb, when Gibble is still in the Pokemon egg period, use the buff radiation of Colorful Orbs to increase its potential. Fuck it, Bosaber wants to catch, and I want Gibble's eggs too. Hisoka asked Lulu to destroy the brain nerves of the three people who were hypnotized. Although the three did not die, they were only vegetative all their lives. The premise was that someone was willing to spend a lot of money to do brain repair surgery for them. One of these bastards counts as one. With the guilt of the Stinger Pirates for many years, it is thanks to this world that the death penalty has been abolished. Otherwise each person will not be able to escape with a peanut. Mr. J. Captain Walker, there are 42 lapras in total. They are healthy and have no other genetic diseases. The breeder of the diamond poaching group once again conducted a comprehensive physical examination to ensure that there will be no accidents in this shipment. Very well, let's pack it all up. Jay nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Walker beside him, signaling him to prepare for the next process. Walker didn't say much, snapped his fingers, and soon a strong man in a black trench coat walked over with a blank expression carrying a metal box. The metal box was open, and instead of the expected stacks of cash, there were 2 floors above and below. The front and rear rows are covered with a grid of Pokeballs in the same blue and white as the Great Ball. These are net balls designed to place some good katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. At this time Bosaber greeted him with a smile and said, Ms. J still doesn't believe in our integrity. No matter how brave I am, I wouldn't dare to use inferior product to deceive the diamond poaching group. These lapras are all carefully selected by me. The other lapras that I have selected, and the other problematic lapras, have already been sold on the local black market. Quote, this is 273 million. You can count it and confirm that it is correct. This transaction will be over. J, tall and 1.72 meters tall, stepped on his boots and looked at Barcelona who walked in. Bo is completely condescending. 6 large silver metal lockboxes were opened one by one. The matcha-colored stacks of 100 yuan alliance bills exuding a faint scent of ink were simply refreshing. To be honest, it was the first time Bosaber saw so much cash in front of him after so many years. He took a deep breath, and his face was full of intoxication. As expected of the diamond pirate, large sums of cash are used in every transaction. Sighing a little, Bosaber turned to look at the big black man behind him, and said, Rush, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to rest first, and I'll have to entertain you when the transaction is over. Ms. J and Mr. Walker, let them taste our seafood feast from the Orange Island. Walker frowned, shook his head and said, there is no need for a banquet. We still have things to do after the transaction. It's okay, it's just a meal. Please give me this face. Saying this, without waiting for Walker to respond, Bosaber, surrounded by a few men, quickly left the water prison area. Something is wrong. Jay and Walker looked at each other, and both saw suspicion in each other's eyes. Don't act rashly, just see what they want to do. Using the headset, the corners of J's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 462 Tit for Tat. Seek automatic subscription. The overall area of Pineapple Island is not large, only about 28,000 square meters, which is the smallest type of island. Going down the cliff lighthouse, after passing through the dense bushes, you will be faced with a large flat and continuous grassland area. There was no cover here. Hisoka looked around, and under the dark night sky, there were voices from time to time, accompanied by the shaking of the flashlight. There were obviously a lot of patrol members. At this moment, there are 2 forces on Pineapple Island. As the old base of the Stinger Pirate, they are undoubtedly the strongest. Next is the Diamond Poaching Group of foreign transactions. The overall strength is temporarily unknown. Too many people. Hisoka didn't want to be discovered. 210 inches. He just wanted to be a fisherman, waiting for the snipe and muscles to compete. He was alone, facing each other. No matter which force he was, he would not be an opponent. Moreover, once a third party is discovered on the island, it is guaranteed that the 2 forces will cooperate to kill each other first. It wasn't difficult to get around these patrols. With Lulu by her side, with her mental scan, Hisoka could avoid the patrol range in advance, and if she couldn't dodge it, she could still use teleport to distance herself. The black hood covered his head, and the figure of 1 person and 2 pets quickly passed through the open area of this grassland area with the help of the darkness. If there is a bird's eye view now, we can clearly see that Hisoka and the others can pass by multiple patrol teams every time. Sometimes the 2 are only less than 3 meters apart, and the other party even as long as you turn your head slightly, you can notice the difference. What do you want to do? This is the site of the Diamond Poaching Group for the time being. If you approach without authorization, I will take necessary measures. A member of the Diamond Poaching Group who stayed behind shouted loudly, leave here. I will only repeat it once. This member had a grim expression, and the current gun held in his right hand waved left and right, and not far in front of him, a group of pirates wearing skull jellyfish and sea soul shirts were slowly approaching. It is impossible for him to react so fiercely. The most important good in this cross-region trading operation is placed on the Flying Dragon. If something goes wrong, even if he and others have 10 heads, it will not be enough for Lord J to cut off. The cabin door opened, a series of footsteps stepped on the ladder, and more than a dozen fully armed members of the Diamond Poaching Group rushed down the ground and stood behind the person who came from the warning. There were a total of 22 people left behind on the Flying Dragon, and now half of the remaining forces have come down. The members of the Diamond Poaching Group are not equipped with net gun, but electric guns that are enough to kill people. This kind of gun can stimulate a strong current of more than 50,000 volts in an instant, and the attack distance is more than 15 meters. Buck, haven't you contacted Master J and Captain Walker yet? The leader who came with the team asked softly. Buck, who was the one who first warned the Stinger pirate, shook his head. The current signal is disturbed, and I can't contact the adult through headset communication. It seems that the other party has a plan. Buck stared viciously at the group of people in front of him who completely ignored his warning. A poaching group in a small place dares to have such courage. The leader seemed incredulous. Aren't they afraid of our revenge? Our Diamond Poaching Group is ranked among the top 5 in the world. Crushing them is no different from breaking a brand. Quote, the premise is that we can come across the region, Buck said with a wry smile. But at that time, the first thing we had to face case was the joint encirclement and suppression of the Kanto police and the Orange Islands police. It seems that the secret of good has been exposed. J is a kind of boss who is more willing to spend money for his subordinate. In addition to the standard Drapion, all members of the diamond poaching group were also equipped with a Skuntank, which are both evil and poisonous Pokémon. With an order, the 12-man team released their own Pokémon one after another. 12 Drapion, 12 Skuntank. Especially when Skuntank appeared on the field, the indescribable smell was disgusting. If you leave now, it's as if it didn't happen. Buckdill didn't think of the conflict, and gave a final warning. Their numbers and strength were weak, and Lord J and Captain Walker were not nearby. The good had a slight slip, and he was to blame. Ha ha! There was a loud laugh from the crowd opposite. The pirates in the middle stepped aside, and a short, bearded middle-aged man with a big belly walked out slowly. It was the pirate Captain Bassob, who had left for an accuse. His face was full of mockery, and said, "Don't try to delay time. Pineapple Island is my territory. I'm the boss here. I am sensible. Hand over Gibble's egg. I can spare your life on 4.4. Of course you can also join our Stinger Pirates so you don't have to worry about that woman's revenge. Do you really think that you can compete against Lord J with your strength?" Buck sneered. "I don't know what means you used to temporarily hold Lord J, but once the Lord reacts and rushes back here, none of you can escape." The smile on Bassab's face gradually faded, and he didn't even think about it. He just used a few words to make the other party raise his hand and surrender. It seems that he still needs to use some necessary means. Bassob waved his right hand, and several young and strong pirates behind him immediately came over with 2 roller cannons. Chapter 463, where the Pokémon eggs are. Second update for automatic subscription. At the same time, more than 50 pirates also raised their net guns. The bullets fired by these net guns are scattered in the air into a specially made hunting net. After the prey is trapped, the more they struggle, the tighter the hunting net becomes. With alloy wire drawing, with a hunting net made of caterpie fine silk, unless a large tonnage such as Raiden, Nidoking, and powerful Pokémon may be torn apart by pure muscle power. The rest are blessed with thermal insulation and anti-electric coating liquid, which can also prevent the damage of the skills of fire-type and electric-type Pokémon. A police-configured net gun has become the standard configuration of almost every poacher. The weapon originally invented to deal with criminals has become the best tool for poachers. I have to say this is a great irony. This is black and white between poaching group. They will not come to the last Pokémon battle and then decide the winner. Bassob was not prepared to stalemate with the opponent for too long, and the left-behind staff refused to cooperate, so they could only let them taste the power of the 15 cannons. Seeing the 2 large-caliber artillery being pushed out, Buck and the team leader's pupils shrank suddenly, and they underestimated their opponent. Drapion, Venom Blast, Skuntank, Acid Bomb. They immediately prepared to strike first, and with Buck's shout, the rest of the Diamond Poaching Group members quickly ordered their Pokémon to attack. 12 well-trained Drapions lined up in a straight line. They opened their terrifying fangs and big mouth. In the next second, a heavy murmur of liquid rolled from their throat. The liquid fell on the grass, and a small piece of green grass turned into a withered yellow in the blink of an eye, and even showed signs of fusion. The venom from the sky hit the face, and the toxic liquid with corrosive properties no longer needs to hit the human body directly. If people get too close, breathing too much venom and releasing gas can cause serious adverse reactions in the human body. However, the pirates were well prepared. Looking at the gas mass they put on together, they knew that this group of guys deliberately went to understand the combat style of the Diamond Poaching Group. Bassob is very smart. Relying on the distance he has open, he is surrounded without attacking Drapion's venom shock can only be regarded as a medium-range method. After sprinting forward for more than 10 meters, he lost his strength and scattered on the grass. The Skuntanks also stood in a row, raising their butts towards the pirate, and a big furry tail that was longer than the entire body began to sway from side to side. Skuntank's odor gland organ is hidden at the tip of its tail, which is directly connected to the stomach. The longer the stinky liquid ferments in the stomach, the more terrible the smell becomes, and its spray distance exceeds 50 meters. This smell can really sting. Hisoka was crawling on the top of the plane, and the stench from below made him dizzy, and Pokemon like Skuntank were hurting people and hurting themselves. The acid bomb with Mega's foul-smelling liquid made the pirates suffer a great loss. The pirates in the first row closest to the pirates were stinking purple even with gas masks on, covering their noses and starting to tremble wildly. Bassobo no longer hesitated. After the 2 artillery pieces were loaded, he swung his right hand down hard. With 2 bangs, the muzzle flashed, and the 225 caliber artillery shells slammed into the group of guards in front of the dragon. Weapons invented by human intelligence are enough to kill most Pokemon. Drapion and Skuntank are not defensive Pokemon themselves. They stand in front of their masters and become the primary target of cannonballs. A cannonball galloped past and broke the back of a Drapion. At the same time, Yue smashed half of a Skuntank's body, and finally exploded completely. The scattered shrapnel signal made the 12 guards of the diamond poaching squadron suffered a big loss. They could have avoided it, but once they dodged, the flying dragon became the target of the opponent's attack. If something happened to the flying dragon, waiting for their fate would not be much better than dying in the hands of pirates. The two sides were completely open. The sound of artillery and the sound of net gun bullets scattered. The pirate who mastered the heavy weapon obviously had a big advantage. The more than 10 guards of the diamond poaching group began to retreat, but they never left the range of the fighter. Has the communication equipment been repaired? No, there are interference devices around and I can't connect. Try again. In the cockpit of the flying dragon, a group of people operated 260 keyboards and wanted to repair the communication equipment on the plane, but the continuous current noise in the headphones made them feel stressed. Get it done. Hisoka looked at the 100% display signal on the laptop and showed a smug smile. He was beaten to death outside, but he used Lulu's teleport to sneak into the interior of the plane. The laptop link socket allowed the super intelligent program to sneak into the terminal computer on the plane so that all the layout diagrams of the entire plane appeared on the screen. Unsurprisingly, Gibble's eggs were supposed to be in the cargo warehouse at the rear of the plane, and Hisoka roughly determined where he was going. Because it is the most heavily defended, and the treasure room in the innermost warehouse requires a corresponding pupil scan and fingerprint lock in addition to the basic password. Under the triple protection, even if it is not Gibble's egg, it is definitely a treasure worth thousands of dollars. Thieves don't go empty. Bah, this is called robbery and there is a way, and it's not right. To be precise, it's called robbing the rich and helping the poor, and doing justice for the heaven. Hisoka put away the notebook and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 464 Gibble, Here I Come. As for automatic subscription, the 10 poachers in the cockpit were concentrating on repairing the severely disrupted communication equipment. On the plane outside the plane, the two forces were fighting fiercely. No one knew that under such circumstances, a daring guy had entered the rear warehouse with cargo. Rows of metal shelves were filled with specially made net balls. Hisoka didn't move these things. Even if there were all kinds of Pokémon inside, all of them would not be worth the value of Gibble. Besides, all the stolen goods were taken away, and Hisoka couldn't afford it. Selling them on the black market was easy to leave behind. When the diamond poaching team reacted, they would definitely not let this guy who fished in troubled waters go. Salamence, Hyper Beam. Jay stood on the dragon's back and shouted coldly. Jay's Salamence is larger than Sigana's Salamence in size. The orange-red light particles rapidly condense. The dragon's mouth opens and closes, and the beam with terrifying penetrating power slams down. The sea below 840 tentacruel emerged from the water, surrounded by many tentacruels. A giant tentacruel with a height of 15 meters waving tentacles thicker than an adult arm recklessly. Every time the tentacles pounded the sea, waves of several meters high would be splashed. The giant tentacruel shook its body slightly, and even a circle of vortices formed around it. Electivire, Thunderbolt. Walker stood behind the yellow and black humanoid Pokémon, looking nervously at the pirates surrounded by them. Chowlai Tilda. Electivire slowly lifted the two long black tails behind it, and the tips of the tails collided. In an instant, there was a crackling sound, and bright yellow currents exploded in all directions. The 5 houndours that had just jumped in the air immediately snorted, their eyes widened by the thunderbolt electricity, and their bodies fell to the ground with numbness. This Pokémon is also the latest product of the Sinnoh SR Institute. Elecad's second stage evolution type, which requires an Electabuzz to be loaded with a prop called a power amplifier to complete the evolution. These goddamn pirates. A surge of anger rose in Walker's heart. He really didn't expect that a garbage poaching group that couldn't even rank internationally would dare to play black and black. The other party was delaying the time. Walker saw it very clearly. Dragged himself and Lord J and the pirate Captain Basov, who left early, may have already taken a large number of pirates to besiege the dragon. There were only 22 team members left behind on the flying dragon. Although these 22 team members were the most superior in the mission, they could kill Nidoking with too much Rattata, and these pirates also had heavy thermal weapons such as artillery. Think they won't last long. Seeing that this unknown Pokémon was good at electricity type move, more than a dozen besieged pirates immediately released their own ground type Pokémon, including Geodude, Golem, Onix, Sandslash, Donphan, and more. Hyper Beam exploded on the sea surface, and some nearby tentacruels were blasted to pieces, and some tentacruel's tentacles were even directly vaporized. It is conceivable how high the temperature of the beam is. Rush's dark face shows no change in expression. This Ms. J from Sinnoh is terrifyingly powerful, especially the Salamence under her body, or Salamence, which is both a powerful dragon Pokémon and a BFEG. Occupy air supremacy. Fortunately, the captain's giant monster cooperated with the strength of the entire tentacruel group, and could still compete to a certain extent. The giant tentacruel's penetrating needle pupil stared at the dragon, waving blood wings in midair, the poisonous hook raised high, revealing the mouthparts with dense teeth inside. Wu tilde. With a muffled roar, an ice blue light pierced the sky at the same time, rushing towards the dragon Pokémon that killed and injured many of its subordinates. Seeing that his boss launched the offensive, the remaining dozens of Tentacruels also quickly gathered the power of Psybeam. The ice skill quadrupled the dragon, and the Salamence of the double attribute. Don't underestimate the wisdom of Pokémon. Not only trainers understand attribute restraint, but they also know that using skill restraint can deal higher damage. For a time, under the night sky, dozens of meandering and irregular icy blue light rays actually showed a different kind of charm. The dragon waving its blood wings and flying high among the Psybeam, avoiding these indiscriminate attacks. The cracking start, 5%, 6%, 7%, 78%, 99%. Boom! Hisoka stepped up and kicked the metals in the inner warehouse. The surrounding monitoring equipment was blackened by the Red Queen, and no one would know what was going on here. Originally, he wanted Lulu to use the teleport to wear it in, so that he could save a long time to crack the password, but he didn't expect that the surrounding walls were specially made to cover the hidden magnetic field, which would seriously interfere with the subtle use of mental power. Every time Lulu's lock on teleport, it will be refreshed immediately. If the direction is not determined, teleport cannot be successfully cast. The area of the inner warehouse is not large, about 30 square meters. Under the cube space is a white alloy wall with a very sci-fi atmosphere, and the wall is covered with circles of strange texture. Gibble, I'm here. Hisoka rubbed his hand. A smile spread across his cheek, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stepped into the last resort room with his right foot. Chapter 465 finally got its second update. As for automatic subscription, in the most central glass showcase, a sea blue Pokemon egg is quietly placed on a red cloth, and the surface of the blue eggshell has some red auspicious cloud pattern. This Pokemon egg looks clean and seems to have a hint of halo, and the visual effect look very beautiful. Perhaps the people of the Diamond Pirates are extremely confident in the defense of the warehouse. They already have 2 defenses, so why bother doing anything behind it? This so-called glass showcase is just a large egg hatching protector. When Pokemon grow and develop inside the egg, the temperature outside is very important to them. Like the Pokemon eggs of some ice-type Pokemon, if the temperature outside is too high, it is easy for the ice-type cubs to die directly in the egg. If they are born by luck, there will definitely be serious sequelae. Hisoka remembered that Gibble belonged to the terrestrial shark family, and liked to live in dry, hot regions. In cold weather, they hibernated in caves with geothermal heat. The Orange Islands are located on the equator and have a typical tropical climate. In terms of climate, it is undoubtedly the best environment for Gibble to live in. However, the ocean region damp is too abundant, which made Gibble unhappy. I remember that the egg incubator that hatched Baniri last time was also with me, Hisoka murmured, and when things changed, he had to quickly load the eggs and run. After opening the foldable backpack, he soon found a black chassis and a 30-centimeter high egg incubator. The egg incubator that once hatched Baniri was specially modified by Siso. The top is not a traditional N-shaped cover, but a U-shaped grommet. The 2 lines are deep inside the hatcher, and the tips have special rubber suction cups. Pokemon egg into the egg incubator. The rubber suction cups on the 2 lines can be tightly attached to it, and then put the colorful orbs on the knot so that the beneficial radiation of the colorful orbs will continuously flow into it, and the Pokemon will be born. After that, the talent can go to the next level. I'm just a genius. Hisoka licked his lip, picked up the diamond carving knife and swiped it on the glass case. After drawing a circle big enough to hold an egg with both hands, he pressed his thumb hard, and with a soft snap, the round glass was displayed out of the inner groove. In order to prevent the glass from rolling over and possibly pressing on the Pokemon egg, Hisoka used a suction cup to buckle and directly pulled the round glass out. Pokemon eggs are generally tough, unless they are intentionally damaged. Just a normal fall, and a slight crush will not cause damage. But after all, this thing is the egg of the quasi-god Garchomp, and there is no need to be too careful. If it was really careless to leave a little tiny seam, Hisoka felt like his little heart would be shaking a few times. Phew! Holding the Pokemon egg on the red cloth tightly with both hands, the corners of Hisoka's mouth slowly curled up. Just as he was about to put Gibble's egg into the prepared egg incubator, he heard a loud explosion from outside. Immediately afterward, the whole plane was shaking violently. Hisoka didn't pay attention for a while. Maybe the hand holding the egg was too nervous. Because of the shaking of the plane, the hand trembled, and Gibble's egg flew out directly. I depend, Hisoka blurted out, and at this moment he felt his heart hit his throat in an instant. Gibble's egg flew into the air and slammed into the hard alloy wall. According to this momentum, no matter how tough a Pokemon egg was, it would definitely not be able to survive the Orberg alloy. Its only end was to fall into a pile of egg whites and yolk already formed. So, this kind of consequence, Hisoka has not dared to imagine. It is impossible to count this one. Tilde. Just at this critical moment, Lulu's eyes turned blue. Her hands were raised high. Her mental strength was constantly resisting the magnetic field interference on the surrounding walls, and then her hands suddenly folded. When it stopped abruptly, katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Seeing that she successfully prevented this disaster, Lulu was also greatly relieved, and waved back. The Pokémon egg slowly floated towards her hand. Lulu, you! Hisoka's face was overjoyed, and after getting up from the ground, he hugged her waist directly, and then turned around in place twice. His excitement was speechless. It felt like he had risen from hell to heaven all at once. Hiso, let me go first, and put the egg on it quickly. Lulutong's pretty face blushed, and she hugged Gibble's egg tightly with both hands, afraid that she might accidentally throw it out. Yes, yes, hurry up and put it on. Hisoka nodded again and again. He didn't want to experience the heart roller coaster just now. The glass shell of the egg incubator is made of double-layer tempered glass, and the chassis has a good shock absorption effect. Even if it falls from a 7 or 8-story high-rise building, there will be no damage. Open the lid, carefully put Gibble's eggs in, set the corresponding temperature, close the lid again, and then put it into the folding backpack, because the hatcher automatically produces oxygen, so don't worry about the Gibble being formed. Hypoxia. Queen Red, how is the situation outside? The explosion just now was definitely not an accident. It is very likely that the party belonging to the Diamond Poaching Group could no longer support it, and people from the Stinger Pirates might break in at any time. The Red Queen didn't say much, and directly called up the surveillance outside the cabin. Of the 12 poachers who went out to retreat, only the man named Buck was left, but he was pressed firmly on the grass by 2 young pirates. The flank of the Hiryu was filled with black smoke, and it was obvious that one of the shells hit the cabin just now. Chapter 466. Slip away. As for automatic subscription, go and see the rear cabin warehouse. Take a fire extinguisher and don't let the fire spread. If there's something wrong with Gibble's egg, those damned pirates, Mr. J will definitely kill us. One after another shout came from the front of the cabin, followed by the sound of running footsteps. The pirate shells hit the tail of the dragon, which is the closest to the cargo warehouse. Hisoka knew that if he didn't leave the warehouse again, he would definitely meet the poachers left behind on the plane. He didn't want these guys to see his appearance, and once he was entangled by the other party, there were too many uncontrollable factors behind him. Hisoka tightened his backpack. Although Gibble's egg couldn't feel any weight after putting it in, it seemed like a psychological effect. He felt that the backpack was extremely heavy at the moment. Lulu. Hisoka glanced at Gardevoir beside him, and took her wrist with his right hand. Lulu nodded lightly. The blue light in the red pupil flickered, and then the bodies of the two began to quickly become blurred. Teleport felt as its name suggests. Hisoka only felt a brief blur of what was in front of him when his vision resumed. He was already standing in a bush about 300 meters away from the dragon. This time will not exceed 1 second, so trainers often say that if the most powerful Pokemon is the dragon type, then the most bizarre and the most variable are the psychic type and the ghost type. Hisoka glanced at the battle situation ahead. The scene was completely controlled by the pirate. There were about 100 pirates on the whole Pineapple Island. Some of them were sent to the water prison area of Chiandao to stop the leader J of the Diamond Poachers, and the remaining 5 more than 10 people are all besieging the flying dragon here. The poachers who stayed behind were all elite, but no matter how elite they were, they faced several times more enemies, and the opponents were also equipped with heavy artillery, including more than 50 police net guns. Unless there is a Pokemon with extremely strong defense, equally amazing destructive power, and the strength of elite, otherwise this battle will be lost no matter what. The 12 resisting elite poachers were all annihilated, and the last remaining person was also kneeling in front of him with his hands tied, so Bosaber seemed quite relaxed at this time, and the young pirates on the side hurried to help respectfully. He lit a cigar. Vasabu took a deep breath of his cigar and puffed all the white smoke into Buck's face. Tell me where Gibble's eggs are. Buck shook his body, trying to break free, but 2 strong pirates held his shoulders tightly, making all his struggles seem so futile. If you dream, even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Kill him. Bosaber sneered. Captain. The pirate beside him didn't react for a while. Didn't hear me. Kill him. Yes. Buck's eyes became dull in an instant. He thought that the other party would torture him, but he didn't expect it to be so direct. No one was afraid of death. Just thinking of the price of betrayal, Buck felt shivering all over. Basabo glanced at the other party with contempt, but he couldn't help sneering in his heart. The Diamond Poaching Group needs to sell Gibble's eggs to the gold owner of Johto Blackthorn City in the next few days. In this way, the goods will inevitably be carried with them. No accident. Gibble's eggs must be hidden in the warehouse on the plane. Gibble's eggs should not be preserved. The remaining 10 members of the Flying Dragon are all technical and civilian, and they are not very good at fighting. In the face of the wolf-like pirate, they are lambs to be slaughtered. The most important cargo was lost. As the captain of the left-behind staff, he was to blame. Lord J Jay would surely torture him, and then sink him into the sea. It's okay to be killed by pirate. At least I'm loyal to the poaching group, so the organization will take good care of my family. With this kind of thinking in mind, the fear of death in my heart seems to have decreased a lot. Since joining the poaching group, Buck has known that this day will come. A pirate picked up the current gun used by the poachers and pressed it against Buck's forehead. The 50,000-volt current excited by the current gun in an instant would make him die without much pain. Pull the trigger, only to hear a crackling sound. The blue electric arc is so dazzling under the dark night sky. Buck's body twitches wildly. His brain is hit by the electric current, and the god can't save him. Barbossa kicked away the corpse lying in front of him, looked back at the many pirates in 4.9, and said loudly, "Now obey my orders. Half of them will be guarded outside, and the other half will enter the plane with me. Gibble's eggs will definitely be hidden in this plane. Keep your eyes open and search carefully. This mission is completed, and everyone will be rewarded with 200,000 cash." Quote, when the boss eats meat, he has to drink some soup for the younger brothers so that they will do their best to help you. Sure enough, when they heard the 20W cash reward, the eyes of more than 50 pirates present were red. Chi-Chi shouted, "Long live the captain," and then Bassob personally took the lead, and the 20 pirates followed him and rushed to the ladder of the plane. Mouth. Chapter 467. J Strike for automatic subscription. Tell me, where are Gibble's egg? Barbossa lost his calmness before. His eyes were bulging because he was too raged. His stubby hands grabbed the electric gun behind him, and put it directly on the head of a member of the diamond poaching group. At first, the Bassob Gibble may have hacked, so he tried all the net balls on the shelf in the warehouse, and did not see the shadow of Gibble. The unlucky civilian was sweating profusely with fright, and said repeatedly, "I don't know. When we came to check just now, the door to the last resort room was already opened, and Gibble's eggs were stolen by others. Didn't you hide it?" Barbossa didn't believe it. The current gun pressed forward hard, and the sharp barrel quickly pierced the opponent's scalp. "Absolutely not." The clerk shook his head desperately, not daring to wipe the blood left in his eyes. "It was already like this when we came, and the door of the last resort room requires the pupil information and fingerprints of Master J in addition to the 15 code to open it. We don't have permission to open the door." Hearing this, Basabo's innocence was uncertain, and he didn't get the expected result. He actually began to regret it in his heart, and attacked the dragon of the diamond poaching group. Gibble's egg disappeared, but he didn't know who did it, and the account would definitely be on his own head. Not only did he not get hundreds of millions of Pokémon egg, but he also had to bear the revenge of a diamond poaching group far stronger than them. The endless depression condensed in his chest, and Barbossa felt like a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. "Search for me, starting from the flying dragon. Search every inch of the surrounding soil, every grass for me," Basabo shouted angrily. "The other party must have sneaked in while we were fighting just now. He didn't run far. Dare to take my food, I will make him pay the price." Gibble's egg is in hand, and the harvest of this trip simply explodes. Sitting behind the bushes, Hisoka laughed so hard that his mouth could not close. After getting this egg, even if the saffron hunter failed to advance, it didn't matter at all. Hunter assessments are held every year. The big deal is to give up the task and fight again next year. But Gibble's egg can't be bought with money, especially in Kanto, Johto region. Due to cross-regional factors, the original Sinnoh region may only have more than 300 million Gibbles, but it will increase to 500 million due to rarity. Let's not talk about whether Shisuo has these 500 million. Even if you have 500 million, you have to withstand the competition of the local wealthy nobles. No one in the black market auction does not care what your identity is. It all depends on your financial strength. It's time to go. As for the capture of Basabo, it will depend on future opportunity. Anyway, there is no time limit for this promotion mission, and Babaspo offended the diamond poaching group, and it will definitely be miserable in the future. Hisoka was a little gloating, but there was no sympathy at all. It would be a shame for someone like Basob to live the rest of his life in prison. "Be careful." Hisoka, who was about to get up, was suddenly grabbed by Lulu. Hisoka didn't hesitate, and immediately slumped into the bushes, and Lulu followed him and crawled beside him. At the same time, a wave of confusion spreads around the two of them, and their mental power can simulate a visual illusion. Unless they are very close, no one will know that there is still one person and one pet hidden in this bush. A strong wind blew past the bushes, and the strong wind pressure blew the entire bushes into a rustling sound. When Sasuo Yujao looked at it, he saw a huge black shadow flying high, flying above it. Down, four sturdy claws tightly clasped a larger figure. Salaman. The iconic blood wing of the giant axe made Hisoka recognize this Pokemon at a glance, not to mention that he was chased half an island by a stinky girl with Salamence not long ago. This Salamence is bigger than the Salamence of the stinky girl, with a giant tail nearly 4 meters long behind it. As for the thing buckled on the dragon claw, it seems to be very close to Tentacruel. It's just that Tentacruel's body is too much larger, and the tentacles that hang down are more than 15 meters. The drooping tentacles slid straight across half a meter above Hisoka's head, and a drop of stench of mucus landed on the branch beside him. Babbling, the pungent corrosive smell instantly poured into his nostrils. It is said that in addition to a group of tentacruel with hundreds of 060 heads, the stinger pirate group also has a mega tentacruel, which can be called a beast of a different species, and is named as a giant monster. It is taken from the meaning of the giant monster of the North Sea in ancient legend. It seems that the strength of the leader of the diamond poaching group, J, is a bit terrifying. Hisoka was full of slander in his heart, but fortunately he didn't bump into it head on. She didn't know whether to live or die for such a beast of a different species that she had done so badly. Blood hack, what wrong? Jay put his arms around his chest and looked at the flying dragon in front of him with a cold expression. A group of people from the stinger pirates were wandering around, seeming to be looking for something. The blood axe is the name of this salamander. The blood axe shook the dragon's head. When it flew through the bushes just now, it seemed to feel that there was a living thing hidden in it, but this feeling was fleeting. But it was nowhere to be seen. Probably just a Rattata just ran by. Jay didn't care about this either. She only had one thought in her mind now, that is, to destroy Basab and his pirate group, leaving nothing left. Chapter 468 Attack and Kill. Ask for automatic subscription. J's flight direction is exactly the area where Barbasa is located. There is no doubt that the leader of the poaching group who was placed in a row will use endless anger to let the other party understand what regret is. Hisoka didn't have any interest in this. No matter who these bastards live or die. Seeing Salaman's figure disappearing quickly, he immediately stood up and ran forward. Now is the best time to escape. Jay still doesn't know that Gibble's egg is not in Basab's hand. When she controls Basab and interrogates him a little, she will instantly understand the cause and effect. Gibble's egg disappeared without a trace, and a lot of other traces were left on the scene. Combined with the unsuccessful return of Basabo, there must be a third-party force sneaking in on the island, and the number will not be many. It is likely that there is only one person, because the number of people is large. It is easier to expose. Hisoka didn't turn his head. Lulu's teleport was still on cooldown, and he could only use confusion to float himself, and 007 followed closely behind Hisoka. On the beach of Chiandao, the wreckage of Tentacruel lay on the muddy sand. Most of the Tentacruel had lost their lives, and there were some guys with wrong lives. Even if the tentacles of the lower body were all blown up, they still twitched their bodies and did the last struggle. No one expected that under the siege of more than 30 pirates, there were Tentacruel kings like Alien Beast, plus 100 Tentacruel. This kind of combat power not only did not hold Jay for too long, on the contrary, she was defeated by her all disintegrated. During this period, Jay did not send other Pokémon, and only relied on Salaman's combat power to forcefully destroy all the enemy. Rush is sure that the strength of this Salamence has definitely reached the Elite 8, and he has the advantage of air superiority. No, the captain shouldn't provoke the diamond poaching group. If you have money to rob us, you have to spend your life. Rush's body was half kneeling in the sand. His hands were tightly wrapped by the canvas rope. His face was blue and purple, and his dark face was swollen like a pig's head at this time. Remorse filled his heart, and now Jay has chased after him. Even if Basab has grabbed Gibble's egg, he will definitely not be able to escape Salaman's pursuit. Walker took the remaining two men to clean up the battle. Since the face was torn apart, there is no possibility for the Stinger Pirates to exist, but the other party is at least an organization that has been operating for more than 10 years, and it should be hiding a lot of money. Hey, nigger! Walker stepped forward, stepped on Rush's back, and smiled. Listen to those rubbish calling you co-captain. Then you must know where the vault on the island is. You pirates don't like to put wealth as hidden and a treasure map is drawn. Now that the tide has turned, it's your time to pay for your life. With his head buried in the sand, rage and a hint of fear on his face, he said in a hoarse voice, I told you, will you really let me go? Walker shrugged and said, of course. Do you think our diamond poaching group will be as untrustworthy as you pirates? But you have to tell me quickly. If you wait for Mr. J to come back, no matter how much money you buy it, not your life. After speaking, Walker removed the big foot that was stepping on the opponent's back, glanced left and right at the subordinates on both sides, and both hands were clear, and immediately stepped forward to support Rush. Jay has already come over. As long as Gibble's eggs are not lost, then this trip to the Orange Islands will be a big profit, and some elite men may be lost, but those Lapras are equal to nothing, and the fortunes of the Stinger Pirates have been operating for many years. It's theirs right now. Thinking of this, Walker felt a little happy. Before Shisuo left the backlift, Jay appeared there, indicating that the pirates on the front island were basically wiped out. He was going to steal a speedboat and leave Pineapple Island as fast as possible. Hisoka was just about to step out of the grove when the sound of footsteps not far ahead made him shrink back immediately, and climbed up the tree like a monkey. Looking around, there were 4 people in total. The front was a strong black man who took the lead. His hands were tied behind his back, and his face was covered with wounds. It seemed that they should be captured pirate. Is undoubtedly a member of the diamond poaching group. What attracted Hisoka's attention was not these people, but the huge silver and white metal boxes they were holding in their hand. Each box was at least 1 meter in length and looked thick and heavy. The diamond poachers came to the Orange Islands to trade lapras, so these boxes may be the money for the trade. Each person held two. That is it. Hisoka thought for a while, put his right hand on his waist habitually, and once again took out the Pokeball belonging to Weavile. If you have no intention of calculating, and the opponent Pokemon is not around, it is not easy to attack a few ordinary people with Pokemon, and if you want to go to the port, you must find a way to get past these people. All of Walker's Pokemon were exhausted in the previous fierce battle, and even in order to save Electivire, he deliberately sacrificed 2 cannon fodder Pokemon. 2 purple leaf pierced the air and attacked the 2 people who were unaware of it with a very slight buzzing sound. Under Lulu's meticulous control, Magical Leaf easily cut their throat. Chapter 469 Escape from Pineapple Island. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Ho, ho. The 2 of them covered the ruptured throat, as if they could not imagine the sudden arrival of the god of death, and their hands desperately grabbed forward, but the rapid flow of blood and the intensified suffocation made them gradually lose consciousness. PFF. The sound of 2 heavy objects falling on the beach in a row. What the matter? Walker heard the sound and looked, and saw that the 2 people who were normal just now were lying on the beach with their heads down, and a lot of blood spread from their neck. Damn! Walker had a grim face, just about to take out the Pokeball from his waist, but he felt a strong wind hit the back of his head, and before he could dodge, a heavy blow hit his vital spot. Gotcha tilde. The original hard skull was dented alive by this brick break, and the red and white mixed together made people feel nauseated. Walker could never have imagined that everything should end. He should reap all the spoils as a winner, but he didn't want to have a deadly hunter hiding in the deepest. At the time when it was most unintentional and lacking in combat power, a single blow was fatal, and the death was too wrong. Majud tilde. Weavile rolled over and landed a beautiful somersault. She stood in front of Rush, the big black man, with the blood-colored cat vertical pupils calmly watching the terrified Rush. Kill him. Hisoka's voice without the slightest emotion came from behind. He wouldn't let anyone know that he had been to this island. Even if the diamond poaching group can finally find out, it should be a long time later. At least not now. Forgive me, I can tell you the treasure of the Stinger pirate. Rush was terrified. His tone of begging for mercy was trembling, because the killing intent carried by that voice didn't seem like a joke at all. Majud tilde. Weavile doesn't care about other people's words. She just obeyed Hisoka's orders without any hesitation. The 3-fingered claws popped out in an instant. Her knees slightly bent, her body jumped forward, and her right claws gently stroked in front of Rush over. The corpses of the 4 people lay on the beach in their respective forms. Hisoka's emotion seemed very calm. He was not a murderer or a cold-blooded animal. If these were innocent ordinary people, he would feel unbearable and sympathetic. But the 4 of them are all poachers with a lot of crime and blood in their hand. It may be too noble to say that they are killing people for the people, because Hisoka himself has too many selfishness. It's not a pity to die. Hisoka picked up 2 of the silver metal boxes. It was very heavy, and each hand had to weigh at least 50 to 60 kilograms. Before he could open it and take a closer look, Lulu used confusion to hold up the other 4 metal boxes, running away in the direction of the port. This small deep-water port originally parked many motorboats and speedboats, as well as a large sailing warship about 50 meters long. Now the largest sailing warship seems to have been hit by a hurricane and artillery fire. A number of masts were broken, and a huge charred void surrounded by 2 people went straight through the hull from the deck. Many motorcycles were damaged by the aftermath of the explosion, and there were few speedboats that could be driven normally. Hisoka tried several before finding one that could be started. So, if someone takes a helicopter to take a bird's eye view from the air, on the east side of this small island with an area of only 28,000 square meters, a blood-winged dragon is wanton destruction, reaping one life after another. On the west side, a speedboat was leaving the island with full horsepower. Time passed by minute when the dark night slowly disappeared, but a warm morning sun rolled up, and a Pidgeotto in the sky led a group of Pidgey to fly quickly over the sea. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Pidgeotto and Pidgey, who live near island, look slightly smaller than their counterparts in inland regions, but their wingspans are more streamlined, and even in order to hunt in the sea, evolution has a special feather on their feathers. Oil film. In this way, it rushes into the sea to hunt fish and shrimp, so that the feathers will not be completely soaked. Modern Pokemon are all creatures that can adapt to changes in the environment, because those Pokemon that cannot adapt to changes in the natural environment have long since become extinct. A Pidgeotto broke through the water and flew up. At this time, it still had a large yellow croaker in its mouth. However, before Pidgeotto was happy for too long, a suction force rolled up on the large yellow croaker. croaker, and the suction force became stronger and stronger, and its beak could no longer be held, so he could only stare blankly at the fish that disappeared. To be precise, this large yellow croaker flew towards a speedboat under the control of a strange amount of Machamp. After the read, "How far have we left Pineapple Island?" Hisoka lay on her back on the deck of the speedboat, leaning her head on Lulu's soft knee pillow, hit yawn with a tired expression, and drove the speedboat for almost a night. You drive 7 hours and 35 minutes on a speedboat and are more than 849 nautical miles from Pineapple Island. The nearest island is Sweet Orange Island to the southwest. After slipping all night, have you run this far before you know it? Hisoka stretched and sat up. Compare. What happened to this Pidgeotto? Hisoka looked curiously at Pidgeotto, who was looking at him indignantly. It flapped its wings as if it would attack at any moment. "This is for you, don't be angry." Lulu also stood up, put aside the large yellow croaker controlled by confusion, and then picked up a small bowl of Pokeblocks she usually eats and placed it on the bow deck. Chapter 470 Harvest Seek Automatic Subscription. Lulu wanted to make a hearty breakfast for Hisoka, who was tired all night. What could be more suitable for breakfast than fresh fish on the vast sea? She saw that Pidgeotto was just grabbing a large yellow croaker, so she used confusion to grab food from the small bird's beak. Compare. Although the robbed Pidgeotto was furious, he did not dare to be too presumptuous, let alone attack directly. The reason is very simple, because Pidgeotto felt a great threat from Lulu, not to mention that it was just a Pidgeotto, even if it evolves into Pidgeot, and neither will be Lulu's opponent. For wild Pokemon, the act of grabbing food can be said to be a big hatred, may 10 inches. Generally, one does not fight hard, and it ends with one side losing, but it also depends on the strength of the two sides. Pokeblock fully attracted Pidgeotto's sense of smell. It spread its wings and carefully parked on the bow deck. The bird's eyes kept an eye on one person and one pet in front of him. It could perceive the benefits of Pokeblock to itself. After a stalemate for about half a minute, the Pidgeotto resolutely gave up. Its sharp beak plucked wildly in the small bowl. The Pokeblocks melted in the mouth, and were quickly absorbed by the cells in the body. Most Pokemon would never be able to enjoy high-end food made by human technology. Compared with ordinary food, Pokeblocks are more nutritious and easier to absorb. After Pidgeotto finished enjoying a small bowl of Pokeblock, he raised his head and glanced at the large yellow croaker in Lulu's hand, and finally flew away reluctantly. Seeing the big yellow croaker still jumping around in her hand, Lulu's mood couldn't help but become happy. Her eyes narrowed, and telepathy directly affected Hisoka's mind. "You take a rest first. I'll go prepare breakfast." Hisoka nodded. He didn't feel any surprise, just warm in his heart. His relationship with Lulu was no longer the kind of master-servant between a trainer and a Pokemon, but more like a family living together. His nerves were tense all night, during which he was afraid that the leader of the diamond poaching group would catch up with Salamence now that he is almost 1,000 nautical miles away from the Pineapple Island. If the other party can still track him, then he will recognize it. "I took out the biggest harvest of this trip from my backpack, and looked at the green Pokemon egg in the egg incubator. During the period of a little red auspicious cloud pattern, the whole Pokemon egg seemed to be glittering with a tract under the sunlight halo. Of course, this is more of Hisoka's psychological effect. It's so beautiful." Hisoka held the egg hatcher tightly, his eyes almost obsessed. He was not a saint, and when he got a baby that could completely change his fate, he could still keep his mentality stable. For ordinary people, as long as the Pokemon egg of a quasi-god Pokemon can hatch smoothly, it will be taken care of and trained until the final evolution is completed. This Gibble's egg will show a brighter future in its hand. It has the effect of colorful orb. Hisoka is full of confidence in this. After a period of time, until Gibble hatches, he will put all his energy, including related resources, into on this quasi-god cub. By the way, haven't seen what's in those 6 metal boxes. Hisoka played with the egg hatcher for a long time, and then he remembered that he killed 4 poachers when he escaped from Pineapple Island last night, and also obtained 6 large silver metal boxes from them. If there is no accident, it should be the money that the diamond poaching group used to trade Lapras. The 6-digit password on the silver metal box is almost useless to Hisoka, who has the super intelligent program Red Queen Assistant. The first box didn't hold up for 10 seconds, and the Red Queen easily cracked the password. When he opened the box, sure enough, the stacks of brand new $500 bills dazzled Hisoka's eyes. Although he was worth tens of millions before, most of them were bank transfers, and this was the first time he had seen so much cash arrive. The green banknote also exudes the aroma of ink. The front is the iconic Pokeball pattern, and the number 500 is written in white, and the back is a whole miniature map. Looking at the shape of the land, the northeast two are connected, and it is also the largest in area. A continent is undoubtedly Kanto Continent, which is the collective name of Kanto and Johto. To the south of the sea is Sinnoh, to the north is Hoenn, the Unova region in the western hemisphere, and so on. The currencies of this world have long been unified, and the alliance coins sold by the the alliances are the main one, and no other private currencies are accepted. Hisoka didn't have a detailed number, but it can be roughly estimated that there are about 50 million in a large silver metal box, and the 5 boxes are exactly the same scene, so this time he followed the trend, and it was about 250 million, or 5.5 poachers so rich now. After closing the box, Hisoka wasn't too excited. With Gibble's egg, this windfall could only be added to the list. I just feel that the profession of bounty hunter is too bad. A poaching group can easily give out more than 200 million in cash. If a saffron hunter wants to make 200 million, it is calculated based on the guarantee of 500W for an S-level task. You have to complete 40 S-level tasks to earn 200 million. Of course, it can't be calculated like this. The 500W task reward is only the lowest level of S-level task, and there are no S-level tasks worth hundreds of millions. Chapter 471 Lapras Group for Automatic Subscription. The password of the last metal box was also cracked, and instead of the expected cash bills, the Pokeballs on the upper and lower layers were covered with a mesh structure. Net Ball, a one-time action Pokeball, and the Net Gun, a narcotic rifle, are also known as the poaching trio. This kind of Pokeball can forcefully collect some Pokemon in abnormal state, and after releasing it again, it will lose its corresponding effect and become scrap. Hisoka picked up one of the net balls and flipped the switch in the middle. The original walnut-sized pocket Pokeball instantly magnified 5 times, about the size of an apple, knocked the net ball lightly on the edge of the boat, and in the next second, the sphere opens and closes, and a beam of white light rushes towards the calm and waveless sea. The white light quickly deforms and enlarges, and then a Lapras appears. The state of this Lapras looked very wrong. It is floating on the sea, but its entire long neck is unable to lie forward. Its eyes are tightly closed. If the muscles of the neck and jaw are still shaking slightly, Hisoka would have thought it was dead. It is probably under anesthesia. Hisoka released the little Lapras and rode on it and approached the adult Lapras, which was almost 50 centimeters taller than the little Lapras and was a male Lapras. Female Lapras are generally larger than male Lapras, with an average height of 2.5 meters for female Lapras and 2.3 meters for male Lapras. The little Lapras under Hisoka is the female Lapras, who is only 1 year old now, and 2 years before the female Lapras is fully sexually mature. 42 net balls means that there are a total of 42 Lapras here. Siso dare not release them all at once. Lapras was captured by the Stinger Pirate, and it is estimated that it is the most hated stage for human being. Once it's all out and the anesthesia is over, these Lapras are likely to take their hatred out on him. It better to be careful. Wake up a few heads to communicate. Even if you don't cooperate, Lulu can still control the scene. Hisoka also has a spray bottle of Paralyze Heal, which is sprayed 3 times on the dazed Lapras face. The male Lapras snorted a few times and felt his soft body gradually regain his strength. Ooh tilde. With a high-pitched long moan, it seemed to be venting the sullen chi before, and raised the long blue neck again, and the blurred scenery in front of him became clear. When the male Lapras saw that there was a human sitting on top of a small Lapras in front of him, his originally kind and harmless eyes instantly turned hideous. Even a Pokémon with a very gentle personality like Lapras would be quite terrifying when it really started to rage. In the mind of the male Lapras, the human being in front of him is no different from the poachers who harmed them, and the other side also caught a small Lapras, which makes Lapras, who are conscious of the group and eager to protect their cub, endure anything. Ignoring his still weak body, the male Lapras immediately swung his fins and his entire body quickly swept across the sea, heading straight for Hisoka's position. Don't underestimate Lapras' melee strength. When a marine creature with a height of 2.3 meters and a weight of more than 300 kg slams into you at a speed of 80 km per hour, and at the same time cooperates with the bald horn on Lapras' forehead that is harder than a rock. Once the two collide, humans will only have one fate. That is, the bones of the whole body will be shattered on the spot, and the muscles will be torn apart. Woo tilde woo tilde. Little Lapras wanted to explain out loud, but the male Lapras who fell into extreme rage didn't care at all. He even forgot about such revenge behavior, which might even hurt little Lapras. Lulu. Naturally, Hisoka couldn't just watch Lapras rush to hurt him like this. To deal with the irrational guy, sometimes violence is necessary. Lulu put down her work of preparing breakfast, and in the blink of an eye, her elegant and tall figure appeared where the male Lapras had to rush over. Her slender feet stood gently on the sea surface, and the flow of the sea could not let her in the slightest. The body trembled slightly, the arm stretched forward, the emerald green fingers spread out, and the operation of spiritual power once again filled the eyes with blue light. The original illusory spiritual power turned into a pale pink that could be seen with the naked eye after it was transformed into confusion. The pink confusion swept up the wave several meters high, and washed the high-speed Lapras into the air directly from the bottom. After it fell into the sea, the confusion controlled the seawater to form a vortex. After several minutes of high-speed rotation of 653, the original the furious male Lapras was almost out of breath. breath, eyes kept circling, and white foam spewed from jaws. Woo! Underscore. The dense long chants and short shouts resounded non-stop near the sea 100 nautical miles away from Sweet Orange Island, and a group of more than 40 Lapras surrounded a small speedboat in a circle, being watched by 42 Lapras and 84 eyes at the same time. It would be bragging to say that there is no tremor in my heart, in case this group of big guys with an average height of about 2.5 meters suddenly turned their faces. Lulu and Weavile alone, even with melodic, couldn't resist. The strength of the adult Lapras will not be lower than the superior level. As long as each head of 42 Lapras sends a psybeam, it is enough to freeze this small sea area into a polar state. These 42 Lapras are from different ethnic groups, so they quickly found their own ethnic group after being conscious. The largest Lapras group has more than 20 heads, and the smallest is only 4. Chapter 472 Little Lapras Who Don't Want to Leave Ask for Automatic Subscription. These Lapras were all released by Hisoka. When each Lapras was first released, they were more excited and aggressive. Fortunately, the previous male Lapras and the little Lapras discouraged them together. It took almost an hour for Hisoka to unleash all the Lapras out of netball. So you saw this shocking scene in front of you. 42 Lapras surrounded a small speedboat. Although some of them were still vigilant in their eyes, most Lapras were still willing to believe their own. A lifesaver. An adult Lapras starts at 500W on the black market, and it is the best amount, so there is no need to worry about selling it, but Siso doesn't have that kind of idea. He is not a poacher and needs to make a living by poaching Pokemon. Hisoka was a regular quest-type bounty hunter and had the status of an official gym trainer. If he did this, it would be a stain on his life. Besides, half a year later, he would have to compete for the official gym leader qualification in Jontian City, a first-year developed city. 973. Jontian City had an official gym before. However, due to the serious corruption and bribery of the previous leader, and a structure with the local underworld forces to oppress the small and medium-sized enterprises in the city, the prosecutor finally collected conclusive evidence. Time was caught. Gym was immediately shut down for rectification. As for the leader, who was suspected of collaborating with underworld forces, and at the same time embezzling and taking bribes, he had to go to the prison to pick up soap that was 30 years old. You are free. Be careful in the future. Don't be caught by poachers, but don't worry too much. The stinger pirates who catch you are probably going to be out of luck. Hisoka believed that the Lapras with high IQ could understand what he said, and he could only achieve this point. Everyone, including every Pokemon, had their own fortunes. Just like the green leaves on the trees will have different patterns. It is impossible to protect these Lapras anytime, anywhere. Perhaps at a certain time in the future, these Lapras who escaped because of themselves may be captured by poachers again, and what awaits them will only be selected on the black market and picked up by buyers like goods. Being able to meet a gentle and kind master is already the best result. Woo tilde. The Lapras group with the largest number. Nearly half of the Lapras in front of them belong to this group. Their leader is the largest of the Lapras, and the body just exposed to the sea is more than 3 meters high. It slowly swam toward the speedboat, and the Lapras who were leaning in front of it all made way for it. Even Lapras from other ethnic group did not dare to be presumptuous in front of it. The law of the weak is the most real and cruel law of nature. In the face of a strong individual, the weak must understand what humility is. To determine the strength of a certain kind of Pokemon, it is undoubtedly the most one-sided idea to look at the size of the body. Some petite but powerful Pokemon are not without. This female Lapras is more than half the size of it appears, and the large size gives it more powerful physical strength and abundant physical strength, which of course is also part of the external manifestation of strength, inadvertently showing an arrogant look. No need to move. The dense water vapor that the body naturally emits, the closer it gets BFFH, the temperature around it gradually decreases. These real energy leaks are the important basis for Hisoka to judge its strength. The strength of this female Lapras is at least at the quasi-elite level, and it is in the upper middle stage. Lapras has a very long lifespan. If it lives for more than 20 years, it does not need to be deliberately exercised, and its strength will come naturally, will break out to elite, and by then, its potential is completely exhausted. Lulu habitually stood in front of Hisoka. The corners of her mouth moved lightly, speaking a Pokemon language that Hisoka couldn't understand at all, and she didn't know how Pokemon could hear the language of other types of Pokemon. What is it talking about? Hisoka asked curiously. Lulu glanced at the leader of Lapras, and then telepathically translated it to Hisoka. It said it was going to pick up its own child. Its child? Could it be little Lapras? Hisoka looked at little Lapras hiding behind the speedboat in surprise. He kept saying that he would help little Lapras find his mother, but he didn't expect his mother to find the door by himself. Hisoka walked to the stern, held up little Lapras' head, and said softly, "Little guy, is that your mother?" Little Lapras seemed a little hesitant, looked up at the female Lapras who was watching it closely, and finally nodded in a depressed mood. "Why, you're not happy to find your mother anymore?" Hisoka Hisoka smiled and patted its head. Ooh tilde. Little Lapras shook his head, and then took another bite on Hisoka's hem. No matter how much he pulled, the little guy wouldn't let go. Seeing that the eyes of the female Lapras started to look wrong, Hisoka hurriedly shouted, "Quick, Lulu, hurry up and translate. What is this little guy trying to do?" Lulu's face was also a little weird. She covered her mouth and snickered. The little guy said that he has grown up and can go out and live alone, and he doesn't want to be a child under the protection of his mother. Hisoka suddenly realized, "You mean the little guy doesn't want to let his mother go?" "Yes, it wants to follow you. If you don't accept it, it will go out alone and create its own tribe." Aspirational. I like it. Chapter 473. Back to Kanto for automatic subscription. Go say goodbye. It's your mother anyway. Hisoka comforted the hesitant little Lapras in a soft voice. It could be seen that it was a little afraid of his mother, thinking that this Lapras leader should be a strict mother. Ooh tilde. Little Lapras hesitated for a while, and finally swam his fins and swam to his mother. He was afraid of his mother, more because he secretly ran out of the territory to play, and when he wanted to go home, he lost his direction. When the mother led the group out to look for it, she happened to be ambushed by the Stinger pirate. At that time, 6 compatriots were captured at one time. If it wasn't for a sudden storm, the ambush would be enough to cause the entire group to die. The army was annihilated, just like a bear child who has gotten into a catastrophe among human beings. How could you not be afraid when you see the current aggressive mother standing in front of you? Lapras calmly watched the little thing that once got into trouble swimming to his side. Lapras has a high emotional intelligence and has a lot of feelings for the ethnic group. He also loves his children no less than human. Female Lapras are not easy to get pregnant. They will only give birth to one cub at a time, and they will not come into heat again if they do not raise the cub to adulthood. That is to say, when the little Lapras is 3 years old, its mother will look for a mate from other ethnic groups again, but looking at the size of this Lapras, it is not easy to find a suitable male Lapras. 2 Lapras, one big and one small, crossed each other's heads and neck, emitting an unusually ethereal growl. You don't need to understand the meaning of it. Just by looking at the emotional changes of the two, Hisoka can roughly understand what they are saying. Lapras, mother raised her long neck, whispered a few words in little Lapras' ear, and finally stared at Hisoka's face, as if to remember his appearance in her heart. Woo tilde. The fins cut through the sea, leaving ripples behind. Little Lapras, mother, who is also the leader of the Lapras clan, looked back 3 times all the way, and the big eyes filled with water were filled with reluctance. Swim forward at speed. After hearing the leader's voice, Lapras, who belonged to it group, also moved his fins and followed behind the big Lapras, swimming slowly into the distance in the face of the increasingly splendid morning sun. As for the Lapras of other ethnic group, under the leadership of their respective leaders, they also left this sea area, and the lively scene suddenly became silent. Seeing this situation, Hisoka felt a little embarrassed, because he felt once again that in addition to humans, there are creatures like Pokémon that have sincere emotions that are no less than human. Little Lapras, who was supposed to grow up 3 years old under the protection of his mother, but seeing his mother's figure disappear into the distance, little Lapras, who was still depressed, immediately changed his appearance, raised his head and straightened his neck, opened his mouth, and a fine water column was spit into the sky by it. His eyes narrowed, surrounding the speedboat swimming in circles. She looked completely reluctant to think about Shu. I seem to understand something wrong, Hisoka mourned. He thought that the difference between his mother and the ethnic group he had lived with since childhood should be a very sad scene, but he didn't expect the little guy to be so full of personality. How much do you want to go out alone? 3 days later, a civil aviation plane flew directly from the Orange Islands to Saffron City International Airport. The plane successfully landed on the runway. Following the landing of the latter, passengers lined up to get off the plane in an orderly manner. Compared with the one who just left Guangdong more than a month ago, Hisoka looks much darker at this time. To be precise, his skin has changed from white to a more healthy bronze color. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Seeking flower. The Orange Islands are located on the equator, with more than 14 hours of direct sunlight a day, which is acceptable for more than a month. A white vest, black super sunglasses, a pair of black high-top military boots under the camouflage trousers, and a tight-fitting cotton vest perfectly set off the strong figure. Slightly bulging pectoral muscles, a chocolate ab, mermaid line, male dog waist under the handsome appearance. Coupled with this beast figure, when you see the bright-eyed girls at the airport, you will know this product is barely a walking male hormone. Brother, here. As soon as he walked out of the airport, he saw Zhangma's always slightly wretched face from a distance, wearing a casual suit on his thin body, and leaning on his back on a Flying Wing X6, which was just launched by Syrif Group this year. The streamlined model is not like an office car, but more like a supercar. Hisoka stepped forward quickly, punched him on the chest, and said with a smile, "Why, I made a fortune and changed to a new car." Hey! Zhangma's mustache mustache twitched slightly, and his eyebrows shrugged. I just got a promotion and a salary increase recently, and I'm now the deputy captain of the Saffron City Police Department Criminal Police Department, so be careful when you speak in the future. How about it? From a small traffic policeman to a vice captain of a criminal police within a year. Do you think the old man is so handsome? Hisoka glanced at him contemptuously. Your boss Baijia has done a lot in the middle. Without him, you are probably still posting tickets somewhere. Zangma was anxious. Can I still be a brother? Apart from the boss Baijia, I have also solved a lot of cases in the past 6 months. But then again, you went to the Orange Islands to participate in the Saffron Hunters promotion assessment. How is it? Did you succeed in the promotion? Open black lens bracket. A new volume will start tomorrow. It finally over. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 474 Atavism or Mutation. As for automatic subscription, the two casually found a coffee shop near the airport and sat by the window. Speaking of which, Hisoka and Zangma hadn't seen each other for almost 3 months. It was a different feeling to get together to chat now. Hisoka has very few friends in this world. Zangma can be counted as one. He took a sip of bitter black coffee. In fact, compared to coffee, Hisoka preferred the fresh milk tea carefully prepared by Lulu. Saffron Hunter's promotion test. No success is not a failure, Hisoka said indifferently. My last task is to capture Basab, the leader of the Stinger Pirate. For special reasons, there is no time limit for this assessment task, unless I voluntarily give up. The Stinger Pirate. Why does it sound so familiar? Zangma showed a thoughtful expression, and then suddenly realized. I remembered that the police station held a meeting last night to discuss the Stinger Pirates. Yes, not a poaching group that has been making waves on the border of the Orange Islands for years. Quote, you're right. Hisoka nodded. Zangma sighed and said, little brother, your promotion mission is probably a little off. The Stinger Pirate seems to have been done badly by a certain organization, except for a small number of pirates who escaped. Most of them died in Pineapple. On the island, the leader Basab is temporarily missing, and his body has not been found. Needless to say, no one knows more about this matter than Hisoka. Basaba wants to steal the black, not only to get the money from the diamond poaching group to buy Lapras, but also to rob Gibble's egg. Basaba thought that it was impossible for the diamond poaching group to come to revenge the Orange Islands across the region, but he never thought that Jay's personal strength was far beyond his expectation. Although it was delayed for a while, Jay just used an elite salamence to destroy most of the living force of the Stinger Pirate. Hisoka shrugged and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. If Barry can't do it, I'll give up this mission. The big deal is to take the test next year. Anyway, the mission has no deadline. Since Basabo's body has not been found, it means that he may have escaped. Time to spend some money on a Hunter's Guild bounty. Stop talking about this. Zangma's expression suddenly became serious. The next thing has a lot to do with you. To be precise, it has a lot to do with the Dark City. Do you remember the Aerodactyl that woke up in Grandpa Canyon? What wrong? What happened to it? Hisoka asked curiously. Zangma nodded and shook his head. It's very healthy, but the individual has undergone serious mutation. You'll understand after reading these photos. After saying that, Zangma took out a stack of high-definition photos from his arm. Individual variation. After listening to this sentence, Hisoka's interest suddenly increased, and he took the photos and looked at them carefully. The first photo did not change. It was almost the same as when he first discovered it. Zangma leaned forward and pointed. This photo was taken a month later. Compared with the first photo, the Aerodactyl in this photo has changed slightly, and a black rock-like substance has grown on the gray crust that was originally bare. It's in 2 months. The Aerodactyl change in the third photo is even more amazing. A pair of meat wings have become wider, at least half larger than before, and the muscles on the shoulders are slightly bulging, which look very intimidating. The fourth photo was taken 3 months later. The devil's pointed tail has become extremely sturdy and has grown a lot. 3 sharp obsidian bone spurs have grown continuously 3 inches above the pointed spear tail. The original flat bald horns have become extremely sharp in this photo, which are also similar to the big sharp horns of the obsidian species. Can Aerodactyl evolve again? Hisoka murmured. This level of morphological change is not much different from evolution. It's not evolution, explained Zangma. Researchers at the reserve have been monitoring Aerodactyl with surveillance cameras, and have never seen a riot of evolution factor. It just naturally grew bigger and stronger over time. There is also a lot of obsidian material coming out of the bare body. Hisoka looked at the 4 photos, pondered for a moment, and said, what did they think of Professor Oak? Professor Oak and Philena Ivy Professor prefer Aerodactyl to atavism. The 2 professors believe that Aerodactyl once slept in a deep underground cave. In order to allow life to continue, it chose to greatly degenerate its powerful body. Hisoka's eyes lit up and said, that is to say, after awakening Aerodactyl, because of the sufficient supply of food in the reserve, 0.1 is slowly returning to its original appearance, which is the true Sky Overlord in the ancient times a million years ago. Zangma nodded and said, it's not wrong to say so, but some professors believe that this is a genetic genetic mutation. Their theoretical basis is that they found some important gene deletions from this Aerodactyl. Huh, Hisoka breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Listening to what you said, I can't wait to see that Aerodactyl. The Pokémon, the overlord of the sky a million years ago. How strong was it in its heyday? I really look forward to it. Chapter 475 Ursaring. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. After a lapse of more than a month, 37 days to be exact, this time, I left the Guangdong region and went to the Orange Islands to participate in the Saffron Hunter's promotion assessment. Although he didn't get promoted to Saffron Hunter smoothly, compared to the harvest of this trip, only one Saffron Hunter quota could not occupy a big share in Sasuo's heart. Moreover, the mission is not a failure. Barbasa should have escaped. I just hope that this guy hides a little better, so that he will not be destroyed by the diamond poaching group in advance when he really does it. Hisoka returned to the Dark City in the evening, and was dragged by Tibetan horses to eat and drink everywhere in the afternoon, causing his head to feel a little dizzy now. In the evening, there are not many pedestrians in the quaint streets of the Dark City. This fourth-tier city with a relatively backward economy is far from being as lively and noisy as a city should be. Except for some restaurants. Small restaurants were still brightly lit, and various shops closed early. It's not a festival period, and with the recent loss of tourists, the people of Dark City seem to have returned to the leisurely life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. In the final analysis, the Dark City is still too backward. It is located in a remote area, the traffic is not easy, and there are no natural resources to be developed around. The handicraft industry and catering alone will be the third line drag on the bottom. In recent months, the popularity of the ancient Pokémon Nature Reserve has long since diminished. There are only 5 kinds of ancient Pokémon in the entire reserve: Aerodactyl, Kabuto, Kabuto, Omanite, Omastar. Among them, Aerodactyl, the most powerful and domineering, is undoubtedly the most popular. After taking advantage of the spring breeze in the reserve, the finances of the Dark City were a little more prosperous. The old mayor's first move was to build a solid concrete road from the old wooden yellow mud road, and set up a street light 15 meters apart. Walking on the silent concrete street, when passing the restaurant, the chatter of the guests came to my ears. A chilling wind from the empty valley blew in, causing Hisoka, who was still slightly drunk, to shiver. Looking up again and looking into the distance, the houses and shops on both sides had long since disappeared, and the cement road had long since come to an end. Hisoka tightened his high-neck jacket and walked another 200 meters. After passing through a small forest, a slowly flowing stream appeared in front of you. The bluestone art bridge stood high, and the night wind blew the green arrows and bamboos on both sides. Hisoka didn't tell Landuo that he would go back to gym today. Perhaps in his heart, he never really regarded this nominal gym disciple as his family. The word family is too heavy, and Landuo is only an acquaintance in his heart. At the beginning, I spent 100W to buy this avenue, which covers an area of more than 5 acres. The original name of the dojo has long been changed to the official certified dark gym. 4 characters, and 2 arcanine stone statues majestically guard the door of the dojo. Hisoka didn't push the door. This red lacquered door was pulled open by force from the inside. Roared Tilda. The ear-piercing beast roar resounded through the sky as the door was pushed open, especially in the evening when the sun was setting, and it was about to be completely shrouded in darkness. It was particularly hard. Roar Tilda, roar Tilda. The giant bear man stood up, and there were 2 loud screams of excitement. The heavy red lacquer door was completely pulled in two, and the giant bear swayed out with 2 thick legs. Ursaring. Hisoka was a little surprised. How could there be an Ursaring that only exists on Johto's side in his gym? With a height of 2 meters away, huge muscles, and a fierce face, it is indeed very terrifying. Although Ursaring has a very stinky and aggressive temperament, it is a vegetarian creature. Berries are the main food. Of course, very hungry, Ursaring also does not exclude to eat some meat, like fish, or some unlucky egg. This big man, like the Snorlax, spends most of the day in the forest foraging for food in order to provide enough energy for his massive body. Why does this Ursaring look familiar? Hisoka took a closer look and found that the Ursaring had 3 obvious claw marks on his left face. By the way, he remembered that the same Teddiursa that Landuo bought from the black market 163 had 3 claw marks on his left face. Combined, the Ursaring that suddenly appeared should be from Landuo's Teddiursa evolution. I didn't expect this bad boy to evolve in a month's time. During Teddiursa's time, he had a bad temper and a rebellious personality. After this evolution, he couldn't go to heaven. How could Landuo hold him down? Hisoka is very worried about this. That girl won't be killed by evolution. Ursaring directly, right? Huh, this human is so familiar. Ursaring just rushed out of the threshold. His button nose moved a little, and he smelled another human being in the air, and his vicious slanted 3 eyes fixed his eyes. I beg, isn't that the bastard who used to bully him? I haven't seen him for more than a month, and Ursaring almost forgot about it. Now that this bastard appears, it reminds Ursaring of the tragic past when he was Teddiursa and was abused by the other party and a rabbit. Ouch, this bastard, I want revenge, and now I can absolutely kill that dead rabbit. Chapter 476. Yo, still very vengeful. As for automatic subscription, hee, that brat is still holding grudges. Seeing a wicked look in Ursaring's slanted eyes, how could Hisoka not understand what he was thinking? Roar tilde. Ursaring roared again. It didn't go straight up to do it, and it didn't look down on an ordinary human, and the main target of hatred was the dead rabbit who always liked to lie on the shoulders of this human. Thinking of being kicked in the face by a rabbit before, and being slapped by the other party's ears every time he thinks of these, Ursaring feels that his heart is extremely useless. Different from the timid and gentle character of ordinary Teddiursa, the claw-mark Teddiursa that Landuo bought from the black market merchant has obvious character flaws. It is obviously a Teddiursa with the same violent temperament as the evolution type Ursaring, but at the same time, I have to admit that, in addition to being a bit bad-tempered, just like what the black market merchants said, this Teddiursa's talent and aptitude are indeed better than those of his peers. Judging from the fact that it was able to learn Ice Punch firsthand when it was still Teddiursa, one of its parents should be a powerful Ursaring, or maybe a certain forest overlord level creature. 840. The excellent genes inherited from his parents made it impossible for Teddiursa to learn Ice Punch. In fact, if Landuo can fully gain Ursaring's trust, her trainer's strength will have a qualitative improvement in a short period of time. The strength of the trainer is intuitively reflected. In addition to the trainer's own literacy and the control and prediction of the battle situation, powerful and talented Pokémon are also indispensable. After all, the expertise includes a trainer with real combat experience, and you can't let someone command a Caterpie to defeat Charizard because the two are almost incomparable. Even if Charizard lay still and let Caterpie play for a day, I am afraid that the wee Caterpie would be the first to get tired. Ursaring opened his teeth and danced his claws, and pointed his extremely sharp claws at Hisoka's waist. During the days when he was subdued by humans, he also understood where Pokémon would usually be placed by trainers. BFAG. The multi-purpose tactical belt buckles with a series of shrunk pocket Pokémon balls in various colors. You're going to challenge Baniri. Hisoka actually understood what it meant. Ursaring nodded the bear's head, then shook it again, and let out a dull growl. The general meaning is, this uncle is not here to challenge, but to take revenge. Interesting. Hisoka grinned, and he found that this Ursaring, in addition to being talented, was also much stronger in IQ than his stubborn counterpart. Okay then, I'll fulfill your wish. After speaking, Hisoka buckled a Pokémon ball around his waist and pressed the button. The baby ball instantly magnified several times. Since Baniri was born, and it is in the process of laying the groundwork, it is also the most critical growth period for growth as development. For a more ordinary Pokémon like Baniri, as long as the nutritional supply is sufficient, 1 year is enough for it to enter the mature stage. Compared to Lapras, which take 3 years to mature, Baniri is indeed much faster. Of course, these must be based on daily diet. In abundance, wild Baniri may take longer to mature. The white light of the Pokémon ball bloomed in front of the dim gate, and the white light underwent a rapid transformation time of less than a second. When the light completely disappeared, Baniri's petite body decorated with cream-colored hair appeared on the graph. Baniri cutely hit yawn, and the action of rubbing her sleepy eyes with her little hands is enough to make all female creatures go crazy, and humans always lack enough defense against you creatures. Even the straight man Hisoka, who thinks he can't be straight anymore, will feel a certain joy every time he sees Baniri make a series of cute charm action. Roar tilde roar tilde. Seeing the appearance of the dead rabbit who used to bully it, Ursaring beat his chest with his fists excitedly. His vicious slanted triangular eyes stared at the little thing that reached his calf and knee. In the face of Ursaring, who is more than 2 meters tall, Baniri, who is less than 50 centimeters in height, that is 0.5 meters, is indeed too short. However, compared with the same kind, Baniri, who is only half a year old, is too big. After all, the average height of a healthy adult Baniri is only about 0.4 meters. Hiso's Baniri is still a child, but she is already 10 centimeters taller than her adult counterpart. Larger body size does not necessarily represent 100% strength, but it is undeniable that the larger size allows the Baniri in the growth stage to have stronger physical strength than the adult counterpart. Regardless of the bounce ability or the slam strength of the long ears, Baniri be more powerful, and when it officially becomes an adult half a year later, her power will undoubtedly become stronger. This is the display of basic talent, and it is also why trainers always like to frantically pursue potential and excellent Pokémon. Although talent can't completely determine the future of a person and a Pokémon, it can make your starting point higher. During the period, you have to put in more effort than your peers, so this kind of gap is a bit scary. Isn't there a good saying, stupid birds fly first? Not afraid of people who are more talented than you. We can still catch up with our own efforts and diligence, but I am so afraid that all the people who are better than you are even harder and more diligent than you. Then you are such an execute. Wash up and sleep early. Chapter 400 477 Tired Land Duo for automatic subscription. Shangbao no, Ursaring, you naughty little bastard. After evolution, you have to go to the lake to harm those little fish and shrimp every night. Isn't it enough for me to prepare so much food for you every day? Since Tediersa evolution became Ursaring, the demand for food has skyrocketed, and Land Duo spends a lot of time every day just to prepare 3 meals a day for him. A cart to measure fresh fruits and vegetables also requires expensive honey to accompany the meal. Just now, when she was preparing dinner, she accidentally took a nap due to exhaustion. When she woke up, she found that Ursaring had disappeared. Jim, you don't have to guess to know that this little bastard ran out to find food for himself. Didn't the Pokémon encyclopedia say that Ursaring is a vegetarian Pokémon? Why does my own one like to eat fish so much? What about shrimp? Thinking that the colorful scale fish that the little boss kept in the small lake in the inner courtyard for viewing had been eaten by Ursaring, Land Duo's scalp became numb, and he didn't know how to explain the little boss when he returned. Ursaring fishing is too simple. It just needs to jump into the water lightly, and then use those 2 amazingly powerful arms to frantically pound the water surface. With the help of the vibration of the force frequency, these ordinary fish can't stand the vibration of the water at all, floating out of the water after being dazed naturally. Jim were eaten, so the fish and shrimp in the stream under the Bluestone Art Bridge also fell into a lot of mold, and then the surrounding wild pond, lake, waterfall. The area of several kilometers in Hoenn became Ursaring's territory. There are many plains, valleys, and forests around the Dark City. The number of wild trees is insufficient, so larger Pokémon cannot be born. How could Pokémon like Rattata, Caterpie, Nidoran be Ursaring's opponents every day? I eat, sleep, eat, and then go to the forest around Jim to dominate the forest. This feeling is not too much cool. Ursaring was from evolution a week ago, and he had a good relationship with Tediersa. Although Ursaring after evolution is still reluctant to go to Lelando, he won't hurt her either. Sometimes he is in a good mood, and Land Duo is always working hard to help him prepare a lot of food. For the sake of the food, Ursaring is not stingy to help when Land Duo loses to the trainer who challenged Jim. He has a bad personality and like to hold revenge, but he also knows how to reciprocate. Compared with human nature, Ursaring is still too simple. I'm back. I prepared a milk, honey and fruit salad for you tonight. If I don't come back, I'll eat it myself. Land Duo walked out of the door with a haggard expression, persuading her in a childish tone. She was tired. The living expenses left by the little boss were completely fine, but since the Tediersa evolution, the daily cost of food alone has been more than 5 times what it was before. In just 1 week, she spent the previous month's living expenses, and the 2 days' living expenses were still the private money she had worked so hard to save. It's okay to say milk. Miltank's milk is too expensive. We can use pregnant toros, but it can't be mixed with water. Honey is too expensive, and Land Duo only dares to buy some artificial honey for Ursaring's meal. As for the rock honey produced by Beedrill, a rocky mountain that lives on the cliff, she dares not even think about it. Because rock honey has another name, called saffron honey, the price per gram is more expensive than ordinary saffron. Natural honey in this world is very expensive, because there are no ordinary bee insect, and only bee Pokémon can produce honey. Ordinary Beedrills do not produce honey, only larger in size and more aggressive. The Rocky Mountain Beedrill produces some very rare rock honey with extremely high nutritional value. Katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot. I heard that in the Sinnoh region, there is a special baby bee Pokémon called the 3-in-1 honeycomb. It is a bit similar to Magneton. It is composed of 3 small individuals into a whole, and the outside is wrapped by bee pupae, a pair of wings. The 3-in-1 honeycomb is a small expert in producing honey. Although the sweetness produced by it is not as good as rock honey in terms of nutritional value, it is better in quantity and can be supplied and sold to ordinary humans, making it a health product acceptable to the public. It's not like Yanmi can only be enjoyed by the rich and even billionaires. With the existence of interest, Sinnoh region has also developed specialized beekeepers. They only raise a kind of Pokémon called the 3-in-1 honeycomb. After capturing a Vespiquen, with the help of the various pheromones produced in Vespiquen, beekeepers can indirectly control many 3-in-1 honeycombs to collect different kinds of nectar. Little boss, when are you coming back? If you don't come back, my private house money is almost at the bottom. Ursaring is too good to eat. I agreed to be an apprentice with food and shelter. Land Duo sighed sadly in her heart. The little boss never contacted her actively, and she didn't dare to ask for money directly, for fear that it would affect the impression she finally established. As soon as his right leg stepped out of the threshold, Land Duo saw that Ursaring, who should have plunged into the stream long ago, stopped right in the middle of the 2 Arcanine stone statues, opened his fangs and opened his mouth, facing a rabbit standing like the same person. Shout out loud. This long-eared bunny looked familiar. Land Duo took a closer look, then with a happy face, he blurted out, Baniri, why are you here? Chapter 478 Fire Punch Seek Automatic Subscription. Land Duo was at the light, so he didn't find Hisoka, who was standing in the dark for the first time. This was the habitual neglect of human eyesight, and when she found that Baniri appeared not far in front of Ursaring, she reacted instantly. Landuo covered her pink lips and said in surprise, "Little old leader, why are you back? This is my home. Shouldn't I come back?" Hisoka asked rhetorically with a smile. Landuo also realized what was wrong in her word, and her pretty face blushed, and said, "Welcome home, Hiso leader, but you should inform me in advance so that I can help you prepare dinner." Hisoka waved his hand and said, "No need. That guy Zangma dragged me to eat all afternoon, and now my stomach is still in a panic. By the way, when did your Ursaring evolve?" "A week ago. Evolution suddenly happened during a gym challenge, and thanks to Ursaring, I was able to beat a strong opponent by 15 inches. Thinking of Ursaring's great power a week ago, Landuo couldn't help but feel proud. If Ursaring could completely obey his orders, would he also be able to get a superior trainer license? With the superior trainer license officially issued by the Alliance, you can not only enjoy many preferential policies of the Alliance, but also get a training fee from the Alliance every month. It's not too much, but for ordinary people, the training fee of 11,500 a month is at least enough for you to eat and drink, and the remaining money can buy some good quality Pokemon food." Hisoka obtained the superior trainer license at the Trainer Employment Assessment Center in Vermilion City a year ago. In addition to the license, the center also issued a bank card for receiving training fees, which will be on time on the 20th of every month. He almost forgot where he put the bank card. Kasuso. For him, more than 10,000 yuan a month is really a drop in the bucket, and he can barely support the ordering of Miltank milk for a week. Now he spends more than 35W on food, Pokeblock, training herb, etc. every month on many Pokemon. Compared with ordinary trainers, this is an astronomical amount, and compared with those wealthy nobles, this may be just a fraction. "Ursaring is back. I'll help you get ready for the night. Do you still want to eat?" Landuo looked unhappy, put his hands on his hip, and shouted coquettishly, "Roar tilde." Ursaring didn't turn his head, raised his bare paw and shook it, meaning he would eat it later. "Mi tilde." Baniri tilted his head and glanced up and down curiously at the big guy in front of him. He didn't recognize it. Why did the other party look at his eyes like rage? "Who are you, big man?" "Mi tilde." "HMPH, dead rabbit. Do you remember the bear you bullied before?" I remember. You're that grumpy Teddyursa. No wonder you look a bit like that. I think about it now. Don't you regret bullying me before? But regret is useless. It's time for me to take revenge today. Let me die, dead rabbit. Wait. Baniri's eyes lit up, and his little face excitedly said, "Mi tilde, Mi tilde. How did you become so big? Teddyursa, can you teach me Mi? You big head. Die, dead rabbit. Wait until I beat you, and then tell you how to grow bigger." Both Baniri and Ursaring can understand the dialogue, but their language can be heard in the ears of Hisoka and Lando. But it's just Mi tilde, Mi tilde. Who tilde. What are they two talking about? Landuo was full of curiosity. Hisoka spread out his hand. It should be because Ursaring evolution felt that his strength increased, so he wanted to seek revenge from Baniri. Without Lulu by his side to translate telepathically, he said that he could only understand the general meaning. As for what the other party said, only the two of them knew. Ursaring no longer hesitated, and took a heavy step forward with his right leg. The strong strength combined with his weight made the nearby ground tremble. Baniri didn't notice for a while, and almost fell to the ground because of the shaking. Roar. Ursaring's expression became more and more excited, and the bear's paw with 5 sharp claws raised high, and suddenly a beam of fire ignited in its palm, and then covered half of its arm. Fire punch. Hisoka recognized the move at a glance, then looked at Rondo and asked 297, "Is this what it learned after evolution?" Landuo nodded. Ursaring used fire punch to defeat Ivysaur, who challenged the trainer at that time. In this way, this Ursaring talent is indeed quite outstanding, and he can master skills that ordinary Ursaring cannot learn just after evolution. Ursaring's martial arts are all on the 8 cm sharp bear paws. They are extremely good at all kinds of claw skills, from ordinary claw strike, crazy fury swipes, to ghostly shadow claws. Steal the alloy claw of the department, dark as feint attack. Mi tilde. After evolution has completely crushed Baniri in terms of strength. If this fire punch is solid, Baniri will definitely lose most of his stamina. Fortunately, her petite body gave Baniri a more flexible speed, and she saw her feet, which were wrapped in cream-colored fur, jump in place, and at the same time, her body was inclined at a 45-degree angle. The upward posture successfully avoided the fire punch that came in the face. Chapter 479. The Role of Forces. Mutual Seek Automatic Subscription. Mi tilde. Baniri's growl is no longer as soft and innocent as before, but full of a tough flavor, but it still sounds huge. She has to be serious, because even if this stinky bear get bigger, it can't change its bad temper. Baniri is angry. He has been taking good care of him since he was born, and Hisoka has mastered the skills to feel Baniri's emotional changes as quickly as possible. He is not ready to command Baniri Baniri to fight, so let the two Pokémon train each other. In this most common Pokémon battle, Hisoka still has the full confidence to control the situation. As the saying goes, rabbits bite people when they are in a hurry, not to mention that Baniri is a high-energy creature among rabbits. The battle continued, and the empty fire punch slammed into the ground. The bluestone slab in front of the door was smashed to pieces by Ursaring's earsport. Especially, there was a trace of black scorch marks on the cracked opening. Fire punch in an instant can be as high as 900 degrees or more. When used by fire-type Pokémon, the temperature of the flame will become higher. 503 inches roar tilde roar tilde. If one misses, then encore. Ursaring sprints like a sprinter, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, he comes to the big pine where Baniri is hiding. Baniri's two long ears are slightly bent, just hanging on a branch. Compared with his short hand, a pair of rabbit ears is Baniri's most flexible and most powerful attack method. The terrifyingly sharp and long claws raised again a cold light flash, and the claws were swung down heavily. This time Ursaring didn't use any fancy skills, just the most common claw strike. But even the most common claw strike, with those 5 sharp claws over 8 centimeters long, combined with the power of a bear, if this is shot on a human body, it is estimated that it is likely to be hit like a watermelon. Hit directly. Baniri didn't show a hint of fear when she saw the danger coming. She didn't even make any dodging moves in advance. She just straightened the rabbit ears on the branches, and her body naturally fell from the air down. The bear claw has been swung out, and Ursaring can only watch Baniri and his claw pass by the inertia of the full power pound. It is impossible to withdraw the force out of thin air. There was an extremely sour branch breaking sound. Baniri was unscathed, but the pine tree behind her was badly damaged, and Ursaring's bear claw hit half of her body directly. The inertia of her body made Ursaring rush forward several steps. Baniri is very clever. She remembered the tactics that Sister Weavile often taught her, taking advantage of your illness to kill you. The long ears habitually shook white, and a wicked smile appeared on the cute 3-petaled mouth. He took a few steps back, then jumped hard, stepped on the side of a green arrow bamboo next to him, and his whole body was pounding. The green arrow bamboo with the thickness of the bowl mouth was bent back into a bow shape. Don't think Baniri's strength is weak just because of her seemingly soft and petite body. Baniri's left ear, which always likes to roll into a ball, has the strength to break a rock easily once it is stretched out. Baniri's left and right ears are very different in strength. Hisoka has calculated that the strength BFBC contained in his right ear is only enough to whip a grown man a few rolls. When the left ear is curled into a ball, it is like a spring, and when it is fully unfolded, the force will reach a limit which can easily hit the rock smash. But there is such a terrifying Machamp only for a moment when it is curled and straightened. After that, it must be rolled back again, otherwise the left ear that has been straightened will only have 3 times the strength of the right ear. With the help of the green arrow bamboo bending and then suddenly straightening, Baniri is like a marble shot by a powerful slingshot. Her brown body is like a bolt of lightning across the sky. Saw a shadow. Ursaring and Baniri is too close, less than 10 meters. At this speed, it doesn't even take 0.1 second. Baniri is excited by the rapid speed. A mega headbutt hit Ursaring in the flank. Click tilde. Hisoka seemed to hear a crack in his ear. Roar choking. Affected by this heavy blow, Ursaring's roar also became sharp and thin from the original high-pitched domineering, and soon all of it got stuck in his throat. His eyes were bulging, saliva flowed from the open bear's mouth, and 2 bare paws covered his stomach. Slowly knelt on the ground. This injury is not enough to make Ursaring with strong physical strength immediately lose his ability to fight, but the pain is really painful. Ursaring's eyes are twitching, his left hand is tightly covering the injured flank, and his right bear's paw is pounding the ground to vent the pain in the body. After landing, Baniri was stunned for a moment, then wanted to raise his hand to touch his forehead, but the 2 short hands couldn't touch it. She was in pain too. Didn't you see the swollen red envelope? The force was always mutual, and Baniri's headbutt snapped Ursaring's rib, but the same rebound made her forehead swell quickly. Tears began to condense in the black gem-like eyes, sobbing his nose hard, and his pitiful eyes looked at Hisoka, who was watching a play not far away. After all, she is still a child. Chapter 480 International Gym Exchange Conference. Seek automatic subscription. Perhaps because of the effect of alcohol, Hisoka slept very deeply that night. He usually used to get up at 6 o'clock. Today, he unknowingly fell asleep until more than 8 o'clock. The warm sunlight had already seeped in through the gap of the windowsill dim room. Hisoka rubbed his temples, still feeling a little uncomfortable in his head, and shook his head with a wry smile. Drinking is a mistake. He didn't know how much he drank last afternoon. Anyway, Zangma, who had been persuading him to drink, vomited and slept like a dead pig. Hisoka just found an express hotel and threw him in. Fortunately, my body is stronger than ordinary people, and after drinking so much alcohol, my head is just a little dizzy. The door of the room was pushed open, and Lulu, who was wearing an apron, walked in lightly. She also Kanto held an O-plate in her hand. On the wooden plate were all kinds of exquisite and elegant objects. Meal, a big glass of high-fat milk, 2 pieces of fried beef, a colorful fruit platter, whole grain oat, and a large slice of whole grain bread. This breakfast can be called the perfect nutritious breakfast. Hisoka has maintained a high-intensity fitness habit since he was a child, and later obtained a rare treasure such as the colorful orb. He was shrouded in the gain radiation of the orb for a long time, and his body was even 3 times that of an ordinary person. Hisoka has calculated that his 100-meter sprint at full speed only takes 5.25 seconds, which is almost twice as fast as the 9 seconds 58 of Bull, the former sprinter. The non-human physique brings about a metabolism that is different from ordinary people. Now he has to eat 5 meals a day, and they are all foods with high energy and high heat. If you change to ordinary people to eat like this, it is estimated that you will become a fat man of 200 pounds in a month. Lulu put the dinner plate on the bedside table, and her slender right arm supported Hisoka's shoulder, making him lean back against the pillow more comfortably. How is it? Are you more comfortable? The corners of Lulu's mouth didn't move, and all the words directly affected Hisoka's mind with the characteristics of telepathy. I'm not that fragile yet. Hisoka smiled and waved his hand, lifted the quilt, and sat up from the waterbed sideways. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. By the way, how's Baniri's injury? Lulu covered her mouth and chuckled. The little guy is fine. She just hit a bump on her head. Just take some anti-swelling medicine. Where's Rondo's Ursaring? Hisoka asked again. Ursaring broke a rib, and Landuo sent it to the Pokémon Center overnight, and it is estimated that he has almost recovered. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to break the bone, but with the medical methods of the Pokémon Center and Ursaring's own strong recovery ability, the broken ribs will hurt for a while at most, and they can fully recover in a day. After enjoying Lulu's well-prepared nutritious breakfast, Zisuo stepped on his clogs and walked into the backyard garden in a loose white robe. It was April, and compared with the hot climate of the Orange Island, the Kanto region looked cooler. Too much. The spring breeze with a touch of warmth swept through the whole body, and the whole body seemed to be gently stroked by a pair of jade hands, and people could not help but close their eyes in comfort. Lulu liked to eat fresh sweet peaches for breakfast, so a batch of sweet peach trees are specially planted in the backyard garden. 8 sweet peach trees will bear fruit in June, and the sweet peach trees in April are covered with pink 3-petal flowers. As long as the wind is slightly stronger, countless pink petals will float in the entire courtyard with the spring breeze. The peach blossoms were dancing in the courtyard, and a handsome young man in a robe stood with his head held high. The two set off against each other, and unexpectedly formed a beautiful picture scroll. After returning home yesterday, and after the episode of Ursaring's revenge, Hisoka went straight back to the restroom. Now that he relaxes, he immediately remembers that he doesn't have Rhyperior yet, and Melodic and they haven't been released yet. There is a man-made lake covering an area of about an acre in the courtyard, which can be used to temporarily house Little Lapras, and with the company of Melodic, Little Lapras will not feel lonely. However, the small lake with an area of 1 acre is a little crowded for the 7-meter-long Melodic, and now a small Lapras is added, and the two pets cannot play and swim as much as they can on the sea. Hisoka is bound to get the official gym leader status of Jontian City, and thanks to the harvest of Pineapple Island and his party, he now has a lot of cash on his body. After becoming the gym leader of Jontian City, the local municipal government will definitely allocate a large area of land for the construction of official gym by virtue of the top-ranked first-tier cities in Jontian City. Official gym is equivalent to one of the most important faces of a city, and there are some large enterprise groups in the rest. Having a strong official gym plays an irreplaceable role in the expansion of the city's popularity, especially in the International Official 1.3 Gym Exchange Conference held every 4 years. All the people attending the conference are the official gym leaders of each region. If you can get a high enough ranking in the exchange conference, you can make gym and cities shine all over the world. Because the official gym exchange games are broadcast globally like the World Tournament, the difference between the two is that the former can only be participated by the official gym leader, and the latter is not only divided into the leader game, but also the elite game and even the champion game. On the planet of Pokémon, the World Tournament is even more crazy than the so-called Olympic Games and World Cup in the previous life. This mega event, which is also held every 4 years, is the real event for people all over the world. Chapter 481 1-Year Plan for Automatic Subscription. Now, there are still more than 6 months before the official gym trainer qualification tournament in Jontian City, which is half a year. The next International Official Gym Exchange Conference will be in May next year, and the specific time has not been announced. As for the venue, it has been voted for as early as the last session. Zisuo remembers that it was Jubilife City in Sinnoh region. This is the 3rd time that Sinnoh region has been qualified to host the International Official Gym Exchange Conference. During the period, Kanto held it twice, Johto 1, Hoenn twice, Unova 1, Kalos twice, Alola 1. The overall competitiveness of Sinnoh region is too strong. The overall level of trainers from this region is almost higher than that of other region. Even if they don't want to admit it, the trainers of each region have to nod their teeth. There are geniuses in any region, but only 1-2 geniuses can't raise the level of a region at all. The overall level of the Sinnoh region trainers is strong due to decades of battles and 15 games. Moreover, the champion of the last World Tournament elite group was Miss Cynthia of Sinnoh region. Now she has become the region champion. When the 12th World Tournament starts 2 years later, she will be the first and most powerful top player in the champion group. People need to know how powerful champion trainers are who are qualified to guard a region. In 1 year, Hisoka set a goal for himself. He did not think that he would definitely get the first place in the International Official Gym Exchange Conference, but at least he had to get the top 8 places. The size of this world is 5 times the size of the Earth in terms of overall area. It is unknown how many dragons are hidden and how many tigers lie down in the large region. Every time this kind of world event is held, it is the time when this group of hidden dragons and crouching tigers will show their style. Whether men or women may be able to resist the captivate of money, beauty, and even power, but few people really can resist the high profile, even the sense of honor worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. And if you can make it to the top 16 in an event of this nature, are you still afraid that you will have no money and no women? Especially the trainers from the common people. Those wealthy families will waive checks and bring the beauties of the family to you. As long as you nod your head, you will enjoy the good life that you have never thought of before in the rest of your life. Of course, the premise is that you can still maintain this value. If you have a serious decline in the level of personal trainers because of too many captivate, then I'm sorry, these wealthy families will be more realistic than anyone else. In fact, sometimes having a certain use value will make others pay more attention to you. 5 white light flickered in the courtyard, and different Pokémon voices sounded one after another. Roar tilde. The thick growl, light smashed gold, accompanied by the ground trembles. This is undoubtedly the style of Rhyperior. Mia tilde. Ethereal, soft and soft, listening to the ear is like a stream brushing pebbles. This is melodic. S growl. Majud tilde. Lucky tilde. Wu tilde uu tilde. In the afternoon, Hisoka went to Saffron City again, and with the help of his identity as the deputy captain of the Zengma Criminal Police Brigade, he applied for 3 black gold cards in a short period of time. This is a bank card with a limit of 100 million yuan. The alliance banks in this world have a characteristic. They like to set a savings limit for different grades of bank card. The most common white card can only store a maximum of 1 million. As for the highest crown diamond card, there is no upper limit of saving, but a lower limit is set, and it must be guaranteed that there will be 1 billion cash in the card all year round. The diamond poaching group paid a total of 273 million for the purchase of 42 lapras. This amount of money was enough to blow up a money counter. During the period, the handling fee for a black and gold card cost 1 million. Compared with 270 million, 3 million is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket, not to mention that the money can be said to be stolen or picked up, so Hisoka doesn't feel bad about spending it. 200 million, and 70 million more. Hisoka, who had a large amount of circulating funds for the first time, didn't know how to spend it. Would you like to rebuild the dark gym? Back at the dojo, looking at the quaint and old arrangement around, such thought can't help but come to my mind. It depends on the situation. Hisoka shook his head. If he won the first place in the official gym qualifiers in Jontian City after half a year, he would move to Jontian City to live there. It didn't matter if he renovated the dark gym or not. If you become the gym leader of Jontian City, then the identity of the gym leader of the Dark City 810 will be automatically relinquished. Hisoka suddenly remembered some regulations about gym. If the former gym leader wants to give up his identity as gym leader during his term of office due to some special reason, including a legal crime, he can give priority to nominate one person to serve, but only through the approval of the union prosecutor. Test. If no candidate is nominated, the alliance will automatically send a trainer to serve. Like some family gyms, such as Pewter City and Cerulean City 2 Gym, they are passed down from generation to generation by the family, and can be passed on from father to son, brother to brother, mother to daughter. For all official gyms, the alliance will have internal eligibility criteria every year. If you have been unqualified for more than 3 consecutive years, and you have been unqualified for 5 years, you will be automatically deprived of your gym leader status if you have bad intention. The qualification standard is to look at the number of badges issued by a gym each year. You can't award too many, which proves that the level of gym trainers is not enough. You can't award too few, or not even one, which proves that as a gym trainer, you haven't properly tested your challenger, but just blindly use your strength to crush the opponent, which can easily cause huge psychological trauma to some excellent trainers. Chapter 482. First spend 50 million for automatic subscription. Hisoka has always been vague about the concept of home. He feels that a place with family members is the real home, otherwise otherwise it is just a temporary house. In his previous life he was an orphan, and he had no family and only a few true friends. The world was so big that there was no home that belonged to him, but the world was so big that he could be home everywhere. There are a group of naive, simple, and loyal Pokémon in this world. Hisoka feels that as long as he is with them and has their company, it doesn't matter whether he lives in the imperial court or the thatched wooden house. But as a trainer and the head of the family, it is necessary for him to provide the best environment for all Pokémon. This ancient dojo with a history of more than 500 years can be considered emotional after living for such a long time. Hiso and Lulu have a lot of good memories here. If I go to Kenta City as a leader in the future, then this place will definitely be abandoned. Instead of taking advantage of the outsiders sent by the Alliance, it is better to train Landuo well in half a year. If she can pass the assessment of the Alliance prosecutor and become the official gym trainer of the Dark City, this is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, as the current leader, he has the right to give priority to recommendation. Well, that's the decision. Hisoka made up his mind that in half a year, in addition to actively preparing for the gym qualification selection in Jontian City, he would also take a certain amount of time to help Landuo carry out medium and high-intensity special training. Landuo's talent as a trainer is far from being a genius, at most the level of ordinary people, but she also has advantages. That is, she is diligent and hardworking, and she is willing to study hard to become an excellent trainer. This is very important. Excellent talent can indeed make you start faster, but if you don't work hard, no matter how powerful your talent is, it will eventually hit the ceiling. At that time, you will find that people who were far inferior to you have already put you on the line. Leave behind. The word stupid bird flying first are very suitable for Landuo, and she doesn't have to worry about resources after that. Hiso will definitely not be able to treat her badly. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Apart from taking a break on the first day back, Hisoka was busy again for the next 2 days. If he didn't work hard when he was young and energetic, he didn't have so much energy when he was older. In a world of great competition, if you don't fight, or don't want to fight, then you can only disappear in the crowd, get married and have children and become a member of the toiling public. Men don't have any ambition, so it better to be a salted fish. It going to cost you so fast? Hisoka inquired about the balance of the first black gold card. The original 5,000 W Alliance currency was only left in single digits, 7 yuan and 28 cents, which means that he spent 5,000 W in just 3 days. One of the biggest expenses was a medium-sized research mega computer, which was not brand new, but a second-class product that had been eliminated by other people's research institute. But it is this second-class product that has been eliminated. Hisoka has a lot of connections to get it. The price is moderate, 3580 W. I don't know if I don't check it, but I'm shocked when I check it. Small mega computers are fine, and the price is generally around 5,000 W. As for those large multifunctional mega computers, the price of a bare metal is at least 200 million yuan. For the rest of the supporting equipment, special smart chip, auxiliary program, etc., those well-funded research institutes have an overall price of more than 500 million for large-scale mega computers. Hisoka talked about this issue when chatting with Professor Oak. Professor Oak revealed the overall equipment cost of his institute. Even if he was mentally prepared at the time, he was surprised by the price. Professor Oak Institute exceeds 7.8 billion, and the annual equipment wear and tear and related equipment renewal funds are not included in it. So if you want to do some well-known research, you have to spend a little bit of money to burn it out. Here, I advise some fellow travelers, don't dare to write articles beyond the current era just because you know some plot. What Eevee has many other evolutions besides water, fire and thunder. What fairy attribute? What mega evolution? What do you know besides a noun? In a real world, you don't have a lot of data to demonstrate, and related experimental cases, the paper you write is basically the same as fart. Even if you happen to run into it, then sorry, you are a plagiarism scumbag, because they can't come up with a little actual basis for their own research. A person who does not even have a research institute and has no academic achievement, can you dare to say that the fairy property was discovered by you, and the MGEA evolution was discovered by you? It's simply a joke of the world. Mo Chenjiao, the basement refreshed with an underground area of more than 1,000 square meters in the backyard. 5,000 W of fund. 3580 W to buy this second-hand medium-sized mega computer, and the remaining more than 10 million in addition to the purchase of basic equipment. The basement room is more the walls, including the floor, were replaced with mulch for 3D projection. Hisoka has 2 major achievements on Gilglith Eye Pillar. One is the super intelligent program, and even the Red Queen who is half intelligent, in addition to the main console host of the 3D projection studio. The former is a product that billionaire Jill has invested in. With the Red Queen and the hardware of the medium-sized mega computer, Hisoka is sure that after changing the body, the Red Queen will have more computing power than the so-called full-configured large mega computers are more powerful. Novel. Chapter 483 Hisoka's 3D Studio for Automatic Subscription. Bang, bang, bang. A series of transistor lights lit up one after another, colorful, looking particularly gorgeous in the slightly dim basement. The system debugging is completed, and now the host connection will start. Please keep the battery fully charged. Thank you for your cooperation. Even if the voice of the Red Queen is set by Hiso to be a 13-year-old girl's voice, it is still as cold as a machine to the ear, emotionless. Also, a super intelligent program that doesn't even count as a brain. You can't force it too much. The Research Institute consumes a lot of electricity, and ordinary household power supplies cannot support it at all. If you look at the mega computers that are piled up in a corner and cover an area of nearly 50 square meters, you will know that this thing is actually a power-sucking monster. This is still a medium-sized mega computer. I heard that those large-scale mega computers with full configuration can occupy the area of 2 rooms and have a volume of more than 200 square meters. Fortunately, Hisoka always liked to prepare in advance. The power cord in this basement has long been replaced by A-type, which is to study electricity, so the 760 can fully support the consumption of the Red Queen. But in this way, the monthly electricity bill is a bit scary. The 5 cooling bellows of the mega computer are turning wildly. The first time to start the mega computer is the most power-consuming time and the most intense time for the computer's own configuration to run in. With all the lights on this mega computer, Hiso felt the temperature in the room rose several degrees. After about 5 minutes, the cooling bellows that was spinning like crazy suddenly slowed down, and the super large display in the center turned from dark to bright, followed by a 3D image of a cute little girl with red hair and blonde hair on the screen. It's a pleasure to serve you, my master. No, it's her. The little blonde girl raised her mouth and showed a beautiful smile, especially when she lifted the corner of her skirt and bowed her head slightly, making a standard medieval style ladyship. The Red Queen's virtual face is too delicate, and the BFBG looks no longer look like a human being. You can't find any faults in the facial features, but if you look closely for a long time, you will feel inexplicable incongruity. She can simulate human emotions, but the program has no emotions, and the coldness in her pupils is the reason for this incongruity. You seem to be getting smarter. Hisoka sighed softly. The Red Queen still maintained this smile and replied, after changing the body, the basic configuration has been improved, and the computing performance is 478,234.5 times that of the notebook computer, so the simulation is closer to human feeling. Of course, such computing performance and the configuration is still a lot different than when I was on the Sky Pillar. Quote, the slightly complaining answer made Hisoka shrug his shoulders. He had already made a lot of money anyway. A large-scale mega computer couldn't even afford a bare metal machine. Speaking of the Sky Pillar, Hisoka regretted not getting the engine of this mega aircraft. This is the most technical and most valuable thing. It is a pity that with the explosion of the Sky Pillar, it was buried in the sea. There is a trench with a depth of 3,128 meters near Asia Island. The wreckage of the Sky Pillar just fell into this great trench called Lonia, so I want to rebuild it. The cost of retrieving the engine is too great. Almost forgot about it. Hisoka patted his head and hurriedly trotted to the office desk. On the desk was a cuboid main unit that looked like a glass product, completely transparent on the outside, but blue transistors and green crystal chip. Hisoka likes the Orberg man in the previous Marvel movies very much. Although it is only a science fiction movie, it is undeniable that the Orberg man in the movie is indeed the only man who can be strong enough to defeat the gods only by IQ and money. Tony Stark 3D projection studio has been coveted for a long time. In his previous life, he did not have the technology and condition. Now he has not only the technology, but also the finished product. Holding up the main unit of this 3D console, Hisoka quickly walked to the device port reserved for the mega computer in 3 steps and 2 steps, opened the metal cover above, and put the main unit horizontally inside. In addition to this most critical 3D host, if you want to get a perfect 3D projection studio, you must change all sides of the studio, ceiling, floor, and walls to special covering film. Although this cost is not comparable to the mega computer, it is also expensive. Open black lens bracket. The outer program is running in. Please wait. Close black lens bracket. This is the meaning of the existence of the Red Queen. With her, almost all work can be handed over to the Red Queen, saving a lot of time for her own research and related training. The running in connection is completed, and the 3D workbench starts to start. Close black lens bracket. There was still no change in the surrounding, and then in the next second, Hisoka suddenly discovered that there were blue light spots that were like fireflies in the previously empty air without warning. Are there fireflies in this world? There are some ordinary animals in this world, but there are indeed no small creatures such as insects. Of course, if you insist on counting insect Pokémon as insect, there is nothing to say. Countless blue light spots gathered in front of Hisoka. Soon a little girl about 1.5 meters in height took shape and stood. Her bare feet touched the ground, staring silently with Hisoka. 3D 3D projection is not real. The blue body, blue face, blue hair, all of them are blue, and the details of the facial features are even a little blurred, not as realistic and moving as the computer screen. This is a 3D projection, not a virtual reality. Hisoka could still tell the difference between the two, so he was very satisfied with this effect. Chapter 484: The Upgrade Data of the Zero Machine 3D Dragon for Automatic Subscription. Since the advent of the internet, people's living habits have completely changed. The internet brings extremely convenient online shopping. You don't need to go out. Just select the products on the shopping website and pay with online banking, and then a courier will deliver the product to your door in person. Of course, the courier could be a human, or it could be some kind of Pokémon. For example, now there is a Pidgeot with an express sign hanging on his neck standing in front of Hisoka. This Pidgeot has beautiful feathers and a huge head. When the wingspan is folded, the height of 1.6 meters is almost the same as his neck. Flat. The small cargo express between cities is generally handled by Pidgey, and the small cargo express between different cities is handled by Evolution Pidgeotto. For cross-region express transportation, in order to ensure the safe arrival of the goods, the express company will train some large bird Pokémon, and they have all undergone professional combat training by excellent trainers, and the strength guarantee is also at the superior level. Like the Spearow, another family bird in Kanto, it is completely unsuitable for the job of a courier, except for its natural problems. Short wings and lack of endurance to fly for a long time are also the main drawback. In addition to the number belonging to the courier, the identification plate is also embedded with a positioning chip. If there is an accident in the Pokémon, the courier company can also know the location of the accident at the first time. Pidgeot tilted his head and looked at Hisoka carefully to confirm the photo the company showed him 2 days ago. Pidgeot, who is already the final evolution type, is very intelligent. Although he can't speak human words, remember the face on a photo is still very relaxed. It looks exactly the same. There's nothing wrong with it. Pidgeot thought so in his heart, then lowered his neck, unzipped the zipper hanging from the flank pocket with his bird's beak, and took out a courier note. Hisoka took the express slip with a smile, waved his hand, signed his name on the slip, and then handed it back to Pidgeot. After completing this necessary procedure, Pidgeot nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the express delivery and handed it over to the buyer. The courier shipment was a small cube box wrapped in black plastic paper, which was sent from a research institute in Johto. During the process, Hisoka noticed that a flying wing-shaped brooch on Pidgeot's chest had been secretly flashing red light, and he knew that there was a pinhole camera hidden in the brooch, and it was the kind of remote connection signal. This means that the transaction process just now was all under the supervision of the staff of the express company. There is no malicious intent here, but the express company is trying to ensure the safety of the courier to the greatest extent. It is not easy to train a qualified Pidgeot courier. It is necessary to choose the kind of Pidgeot who is more responsible and stable in nature, and has to go through 3 to 5 years of vocational training. Combat power. Pidgeot let out a loud cry, and suddenly opened his amazing wings that were 3 meters long. With a swift wing, the violent airflow spun upward, and the huge but agile body soared over 100 meters in a blink of an eye. Hisoka looked at the smaller and smaller dots in the east sky, and his attention returned to the black package. The thing inside was a data chip. To be more precise, the program inside the chip was actually a mutation computer virus. But this kind of destructive computer virus is actually a necessary prop for the artificial Pokémon evolution, such as the 3D dragon. I am afraid that even the Akihabara professor who created the 3D dragon can't believe it. Professor created the 3D dragon. He didn't think about whether the 3D dragon could still evolve, or that there was no such concept. When the 3D dragon appeared, it was actually an independent living body. Katakana middle dot. You could say it's a coincidence, but Hisoka thinks more of it as a natural selection of life, i.e. existence makes sense. The initial sample of the virus written by a network security research institute has brought more possibilities to the artificial Pokémon such as 3D dragon, and it has also become a hen that can lay golden eggs in that research institute. 3D dragon is not to fight, but to have the special ability to freely enter the computer network, making it the most powerful auxiliary Pokémon in major research institute. The price of 225W required to upgrade data may be a daunting price for ordinary people, but for those research institutes supported by business groups or officially affiliated with the Alliance, is more than 2 million worth of money. Just find an excuse to say that a certain instrument needs to be repaired or parts updated, and you will get it with a random approval of more than 2 million yuan. Hisoka's 3D dragon is the first 3D dragon in the world, and it is also the most perfect work of Akihabara Professional. Known as the number 0 machine of the first generation, it stands to reason that it is long overdue for the evolution. By this year, the number 0 machine is over 10 years old and has not evolved. In addition to the lack of upgrade data, many smart chip formatting has also played a role. Negative effect. 3D dragon dragons are not very suitable for combat. The same is true for the 3D Dragon 2 after evolution. However, Zisuo's number 0 machine is different. It has a powerful adaptability feature, unlike ordinary 3D dragons that are used for auxiliary copying or downloading. The 2 texture overload chips that Akihabara Professor donated to him through Professor Oak also gave the Zero machine a terrifying boost in combat talent. The combination of the two made it the best turret player. Chapter 485 Adaptability Characteristics and Texture Overload Chip for Automatic Subscription. The second generation number 1 machine was stolen and disappeared, but Hisoka is confident that his own number 0 machine is also a first generation machine. As the big brother of the artificial Pokémon 3D Dragon family, his talent should be number 1. Just one adaptability feature can open up 10 streets of its kind in combat, not to mention the 2 plug-in overload texture chips that Akihabara, the father of 3D Dragon, personally helped him create. As we all know, there is an iron law about the science of Pokemon's attribute. When a Pokemon uses a skill that is consistent with its own attribute, its power will be increased to a certain extent. Through years of actual data experiments conducted by researchers, this increase effect should be between 25% and 50% of the 190 inches when converted into a percentage. As for the exact amount, it depends on the talent and strength of the individual Pokemon. Fire-type Pokemon are more powerful when using Flamethrower, and the same is true for Water-type Pokemon when using Hydro Pump, and Dragon-type Pokemon, because of their excellent talent, can learn a lot of non-type skills in addition to their own skills. Taking Dragonite as an example, in addition to the dragon and flying of this department, it can also learn other skills such as fire, water, ice, electricity, general, psychic, ground, fighting, raw, evil, steel, and other 11 other attributes. There are no poison gland organs in the body, so you can't use poison, and you can't learn ghosts except for the 2 attributes of grass and insect, plus 2 attributes of the original type. The terrifying talent spanning 13 attributes will let you know why the quasi-god is called quasi-god. When Dragonite uses dragon type and flying type skills, it will get a power bonus with the same attribute. It can learn the skills of the other 11 attributes, but it is not as powerful as the corresponding attribute Pokemon of the same strength. The so-called adaptability feature means that when the attributes are the same, the 25% to 50% skill power increase is forcibly increased to 100%, which means that as long as the skills and attributes are consistent with the adaptability feature, the power can be doubled. This kind of increase in data is extremely terrifying in the mind of any trainer with a little vision. Birch Professor's research paper on Pokemon traits, published in the journal Nature, specifically focused on resilience traits and Hercules trait. An adaptability feature at most allows the Zero machine to get a 100% power increase when using ordinary skills, because the 3D Dragon family's main attribute is only a general attribute. The number 0 machine that can be loaded with the texture number 1 overload chip is completely different. The texture number 1 overload chip can make it simulate the attributes of the skill when using the skill. For example, the number 0 machine uses the insect type signal beam. The ability, it can instantly convert its own attributes into insect. In this way, as long as it is a skill mastered by the 3D Dragon of the number 0 machine, it can use the simulation properties of the number 1 overload chip of the texture and get the effect of the adaptive characteristic. It's really terrifying. The strength of the texture number 1 overload chip is the perfect complement to the adaptability characteristic. In contrast, the function of the texture number 2 chip is slightly inferior, but it is also very practical. At least it makes the survivability of the number 0 machine to a higher level. Building. The function of the texture number 2 overload chip is to simulate the 3D Dragon attribute to the attributes of the skills used by the opponent's Pokemon. When the attributes are the same, the damage effect of the skills of the same attribute will be greatly weakened. Using Water Gun to hit Water-type Pokemon, using Electricity to kill electric Pokemon, and using Fire to burn fire Pokemon, although it will also cause damage, the damage from attribute restraint will be weakened too much. Moreover, except for the Pokemon of the general type, which are twice restrained by the fighting type, all other attribute can only cause normal damage, and there will be no damage bonus. After some thought, Hisoka couldn't wait. After Lulu, Weavile, Rhyperior, Melodic and their evolution scene, it should be a lot calmer, but as long as it is your own Pokemon that is about to evolve, as a trainer, the throbbing in your heart will still be unbearable. Surging up. After returning to the inner courtyard, Hisoka quickly opened the small black package. Inside the plastic box was a square chip the size of a thumbnail. The transparent chip casing made it possible to clearly see a bunch of extremely pocket-like CDs inside. Something. Just in case, I inserted the upgraded data chip into the laptop for a second check, and found that the features explained on the internet were completely correct. The Red Queen also checked it many times, and there was no secret hand. It's just why the data chip with computer virus properties can make the 3D Dragon evolve. The Red Queen can't analyze it for the time being, but I just made a copy of these related data and reserved it for future research. Maybe the Royal 3 of the 3D Dragon regions are also two-stage evolution mode. No one can say this. Before Rhyperior discovered it, people didn't always think that Rhydon was the final evolution of Rhyhorn. Weavile didn't show up. Sneasel even 2.2 was not considered evolution. Hisoka greeted all the Pokémon and gathered in the flower garden in the inner courtyard to watch the evolution scene of the 3D dragon together. Rhyperior leaned against the rockery with his back on Yon. Weavile embraced his claws and stood between the cloud pine tree poles. Melodic and little Lapras swam to the shore, water and ethereal eyes staring at Hisoka curiously. Chansey swept the dust in the corridors, and his chubby body turned to the courtyard from time to time. Lulu put her hands on her waist, her lumbar spine straight, and stood behind Hisoka gracefully and quietly waiting for everything to happen next. Chapter 486. When the evolution is in progress, seek automatic subscription. With the addition of the super intelligent program Red Queen, the 3D dragon of number 0 machine was temporarily freed from the role of the computer assistant. When Hisoka first conquered the 3D dragon, he never thought of using it as an auxiliary player. It is the plan to cultivate it into the most perfect mobile turret. Magnemite. 3D dragons have the ability to manipulate magnetic fields to float themselves so that they can prevent opponents from using large-scale ground-based skills like Earthquake. Think about it. After the 3D dragon evolution, the overall strength will be improved qualitatively. At that time, the Zero machine will float on the top of Hisoka, with a perfect meat shield like Rhyperior in front to resist damage, and a multifaceted hand Lulu to control the field, with Chansey to help increase blood and state. Tis, isn't it beautiful? With a single order, the 15 light skills that are most suitable for artillerymen to learn are where to fight. 3D dragon, it does not need to breathe, so it cannot make a sound. When the white light belonging to the Pokeball disappears, the 3D dragon's angular body like a building block toy appears in the air. A black dot in the hexagonal white eyeball moved up and down. When his eyes locked on Hisoka, the 3D dragon's big hexagonal eyes narrowed slightly, simulating a happy mood, which was the only one on his body. Tissues that can move flexibly. Unit 0, come here. Hisoka beckoned to the 3D dragon, calling its name. 3D dragon didn't hesitate at all. The body floating in midair flew forward immediately, and soon stopped in front of its owner. 3D dragon is terrifyingly high. After all, it is an independent artificial Pokémon loaded with smart chip. The infinitely wide network ocean is allowed to soar, and it can completely learn the knowledge it needs by itself. Hisoka lightly stroked its pink head, and the hand feels like gold but not gold, like wood but not wood, making people sigh that the great technology of mankind can already create intelligent life form. This is the upgrade data I promised you. After loading, it can synchronize with your body, allowing you to perform evolution. Hisoka explained a little to the 3D dragon, and then spread the data chip in his palm in front of it. 3D dragon shook his head and nodded. With the help of the internet, it already knew that it could carry out an evolution, so when he was in the Orange Island, he had already urged the boss to buy upgrade data for it, but the funds were a little tight at the time, so it was temporarily delayed. Most of the creatures are further sublimated in the Covet life level, and evolution is the most obvious and most suitable choice. It's just that compared to Pokemon's short-term evolution, human evolution has taken millions of years, and it will take longer in the future to carry out that extremely slow evolution speed. So from a certain point of view, the life level of Pokemon is higher than that of human being. 3D dragon is not entirely made of metal. If you press it hard, you will find that the surface of its body will sag like ooze, but once the 3D dragon is in a fighting stand, the body will become hard like iron. The blue cube on the chest of Machine Zero deformed and began to dent inwards. A few seconds later, a pit similar to a slot appeared in its chest, and this change was exactly the same as the record in the evolution video. Seeing that Unit 0 was ready, Hisoka squeezed the data chip and carefully inserted the 3D dragon into the slot it simulated. As soon as the data chip entered the body of number 0 machine, the slot disappeared instantly, and number 0 machine turned its head from side to side mechanically, as if adapting to the upgraded data or strange computer virus that began to be released in the body. The black sesame grain pupils disappeared, and the prism-shaped body-like building blocks began to rotate at high speed in various irregular shapes. Hisoka was the closest, and he saw with his own eyes that after the sesame pupils of number 0 machine disappeared, countless blue barcodes flow in its hexagonal eye socket. Click tilde ka tilde. It was like the sound of gears snapping together, and this situation lasted for about 2 minutes. Under Hisoka's anxiously looking forward eyes, the body of Unit 0 was automatically assembled into a blue and pink egg. That's right, the object that appeared in front of Hisoka was an oval, 50 centimeters high, giant egg that was several times larger than a 730 normal Pokemon egg. What? Hisoka didn't expect such a scene. He is now also a monk Zhong who is confused. In the evolution video about 3D dragons on the internet, After Absorb upgraded the data, the next thing that should appear is the light of evolution covering the whole body, instead of becoming a big egg. When encountering a situation that he does not understand, it is best not to disturb him at will. Hisoka took a few steps back and distanced himself from Unit 0. He believed that Unit 0 would be able to evolve smoothly. The reason why the evolution mode is different is that more are the particularity of the Zero machine itself. The birth of the first 3D dragon put too much effort into the Akihabara professor. People always care about their first child the most and want to give it all the best thing. The birth of number 0 machine is a result of Akihabara professor's material consumption regardless of cost and data capture day and night, rather than the ordinary 3D dragons that appeared in large quantities later. It is more a simple product created by Syrif to save cost. Chapter 487 3D Dragon 2 Seek Automatic Subscription. The long wait that followed made his heart palpitate, and the completely unexpected situation made him unable to help Unit 0 at all. I just hope that everything can develop in a good direction, and don't have any accident. Time passed by. Hisoka and the rest of the Pokémon were nervously waiting for the situation to continue. Rhyperior's lazy appearance had long since disappeared, and his huge body crept towards Hisoka. Being cautious, not even daring to exhale, the person who looked at him couldn't help laughing. Most Pokémon are very simple. They have no thick distinction between good and evil. They only know that what the owner wants is what they should do, especially when the relationship between the two is extremely deep. Rhyperior, they don't want any accidents to their partners, and silently pray for the safety of the 3D dragon. 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes. Unit 0 has been maintaining the egg shape for more than 10 minutes, but still no movement. Phew. Hisoka took a deep breath, clenching his fist lightly. Om tilde, om tilde. Finally, the long wait ushered in a change. The egg body composed of the body of the number 0 body began to tremble slightly, and then a crack appeared on the surface of the egg body. Hisoka's heart tightened, and there was a crisp sound, pink and blue. The eggshell shattered into countless light spots scattered in all directions. These light spots disappeared as soon as they touched the object. Hisoka reached out and took some blue light spot that floated into his hand. His skin flashed coldly, and the light spots turned into white powder that was almost difficult to see with the naked eye. Taking off the shell, the inside is a light egg composed of white light. The light egg is deformed irregularly. Seeing this scene, Hisoka is a little relieved. Evolution proves that evolution is proceeding smoothly, rather than other unpredictable accident. As the transformation speed is getting faster and faster, the energy of the light of evolution is also rapidly depleting, and the originally dazzling white light has become dim. When the light of evolution completely disappeared, a brand new Pokémon appeared in front of Hisoka. It has a body surface color similar to that of a normal 3D dragon, except that the original pink area has become a little redder, and the light blue area has also become sky blue. In terms of appearance, the 3D Dragon 2 after evolution no longer has the angular body before. The whole body has become very rounded, and you can't find any horny mouth on its body. 3D Dragon 2 looks like a toy duck, with a flat blue beak, a flat tail, and 2 oval paddles on both sides of the body, so that it is a little more like the duck boat that the children play in the park. Points are similar. Machine 0 diaresis. Hisoka called out its name. Tilde. Machine 0 slowly opened its eyes. At this moment, its eyes are no longer sluggish as in the 3D Dragon period, with a pair of big round eyes, and the pupils of Sesame have been enlarged more than 10 times in the past. His eyes are very clear and full of wisdom. 3D Dragon 2 after evolution is indeed much prettier than the 3D Dragon in terms of appearance. Hisoka never pursues appearance too much, but he also agrees with the words of military enthusiasts in the previous life. For modern weapons, appearance is just as good-looking. Weapon combat effectiveness is to be strong. Maybe this sentence is a bit absolute, but for Pokémon, the more coordinated, more beautiful or mighty new appearance after evolution often represents a leap in strength. What is this? After getting close, I found that the position of the number 0 aircraft after evolution was actually covered with a white halo 10 centimeters above the head. This looks somewhat similar to the holy ring on the head of a Western angel, except that one is white and the other is gold. The biggest difference in appearance between the Zero machine and the ordinary 3D dragon is that it has a circle of white circle marks on its forehead. Now the white circle marks on the forehead have disappeared, replaced by a white halo floating above its head. Is this a symbol of being the first 3D dragon, or is it something else? Hisoka looked confused. The evolution of Unit 0 had brought too many surprises to it, and it also raised countless curiosity in his heart. He couldn't wait to test the strength of Unit 0's evolution into 3D Dragon 2. What a change. The next day, Hisoka gave Unit 0 enough time to get used to the new body. He woke up early the next day, and when the sky was only slightly bright, he brought all the test equipment and took Unit 0 to the gym that used to be with Yas, the plane where Kaz gym fought. The skills mastered by Unit 0 are all destructive, including beam-like skills with extremely strong penetration. If they are tested in the dojo, dojo, it is easy to blow the dojo building into slag if one is not careful. Let's start with something simple and rude. Hisoka glanced at Unit 0 floating on his shoulders and said with a smile, "You wait here, I'll set up the test target, and you will go directly to the department later." Hyper beam, get it? Machine 0 blinked baby doll eyes, indicating that it was perfectly fine. Hisoka carried the hundreds of kilograms of mechanical test targets beside him. This thing was expensive. A 45W unit was used by some large research institute to study the skill power of powerful Pokémon. Trainers who are also a bit wealthy will also choose to buy fully mechanical test targets in order to more accurately understand the combat power of their Pokémon, because the exact number allows people to know everything more intuitively. Chapter 488 Power Test for Automatic Subscription. The 2-meter-high test target was placed 50 meters away by Hisoka and returned to the 3D dragon. From this distance, the original test target was only about the size of a young tree. Hyper beam is terrifying. It is the skill with the highest power value in the general department, and it is also a skill that many large-sized Pokémon are quite fond of. Because of its simplicity and rudeness, a frontal hit can easily cause one-hit kill. The same powerful power brings almost uncontrollable recoil, so apart from the side effect of stiffness after use, the hit rate of Hyper beam is not too high. Unless the Pokémon using Hyper beam has a strong enough body, it can directly rely on muscle strength to forcibly offset the recoil caused by the instant explosion of Hyper beam. 3D Dragon 2's body is not too big. The 0.6 meters high body is even 20 centimeters shorter than the 3D Dragon before evolution. Unlike most Pokémon, the body will be improved after evolution, not minimized. 2 speeding capture cameras were arranged on both sides of the body of Number 0 machine. After everything was ready, Hisoka gave Number 0 machine a thumbs up 253, meaning it could start accumulating energy. Machine 0 nodded silently, and suddenly a white triangle pattern appeared on its chest, and then the white triangle pattern disappeared into the air. When the pattern appeared again, it was already engraved on the red heart of the test target. Lock-on skill uses mental power to condense a pheromone mark, and then sticks to the target object, and then the user's second attack skill can hit 100%. It sounds like a perverted skill, but for some very agile objects such as Weavile and other fast attackers, just dodge before the mark stick to the body, or use attack skills to directly smash. The pheromone imprint of lock-on can be destroyed. The test target is both dead and does not move, so it is easily adhered by the imprint. Machine 0 finally began to condense energy. Although there was no movement, Hisoka could clearly see that the energy tester on the multifunction watch was rising rapidly. It has the ability to adapt, and it is a general type of Pokémon, and the hyper beam it uses will naturally double its power. The previously inexplicable white halo above the head actually stood up. In Hiso's surprised eyes, the orange-red light spots unique to hyper beam were rapidly condensing and forming at a crazy speed. Boom! A beam of earth-shattering orange-red beams surging out of the white aperture. The overall diameter of this hyper beam exceeds 15 centimeters, which is already considered to be of upper middle grade. The main basis for judging the power of a hyper beam is to look at the diameter of the beam. A hyper beam shot by an adult Dragonite is about 15 centimeters in size. A hyper beam with a height of more than 20 centimeters, in addition to the physical quality of the Pokémon itself, its strength will never be lower than the peak of the quasi-elite. As for the diameter of 25 centimeters or even 30 centimeters, only the Pokémon above the elite level can be played. 50 meters. With the hyper beam's firing speed, it doesn't take even a second. The strong recoil force made the Number 0 machine roll a few times in the air, and it was difficult to stabilize the body. However, due to the change of body position, hyper the ground BFCJ that beam was originally aiming for had long since gone to the wrong direction. If you didn't use the lock-on skill to mark the pheromone in advance, I'm afraid this hyper beam will slip directly above the test target, but at this time the lock-on effect is triggered, and when the hyper beam is about to pass by, it just changed the orbit and hit the test target head down. The violent explosion sounded from not far away, and at the same time, it was accompanied by the harsh alarm sound of the mechanical measuring target. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the 3-layer tempered glass dial on the mechanical test target had long since shattered into powder, and even one of the alloy brackets below had bent down. The test target worth 45W is estimated to be blown up by hyper beam. Row is like this. You can also clearly see the long pit behind the test target that was forcibly plowed into a straight line. The mechanical test target is connected to the computer. Hisoka couldn't wait to see the relevant data displayed on the computer. The 0 machine also floated over, and the stiffness of the body after using the hyper beam almost made it fall down. Let's look at the power value first. It directly breaks through the red dot, and the distance to the highest black dot is only 2 tiers away. The power value of hyper beam is the basic value of 150 ping in the skill encyclopedia. The consistent attribute bonus combined with the adaptability feature doubles the basic value. Being able to learn hyper beam proves proves that this Pokémon can play the basic value of 150 ping. The actual value next to Destiny Knot shows the total number that the Zero Machine just hit. Power 342.5 ping. The latter 42.5 is the bonus of the strength of the Zero Machine itself, a very terrifying number. If you carry another magical item called the Pink Ribbon, the power value can continue to increase, truly reaching the level of deterrence at the strategic weapon level. Hisoka was already mentally prepared for this powerful ping value. His biggest surprise was that the Hyper Beam of Unit 0 was fired from the magical white halo. The most incredible one took only 1.52 seconds from accumulating energy to launching Hyper Beam, which is only 0.52 seconds away from the so-called 1 second instant. Chapter 489 Porti for the boss for automatic subscription. Hyper Beam, Light Solar Beam, a grass-type ultimate, requires time to accumulate energy, and even Mr. Land Crossing, as Dragonite can't achieve instant casting in the true sense. The champion-level Dragonite can fire Hyper Beam in 1.18 seconds. In such a comparison, one is the superior level 3D Dragon 2. The speed of launching the Hyper Beam is only 0.34 different from that of the champion-level Dragonite. Of course, the power is definitely different. Hisoka is quite satisfied with this. Most Pokémon use Hyper Beam for 3 seconds or even 5 seconds of energy accumulation time, and the Zero Machine evolution can be so close to the instant Hyper Beam, which is simply a reduction. CD plug-in. Next, Hisoka tested the other skills mastered by Unit 0, Zap Cannon, Signal Beam, Psybeam, including the Grass-based Solar Beam, all of which belong to the Beam type, and the basic power ping value was very high. That's right, the 3D Dragon can learn Solar Beam, a grass-based trick that even Dragonite can't master. A layer of actinic film covering its body can absorb the energy of sunlight. The perfect analog attribute of the Texture 1 Overload chip allows the Zero Machine to change into the corresponding attribute when using other skills, so as to enjoy the powerful amplification effect of the adaptability feature. When using Zap Cannon, the body color of the Zero Machine will turn yellow. When using Psybeam, it will turn blue, and using Solar Beam, it will turn green again, which is equivalent to a kind of calculation brought by the simulation properties of texture chip. Side effects of side effect. 3D Dragon family is not strong in combat, but its learning ability is definitely the best among many Pokémon, and it can't even keep up with the Dragon department, which is known as the King of Talent. Among them, the learning machine CD developed by humans to help train Pokémon to quickly master skills is undoubtedly a copy of the data information for the 3D Dragon that can directly enter the computer. If you can get a top-quality Pink Ribbon, then with the power of magical prop, Hyper Beam will get another 50% increase in power, and then the mobile turret properties of number 0 machine will be fully formed. Teacher. Lan Duo knelt on the tatami, her delicate face full of joy. She changed her title at Hisoka's request, no longer called him Little Boss, but became a teacher. The change of title also means that Hisoka really decided to cultivate this fairly loyal young girl, but the girl's behavior of deviating from Kaz's gym in the past has affected Hisoka's sense of her to some extent. Otherwise, there is no need to wait until today to be willing to accept her. This world is not a fantasy world where personal power crushes everything. Although the power of Pokémon can also be powerful enough to destroy the world, it is only the power of Pokémon. If one day your Pokémon is dragged by a powerful enemy, it will be very troublesome for another person to decapitate you. As a trainer, personal strength is important, but it is also important to have some competent subordinates or partners who can share weal and woe. After all, a chopstick is still relatively easy to break, even if the chopstick is several times thicker than ordinary chopstick. I will give you a half-year special training. In addition to the relevant experience in commanding Pokémon and the targeted training of Pokémon, you will also learn a series of basic subjects by yourself. Hisoka said indifferently, you must know the restraint of all attributes, and the effects of all skills, including the power value, must be memorized. A little understanding of character psychology will help you predict skills in battle, and you should also have a little understanding of micro-expressions, which will help you better preemptive strike, field studies, and architecture, including some famous ancient warfare tactics. Quote, katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. Lan Duo was confused, but she was also smart. She quickly took out the notebook where Yas Jim's information was recorded when she was a little spy, and kept writing on it with her little hand for fear of missing key instructions. Teacher. Lan Duo raised his right hand, indicating that he wanted to ask a question. Tell me. Hisoka took a sip of the hot milk tea. I know some of the previous one, but why should I go to see the art of war, and now I can't fight? Hisoka put down the teacup and looked right into the corner of Lan Duo's eyes. He lowered his head. Learning the art of war can make you more cunning. There are indeed many trainers who like to be straight in the low-end game. Go, command the battle with only one blood. But when you rise to a certain level, such as the top 16 of the region league. There are few people who will be tough at that time. You have to know how to use some brain. Of course, you have to adapt to local conditions, learn and apply them. Learning tactic and improve your control over the rhythm of the entire battle. If you can master the rhythm of a battle, it will be difficult for your opponent to come back. Lan Duo suddenly realized, but when she thought of carrying so many things in the future, her originally happy expression immediately turned into a bitter face. These requirements of society are all for the self-improvement of the trainer. Just relying on powerful Pokémon, you may be able to show your prestige in the face of opponents who are weaker than you in all aspects. However, when the respective Pokémon are evenly matched, the excellence of the trainer becomes the key to the victory of the game. Cases of excellent trainers commanding weak and small Pokémon to overturn strong enemies are endless. Chapter 490 Go to Haoshan, 1 update for automatic subscription. The ancient wars in this world are different from those on Earth. The wars on Earth are dominated by humans, while the wars in this world are dominated by Pokémon and supplemented by humans. Pokémon is the name of modern people. The ancients preferred to call these high-energy creatures warcraft. Some genius generals in the ancients created many famous tactics for the War of Beasts, most of which were large-scale army battles, and there were few modern popular 1v1 battles, but the Stone of the Mountain can attack Jade, and the tactics that can be passed down to this day. War cases are certainly not the most classic of thousands of years. Memorizing these war cases by heart and reading through the ancient art of war is not bad for the trainer, only good. If you can learn and apply it, as long as you can use 1% of the knowledge in future battles, then you will earn blood. A thick and frightening book was piled up in front of Lan Duo. These were all carefully selected by Hisoka. He is a person who likes to read, and he also agrees with the saying that knowledge is power. Hisoka glanced at 15 Lan Duo, who looked bitter, and said, I don't have anything to teach you in the first month. The only requirement is to read all these books by heart. I don't want you to memorize them all, but at the end of the month, I will be assessed. When asked, you must be able to answer roughly. Quote, Lan Duo swallowed again. She knew very well that this was a crossroad that would determine her future path. If she couldn't satisfy the teacher, maybe she would be unknown for the rest of her life. She also wants to participate in various competitions, get champion, stand on the stage of the world, use her Pokémon to fight against all kinds of strong players, and let all the audience cheer for her. Lan Duo gritted his teeth. His expression gradually became solemn, nodded vigorously, and said, Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely memorize all these books within a month. Hisoka's mouth curved into an R, and said, By the way, has Misdreavus been back since I left for more than a month? Are you talking about the white Misdreavus? Lan Duo has also seen the Misdreavus with a strange color several times. The little guy is very beautiful, but he especially likes to hide and tease people. It should never come back. Lan Duo said uncertainly. Teacher, you also know that the little guy likes to be invisible. Even if he comes back, I can't see it. And Hisoka waved his hand, and Lan Duo immediately shoved the rest of the words into his stomach. He was confident that Misdreavus would not escape. Like Ash as Pikachu, this little guy didn't like to enter the Pokemon Ball. No trace of it was found around Gym. He thought that Misdreavus should be in the back mountain area where the huge Onyx was placed last time. Without Rhyperior, Hisoka would definitely use this huge Onyx, which is over 30 meters in size, as the main force to train. But now that the team is in the main conflict, he doesn't have so much energy to be distracted to train another alien behemoth. Therefore, I can only choose to stock up on the giant Onyx. Of course, I will also go to training if I have time. The giant Onyx is undoubtedly the best sparring partner for Rhyperior, and it may also come in handy in the future. Dark Gym Back Mountain. This is a mountainous area composed of continuous foothills. After crossing the foothills, it belongs to the site of the Pokemon Nature Reserve. The Nature Reserve is under the banner of Fuchsia City, which is equivalent to coming to the edge of Fuchsia City. After lunch, Hisoka came to the place where Misdreavus and Misdreavus separated more than a month ago. The empty valley formed by the angle between the two foothills was covered with a large green grass. Looking around, there should have been several huge potholes on the grass that should have been continuous. Each pothole is more than 3 meters in diameter, and it is bottomless. No need to guess, this must be the trace left by the giant Onyx drilling hole. Little thing, are you here? Hisoka looked around curiously with his hands on his back. He didn't release Lulu because of Misdreavus' own particularity. If her stealth ability hadn't been taken by herself, even with Lulu's mental scan, it would be difficult to find her. There was no response. Hisoka shouted again, but there was still no response. Hisoka smiled lightly, cleared Sangzi, and shouted loudly, If I'm not here, then I'll go first. As soon as these words came out, the originally calm ground suddenly vibrated violently. Hisoka reflexively wanted to hide to the side, but he was still a step behind. Bang! The rocks and soil swelled up along with the turf. Hisoka only felt a burst of force coming from 583 feet's body, and then his whole body rushed to the sky in an instant. His heart was strong, but he was also very scared. ID pen. Hisoka couldn't help but utter a foul language and looked down. He was standing on a huge stone head. The originally tall valley was now flush with his forehead. Onik, Chatilda, with a coquettish laughter that was no different from a human girl. Hisoka only felt a chill on the back of his neck, and a living creature was blowing cool air on his neck. You little thing. Hisoka smiled lightly, turned around abruptly, and hugged him back with both hands. No one but Misdreavus could do this kind of iconic prank, and as soon as he turned around, half of his body fell into a pile of cotton. Hisoka held up his hand and took a few steps back. When he saw the scene behind him, his pupils couldn't help but startled, because the scene in front of him made him unbelievable. Are you Misdreavus? Chatilda. Following the girl's coquettish laughter, Hisoka was once again overwhelmed by cotton. Chapter 491 Ultra Ancient Misdreavus. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. You little bastard. Get up for me quickly. Hisoka was so pressed that he could hardly breathe. His mouth and nostrils were all blocked by Misdreavus' cotton-tipped body. If the giant Onyx's head was not wide enough, he probably would have fallen directly. Pushing up with both arms, I could easily bench press more than 500 kg of arm strength, but I couldn't push the cotton ball that was pressing my body, and my arms always sank into it. Cuckoo. Misdreavus also knows how to stop when it's good. After play rough, he finally floated his body into the air again. Hisoka stood up abruptly, half-kneeled on Onyx's head, and took a few deep breaths. He didn't care about Misdreavus' prank, but was full of astonishment at Misdreavus' appearance at the moment. The individual Misdreavus when they were separated more than a month ago was still normal. The height of 0.5 meters was smaller than that of ordinary Misdreavus, which was the size of a large doll. But what about now? The Misdreavus that appeared in front of Hiso was the same color as the previous white Misdreavus, but the volume was enlarged more than 20 times, and it was like a large hot air balloon. These black patterns, Hisoka's pupils shrank slightly, and there were many strange black patterns on the surface of the white Misdreavus' body, which was as white as cotton. Beauty. How could Hisoka be unaware of these black patterns? Before, he took a bounty mission to protect an archaeological excavation team on Miacha Mountain near Pallet Town. This archaeological excavation has reproduced the remains of a super ancient civilization. Due to the greed of the fat head, the culprit who destroyed the Saffron civilization was released. It was a mega Gengar that was taller than the foothills, 100 meters tall, and was simply a monster. Then there was the super ancient Gengar's old enemy, a super ancient Alakazam with a similar size. Both of these two super ancient Pokémon have bizarre but harmonious black patterns, although the details of the black patterns on the white Misdreavus are different, but they are generally similar. How did you become like this, so big? Curiosity quickly filled Hisoka's heart. Could it be that white Misdreavus can also become a super ancient Pokémon? Hisoka has experienced the power of super ancient Gengar and super ancient Alakazam. The aftermath of the battle between the two can destroy half of Miacha Mountain. If the Kanto Alliance is not fully deployed, all four elites will be counted together with particle missiles. It's not necessarily possible to make them. Although the white Misdreavus is also very large now, it is still too small compared to the 100-meter-high super ancient Gengar and Alakazam. Just visual inspection. By Misdreavus' height should be about 10 meters now, and his body width is about 8 or 9 meters. Chatilda. Another melodious girl smiled. By Misdreavus floated forward, as if he wanted to show affection to Hisoka. Your uncle, you're still here. Hisoka hurriedly reached out and waved, preventing by Misdreavus from approaching. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being suffocated by cotton just now. Onik, put me down. Hisoka stomped the rocky head under his feet. Moo tilde. Onik's roar sounded like a cow's roar. Hisoka was its savior, even if he didn't really subdue it for a while. But for Onik, Hisoka's willingness to take it home that day was equivalent to identifying with himself. Onyx lowered his body obediently, and finally squared the stone head on the grass. Even if his head was completely flat, it would be almost 3 meters above the ground. Hisoka's legs were slightly bent, and then he jumped into the air, landing on the grass with great ease, without shaking his body. You tell your sister Lulu everything about it. How did it get bigger? Hisoka sat cross-legged on a large blue stone. On the left in front of him was the coiled figure Onyx, and on the right was the floating mega white Misdreavus with big broken golden eyes. He couldn't understand the language of Pokemon, so he could only ask Lulu to translate it telepathically. To be honest, Lulu doesn't really like this white Misdreavus with a strange origin. On the one hand, the psychic-type Pokemon is restrained by the ghost-type Pokemon, which leads to a natural discomfort. But the most important thing is that this seemingly ignorant and harmless little thing has a very unruly personality, and Lulu is deeply afraid that Hisoka will be hurt by her one day. Cluck tilde cluck tilde. By Misdreavus kept smiling all the time. His small mouth took a sharp breath, and his face was puffed up. Then the black lines on the surface of his body quickly flowed back like a living thing, and as the black lines disappeared, Misdreavus' body was gradually minimized. After a few breaths, the white Misdreavus returned to his previous body shape, and and the black lines on his body completely disappeared. This scene made Hisoka amazed again. In the end, he still underestimated this shiny Misdreavus discovered from the ancient underground battlefield. It's just the most Earl Dervish form of Misdreavus, but it can make Lulu's mental power scan all the way. In vain, once invisible, unless she takes the initiative, no one will be able to find her. Maybe Hisoka's current level is too low. He hasn't met the top masters yet, and he doesn't know if the main Pokémon under the title Elite can find the white Misdreavus under stealth. The little guy can even manipulate the skeletons underground, like the necromancers in fantasy novels, and turn them all into skeleton warriors who can fight. The white Misdreavus, after Minimize, flew back to Hisoka's shoulder, and his small mouth made a sucking action. Needless to say, the meaning is naturally to enjoy the energy of the colorful orb. Chapter 492 Bronzong smuggled back as for automatic subscription. The colorful orbs are being inlaid on the modified egg incubator at the moment, and the radiant light source with full gain effect will subtly provide more possibilities for Gibble, who is originally very talented. Hisoka hugged the white Misdreavus flying in the air, staring at her pair of beautiful broken golden pupils, and said solemnly, "Let's talk about business first. The matter is not resolved. There is no need to suck." Hearing that he did not absorb the radiant energy for himself, by Misdreavus' eyebrows and sideburns that had been flying up just now were instantly raised, and his head was slumped forward, looking weak. "Little thing, there are so many dramas." Hisoka couldn't help laughing, and shook his head helplessly. "I put the orb in the gym. Let me tell you about your mutation first, and when you get home, I'll let you suck enough. How about you? Anyway, the energy of the colorful orb can be regenerated, and even if it is exposed to the blazing sun, the recovery speed will become faster." Almost recovered at night. By Misdreavus widened his eyes and thought for a while, and then he nodded his head 287 times. Does she mean that these changes are all about the Bronzong? Lulu translated all the explanations of by Misdreavus to Hisoka by telepathy. Hisoka patted his forehead and suddenly remembered that by Misdreavus once tricked the giant Onyx into smuggling back Bronzong, who suppressed the super ancient Gengar. The Bronzong was originally placed in a stone shrine, and behind the shrine there was a cave that went directly to the ground, and the deepest part of the cave was the black pyramid of the ultra-ancient Gengar and imprisoned. "Where is that Bronzong now?" Hisoka asked. Chatilda. By Misdreavus broke free from Hisoka's embrace, flew to his forehead, and tried to lift his jaw to let Hisoka see his neck different from the red bead necklace that Misdreavus usually carried around his neck, the one that by Misdreavus wore before. The necklace is a series of gold beads. These beads are used by Misdreavus' Astonish Human or BFTA Pokémon to absorb each other's fear, and the creature's fear is the best food for Misdreavus. Now the central and largest gold bead of the white Misdreavus necklace has disappeared, replaced by a Bronzong that has shrunk countless times. A thumb-sized pocket Bronzong. Hisoka reached out to touch it, and Misdreavus became hesitant, but he still didn't dodge, letting Hisoka's right hand touch the pocket Bronzong. The texture of the metal is very cold, and many strange patterns are engraved on the surface of the copper cloth. Some of the patterns are exactly the same as the patterns on Misdreavus' body when it grows larger. What kind of power does this Bronzong cast by the Saffron civilization have? It can make a shiny Misdreavus change so huge. It's incredible. This is a miracle that even modern scientific and technological civilization cannot do. Miracle? Yes, it can indeed be called a miracle. Sisso was puzzled and could only marvel at the power of the super ancient civilization. Although the other party was destroyed, the legacy wealth left behind is also guiding future generations. In fact, by Misdreavus still had something to say in her heart. When she first entered Bronzong, she found that there was another life form inside, but that life form had been in a deep sleep, and the strange energy spread around the other party was so attractive. People, no, attract ghosts. I can't control myself with this thought in mind. By Misdreavus absorbed the other's life energy, and as the energy was absorbed, that life body became weaker and weaker. By Misdreavus reckoned that in another month, he would be able to absorb all the remaining energy, and then he would be able to grow bigger after his transformation. Hisoka was going to take Misdreavus with him for a while. He wanted to observe the little guy's changes carefully. His curiosity rose, and he couldn't hold back any longer. I instructed the giant Onyx to stay in the back mountain and empty valley for the time being, with it 30-meter long beside the dark dojo that covers an area of only 5 or 6 acres. Really can't put it down. Onyx rolls casually, and the dojo building will be broken. Previous life. It can only be wronged first, but Hisoka has also prepared a bunch of expensive high-energy ores for it, which are rich in various trace elements and are the favorite ration of rock-type Pokémon. Since the giant Onyx has followed him, he can't treat the other party badly. Grandpa Canyon, ancient Pokémon sanctuary. Grandpa Canyon is located in a large valley between Fuchsia City and Dark City. It is relatively close to the Pokémon wilderness area. It used to be barren and far away from the busy city, except for some lovers who like to dig fossils. Few tourists choose this place. Come where birds don't poop. But since 3 months ago, the news of the presence of living ancient Pokémon in Grandpa Canyon has immediately detonated most of the Kanto region. In addition to the locals in Kanto, many tourists from outside the region have also flocked to this valley surrounded by layers of rock. The Kwantung Alliance also took the opportunity to build a protected area here. With a battle between the three major cities gym, the victorious Sisuo successfully helped Dark City win the geographical ownership of this protected area. The change is really big. Hisoka parked the motorcycles well, and looked at the surrounding shop built on the hill. Although there were far fewer people than the people who had just opened the reserve 3 months ago, there were still a considerable number of tourists looking forward to going deep into the valley. Chapter 493 Fossil Shop for Automatic Subscription. Officially, the ancient Pokemon Reserve is the wealth of the Dark City, so most of the people who set up shops outside the reserve are residents of the Dark City, and of course there are some businessmen from Fuchsia City and Saffron City. After all, Fuchsia City and Saffron City are the two cities closest to here after Dark City. Most of these shops are snack bars or small restaurants, including some shops selling ancient Pokemon stone carving souvenirs and selling fossils. The stone carving souvenirs are not bad, but the stone carvings of Kabuto, Omanite, Omastar and Aerodactyl are tossed and turned. After all, there are only these 5 ancient Pokemon in the reserve. Hisoka picked out the most beautiful Aerodactyl pendant and played with it in his hand. As he passed a shop selling fossils, he was called out by a voice. Little brother, that little brother who is the most handsome. Hisoka looked back and saw a simple-looking middle-aged man waving at him. Are you calling me? Hisoka looked left and right, and there was no one else around, and the other party said he was the most handsome one. That right, I'm calling Eula. The middle-aged man nodded and smiled. He wore a khaki vest shirt on his upper body and a round-brimmed travel hat on his head. The head is big and the arms are thick, either a cook or a digger. Hisoka saw that his arms were much thicker than ordinary people, and the skin on his arms was mainly red and black. Obviously, he was someone who often worked in the sun. The simple and honest-looking middle-aged man took a few steps and stretched out his right hand. Hello, my name is Hyuba, the owner of this fossil shop. Hisoka also extended his right hand to shake him in order to show courtesy. Hello, what's the matter with you? I don't know that my brother is not interested in the fossils of ancient Pokemon. Hyuba leaned forward and said with a mysterious expression, I dug up another batch of fossils around Grandpa Canyon yesterday. Block fossil identified as the new fossil Pokemon. Hisoka looked at him with a half smile, and said, what does the new fossil Pokemon mean? These businessmen generally can only believe half of what they say. The fossils dug up may be real, but it is hard to say what kind of fossils they are. Hyuba pretended to be deep, cleared his throat, and said, let me explain. The so-called new fossil Pokemon are Pokemon other than Kabuto, Omanite, Omastar and Aerodactyl in the reserve. In that case, did the expert tell you what kind of fossil Pokemon it is? Hisoka asked with a smile. That's not true. Hyuba shook his head. There is no shame in doing business. If you are interested, you can go in and have a look. If you like it, we will talk about the price. If you don't like it, we will pay it. A friend, isn't there a sentence to say, £1,000 can't buy you a happy man? And I see that the little brother is also a high-end character. We can't conquer the ancient Pokemon. It's a good idea to put their fossils at home and display them differently. There is no rush to go to see Aerodactyl. It is rare to meet an interesting person, so it is not a problem to go and see. After agreeing, Hisoka, led by the fossil businessman Hyuba, walked into the tent built with an area of only 100 square meters. Look, these fossils are all newly discovered good things. I don't show them to ordinary people, but only the handsome, good-looking, and rich people like this little brother. Don't look at this simple and honest man named Hyuba, who is not very good-looking. He really talked one after another. This is the fossil of the Aerodactyl tooth. This is the fossil of the Omanite shell. And this, the fossil of the sickle of Kabuto. Katakana middle dot, 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 seeking flowers, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot. There are quite a lot of collections, but in fact, except for a few, most of them are old and fake things. The craftsmanship is very high, and the work is really deceiving. As for the real fossils, they are either the fossils of ancient fish or the molting of some crustacean, which have no collection value at all. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a big river meandering through the Daxi Valley. This big river spanned almost half of the Kanto region. It was called the Lankang River in history. The now famous Celadon, Rainbow River and the New River. Celadon, Rainbow River, as its name suggests, is under the banner of Celadon, Rainbow City, while the other New River, passing through Viridian, passes through Pewter, and finally flows into the Guangdong Sea from the mouth of Cerulean City. The water speed of the Nujong River is extremely fast, causing the waves to be as turbulent as the ocean. There are a large number of water-type Pokemon living in it, especially Gyarados. The Nujong River is the river with the most wild Gyarados in Kanto. Hisoka picked up up a fossilized fangtooth and observed it carefully. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, and said, "Boss, why does your so-called aerodactyl tooth fossil look more like Gyarados' mandibular teeth?" "Impossible, impossible." Kobo shook his head again and said, "I must be aerodactyl, teeth. Experts have said that the ancestors of Gyarados a million years ago are actually close relatives of Aerodactyl, and the teeth look alike." Original. Hearing this reason, Hisoka almost laughed. Aerodactyl was still close relatives with the ancestors of Gyarados, and he felt more and more that the boss was a little interesting. Gyarados has some more credible proof in the research community, and among them, a Pokémon from an ancient toothfish is the most recognized by research scholars. That is, the current Magikarp a million years ago was actually a ferocious, carnivorous fish Pokémon. Refer to Piranha. Chapter 494 Unknown Skull Fossil. Open black lens bracket second change close black lens bracket for automatic subscription. I'm a person. I happen to have some spare money on me, and I'm willing to spend a lot of money on things I like. Hisoka deliberately pretended to be a local tyrant, shaking his leg, and said in an arrogant tone, "But the premise is this: the stuff has to be genuine. Boss, we don't speak secretly. If you want something really good, take it out quickly. Don't fool me with these old craps outside. It's boring." After being exposed, Kobo was not too embarrassed, rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "It seems that the little brother is also a connoisseur. Well, since the outside things can't get into your eyes, I will take out my best friend. Good collectibles are for your attention. You take a good look." After speaking, Kobo opened the curtain of the rear tent and walked into 303 inches, a place suspected to be a temporary warehouse. After about 2 minutes, only the sound of the pulley was heard, and the guy pushed a small pusher. The car returned to the shop. Seeing the things on the cart, Hisoka looked at him for the first time. At first he thought that the other party would take out some leftovers from ancient Pokemon fossils, but he really looked down on the other party. Kobo folded his arms and looked at Hisoka with a smug look on his face, and said, "Well, this thing of mine is absolutely unique. Even the paleontology experts I found don't know what kind of Pokemon bone fossils this is." "It is indeed a good thing." Hisoka nodded, walked a few steps quickly, and came to the cart. On the cart was the skull of some kind of creature, and this skull was very well preserved. The upper jaw, lower jaw, brow bone. There are also triangular tines in the big mouth that are still sharp-edged even if turned into stone, like a dagger that cut bones and flesh. "What about its body? Why is it only a skull?" Hisoka asked curiously. "It stands to reason that the skull can be preserved so completely that even if the body is damaged, it should probably be left behind." Kobo shrugged and said, "I don't know about this. When I dug it up, there was only one skull. It was dug in a participating stream outside Grandpa Canyon. Its body, maybe it should be swept away by the Lancang River that was still in full bloom before." Quote, "What the other party said is not unreasonable. The skull is buried in the rock layer, but the body is buried under the riverbed. Once the flood occurs, it is indeed this possibility. Lend me the tape measure." "Whatever you want," Kobo said indifferently. Hisoka picked up the tape measure on the table and took a measurement of the skull. The height was 52 cm and the width was 96.4 centimeters. From this data, it can be roughly inferred that this ancient Pokemon was definitely larger than a head when it was still alive. A 4-meter monster-type Pokemon, even if it is the quasi-god of Johto, Tyranitar, known as the Desert Tyrant, is much shorter in front of it. The mouth full of razor-like teeth shows that this ancient Pokemon is a carnivorous creature, and its temper may not be very good. "I always feel like I've seen this skull somewhere." Hisoka squatted half-squatting, stroking the dirt that had not been washed on the surface. "By the way, this skull fossil is somewhat similar to the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil in the previous museum. Similar, just smaller." Quote, "Since the world of Pokemon has Aerodactyl similar to Pterosaurus in ancient time, it is understandable that there are Pokemon similar to Tyrannosaurus Rex, but people have not yet discovered it on a large scale. It is possible that in other parts of the world someone has excavated the exact same fossil, and it is still a whole. Make a price." "How much?" "I'll buy it." Hisoka stood up and stretched. The willingness to spend money to buy this fossil skull is not entirely a whim. Liking is one aspect, and from the few plots he knows, Hisoka knows that in a few years, the world-class group German Manufacturing Company Limited in Hoenn region will be able to be instrument that created the resurrected fossilized Pokemon. This cross-century mega invention has caused a surge in the poor fossil Pokemon that originally existed in small numbers. Of course, this number has only become a few hundred on the basis of the original dozen. Generally speaking, it is still pitiful. Not all fossils can be resurrected successfully. There should be very strict restrictions in this regard. Otherwise, any fossil can be resurrected, and fossil Pokemon will be ruined immediately. "Little brother is really refreshing." Kobo raised his right hand and slowly opened it. "I don't want much, so you can give this price. Swipe your card," Hisoka said directly without haggling. When Hisoka walked out of the fossil store, it was already 11 o'clock noon. The fossil skull was put in a vacuum box and put into a foldable backpack. He didn't stop anymore and walked quickly towards the protected area building. What? Why is the Aerodactyl campus closed again? At the ticket gate of the reserve, several tourists who seem to be traveling with them are arguing with the staff of the reserve. The 3.6 little conductor girls who look pretty and had some freckles on their cheek bowed repeatedly and said, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Aerodactyl is temporarily not suitable for meeting tourists due to physical reasons. That's why I came here last time." One of the male tourists scolded. "It's worth seeing Aerodactyl in such a ruined reserve. What's so good about Omanite, who only knows how to bask in the sun all day long? It's almost noon now. It's time to feed the kabuta. Why don't you go and see the kabuta first? It can only be like this. It can't be a waste of time." Chapter 495 Cunning Aerodactyl. Second update. Seeking automatic subscription. Finally, a group of tourists passed by. The conductor girl habitually wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. It was really annoying. "I met a good-tempered guest in the past 2 days and explained it a little. Most of them are reasonable. I am afraid that I will meet tourists who are grumpy and like to be more serious. Sometimes there is no way to salivate. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Norman has come here from other cities and even other regions. The main thing in the plan is the signboard of the protected area, Aerodactyl. Now you tell people that the Aerodactyl park is closed or not, and everyone will complain. I don't know when the trouble will come again this time." The little girl sighed. Just as she was about to go back to the ticket booth, she found that a young man was about to pick up the guardrail and wanted to get in. "Hey, this gentleman, you can't enter the reserve without buying a ticket," the aunt shouted hurriedly. She 15 Suo looked back and smiled. The handsome face made the little girl stunned, and then a blush appeared on her cheek, and she said in her heart, "Even if you are a handsome guy, you have to buy a ticket." The first few times they entered the reserve were led by Zangma. There was no special police station set up in Dark City, so Zangma was temporarily responsible for the security of the ancient Pokémon nature reserve. He was the general manager. "I'm sorry, I'm a little presumptuous." Hisoka approached the ticket office, looked at the bewildered aunt of the conductor, and smiled heartily again. "I'm the gym leader of the Dark City, so I shouldn't need to buy a ticket." "Are you the gym leader of the Dark City?" The conductor girl remembered that the protected area she was working in belonged to the Dark City, so the Dark City gym definitely did not need to buy a ticket to come to the protected area. "But do you have any proof? You're new here." "Yes." The little ant lowered her head and hesitated. "Leader, don't worry too much. This is just my job." "I understand." Hisoka wasn't too interested in teasing the little girl. He nodded, and took out the basically unlinked leader card from his backpack. The conductor took the leader card, compared the picture above, scanned it on the computer on the side, and returned it to Hiso after confirming that it was correct. "Leader used to be called Hisoka. I won't forget it next time." The little girl thought to herself as she looked at the back of the other party's receding back. "Damn, how did it wake up so fast? What's the quarrel? Don't hurry up and continue to shoot the anesthesia needle and increase the dose for me. If the two professors hurt a hair, I will peel your skin." Yes. In Aerodactyl Park, a group of sturdy men in black security uniforms and berets rushed into the bushes and blocked in front of the old and young. The 5 security guards immediately raised their anesthesia rifles and aimed at Aerodactyl, who was climbing up the top of the tree, pulling the trigger. With a slight cracking sound, 5 anesthetic needles shot in salvo towards Aerodactyl's neck. Now this Aerodactyl has obsidian-like substances growing in many places, and the texture is extremely hard. Not to mention anesthesia needles. Even military armor-piercing bullet can't beat it. "Ow!" Aerodactyl shook its huge jaws, and its head was still a little dizzy. The effect of the anesthetic did not completely subside, causing it to be unable to fly for the time being. The familiar sound of breaking through the air came from my ears. Aerodactyl tensed its muscles, and the top of its wings, the obsidian claws, clasped the bark, and then the body slammed back to hide. At the critical moment, 5 anesthetics had already arrived, except for 2 that were shot on Aerodactyl's fleshy wings. The remaining 3 slammed into the big bush with a few thuds. Seeing this scene, the nose of the man with a short head turned red, and as time went on, this Aerodactyl became more and more difficult to deal with. Not only is the strength improved, this Aerodactyl has also become more and more cunning. In his opinion, for the sake of safety, Aerodactyl cannot be fed enough food every day, and he should starve it for a few days without any problems to keep Aerodactyl in a semi-weak state. It is a pity that this proposal was directly rejected by the professors. The professors said that Aerodactyl had ingested a lot of food in the early stage after waking up, and the body cells are currently in a high-speed active state. Once the food supply is cut off, the starved Aerodactyl may become more crazy, uncontrollable. The extremely active cells in the body make it impossible for Aerodactyl to use the method of sleeping to survive. The increasingly hungry Aerodactyl is afraid that it will directly attack humans for food. 620. These 2-legged creatures are probably the easiest prey to capture in front of Aerodactyl. After all, with Aerodactyl's strength and the weak human body strength, if the wings are not thrown to death, they will be seriously injured. The reason why you don't hunt humans is not because of your hard work preparing a lot of food every day. say. Professor Oak, Elm Professor, you have to get out of this area, the inch-strong man said with a solemn expression. I must ensure your safety. If this Aerodactyl is completely out of control, I hope it is us who will die. The two professors must not be harmed one bit. Quote, one is a world-renowned master figure with students everywhere, and a treasure in the Kanto region. One is Johto region's well-known professor, an expert in Pokémon evolution research. No matter what happens to either of these two people, it is not something they can afford. Mr. Billy, you are serious. Professor Oak isn't someone who puts his life at risk for a little research, and being here with Elm will undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on these security guards. Chapter 496. The world is never short of geniuses. Seek automatic subscription. Professor Oak patted Elm Professor next to him on the shoulder and smiled. Let's get out of here first. Don't disturb Mr. Billy and the others. Okay. Elm Professor is a pity he is not torment. Billy hurriedly arranged for a security guard to lead the two professionals out of the park. The material used to build the overall outer shell of the park was fitted with Genet plastic glass, a new type of material with very high strength. After many tests, Aerodactyl's current strength cannot break through the defense of the plastic glass, but as the big guy recovers faster and faster, the security team in the reserve has begun to worry about whether the plastic glass can still withstand the destruction of Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is not that kind of baby-type Pokémon. Its character is even crueler than the wild Gyarados, recognized as the most vicious in the Kanto region. It is extremely aggressive and yearns for the sky outside. Although the park specially built for Aerodactyl is wide enough, it is still far from satisfying the ambition of an ancient sky overlord. Seeing the figures of the two professionals finally disappear in front of the door, Billy finally let out a sigh of relief. Since the establishment of the Grandpa Canyon Reserve, ghosts and monsters from all walks of life have flocked to it, and they can't be driven away. Some of them are research institutes officially funded by the Alliance, and some are scholars who work under the private group. Fame, status, including contributions in the research community are not even qualified to compare with Professor Oak, but the temper is bigger than the other. Billy is the captain of the security team. He has to be responsible for these fucking researchers. He can't compare to each other when studying Pokémon, but when to leave and what is the safest way. He is an expert in this area. Last time, the so-called expert from Hoenn region who studied ancient Pokémon was still working for some international group, German Manufacturing Company Limited, and his eyes were looking up to the sky. Billy stopped the bastard from getting too close to Aerodactyl many times, but the other party didn't listen, even sneaking into Aerodactyl's prey area when the security wasn't paying attention. So one of his brothers was seriously injured by Aerodactyl in an attempt to save the bastard. Fortunately, he was fine in the end, or Billy thought he might have shot him. All the members were on alert. Billy shouted loudly, release all your partners. Once Aerodactyl shows an aggressive intention, don't let it go. It is indeed valuable for research, but our lives are more important. Do you understand? Got it, Captain. While Aerodactyl was still in a negative state of semi-anesthesia, the 10 security guards immediately took out Pokémon balls and released their comrades. 10 white light flickered, and 10 Pokémon with different shapes stopped beside their master in turn. Billy's Pokémon is an Electabuzz, and all the security guards have only 2 Pokémon. One is water type, and the other is electric, both of which are specially selected to restrain Aerodactyl. In addition to Electabuzz, there are 2 Magnetons and a Jolteon. The water-type Pokémon is a mosquito coil frog, and Slowbro includes a Wartortle. With 10-to-1 combat power, the attributes are dominant, plus 10 occupational security personnel to assist. In the past Aerodactyl lost control, they were all solved by them. Professor O. Quote, Hisoka walked slowly between the corridors, and saw a familiar back from a distance. The door professor was chatting with Elm when he suddenly heard someone calling his name, and habitually looked back. When he saw the young and familiar figure, a soft smile appeared on the professor's face. Oh, look who this is. Little Hisoka, it's been a long time since you've grown taller, stronger, and darker. Professor Oak patted Hisoka's arm and joked, last time I heard Philena Ivy Professor say that you went to the Orange Islands to take the Hunter's qualifying test. How is it? Is it going well? Hisoka shrugged and said with a smile, unfortunately, the mission target temporarily escaped, so I failed the test. It doesn't matter, young people, you only have time and energy. Don't worry, take your time. Professor Oak doesn't have much prejudice against the bounty hunter industry. If there is a demand, there will naturally be a service. As long as this young man does not do illegal or criminal things, and does not intentionally harm Pokémon, it will be fine. Anyway, bounty hunters have long been recognized by the Alliance as a regular industry, and they are legally allowed, so why would he be an old man to persuade him? For the young man in front of him who had rescued Ash and had several battles with Gary, Professor Oak really liked him very much, and he also knew the information about him. An orphan who was born in an orphanage, with money, without the support of any nobles, can mix with the present at the age of 16, who has just grown up. At the same time, he has a very high trainer quality. The Pokémon are also trained quite well, and they do not deliberately pursue pursue any rare Pokémon, and they are highly targeted. It's really not easy. Only those who have reached the top of the pyramid understand how difficult it is for an ordinary person to climb up in today's increasingly rigid social class. Getting into the middle class may not be too difficult, as long as you work hard, but very few people actually reach the top of the trainer. The world is never short of geniuses. There are only so many social resources. The more you are, the less others are. Chapter 497 Emergency. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. This is Johto's Elm Professor. You should have seen it before. Professor Oak introduced the bespectacled, thin man beside him to Hisoka. Brown hair, perhaps due to long-term mental work. The hairline on both sides of the forehead is much higher than ordinary people at a young age, and it seems that it is not as thick as Professional Oak's white hair. Hisoka nodded and said, more than 3 months ago, when the reserve was just built, you, Professor, and Philena Ivy Professor from the Orange Islands and this Elm Professor all came to see it, and we had a relationship that time. Hello, Hisoka. Professor Oak and I talked about some things about you. Elm Professor didn't have the arrogance of being a top researcher at all, but he took the initiative to stretch out his right hand. Seeing this, Hisoka immediately stepped forward and held the opponent's right hand. As a normal person, the most basic courtesy is still required, and the social status gap between the two sides is basically not a horizontal line. For example, Elm Professor is equivalent to a scholar who won the Nobel Prize in his previous life. Hisoka is just a 270 ordinary government civil servant, and his identity as a gym leader is also included in the alliance system. Gotta spray Hisoka to death. The age of Elm Professor is considered to be a very young group of professionals. He just turned 34 years old this year, and he is definitely a genius in the Pokémon research community. There are not too many scholars with the title of professor, but there are still a large number of scholars in the world, at least in various famous universities. Throwing a brick into the teaching area has a high chance of hitting a professor. Professors. The number of professors who are eligible to be distributed to the rookie trainer Royal 3 is pitiful. Basically, only one professor in a large region has such a right. The Kanto region distributes Charmander, Squirtle, Ivysaur to new trainers every year as Professor Oak. Since the Orange Islands is under the autonomous region of Kanto, the Earl Dervish Pokémon of the new trainer is also the Royal 3 with Kanto characteristic, but it is replaced by Philena Ivy Professor. The Royal 3 of Johto region are Cyndaquil, Totodile and Chikorita. The selection of Earl Dervish Pokémon will be in line with local characteristic, but the major attributes will not change. It must be fire, water, and grass. The Royal 3 distributor of Johto region is the Elm Professor in front of him. Elm Professor looks like a good gentleman. In fact, it is true. Elm Professor is notoriously good-natured. He is also a technical nerd, and his ability to take care of himself in life is half as good as Professional Oak. I am afraid that the whole person's talent points are on the research branch. After all, now 34, or a single dog. Hisoka suddenly found that the 3 professors he had met and were related to were inexplicably similar. First of all, in terms of names, Oak, Elm, Philena Ivy. Secondly, he can't cook. Professor Oak can make instant noodles, and it often gets soggy. Elm Professor heard Professor Oak say that this kid is very good at going to various restaurants, and Philena Ivy Professor only knows how to order takeout. Hisoka glanced at the silent security guards behind the 2 professionals and asked, Professor Oak, did you just come from the Aerodactyl BFDJ campus? Yeah, Professor Oak sighed. Aerodactyl's atavism is getting faster and faster. This Aerodactyl was probably a dominant existence in its era, or else there were so many Aerodactyl millions of years ago. Why is it that it can survive to this day by degenerating its body and sleeping in the ground? Quote, Hisoka agrees with Professor Oak's point of view. Why is this Aerodactyl? Simply because it is strong enough to even escape the catastrophe of a mass extinction. The rapid recovery of the body allows Aerodactyl to gradually return to its former character. Philena Ivy Professor expressed his point of view, and he was a little excited. Pokémon in ancient times was a very pure concept of the law of the jungle, and the species at that time were far from it so plentiful now, so it's harder to get food, which also leads to the absolute aggressiveness of ancient Pokémon characters that modern Pokémon don't have. Flesh-eating Pokémon are to hunt prey, and herb-eating Pokémon are to defend against natural enemy. In short, all unit please pay attention. Aerodactyl has broken through the number 1 defense circle. Please all security personnel immediately put down their current work and quickly go to the number 2 defense circle to gather. Repeat. The red alarm light at the top of the corridor flashed continuously, accompanied by the continuous broadcast from the speaker. Professor Oak frowned and his face became serious. He glanced at Elm Professor, and immediately said, could it be that Aerodactyl's strength has become stronger again? Otherwise how can it break through to the second defense under the defensive measures led by Mr. Billy Circle? How about we go take a look? Elm Professor suggested. Without waiting for Professor Oak's response, the security guard behind him immediately stepped forward to stop him and and said, "No, absolutely not. The two professors cannot go to the defensive circle. If there is an accident, we cannot afford it." "I'll go." Hisoka stood up and said calmly, "I'm a gym trainer in Dark City, and the reserve is a territory of Dark City. I have the responsibility to maintain its normal operation. The two professors can go to the monitoring room to observe the situation. It is really too dangerous to go to the scene." Chapter 498 Disguise As for Automatic Subscription. Hearing Hisoka say these words, the security guards behind the two professors immediately looked at him with grateful eyes. These two professors, who have high social status in the alliance between the two places, these security guards really have nothing to say. Dare to say it seriously. I am afraid that I will accidentally offend the professor. The two professors looked at each other and nodded. They are very self-aware. They are top-notch in research and knowledge, but the Pokémon battle and security are still left to professionals, so they won't bother them. At the same time, in the Aerodactyl Park, Billy looked at Electabuzz, who was seriously injured by the sneak attack next to him. The blue veins on his forehead were exposed, and a sense of being fooled quickly rushed into his heart. The smooth suppression in the past made Billy not take Aerodactyl too seriously. No matter how smart a Pokémon is, it can't be compared to the wisdom of human beings. Moreover, with more and less, the attributes of his own Pokémon are still to restrain Aerodactyl. Thinking about it now, Aerodactyl's previous actions were more like a tentative behavior, and even the previous out-of-control situations may have been its disguise, in order to deliberately let the security personnel relax their vigilance. If these guesses are true, then this Aerodactyl is definitely more cunning than everyone can imagine. Aerodactyl grinned with a mouth full of sharp teeth, looking quite excited, a pair of fleshy wings with obsidian-like claws waving at high speed. Its huge body galloped through the air, leaving a coexisting reflection on the ground. The so-called number 1 defense circle is composed of Aerodactyl's hunting area and living area. Usually, all activities of Aerodactyl can only be carried out in these two areas. Once Aerodactyl had a signal to leave the Hoenn circle, the security guards in the reserve needed to bring anesthesia weapons to control Aerodactyl. After several lessons, Aerodactyl was indeed much more obedient than before. Bang! Aerodactyl, which was flying at high speed, finally hit a bottleneck, which was also the last Hoenn line in this park. A false sky, made of 3-layer alloy plastic glass. The glass surface is painted with a 3D sky that can be almost fake, and the blue sky and white clouds are clearly visible, and these white clouds can even move over time. Aerodactyl slammed into it with one head, and the impact was really not light. It shook its head desperately, trying to reduce the dizziness in its brain, and there was an obvious crack in the part where it was tackled. Ow! Aerodactyl let out a scream and frowned. Against the background of the obsidian sharp horn, the pair of blue pupils looked extremely intimidating. It used 3 huge claws on the top of the fleshy wings to slowly touch the front sky. The white cloud, which should have been invisible and colorless, became harder than a rock. The sharp claws pulled down sharply, and a piercing sound resounded throughout the entire park. Aerodactyl rolled his eyes, and it quickly understood that the sky in front of him should be an illusion created by these two-legged creatures to trap it. Anyway, just smash this thing up. Swinging the wings, Aerodactyl pulled back a distance. The ferocious scissor mouth slowly opened, and the iconic orange-red light spot began to rapidly condense at the 3 centimeters between the two jaws. Stop it for me. Seeing Aerodactyl's action, Billy's expression changed instantly. He couldn't wait, grabbed the anesthesia rifle of the teammates around him, and then raised his hands to aim at Aerodactyl in the sky. No matter how hard the alloy plastic glass is, it can't withstand the repeated attacks of Aerodactyl, and this damn Aerodactyl just eats a lot every day, and there will be a huge change in strength in a month. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Thinking of Aerodactyl, which had just been locked in the park 3 months ago, even if it crashed to death at that time, it wouldn't even think about destroying the protective cover made of alloyed glass. PFF. The anesthesia bullet was shot through the air, but just as it was about to hit Aerodactyl's lower abdomen, a sharp spear and sharp tail swooped violently from the rear, and one blow directly shattered the anesthetic bullet. The strong recoil of hyper beam caused Aerodactyl to lean back several inches, and the penetrating orange-red beam slammed into the last defensive cover under the horrified eyes of everyone below. After the faint crack hit by Aerodactyl's high-speed flight just now was bombarded by hyper beam again, with the continuous clicking sound. This crack expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The plastic glass is still worthy of its defensive quality. When the crack expanded, it stopped when one person was high, and it was not completely shattered because of this hyper beam. Ow! Aerodactyl was very dissatisfied. He raised his head and screamed a few times to vent the sullen chi in his heart. After the body's rigidity time was over, it opened its jaw again, and the orange-red light bot continued to condense. If one shot doesn't work, then two, until the cage that binds it is completely shattered. Captain, what should we do now. Aerodactyl flew too high, and the speed of the anesthesia gun was much slower after reaching that height, and it could easily be pumped away by Aerodactyl's tail or wings. Billy didn't say a word, but he was thinking in his heart, which bastard made the park so high that he and others are now being put together by Aerodactyl. Chapter 499 Giga Impact Seek Automatic Subscription. The second hyperbeam continued to blast above the crack, accompanied by a violent explosion. The first layer of alloy plastic glass was completely reimbursed, and a large number of glass shards fell from the air. The first layer has the best defensibility, and the two layers of plastic glass in the back are not as thick and strong as the first layer. Now that the first layer has been shattered, the last two layers can't last long. Thinking that there are so many uninformed tourists outside the park, if Aerodactyl rushes out of the park, the consequences will be disastrous. Aerodactyl is not a modern Pokémon. It still retains the purest bloodthirsty wildness of predators millions of years ago. It's fine when it's full. Once it's in a state of starvation, it doesn't care whether its food is humans or Pokémon. Ow! Aerodactyl looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and then it was not ready to use Hyperbeam, because two consecutive Hyperbeam shots at full strength were still a bit of a drain. It wants to break through this cage completely using the tricks that it has often used to hunt large prey before. The body continued to pull away from the back, and when it was more than 200 meters away from the wall, Aerodactyl gradually stopped. Its head was down, and the pair of sharp obsidian horns were aimed at the front, with a sharp spear and a long tail, shaking with a snap. The muscles and veins on the black eardrum of the fleshy wings can be seen with the emergence of vigor, and the pale gray muscles swell and bulge. Bang! Just like the engine of a jet fighter was about to take off at full speed, Aerodactyl's 7-meter-wide fleshy wings swayed up and down at a large and fast frequency, and then drove the whole body to rush out. An oval-shaped light film visible to the naked eye covers the front of Aerodactyl's head and extends backward. Damn, it Giga Impact. Billy recognized the name of the trick Aerodactyl used at a glance. With Aerodactyl's tonnage and a head that is harder than a stone, if this Giga Impact goes on, I am afraid that the entire surface of the plastic glass will be knocked into pieces. Billy was in despair at the moment. He was ready to write a resignation report, and of course, a responsibility report, due to his usual carelessness and contempt for Aerodactyl. In the end, Aerodactyl successfully broke through the number 1 defensive circle. If it causes more serious and extremely bad consequences later, he will be responsible for at least 70%. As for the remaining 30%, Zangma, who is nominally in charge of security in the reserve, is responsible. Zangma, who is handling the case at the Saffron City Police Station, said that MMP is just a name. If a large number of tourists are attacked and killed by Aerodactyl in the reserve, then even Boss Baiji can't keep him. He may not go to jail, but it's true that it will never be hired once it's done. Rhyperior, raw cannon, roared Tilda, following a burst of growl that was far thicker than Aerodactyl. A stone bullet with a diameter of more than 80 centimeters tore through the air and slammed into the position where Aerodactyl was about to strike at a predictable angle. At a distance of 3 meters from the defensive cover, the stone bullet and Aerodactyl's head officially touched. The angle of the stone bullet is very tricky, capturing the feature that Aerodactyl's body can't change direction after using Giga Impact, regardless of Aerodactyl's own speed. How fast? This raw cannon is a must-eat. The official power rating of the raw cannon is the same as that of the Giga Impact, which is a basic 150 ping, but don't forget, the stone bullets used by Hisoka Rhyperior are far more powerful than ordinary ones of the same strength. This is the absolute superiority of the super-sized body. Moreover, the raw materials that the giant onyx sent to make the top-quality hard stone head were also cut by Hisoka and installed inside the Rhyperior armor. 50% of its power, as well as a bonus with the same attribute. Giga Impact is stronger, but its skill attributes are general. Aerodactyl has no attribute bonuses when using this trick. The rock-heavy cannon smashed Aerodactyl into the air. The 3-meter-high body and the pair of huge fleshy wings rolled continuously in the air, and then planted one end into the dense bushes behind. I'm sorry, Aerodactyl has some flying attribute, and rock-type gills are twice as resistant to flying. Rhyperior is now at the peak of the quasi-elite power, and its rock cannons at full force can blast through 12 thick standard brick walls at once. This kind of impact hits the Pokemon's head, coupled with the property restraint. Even if it has the stone head characteristic Aerodactyl, it will definitely not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, it came in time. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily lifted, Hisoka was relieved. Just now, if 4.1 took a step back and was escaped by Aerodactyl, it would be good if nothing happened. Once it caused a very bad attack on humans, the Alliance would be held accountable later. The gym leader is also to blame. Gym leader is one of the main forces to protect the safety of the city, and the ancient Pokemon Sanctuary was snatched from the mouth of the two big cities, Fuchsia City and Saffron City, by the Sisso Gang Dark City. You didn't manage this protected area well, and such a serious and vicious accident occurred, which is a serious obvious lack of responsibility, and the alliance will directly remove the gym qualification. Hisoka also wanted to become the gym leader in Jontian City in half a year, but nothing unexpected happened during this time. Chapter 500 Aerodactyl, who was almost strangled to death, asked for automatic subscription. Who are you? Billy rushed forward and asked loudly. The expression on his face at the moment was very complicated, mixed with joy and shame. He was happy because Aerodactyl's breakthrough was successfully blocked, and he was ashamed because of his and others' inaction. All the players were injured, and his Electabuzz was seriously injured by Aerodactyl's wing attack. We've met before, Mr. Billy, Hisoka replied, and immediately ran towards the place where Aerodactyl fell with Rhyperior. He didn't know if a single shot of the rock cannon could make Aerodactyl incapacitated. Dark City Gym Trainer, Hisoka. Billy thought the name was very familiar. He remembered it. Didn't this guy visit the reserve with Zangma 3 months ago? This young guy has a good relationship with the boss of Zangma. A one-time solution is the best, but if the delay makes Aerodactyl slow down again, it will never fall in the same place twice after suffering a big loss. Aerodactyl itself is among the top predators in ancient Pokémon Research 15 to capture prey at high speed, and its full-blown burst light speed is even far greater than that of Pidgeot. On the other hand, the speed of maintaining long-distance flight is not as good as that of Pidgeot. Its large size and strong muscles give it sufficient explosive power, but it also consumes too much physical energy, so Aerodactyl can only guarantee a short-term top speed. Aerodactyl flying in the sky is very strong, but after landing, due to the problem of its body structure, its strength and speed will be greatly weakened. At this time, Aerodactyl is the weakest, and it does not hurt the drowning dog. When it flies again, it will be a big trouble. With a land-heavy tank like Rhyperior opening the way, the trees and rocks in front were all smashed by its indomitable charge, and even the hard rock couldn't withstand the huge horn on the tip of Rhyperior's nose. Don't look at Rhyperior's huge size and think that its speed is not good. It is true that the excessive tonnage makes Rhyperior lack enough flexibility, but the terrifying muscle strength also makes its straight-line sprint speed explosive. The distance of more than 1,000 meters was fleeting, and Hiso and Rhyperior finally came to the place where Aerodactyl fell. Aerodactyl was lying in the hole made by its own body, and a moss tree cut off by the middle was pressing on its stomach. Aerodactyl had blindfolded his eyes and shook his head from time to time. It tried to stand up several times, but because of the severe dizziness in his mind, he reluctantly lay back on the spot. Ow! Aerodactyl uttered a painful and unwilling growl. The world of freedom was approaching late, but at the last moment something smashed it down. Yes, so angry. This is the truest reflection of Aerodactyl. The physical condition of this Aerodactyl has been studied inside and out several times by the professor. Hisoka has long known what it is. The Stone Head trait, also known as the Iron Head, allows Pokémon with this trait to not suffer side effect when using abilities with reaction damage. The side effects of powerful close contact moves like Giga Impact, Double Edge, and Takedown that kill 1,000 enemies and 8,000 are ineffective for this Aerodactyl. It is also fortunate that it has the characteristics of a Stone Head, otherwise the damage caused by this heavy rock cannon and attribute restraint is enough to make him hemiplegia. After all, the brain is one of the key points of every creature. Hisoka pointed at Aerodactyl, who was trying to get up, and said, "Big man, get it out for me, and be careful not to let it run away." Roar tilde. Rhyperior slapped his chest twice and made a sound of rock banging, indicating that there was no problem with it. Where else could this winged lizard go? Aerodactyl was slightly relieved by the vibration of the ground, and when he looked sideways, his eyes were still blurred, and he could barely see a huge dinosaur-shaped creature approaching it. Could it be his old enemy, Tyrant Dragon? Aerodactyl couldn't deny that such a thought arose in his heart. It's really embarrassing to die in this guy's mouth. Aerodactyl slowly closed his eyes, and Rhyperior, who came over, scratched his chin. Could it be that this big lizard was scared because he saw his mighty figure? Well, it must be like this. One of the defeated soldiers. What is there to worry about? Rhyperior's right arm grabbed the giant tree that was pressing on Aerodactyl, and then his left hand grabbed its throat mercilessly, and directly pulled Aerodactyl up. Ho ho! Aerodactyl hung his tongue. His eyes were white, and a moan of excruciating pain came out of his mouth. Lighter, slower. Seeing this, Hisoka hurriedly shouted, "I asked you to catch it out, but I didn't ask you to strangle it to death." Rhyperior still underestimated his own strength, even though he thought he didn't use much force. Even 1/10 of his strength would be enough to crush rock. Aerodactyl's neck is made of flesh and bone, and Aerodactyl's physical fitness is outstanding if it is not broken. Roar tilde. Rhyperior raised his eyebrows and looked at the big lizard on his left hand whose throat was about to be pinched by himself, and let go of embarrassment. The reground Aerodactyl was completely awake under the crisis of life and death. The giant beast in front of him was not the old enemy Tyrant Dragon, but a dinosaur that had never been seen covered with rock armor. Chapter 501 on the Thief Ship for automatic subscription. Temporary research room in the reserve. The Aerodactyl, which was was re-anesthetized with a large dose, was placed on an alloy bed specially made for it, and a half-moon-shaped scanning device slowly scanned its head with purple light from its head to its tail. Soon Aerodactyl's body structure diagram also appeared on the screen of the laboratory computer. This Aerodactyl has an obsidian-like exoskeleton that we haven't found yet. Professor pointed to several exoskeletons drawn in red circles on the screen. So, do you know that these exoskeletons are even harder than ordinary titanium alloys? And we look at the most prominent points of the heat inside its body. It can be inferred that after a while, the same exoskeleton will grow on its abdomen, back, chin, including the ears and mouth. In other words, Aerodactyl is not its final form yet. Hisoka asked. Professor Oak took over the topic and said with a smile, yes, according to the current recovery rate, it will take at most half a year. By then, this Aerodactyl should be able to recover to its former heyday. Hisoka nodded and said again, then what is its current strength rating? It's quasi-elite, and in its heyday, it can be roughly estimated as an elite intermediate stage. Professor handed some of the past research materials to Hisoka, saying, you can look at these things, maybe you can have a helping hand for you. Originally, this Aerodactyl alliance was not allowed to be subdued by individuals, but now with the nature of Aerodactyl it is revealed that the park that belongs to it may not be able to continue to open. Professor O, what do I need if I want to take Aerodactyl? Hisoka remembered that there was still a lack of a flying-type Pokémon in his team, and now there was a pretty good choice in front of him. How could he not be moved? Professor O pinched his chin, thought for a while, and said, the ancient Pokémon sanctuary is under the name of the Dark City, and our Kanto region fulfills the city's self-government laws, so in name Aerodactyl belongs to all the citizens of the Dark City. Yes, but it's not hard to get Aerodactyl personally, as long as the mayor is nodding. Quote, it's that simple. Hisoka couldn't believe it. Yes, it is very simple in theory, Professor Oak said with a playful smile. Aerodactyl is more of a research value, and the news of its atavistic mutation has been blocked in a small area, but the Aerodactyl park has been closed for a long time. But if you want Aerodactyl, you're up against a competitor. Who is it? Dragon Elite Land Crossing. Hearing this name, Hisoka's face changed slightly. Isn't Elite Land Crossing only fond of dragon-type Pokémon? How could he be interested in Aerodactyl of flight-type and rock-type? If it were someone else, Hisoka would still be able to make a fight. As for Land Crossing, this guy is nominally the title elite of the Kanto region, but in fact his overall strength is not weaker than the champions of other regions. If you want to get this Aerodactyl, you have to fight a champion-level powerhouse. Just thinking about Hisoka's scalp makes his scalp tingle, because there is obviously no comparison between the two at present. This is a dick. Perhaps seeing what Hisoka was thinking, the teasing on Professor Oak's face grew. When Land Crossing became an elite for the first time, it wasn't a dragon elite but a flying elite, and you didn't find the Pokémon he took out. Most of them have flying attributes in addition to dragon attributes. Quote, if you think about it carefully, it is true. Even Dragonite, the strongest main force of Land Crossing, has some flying attributes, and the old mayor of the Dark City is also difficult to refuse a region elite request. The sincere Elm Professor couldn't bear to see it. He stepped forward and said, Professor Oak, stop joking. Mr. Land Crossing is indeed interested, but only interested. He didn't say that he wants to subdue this Aerodactyl. Like a child, Professor Oak rubbed his forehead and howled. Oh, Elm, you really don't have any sense of humor. Can't I just tease him? Hearing this, Hisoka couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. He was really an old urchin. Elm Professor shook his head, turned his head to look at Hisoka, smiled and said, officially leave it to me and Professor Oak. Philena Ivy Professor said you are a trustworthy person. I trust her vision. Aerodactyl may follow you. There will be more opportunity. Quote, Mr. Land Crossing's main team has long been formed and will not be replaced for a long time. If Aerodactyl goes to him, it is more likely to be on the bench. So from that day on, I accidentally got on this bastard pirate ship. Sitting in the grass, two broad, goodly jowl, fleshy wings were crossed back on the back of his head. Aerodactyl leaned on his back very leisurely, on a large Aoki. Actually, I don't want to hang around behind others. Anyway, I used to be the boss of a region. I was so majestic at that time. I flew in the blue sky and white clouds every day, and I could eat whoever wanted to eat. Quack. Then why are you following Dad now? Sitting in front of Aerodactyl, listening carefully to its story. Little Dot is a Pokémon with a round body, light blue skin, red belly, and a sharp dorsal fin on its back. A pair of big black eyes stared curiously at the big guy in front of him, and at the same time, the open mouth of the shark kept moving, and quickly stuffed a sliced beef tenderloin. Chapter 502 Arrogant Gibble asked for automatic subscription. Seeing the little shark eating so deliciously, Aerodactyl, who had just eaten today's fourth meal, felt a little bloated in his stomach again, and his saliva began to secrete quickly. Out tilde. Hey, boy, do you have any extra beef? This kind of food called beef is indeed much better than the dinosaurs that I have eaten. It is tender and smooth, and it does not have teeth. The beef provided by Hiso to Aerodactyl is the best Wagyu be cultivated by the Research Institute. It is a new breed bred with part of Toros genes and common grass cattle. Ordinary meat food in this world is very scarce, and what is rare is more expensive, so meat of slightly better quality is very expensive, and most ordinary families can only enjoy canned meat made from leftovers. Quack tilde quack tilde. Gibble desperately shook the big shark head that was attached to the body. No, I finished the last piece. Saying that, Gibble took out a 10-centimeter long piece of meat from nowhere, threw it into his big mouth at a very fast speed, and swallowed it whole without chewing. Then he spread out his little hands and looked at Aerodactyl with innocent eyes. Aerodactyl felt like a blue vein popped up on his forehead, and when Gibble saw that the situation was not good, just as he was about to run away, Aerodactyl's obsidian claws grabbed his dorsal fin and lifted him up. Gibble, who was in midair, was desperately swinging the pair of short legs. It's a pity that it used all the strength to suckle and couldn't break free from Aerodactyl's shackles. After all, Gibble, who has only been born for a month, is too weak. When it grows up and evolves into Garchomp, the situation will be reversed in an instant. Bullying a quasi-god cub now. Beware of the future revenge. Large lizard, don't bully the little shark. It is the owner's darling now. If it goes to complain to Sister Lulu, you BFFA will be out of luck again. A single long-eared brown rabbit flipped from a branch and easily landed on Aerodactyl's shoulder. Compared to 2 months ago, Aerodactyl's back has grown an obsidian exoskeleton with a slightly curved shape. The sharp knife is located right in the center of the back of the neck and upper spine. Baneri said so, but looking at Gibble holding Aerodactyl's fingertip, the black button pupils couldn't help but flash a few jealous colors. It's better for the big lizard to beat this little thing to relieve his anger. A little devil came to Baneri's mind. Originally, Baneri was the youngest in this big family. Because of her cute appearance and naughty personality, she was also very popular with the owner and the eldest sister. Every day, she could roll around in the owner's arms and sit on the owner's shoulders. Watch your favorite master train other buddy. But since the baby shark was born suddenly one night, all this has changed. The owner has concentrated almost all his energy on the baby shark. The most hateful thing is that he still holds it and rests every night. This is the most annoying. Sister Lulu and the master are on the same line, and the master liked what Sister Lulu liked. Other Pokemon who have grown up early and have fought many battles may not feel much, but Baneri, who is still a child, obviously feels that he has received a lot less attention. Of course, this is just what Baneri thinks. Hisoka feels that he still treats everyone equally, but Gibble is just born and is in the weakest period of his life. He must give more attention and love to let it grow up healthily. Quack. Hearing what Baneri said, Gibble, who was originally panicked and afraid of being beaten, immediately became arrogant, gestured with her small hand, and said, "How lizard, yes, it's you. If you bully me again, Rhyperior and Sister Lulu will definitely teach you a lesson together." Aerodactyl's eyes were gloomy, and it wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, but when he thought of the big guy covered in armor, he could only suppress such thought. A Rhyperior is actually not too daunting for Aerodactyl. Its strength is slowly returning to its heyday. Although it can't beat the Rhyperior in the front, it can't be used by the Rhyperior when it flies high in the sky. But I'm afraid that the Pokemon named Gardevoir who looks like a human will join forces with Rhyperior. At first, Aerodactyl, who had just been subdued, was rebellious and didn't want to follow Hisoka's orders at all, but after being taught a few times by Lulu and Rhyperior, he calmed down temporarily. In addition to the fact that Shisuo is usually served with delicious food, he is reluctantly willing to admit the fact that he has been subdued. Out tilde. Forget it. Forgive you. Remember to share something good with me next time. You know. Aerodactyl yelled at Gibble, his eyes as if to kill, so that Gibble nodded hastily. After much deliberation, I still have to teach the little bastard a lesson, or else I will continue to mess around in the future. Thinking like this, Aerodactyl slightly bent his right finger and slammed it towards Gibble's forehead with a crisp sound, and with Gibble's scream, the little guy flew upside down like a ball. Baneri's eyes narrowed, and the corners of her mouth evoked a pleasant arc. Seeing Gibble being taught by the Tuatara, her mood was inexplicably much better. Chapter 503 Resistance Training for Automatic Subscription. Gibble rolled several times on the grass until it slammed into another big tree before it stopped, and the little shark got up, shaking his dizzy head. A red hard bag bulged quickly on Gibble's forehead. He raised his hands to touch the injured part, but no matter how hard he tried, the pair of small short hands were still almost there. Quack tilde. Gibble, who was full of grievances, burst into tears. Tears filled his big eyes, frowned, and glanced at Aerodactyl, who was playing yawn and taking a leisurely nap again. The little shark moved his legs and ran to the training ground in the middle courtyard without turning his head. He knew who he should complain to. Now only his father and Beef can comfort the little shark's injured heart. The walls around the dark gym courtyard have all been pushed down, and the range has been expanded by more than 2 times. Except for the 2 battlegrounds that are specially used to deal with challengers. One is for main use and the other is for for backup, and the rest have been transformed into special training ground. On a sandy field with an area of more than 1,000 square meters, Rhyperior lay down on the ground, with his arms up and down in a push-up posture. Hisoka sat cross-legged on Rhyperior's back and helped him count the number of times. Warm up with 100 push-ups before your daily workout begin. 9598, 99,100. Alright, get up. After Hisoka finished speaking, he jumped down first. Rhyperior rolled sideways, and then stood up again. Next is resistance training. Hisoka patted Rhyperior's eye, looked up into its eyes, and said sternly, "Don't hold on. If Barry can't hold it, just call it out. Remember, resistance training, it's not self-harm training. It's not about physical injuries, understand?" Quote, roared Tilda. Rhyperior snorted and patted his chest to show his understanding. Before each resistance training, I have to say a word, otherwise Rhyperior, who has a very strong head, will not call to stop even if the pain is so severe that he faints. Hisoka picked up Melodic's water drop ball from his waist, flipped the switch, the white light flashed, and Melodic's graceful snake body immediately appeared on the sand. Mia Tilda. As soon as she touched the sand, Melodic's pair of long and curved crown eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She didn't like the roughness of the sand. The four-leaf fantail slapped the sand, and then the nearly 7-meter-long snake body floated into the air. Melodic can do floating behavior similar to Go's Pokémon, but in terms of height, it is only 1 meter above the ground. Rhyperior has the two largest 4 times weaker items, namely 4 times weaker water and 4 times weaker grass. However, due to the awakening of the characteristics of hard rock, the weak points are greatly spread, because hard rock can enhance Rhyperior's resistance to attribute resistance. Hisoka had tested the resistance effect brought by hard rock before, and this resistance was about a quarter of the data, that is, the weakness of the original quadruple restraint, weakened to 3 times. Hisoka has already experienced the power of trait, and it is true that there is no such thing as a foolish trait, such as the lazy trait, which directly abolishes slacking, whose original talent potential is even greater than that of a quasi-god, and some excellent features can make a qualitative change in Pokémon that was not too strong. Adaptability, Hercules, tough claws, Iron Fist, and other characteristics are like this. Hisoka sometimes wonders, if a slacking can have the characteristics of Hercules, can it be supernatural? Melodic, old rule, warm up Rhyperior with a foam attack first, Hisoka commanded. Katakana middle dot, 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 flowers, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot. The first arrangement is water type resistance training, which is divided into 4 levels. Start with the least powerful foam attack in the water type skill, then start with the water gun, then the scald, and finally the hydro pump. Hiso's Rhyperior learned to swim in order to get more food during the ride-in period. Although the evolution has now resulted in a large increase in tonnage and changes in body structure, it is no longer possible to swim in the sea, but compared with other Pokémon of the same type or the same attribute, Rhyperior obviously has a strong resistance to the water type skill. Coupled with the enhanced resistance of the hard rock feature, the damage bonus of the water type skill to Rhyperior is now only about 1.5 times. Melodic was already familiar with it. He opened his mouth, and soon a series of transparent bubbles rushed towards the opposite Rhyperior one after another, and the bubbles burst immediately every time they made contact with Rhyperior. Roared Tilda. Rhyperior didn't show any discomfort. It even turned its body to make the many bubbles attack the whole body more evenly. For it, the bubble attack was really a warm-up and scratching. The training should be gradual and gradual. After a 1-minute bubble bath, the appetizer of the water gun will be served. Although Melodic does not fit the water gun at full strength, the impact of the current water gun flow rate can easily knock an adult man into the air. The current speed of the water is 3 rm, and it is temporarily impossible to break through the Rhyperior's rock defense. Hisoka sketched and recorded that the ordinary water gun has no effect on the current Rhyperior because it cannot break the defense. According to the data, if you want to break through the defense of the red rock armor and cause damage to Rhyperior, you need at least a water-type Pokémon with superior strength, and use the water-type skill with a basic power ping value of 80 or more. Chapter 504 Boiling Water. Cannon Hydro Pump. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket for automatic subscription. In fact, among the many water-type skills, Hisoka's favorite is called, which of course can also be called boiling water. These two names are both names in the official encyclopedia of skills. How to call them depends on personal preference. It is different from Sir's large-scale attack, and it is also different from you leaping Longman's strong water flow to overwhelm the opponent with a strong body, and there is not even the high-pressure water flow of the hydro pump, but with the temperature reaching the boiling point. When Scald has the characteristics of the water-type skill, it will also cause secondary burns to the target. You must know that sometimes burns can be more terrifying than ordinary burn. Water-type skills. The most powerful skill is called Cannon hydro pump, which belongs to the advanced type of the hydro pump gill. It instantly impacts a large amount of water column in a more 883 high pressure way. For ground type, rock type, and fire type Pokemon, Ganon hydro pump is definitely the biggest nightmare. It's a pity that Melodic can't learn the Ganon hydro pump due to the problem of body structure. It's not a talent problem. It's purely physical. The most suitable Pokemon for Ganon hydro pump is undoubtedly Blastoise. Its natural gun barrel organs on both shoulders fit perfectly with Ganon hydro pump. Water gun shooting. The water gun that did not fire with full force was only the simplest lightweight training for Rhyperior, and Rhyperior's aggression gradually became solemn until the boiling water skills began to appear. Melodic controls the power and flow rate to a medium state, and the two sides are not in a real combat confrontation, and they do not need to exert their full strength. Hot boiling water poured over Rhyperior's whole body, and his natural restraint made his huge body tremble slightly. The injury was not for the time being, but the pain from the surface of the body was really engraved in my heart. Roared Tilda. After being poured by boiling water for 3 minutes, Rhyperior finally couldn't bear the pain like ants gnawing at his muscles and began to scream up to the sky. His right leg slammed on the ground, and the huge force directly caused the sand training ground of 1,000 square meters to appear. Earthquake-like effect. Hisoka glanced at his watch and said loudly, "Okay, take a rest." Mia Tilda. Melodic immediately closed the mouth of the Sheku, and the boiling water broke off with the sound. Rhyperior sat on the sand with his buttocks propped on both sides, panting heavily. At this moment, his whole body was still steaming hot, and his muscles were numb one after another. The tingling made it uncomfortable but a little bit. Xiao Shuang. It's like an ordinary person who kills a chicken. As Hisoka said, the purpose of resistance training is never for self-harm, but to gradually improve the resistance of Pokemon to the natural restraint attribute in an appropriate way. Resistance training is also a training method often used by many trainers who specialize in a certain attribute. This method may be cruel and inhumane in the eyes of breeders, but it is undeniable that it is indeed very effective. The most basic is often the most practical. Rhyperior's physical fitness is extremely strong, so there is no need to worry about his recovery ability, and even if he is injured with the current medical method, as long as it is not a serious injury that directly causes death, almost everything else can be rescued. What's more, in order to better ensure the physical recovery of the Pokemon after training, Hisoka invested in the most high-end recuperation equipment and research treatment chambers. Hisoka was sorting out the training data he had just collected, but his flexible five senses clearly noticed that there was a small dirt bag bulging rapidly at a position 35 centimeters to his left. This may be a dig trick used by a certain Pokemon. Pong Tilda. Along with the dust, a round blue figure emerged from the ground and plunged straight towards Hisoka. Hisoka reacted immediately, and hurriedly put down a laptop in his hand, stretched out his hand, and firmly grasped the blue figure. "What the matter, little shark? Who is bullying you?" Hisoka laughed, rubbing Gibble's smooth shark head with his right hand, and every time he saw this little shark, his mood became quite happy. In the end, this is a quasi-god cub. Even if I never train Gibble, as long as it grows up smoothly, just relying on its own talent, Garchomp after evolution is enough to throw most Pokemon far away behind. What's more, when Gibble was still an embryo, Hisoka baptized it with the radiation of the colorful orb for nearly 3 months. In fact, he did not expect Gibble to be born so quickly, but it doesn't matter. The magical gain radiation of the colorful orb did not disappoint Hisoka. The newly born Gibble cub has no 5.7 in intelligence level, cell activity, or other overall quality than the average in the research data. Excellent from Gibble. After all, who has ever seen a newly born Gibble cub come up and give you a Dragon Rage? It's true that Dragon Rage is a basic move that all Dragon-type Pokemon can master, but it's unique on a newly born cub. Newly born cub cannot use any skills within a month because their body organs are not fully developed. Forcible training by trainers can easily cause cub to be injured, and even seriously affect their future potential. Chapter 505 We Are Different. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Gibble has just turned 4 weeks since he was born. Hisoka has just done a physical examination for him yesterday. He is currently 42.5 centimeters tall and weighs 17.8 kilograms. Compared with 31.2 centimeters at birth, he has grown 11.3 centimeters in 4 weeks and his weight has increased 5.5 kilograms. After the Pokemon cub is born from the egg, the body will carry a part of the energy material left by the mother, and this part of the energy material will promote the cub to be in the saffron development stage within a month. This is also why female Pokemon will be at a low level of strength for a period of time after giving birth to offspring. The reason is very simple. In order to allow offspring to better survive in the natural environment of survival of the fittest, a mature Gibble can generally grow to a height of 70 cm and a weight of more than 21 kilograms. Hisoka's Gibble is still 15 in height, but it is relatively close in in terms of weight. A Pokémon that is taken care of by a trainer, especially if the training is not too cheap, and even willing to invest in this Pokémon regardless of the cost, then compared to its wild counterpart, such Pokémon will undoubtedly be much happier. Since Gibble was born, every day for breakfast, Miltank fresh milk was flown in from Johto's largest saffron ranch, and it had to be the milk produced by Miltank, the leader of the herd, and 200 grams of saffron honey from Beedrill, Rock Mountain, deep-sea cod pancake, rich in various amino acids, prime Wagyu beef, scallop, a special type of shellfish that lives deep in the crypt, and one of the favorite foods of wild Gibbles including Garchomp. Fortunately, now is the internet age. As long as you have money, there will be various forces to help you collect the resources you need in the shortest possible time. It is necessary to ensure 5 meals a day with sufficient meat, and use Kakuna's molting to molar teeth before a rest every day. Compared with the completely vegetarian Baniri, it cultivates pure carnivorous creatures, and it is also known for its big stomach among dragon-type Pokemon cub. Wong Gibble, the cost is more than 20 times more than the investment. Therefore, a trainer is a career that burns money. If you want to pursue a little bit, and you want to play a spot in a big game, what do you rely on? Isn't it still based on daily planning, systematic training and a pen of cultivation expenses, 1 minute on stage, 10 years of work off stage, and a Pokemon that can be smashed with 100 million yuan can be the same as a Pokemon that grass can't afford to eat. Just like some precious pet dogs and pet cats raised by people in previous lives, their consumption in a year is almost catching up with one person, let alone raising 6 dogs or 6 cats at the same time, maybe even more. You don't have much to pursue. It's not too stressful to raise 1 or 2 Pokemon in ordinary family. After all, they are all raised casually. As for beef and drug supplements after high-intensity training, don't even think about it. Regional competition enters the top 16. There will be a 6v6 full battle. The full battle is also an overall test of the trainer's personal command ability, including the quality of the team. Human energy is limited after all, so most trainers will focus on cultivating 1 or 2 main players, no more than 3 at most. As for the 6 main players in the team, that is something that even region elite cannot do. Every year in the region competition, you will find that some trainers have a Pokemon that is so powerful and terrifying that it can even push the other team horizontally. But once that Pokemon was knocked down, he would not be able to take out the main force behind him, and was often pushed back directly by someone. It is not advisable to specialize too much on one main Pokemon, and the restrictions are too large, which is equivalent to putting all hope on a gold ingot. Therefore, in this regard, Hisoka's general plan in the future is to use Gibble as final evolution Garchomp as the strongest main force, and then supplement it with 2 sub-main forces. The overall quality of the 2 deputy main forces may not be as good as that of Garchomp, but they are more targeted and their methods are more flexible and changeable. On the bright side, Garchomp attract relevant attention. As the saying goes, the wood show will be destroyed by the forest wind. People can easily say that they are the region elite champion's strongest Pokemon, but when asked about these elite champion's second best or even third best Pokemon, people are always speechless. No Pokemon has ever been invincible in the world. Elite is the same, champion is the same. How can these smart people at the top of the social hierarchy not keep a hand for themselves? Yo, I have a long bag on my forehead. Did I hit it myself? Hisoka asked knowingly, but the teasing smile on his face couldn't help showing. 393 inches quack quack. As soon as he heard this, the little shark immediately shook its big head, and the 2 big eyes were watery, and it looked quite cute. Most of the creatures that are very ferocious when they grow up will be more cute when they are young. When the little shark evolves into Garchomp, it won't be so lovable. The lump on the forehead has actually disappeared a lot, and it is no longer obvious if you don't look carefully. Gibble snorted in a hurry. The eldest sister was not around, and the master couldn't understand what she said, so she didn't complain. Suddenly a hurricane hit from the sky, and a huge black shadow covered the area where Hisoka stood. Looking up, a Pokemon that was somewhat similar to the wind god pterosaur, but far stronger than it was spreading its wings and flying down. Aeolus pterosaurs have a wingspan of more than 15 meters, and Aerodactyl is not comparable to the Aeolus pterosaurs in the age of dinosaurs, but 100 Aeolus pterosaurs combined are not enough for Aerodactyl to kill one. There is basically no comparability between ordinary creatures and high-energy creatures, which is already a gap in the level of light. Chapter 500 Sick Childhood Sweetheart. As for automatic subscription, as soon as the culprit appeared, Gibble was frightened, and hurriedly drilled into Hisoka's arms, not daring to look at Aerodactyl who had landed beside him. Don't expect the daring of a cub who was just born less than a month old. Aerodactyl's increasingly ferocious appearance is enough to scare an adult into tears. With Aerodactyl's legs lightly standing on the ground, a brown figure jumped down from his back, and rushed straight towards Hisoka. Without any hesitation, Hisoka opened his arms and embraced Baniri, who was flying towards him, and put her on his shoulder. After all, his arms were already already occupied by a small shark. Baniri habitually lay beside Hisoka's ear, rubbing his furry face on his neck. The rebellious Aerodactyl glanced at Play Rough's happy Baniri, and then turned his attention to Rhyperior, a pair of blue pupils filled with fiery fighting intent. Since the land Tyrannosaurus and the sky pterosaur gathered under the banner of Hisoka at the same time, it was really a small fight in 3 days and a big fight in 5 days. Aerodactyl still broods about the shame of being knocked out by a sneak attack in the reserve last time. The competition between the two beasts is mostly a draw. Rhyperior's overall strength has the upper hand, and in terms of attribute, Aerodactyl is restrained, so most of the fighting time is due to Aerodactyl's disadvantage. However, Aerodactyl is also a chicken thief. Knowing that he can't fight head-on, he uses his advantage of flying to harass Rhyperior constantly, with the tactics of disgusting you if he can't beat him. It really annoys Rhyperior. Rhyperior, who was resting on the sand, noticed Aerodactyl's gaze, and turned his head to the side, raised his right arm and raised the one between his 3 fingers. Aerodactyl, who was an old antique at the beginning, did not know the meaning of this gesture, but it is not an idiot. After all, Rhyperior likes to give it a middle finger when he has nothing to do. After a while, he asked Baniri this kind of gesture with serious taunt meaning. It was already clear in my heart. As long as you can stand up, so will I. Outdone, Aerodactyl snorted and waved its wingspan. Like Rhyperior, it also had 3 obsidian claws above its fleshy wing. With Hisoka around, even if the two Pokémon don't see each other in the eye, they generally don't dare to fight directly. It's one thing to fight Rio behind your back, and it's another thing to fight against the master's hand, because it's called infighting. Hisoka was too lazy to deal with the grievances between Rhyperior and Aerodactyl, because it was always Aerodactyl who suffered later. After all, Rhyperior was an old revolutionary in the team, and his relationship with Aerodactyl was 10 streets away, and he also accepted a giant Onyx as his younger brother. As for Aerodactyl, he has a bad temper and like to look down on other Pokémon. The only thing that gets along well with it is Baniri. Hisoka was also surprised by the friendly relationship between the two. It is reasonable to say that Baniri is not treated as food by Aerodactyl. A rabbit and a pterosaur can actually become good friends. Both Hisoka and Aerodactyl have to negotiate with it, and only Baniri can ride Aerodactyl directly without any condition. Dark Gem. Looking at the 4 big characters on the plaque, the brown-haired boy showed an excited expression on his face, and said with great joy, "Finally found this gem. It's really not easy. As long as I defeat this gem, then I'll be short of the last 3 gems. The badge will qualify you for this year's core conference. I don't know if the core conference will be more powerful than the Higaki conference. I'm looking forward to it too much." Hongping, you bastard. A girl with the same dark brown hair, ponytail, and a white cap with a Pokeball pattern on her head grabbed his ear. Rage said, "If it weren't for you, the road. How can we get lost in the woods for 3 whole days with the madness leading the way? It broken. Let go. Hilda, you son of a bitch." Gongping waved his hand, trying to break free from Hilda's hand. Although he was a boy, he couldn't compare to Hilda, who was a girl in both height and strength. This is simply a man's greatest shame. Hilda laughed angrily when he heard that this kid dared to call him a woman, but that smile was undoubtedly a devil's smile in Gongping's eyes. The pink fist with a muscular outline slowly raised. Bang! A hand knife hit Gongping hard behind the back, and the huge force made Gongping directly throw a dog and eat shit. Bah! Spit out the grass clippings in his mouth. Gongping burst into tears. Any childhood sweethearts who grew up together are fake. Other people's childhood sweethearts are very gentle and caring. As for Tu Wang Nuo-zun, he is just a girl-violent man in the skin of a child. People have to bow their heads under the eve. Violence cannot solve the problem, but it can solve the problem. The man is a man who can bend and stretch, and admit counseling. Hilda glanced at Gongpei, who was sitting on the ground and kept rubbing his back, and said, "By the way, the evaluation of this dark gym on the Kanto Trainer Forum is not bad. A gym that has just been listed for less than a year can have it. Not a small reputation. The strength of the trainer who wants to come to gym should not be underestimated." Hearing these words, Gongping immediately stood up from the ground and said confidently, "Don't worry, I, Gongping, are at least a trainer who made it to the top 16 of the Unova Hinoki tournament. How could I be in a city gym?" Defeat. Chapter 507. Challenger from Unova. Second update. Ask for automatic subscription. Your expression is really bad. Hilda smiled, but the pair of Snow White and slender jade hands were clenching fists and squeezing them, making a crackling sound. Although he and this guy are childhood sweethearts who grew up together, Hilda is more of a childhood playmate and brother to Gongping. Due to family reasons, Hilda prefers those men who stand upright, rather than those who hide behind their mother and cry. "Little boy." Gongping immediately put his head in his hands and shouted loudly, "I was wrong. If you break me, it will be your responsibility to challenge Jim below if you lose." Hilda didn't want her partner to lose the challenge, so Yian put down her fists and said, "The Kanto region has been ranked very high in the International League for the past 2 years, second only to the Sinnoh League, and you don't want to underestimate the strength of the local gym. Quote, Hilda is very clear about Gungping's character. To say it nicely, he would call him 733 years of passionate blood, but if he said it unpleasantly, he would call him no brain. If he could be more prudent and think more about everything, he would not stop at the top 16 with his talent as a trainer. Champion may have little hope, but there is still a good chance of reaching the top 8 or even the top 4. Gungping nodded. I believe in Pignite's rank. Pignite is the evolution type of Tepig, and it is also one of the fire genus of Unova region Royal 3. The final evolution type is called Embor, which is a powerful Pokémon with both fire and grid attribute. Hilda doesn't believe in Gungping, but trusts Pignite, who is lively and intelligent. As Gungping's Earl Dervish Pokémon, Pignite has experienced the most battles and has plenty of actual combat experience. It is also very close to the time when evolution became Embor. There is Pignite pressure field. The general gym does not have to worry, unless the trainer of this dark gym is specializing in water-type Pokémon. Hilda used a handheld computer to check the information about Dark Gym, and found that there are two extremes about Dark Gym. Some challengers said on the forum that Dark Gym is weak, which is slightly stronger than Cerulean Gym, while some challengers say that Dark Gym is weak, said Dark Gym is wrong. The reason for the two extremes is that Hilda speculates that Dark Gym may have proxy trainers and the like, and proxy trainers have a huge gap in strength compared to leaders. Some of the challengers were taken over by proxy trainers, so there is a saying that the Dark Gym is weak, and some of them are taken over by the leader. The leader is very strong, and those trainers who are defeated will naturally say that the Dark Gym is very strong. Looking at Gungping's back, who couldn't wait to knock on the door, Hilda thought to himself, it depends on whether the trainer guarding the gym today is the deputy trainer or the leader. Hisoka was preparing to let Rhyperior perform the final hydro pump shock to end today's resistance training, when suddenly he heard the doorbell of the front yard door being rang. Hello, I'm a trainer from Unova region, and I want to challenge the Dark Gym. As the doorbell fell, an energetic teenager shouted from the door, Unova. Hearing the name of this region, Hisoka couldn't help but froze for a moment. It's really far enough. BFAA. The Unova region is located in the western hemisphere on the map, while the Kanto region is located in the eastern hemisphere. The two regions are almost half a planet apart. Even if it is a civil airliner, it takes a whole week to fly from Unova region to Kanto region. The most challengers that Dark Gym usually receives are the local trainers in Kanto. Of course, there are also a few Johto trainers, and there are also rare Hoenn trainers once or twice. As for the challenger of Sinnoh region, I haven't met it yet. I didn't expect a challenger from Unova region today. In the past 2 months, Hisoka personally received the challengers because there were slightly more gym badges issued during his visit to the Orange Islands for the assessment. There has been no water release for 2 months, resulting in the difficulty of the Dark Gym's challenge on the Kanto trainer forum is increasing. Hey, is there anyone? I'm a challenger from Unova region. Gungping had already rang the doorbell. His throat was almost hoarse, but the red solid wood door in front of him still remained motionless. It doesn't happen to be closed today, does it? Squeak. The solid wood door made an ear-piercing sound, and then, without seeing any thrust, the door opened automatically to both sides. It turned out to be an automatic door. Gungping was startled and looked inside, just to see a tall young man with a long black ponytail standing in the middle of the door corridor. Beside him, a humanoid Pokémon that was only as tall as the neck of the youth stood on the armrest. It Gardevoir. Gungping became excited, and he recognized this humanoid Pokémon at a glance, with short green curly lady hair, and an elegant and tall figure that seemed to be wearing a dance evening dress. His idol, also his dream lover, Miss Psychic Elite Caitlin in Unova 4 Elite has a very powerful Gardevoir. You know Gardevoir? Hisoka smiled. Of course, Miss Caitlin of our Unova region has one such Pokémon, but it's definitely better than yours. Gunpei said proudly. Chapter 508. Is this guy really 16? Ask for automatic subscription. Don't talk nonsense. Stinky boy. Hilda behind him quickly stepped forward to give him a brain break, then looked at Hisoka, bowed and apologized. Mr. Leader, my companion didn't mean that. Your Gardevoir is well bred. Gongping, this idiot, is always open-mouthed. If he angers the other party, the gym trainer has the right to refuse the challenge one. If the other party is stingy, he will directly block you from the door. Hisoka was obviously not the stingy person in Hilda's imagination, and he wouldn't be bothered by the blunt words of a teenager. He smiled and said, Miss Caitlin is the psychic elite of Unova region, and the Gardevoir she cultivated is naturally better than my gym. The trainer is much stronger. Tilda. Quote, Gongping covered the back of his head and said with a look of grievance, Hilda, why are you beating me again? Even Mr. Leader himself admits that he is inferior to Miss Hatelia. Yeah. Hilda is speechless. She really wants to give this kid another head scratching, and she admits it to herself. It is polite. You come up and say that the other party is not as good as Miss Caitlin, even if it is true, but the meaning of taunt in this sentence is obvious. obvious. Well, she has no hope at all about Gungping's emotional intelligence. Hisoka led the way, followed by 2 trainers from Unova region. Gungpei has been out for a year and has also entered the top 16 of Unova region's Higaki tournament. This is already a very good achievement for a half-year-old who has just debuted for a year. At least he has a capital to brag about with others. The boy's emotions seem to be very excited. For the next gym challenge, Gungpei was obviously sure of winning. Dark Gym is not as famous as Honto Cinnabar Gym and Johto Blackthorn Gym. How strong can an official gym in the middle of a region be? The challenge is not easy. Mr. Leader should be Hisoka, right? Hilda asked cautiously suddenly. Although this girl's behavior is somewhat straightforward compared to her peers, she is far superior in terms of dealing with others and emotional intelligence. You know me. Hisoka turned back to look at Hilda, the corners of his mouth rolled into a nice arc. Excellent appearance is always easy to give people extra points. Handsome face with sharp edges and corners. Strong but streamlined body is full of manliness. The inland of the Kanto region is light spring all year round. Usually, when training Pokémon in the dojo, she always liked to wear simple clothes, black vest, denim trousers and casual flip-flop. Is this guy really only 16 years old? Hilda secretly admired. It is undeniable that Hilda prefers the sunny boy with a bulk-up figure in front of him compared to those handsome, thin and beautiful men, because he looks more secure. He was only 2 years older than Gungping, but Gungping looked like a child in front of this leader, no matter how tall or mature he was. Being watched by a handsome guy like this is quite stressful. However, Hilda's psychological quality is not bad. Also with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looking directly at Hisoka and said, I checked the information about Mr. Leader on the official website of the Kanto Alliance before. You became a darkness when you were 15 years old. The gym leader of the city, and not the kind of gym inherited from the family. From this point of view, the strength of Mr. Leader must be very good. Quote, Hilda's remark have something to say. On the one hand, he seems to be complimenting Hisoka, telling him not to pay too much attention to Gungping's gaffe, and on the other hand, he is reminding Gungping not to be arrogant or careless. But Gungping, who was looking around curiously, obviously didn't care about Hilda's word. It was the first time he saw gym with such an ancient architectural style. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flower. Very smart girl. After a few words of conversation, Hisoka gave her a simple evaluation in his heart. You don't need you, and you don't need to call me Mr. I should be a few years older than you, so just call me by my name. Hilda nodded and said with a smile, that's a risk. Hisoka Leader. In the center of the sand training ground with an area of more than 1,000 square meters, there are 2 standard battlefields with a length of 120 meters and a width of 80 meters on the left and right side. Hisoka had also thought of building a multifunctional battle facility in his gym that could automatically lift up and down and freely choose the field attribute, similar to the one in the region competition. But the dam fee always made him hesitant, and if everything went well in 4 months, he would also move to Jontian City to be the leader, so it would be impossible to move the multi-purpose battle facility there. As long as he can defeat all the competitors and become the gym leader of Jontian City, with the wealth of Jontian City, he must speak up after all. Spending his own money is too distressing. The game rules of the Dark Gym are 2v2, and the game is over if both Pokemon of one side lose. Hisoka briefly announced the rules of the gym game. The rules of most gym games are very simple, either 1v1 or 2v2, and the maximum number is 3v3, and there is absolutely no 6v6 full battle. I understand. Let's get started. I can't wait. Gungpei stood in the left command area belonging to the challenger, holding a Pokeball in his right hand. His dark brown eyes were full of belligerence. Chapter 509 Crafty for automatic subscription. Excellent trainers often have one thing in common, that is, they are full of the desire to win the game. As for the so-called friendship first and the game second, they are all politically correct slogan. Who doesn't want to be first and take champion? A desire to win is a good thing, and a willingness to fight is also a good thing. People who have no desire to win and are unwilling to fight are really not suitable for the profession of trainer, and such people are often unable to achieve much success as a trainer. This young man from the Western Hemisphere, he may have some big nerve, and his speech does not go through his brain, but his personality is similar to Ash. Hisoka also likes to fight, because only by fighting for 187 inches can people make progress and climb higher. Because reality won't be like fiction. Wait, Gungping, who was about to throw the Pokemon ball, stopped abruptly. He looked left and right, and finally looked at Hiso, who was at the other side, with a puzzled face. No wonder I felt a little strange just now. Since it is gym, what about the referee? Hisoka shrugged. The referee, I gave her a day off, and she will be the referee for the time being. After speaking, Hisoka pointed his right hand at Gardevoir, who suddenly appeared at the referee's seat, and Lulu stood with her head held high, holding the red and blue flags for commanding in her hand. Now, Dark Gym trainer Hisoka and Kyuhei from Unova region Nuvma town will start a gym challenge with the dark badge as a bet. There are 2 Pokémon that can be used. When all Pokémon on one side lose their fighting ability, the game is over. There was no movement of his lip, and no sound came out, but the ethereal and soft female voice actually appeared in Gongping's mind. Gongping was shocked, pointed at Gardevoir and shouted, "This Pokémon can speak human language." Hilda covered her face and couldn't bear to look directly. "Please, don't make a fuss. It's embarrassing. Aren't you a die-hard fan of Miss Caitlin? Don't you know that some psychic Pokémon have telepathic abilities?" Haha. Gongping scratched his hair and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't react for a while. I must know telepathy." The game starts. The ethereal and soft female voice continued to sound, and Lulu also raised the blue flag in her right hand, and then waved it down. "Let's do it quickly. I can definitely get the dark badge." Gongping was full of confidence, rubbed the tip of his nose with his thumb habitually, took a step forward with his right foot, and threw the Pokémon ball in a standard bowler posture. "Come on, Crafty." Hilda looked at Flail from the side. "This stinky boy is really annoying, because according to the rules of the gym competition, the gym trainer will take out the Pokémon first. In this way, the challenger can also send out the Pokémon with restrained attributes according to the Pokémon used by the gym trainer to fight, and the innate aspect can have an advantage." Advantages. Crafty. Hisoka looked curiously at this Pokémon that did not belong to all regions in the Eastern Hemisphere. He really didn't know much about Crafty, and it was the first time he heard the name. After all, Unova region is too far away from Kanto, and I really don't know much about the Pokémon information there. Only Royal 3 knows a little bit. Queen Red, help me check the general information about Crafty. Hisoka directly used the induction device implanted in the inner ear to contact the Queen Red in the main computer in the basement. In less than 3 seconds, the cold lowly sound of the Red Queen was transmitted to the ear, and the image data was also transmitted through the contact technology glasses. Crafty, family and genus classification. Evil party Pokémon, with dark, fighting dual attribute, rude and aggressive, and attaches great importance to his family, companions, and trainers. Although it has dark attribute, it is better at fighting methods. The information is very brief, but it also lists the main point. Evil, fighting. It's quite a strange combination of attribute. Hisoka pondered for a while. He remembered that the fighting type restrained dark. Generally speaking, Pokémon with dual attributes mostly cooperate with each other, such as ground with rock or water, serve with ice. It's more about fighting tactic, isn't it? Hisoka thought about who to choose to play first. Since the other party gave up his advantage in the backhand, he didn't want to take advantage of it, so he sent her. Baniri. The white light flickered, and Baniri's energetic figure reappeared on the rocky field. He was the first to play on the field by his father. Baniri seemed very excited. A letter V. Baniri will be 1 year old in 3 months. She is officially an adult when she is 0.6 years old. Although she is still in the growth stage, compared to the adult Baniri, the little guy is not weak at all, even more than 10 years old. Centimeter. The average height of an adult Baniri is 0.4 meters, and the little guy is now 0.5 meters. In his seemingly petite body, he has a Machamp who can easily break a big tree. Crafty is good at fighting, and the Baniri of the general department is restrained by it, but at the same time, Baniri can learn a lot of fighting skills, and it also restrains the dark attribute of Crafty. The two sides are in contact with each other, and Hisoka did not force Baniri to win. This game should be purely for her to accumulate practical experience and lay the foundation for the future evolution. Chapter 510 Hit people without slap in the face. Ask for automatic subscription. Crafty is also a kind of humanoid Pokémon with upright legs, a height of 1.2 meters, a conspicuous red cockcomb head, coupled with the half-open eyes that look at you. It is indeed worthy of the word gangster. According to the rules, it's up to you to strike first. Hisoka reminded the other party. At this time, Gongping has taken out the Pokédex to check the relevant information of Baniri. This cute rabbit Pokémon is from Sinnoh region, and I didn't expect to see it in Kanto. Putting away the Pokédex, Gongping flipped the P-cap on his head and said loudly, "If that's the case, then I'm welcome." Crafty, rush up and give it a headbutt. Nemo tilde. Upon receiving the trainer's orders, Crafty's originally half-open eyes suddenly widened, and it was this light change that made his expression look a lot more vicious. Crafty's head is very hard, especially the red coxcomb head, which is not made of hair but a real hard shell. Mi-15 tilde. Baniri jumped in place, and did not seem to pay attention to Crafty, who was rushing not far ahead. Crafty's running speed was average, and the little guy had full confidence to avoid the opponent's attack. A headbutt hit him hard, and Baniri took the opportunity to jump on the spot. Her feet covered with a thick layer of cream fluff made her bounce ability even stronger. Leaping 3 meters high with ease, without hitting the target, Crafty rushed over, but he quickly stopped his forward rush and looked well trained. Jump kick, Hisoka said flatly. Mi tilde. Baniri, who was still in the air, turned his body slightly, stretched out his right foot, and then kicked his entire petite body toward Crafty. Although there was no bonus with the same attribute, but with the momentum of falling, jump kick the power power itself is very strong, but the rabbit kick is very painful. Jump kick hits fast, and at Scrafty's speed, it's too late to dodge at the moment because it has just turned around. If it can't dodge, try to block it. It's better than taking it out of thin air and doing less damage. Don't be afraid, Scrafty. Let's just haul back and use brick break, Gunpei shouted. In the field, Scrafty, who wanted to habitually avoid it, immediately changed his movements and raised his right arm in response to the rabbit kick that Baneri attacked. The arm that looked as slender as a branch actually contained the strength of Flash Rock. Boom! Baneri frowned because she felt the pain from the soles of her feet. She stretched out her left foot and stepped on Scrafty's forearm, and her body suddenly jumped away, pulling away from the opponent. Baneri is still in its growth stage. Compared with Scrafty, which has completed the final evolution and is still a fighting-type Pokémon, it is understandable that the power is inferior. Taking offense instead of defense, this kid's reflexes are pretty good. Hisoka praised Gongping in his heart. Gongping also saw Baneri's discomfort. With a happy expression on his face, Scrafty chased after the victory and continued to use Brick Break. Baneri is a normal-type Pokémon. As long as she is hit head-on by a fighting-type skill, it is easy to take a heavy hit due to her defense. Calm down, take your chances, and remember what I've taught you. Hearing Hisoka's word, Baneri, who seemed a little impatient at first, gasped for breath. For the first time, the Black Gem pupil became serious. At home, Dad often trains her how to use rank Weavile punch directly. Instead of dodging deliberately, he jumped on the enemy's fist when the punch was on the head. Brick Break hit the head. Baneri stared at the arm. If he couldn't dodge, he would be beaten. Dodge after that. You can take advantage of the counterattack. It's now. Call. The fist that was slashed across brought a punch. Baneri's pupils shrank slightly, and he seized the opportunity to rise up again. Nemo. Scrafty let out a suspicious growl, as it clearly felt the Brick Break was empty, and then the upper arm sank, and Baneri, who had just jumped up, bowed, with his feet already standing on its outstretched right arm. Without the slightest hesitation, Baneri gave Scrafty a playful smile. His curled left ear popped out like a catapult was cut off, and a huge force hit Scrafty's left face. The left ear is the most powerful 767 weapon in Baneri's body. It usually does not reveal the landscape. Once it is stretched and bound, it can easily hit the rock smash and break the tree pole. Nemo tilde. Scrafty screamed and took a few steps back, clutching his left cheek and wailing. Baneri didn't keep his hand, and slapped a real slap in the face. If it wasn't for Scrafty's strong muscles, it would have been get a concussion. Hit people can't hit the face. This is the same for Pokémon. I saw Scrafty's left face swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its eyes were also half open from the original to the limit, and the yellow tail behind him was high. A wreck. Scrafty is angry. Hilda, who was watching the battle, stuck out her tongue. Scrafty is regarded as the top 3 Pokémon in Gongping's team. Scrafty is very scary when he is angry. Nemo. This time, without waiting for Gongping to command, Scrafty opened his mouth wide, revealing the huge white square incisors, and a black breath lingered in his mouth. Rage. Scrafty wanted to avenge the slap just now with Crunch. Chapter 511 Machine Number 0 is on the field. Second update. Ask for automatic subscription. This Scrafty's strength has reached the superior level. Baneri lacks enough means to deal with it. The surrounding is empty and sandy. If it is in the forest, Baneri may be able to use kite tactic to defeat the opponent. Baneri has started to lose her physical strength in the continuous pursuit. If she has fighting skills, she will now use jump kick, because compared to her leg, Baneri's pair of small hands is basically no threat. Scrafty is short, but his body defense is almost comparable to that of a rock-type Pokémon. Baneri can hit it and hurt it, but it can't cause a hammering damage. It's almost there. Hisoka looked at the situation on the field, and now the field is completely plunged into chaos. The furious Scrafty has not even obeyed Gunpei's orders, just blindly chased Baneri. Come back, you win this game. Hisoka took out the Pokémon ball and took back the gasping Baneri. Scrafty, who lost his target, shook his head from side to side, trying to find the missing rabbit, and finally turned around and locked on the opposite Hisoka. Scrafty has a rough character, but after being subdued by the trainer for so long, it is still very clear what to do and what not to do. Even Rage didn't dare to rush to attack the trainer. What do you mean I won? Keep fighting. My Scrafty must win, Gunpei whispered. In the first game, Baneri was dispatched to accumulate practical experience, and winning or losing was not a big concern. Hisoka smiled slightly and said, I'll be a little more serious next time. You have to be careful. Let the horses come here. Anyway, I've got the dark badge. Gongping's tone was not good, because the other party's words obviously looked down on him. What does it mean to be a little more serious? Have you been releasing water before? If Hisoka knew what Gongping was thinking at the moment, he would definitely say yes, because except for a very few weird gym, most gym trainers must put water in the face of challengers. Do you think gym trainers are Chinese cabbage on the side of the road? Take Cinnabar Gym as an example, a retired former Kanto Fire elite. You told me that those challengers who Mr. Blaine didn't release were really taking taking the lead. Gym leaders take out their main favorites to fight with all their strength. How can those trainers who have just debuted or have only debuted for a year or two succeed in the challenge? The main purpose of the official gym's existence is to help the local league select trainer talent, focusing on education and observation, supplemented by competition and battle. I am afraid you won't get your wish today, out-of-towner. If the trainer from this region came this time, Hisoka might let him pass. After all, the 2-month winning streak has already controlled the total number of badges issued, and will not be badly rated by the Alliance at the end of the year. Hisoka liked to use it most, and it is undoubtedly the most frequently used assassin player Weavile. The speed that kills with one hit and disappears without a trace is simply too cool to use, as if there is a kind of magic in the game. The thrill of killing the boss with one knife. Wait, sending Weavile is a bit too bullying. The Zero Machine 3D Dragon. Of course, it is now 3D Dragon 2. This artificial Pokémon has not been conquered until now, so it is better to let it play. What if you say you lose? If you lose, you will lose. A gym challenge is fun if you don't know. If you want to beat it directly, Hisoka has already sent Rhyperior to guard the goal. As a result, the right hand that was about to touch the Weavile baby ball quickly changed to the far right of the tactical belt, and gently took off the baby ball belonging to the number 0 Machine 3D Dragon 2. Bai Guang once again unfolded and deformed in the field, and the next second, the 3D Dragon 2 with a white halo on its head floated into the air, which was the symbol of the first 3D dragon in history. It's a Pokémon I haven't seen before, but it looks like the yellow duck toy I played with in the shower when I was a kid. Gunpei spit out a nasty remark, and then took out the Pokédex from his arms again. 3D Dragon 2. Virtual Pokémon, also the first artificial Pokémon created by Kanto Region Technology, is the evolution type of 3D Dragon. Pokédex. Apart from knowing that it is the first artificial Pokémon, it only indicates the attribute. Quote. It's enough to know the attribute. This 3D Dragon 2 is a general attribute, and my Scrafty can still restrain it. Gunpei clenched his fist lightly, still confident in the second game. In the first game, according to the rules of the gym competition, the gym trainer will start the Pokémon, and the challenger will go first. Machine 0, lock on. Scrafty, rush up. Brick break. Almost at the same time, the command of Hisoka and Gunpei rang. A triangular pattern composed of white light bots instantly appeared in front of the Zero body, and then the triangular pattern light bots disappeared, and when the pattern appeared again, it was already less than 10 centimeters above Scrafty's head. Gunpei didn't pay too much attention to the lock-on skill of 3D Dragon 2, and Scrafty didn't pay much attention to it either. They both had the same idea now. Rush to the opponent at the fastest speed, and then stun it with one palm. Without the slightest obstruction, lock-on's pheromone imprint ended up engraved on the right side of Scrafty's red cockcomb head. Chapter 512. One trick to kill ass for automatic subscription. Hyper Beam. With Hisoka's order, the white halo that was originally placed above the head of the Zero Machine changed its direction and became an erect 8. In the next instant, the orange-red blended light bots began to rapidly condense. Hearing the other party calling out the name of Hyper Beam's skill, Gunpei was startled at first, but when he thought that Hyper Beam needs a period of time to accumulate energy, and the Pokémon's body cannot move when the energy is accumulated. At this time, Scrafty is less than 20 meters away from 3D Dragon 2. Even if Scrafty is not good at speed, it only takes 2 seconds to get close to Scrafty when he runs at full strength. At that time, even if you can't kill in one move, the 3D Dragon 2 will inevitably be interrupted after being attacked. Nemo tilde. Scrafty raised his arm, and a white light gradually wrapped his right fist, and now the distance between the two is no more than 7 meters. Gunpei's strategy is fine, but only if the 3D Dragon 2 he faces against 730 is a normal 3D Dragon 2 instead of Hiso's 0. Brick Break was close to Chi-Chi, and it was only 3 meters away from hitting the 3D Dragon 2 floating in the air. Scrafty, a splash, jumped even higher than the number 0 machine. Well done, that's it. As long as we win this game, the badge of Dark Gymwi. Gunpei in the command area shouted for Scrafty, but before his voice fell, an orange-red destructive beam with a diameter of more than 15 centimeters spurted out with a sound of air-tearing air explosion. It only took more than a second from the start of accumulating energy to the death of the light, which in the eyes of ordinary people is no different from the instant hyper beam. In Pokémon battles, 1 second of delay is often enough to seal the victory. Gunpei's face was in disbelief, his mouth was wide open, and he watched Scrafty, who jumped into the air, be blasted out by the BFBA necrotic light, and the miserable growl was submerged in an instant. The strong impact and penetrating performance of Hyper Beam carried the Scrafty through the entire sandy field, and finally slammed into the newly expanded wall. A pothole was punched out of the white reinforced concrete, and Scrafty had already closed his eyes and sunk his head into the pothole, scorching the skin of his body, and scorching hot gas rising on the surface of his body. Number 0 machine did not exert its full strength. It had already suppressed a part of its energy. However, the use of skills would naturally activate the adaptability characteristic, including the magical item that Hisoka had purchased a month ago to increase the power of general skills, the pink ribbon. You can't buy a top-quality pink ribbon. Hisoka just auctioned an ordinary grade pink ribbon online, which can only increase the power by about 10%. Although there is no attribute restraint, the powerful basic power of Hyper Beam itself has undergone several amplification processes, and it is reasonable to hit a normal superior level Pokémon head-on to cause an instant kill. Hisoka accepted the result calmly, but Gongping was still in a state of confusion. He was not shocked by Scrafty's one-shot kill by 3D Dragon 2, but was wondering why the Hyper Beam could be launched so fast. It's not that he hasn't met Pokémon that use Hyper Beam. The name Hyper Beam sounds scary, but it's not difficult to learn. Hyper Beam has almost become synonymous with simplicity and rudeness, especially for those large Pokémon. Hyper Beam is a basic skill. Dark Gym Leader S3D Dragon 2 is a Hyper Beam that hits in a second, which made Younghei unacceptable. But whether he accepted the result or not, he lost the second game, and Lulu raised the red flag representing victory and pointed at Hisoka. Gongping trotted to the corner and took out the Pokémon ball to retrieve Scrafty, who was seriously injured and comatose. He was a little worried about Scrafty's injury, but there was a game to come, so he couldn't send Scrafty to the Pokémon Center for treatment for the time being. I'm sorry, please bid. Gongping sang softly to the Pokémon ball. He still had the strongest main pet yet to play, and the game was still playing. This 3D Dragon 2 is weird. Hilda on the sidelines did not comfort Gongpei, but took out his own Pokédex for comparison. Pokémon like 3D Dragon 2 should not have that white halo on their head. The pink ribbon showing a corner of the neck should be a magical prop. Don't worry too much about your Scrafty. I have a healing chamber in my gym, and I can heal your Scrafty for free after the game is over. Hisoka saw the worry on Gongping's face, so he comforted. Thank you. Losing the game felt a little uncomfortable, but Gongpei was not a person who did not distinguish between right and wrong, and his mouth was still very polite. The last game is about to start. If you win, you will take the badge. If you lose, you will get another bottle. No, if you lose, you will come back to the challenge a week later. There is a cooling off period for consecutive challenges to the same gym. If you lose, the second challenge to gym must be delayed for a week. If you win, you will get the gym badge. Then you can only wait until the end of this year's region competition, and then you can re-challenge next year. Pignite, it's up to you again. Gongping regained his confidence just now. This time, the Pokémon ball he took out had a special appearance. It was still red and white, but the red was more thorough, like a glass product, printed with 3D flame pattern. Chapter 513 Pignite for automatic subscription. Flame balls, also known as high-temperature balls, are specially made for fire-type Pokémon, and they are expensive. It is said that fire-type Pokémon live in the flame ball for a long time. Even if they don't train their own strength, they will improve. The effect may be real, and it will promote a little bit, but it is actually very small. But it will be far more comfortable to live in than ordinary baby balls, and the environment inside the ball is simulated for fire-type Pokémon. It's like a supplement after fitness. If you don't exercise, you won't gain a pound of muscle if you eat more protein powder. Then this Pokémon is my Earl Dervish pet and the strongest main force. Gongping muttered aloud, as if he was talking to Hisoka, but also encouraging himself. The flame ball crossed an arc from the air, and the white light tilde landed. Kobo. With a vigorous shout, another Pokémon standing up appeared on the field. Its body was composed of red and black, and there was a logo on the oval fat body sexual pig nose up. Pignite, one of the three Unova royal evolutions of Nguyen_Nguyen Pig. Both sides of its chest, including the bottom edge of the buttock, are covered with black hairs, and the three hairs are connected by a pair of golden auspicious cloud buckles, so that Pignite's upright body looks like he is wearing a black vest. Hisoka has a special understanding of the royal three of each region. Compared with the royal three of each region, the Charmander in Kanto has the most potential. After all, Evolution's Charizard has a big advantage just by being able to fly, and Charizard itself is not weak in close combat or long-range attack, and his strength is generally sufficient. As for Pignite, its final evolution is the Emboar, which is probably the strongest in terms of pure muscle power compared to the other Fire Royal 3. My Pignite has the fighting attribute, and the attribute will be dominant, but in order to prevent the opponent from using the Hyper Beam, I cannot use the melee combat trick for the time being. Gongping thought for a while and learned the lessons of the previous game. This 3D Dragon 2 condense Hyper Beam terribly fast. Using close combat in the early stage can easily give the opponent time to store energy. Your Pignite is good, Hisoka complimented. Whether in terms of mental state or muscle fullness, this Pignite is worthy of the word excellent. The strength judgment is probably at the level of the middle level of superior, and it should be a breakthrough soon. The Red Queen observed that the evolution factor around Pignite's body was in an extremely active state, and it was possible to complete the evolution with the stimulation of one or two battles. Emboar after evolution evolution will directly increase to the peak of superior. Its own 3D Dragon 2 is also at the middle level of superior, but with the powerful adaptability characteristic, it can play Pokémon comparable to the quasi-elite level in terms of skill damage. The game start. Lulu waved the green flag again. Hisoka put his arms on his chest and ordered, Unit 0, continue with Hyper Beam. 3D Dragon 2 remained silent, and the orange-red light spots began to rapidly condense around the white halo. How can you continue to use it? Gunping shouted anxiously. Pignite flamethrower. Kado tilde. Pignite frowned, raised his arms in the posture of a strong man. His two big mouths with exposed fangs suddenly opened, and all of a sudden, a beam of fire with the thickness of the bowl mouth was successfully submerged in less than a second. 3D Dragon 2 from 50 meters away. The flames burned, and the interference of external energy made Hyper Beam's cohesion fail. Gunping saw that flamethrower had completely hit his opponent, and waved his right hand excitedly. Pignite chase after the victory. Full firepower. Hard more. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. With a muffled roar, Pignite's mouth opened a little again, and two long black gunpowder smoke spewed from the red pig's nostrils. The diameter of the fire column increased, and even the color of the flame became more vivid. Heat waves brushed across his face, but Hisoka didn't change his expression, just as indifferent before. He is very clear about the weakness of the 3D Dragon family. Although Unit 0 is outstanding, it cannot get rid of the weakness of the race. The action is slow, the melee ability is almost equal to 0, and the fighting Pokémon restrained by the attributes is equivalent to the end of the battle. The strength of Machine 0 is not in the arena, but in the invincible turret attribute under the cover of teammates in real team battle. Pignite's stomach structure. Part of the high-energy food that is usually ingested will be accumulated in the inflammation bag. When fighting, the energy in the inflammation bag will be injected to increase the power of fire. Powerful. The temperature of the flame that Pignite erupted at its full strength was close to 2000 degrees, which had already exceeded a large portion of fire-type Pokémon. This special organ tissue is somewhat similar to the flame sac between Flareon's cheek. Almost. Gunping stared at the body of the 3D Dragon 2 in the flame, and was burned by such a high-temperature flame for more than 10 seconds. Even if there was no attribute restraint, this accumulation of damage would cause heavy damage. The energy to maintain the flame disappeared, and Pignite, who was erupting the flame with all his strength, showed a hint of fatigue. It just used up all the kerosene accumulated in the flame bag at one time. Can you win? Hilda held her hands nervously, and she also hoped that her partner could win the gym match. This is impossible. Gunping suddenly exclaimed loudly. When the flames covering the body completely dissipated, the body of Unit 0 was exposed to everyone's eyes again. Chapter 514 The Magical Use of Chip 1 Update. Seek automatic subscription. Unit 0, which emerged from the flame, gave a painful look, and the color of its body surface had changed dramatically at this moment. The original pink and blue had turned into a bright red-like flame. The Texture 2 Overload chip starts the effect, and the instant it is attacked by the flamethrower, the Zero machine is converted into a fire attribute. When fire-type skills attack fire-type Pokémon, the damage will be greatly reduced, so the flamethrower, which could have defeated the Zero machine, just made it hurt a little. After all, number 0 machine does not have the characteristic of prolonging the burning, so it is impossible to simulate the fire attribute to completely immune to damage, and when the power and temperature of the flame is strong to a certain level, even the fire-type Pokémon cannot withstand. 277. Even if theoretically immune to all flame, there is a ceiling. For example, the legendary Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire is not something that a flame can resist. Why, after being attacked by Pignite's flamethrower, 3D Dragon 2 not only didn't lose combat ability but also changed color? Gunping couldn't understand it. He knew very little about the artificial Pokémon such as 3D Dragon 2. He only knew that it was a general type from the Pokédex information, and he knew nothing about the rest. If you can't understand it, continue to fight. The painful expression of 3D Dragon 2 shows that flamethrower still caused a lot of damage to it. Pignite fire attack. Gunpei quickly recovered his state and once again commanded Pignite to attack. Kado tilde. Pignite was aggressive, and at first a little flame spread from the corner of his mouth, and then in just 2 seconds, a large group of flames covered the whole body. The skill of flame attack and flame assault look very similar, but in fact the power of the two is vastly different. The skill of flame attack is far less powerful than flame assault, but it has a big advantage. That is, it can enhance the explosive power of using Pokémon, thereby greatly increasing its speed, much like an alternative flame thruster. From a distance, Pignite, whose whole body is covered by flame, looks mighty and extraordinary, with the smell of a fire god coming to the world. After Pignite roared, his whole body rushed out in an instant, at a speed that was completely inconsistent with that fat body, approaching 3D Dragon 2. A cloud of tail flames pulled out behind him, and the last moment was still 50 meters away. away. After a few blinks of an eye, Pignite was less than 5 steps away from Unit 0. Gongping waved his hand and shouted, "Right now, use arm thrust. 0 Unit protect." Hisoka's orders followed suit. A layer of transparent but visible light film appeared on the surface of the body of number 0 machine, which was stable in place. The light film was in a semicircle and just blocked between number 0 machine and Pignite. Protect is the only means of defense for Unit 0, and it can only be used once in a game. He was pushed towards the 3D Dragon 2 by the strong arms of Flame Constrict, but every time he pushed again, it was blocked by the transparent light film. The critical moment resisted. The continuous arm thrust was disintegrated by Protect, which is known as the strongest defensive skill. The first use of the Protect skill is 100% successful, but the second time it is used, there is only a 1 in 10 chance, so the opponent will definitely not dare to gamble. After thinking for a while in his mind, Gongping didn't care about arm thrust's defeat, and continued to say loudly, "Pignite, don't give the opponent any chance. Use brute force this time. It's useless." Hisoka didn't show the slightest panic, but showed a weird smile. He remembered the function of the Texture 1 overload chip. When Machine 0 uses a skill, it will automatically simulate the attributes of that skill. What is the scariest thing about fighting Pokémon? In addition to restraining its psychic and flying system, the Go system is its nightmare. Although the Go system has no damage bonus against fighting Pokémon, the biggest feature of the Go system is that it can completely immune to the purest physical mean, that is the so-called close combat. And Machine 0 happened to have learned a Go-type skill. Unit 0, Shadow Sneak. Hisoka's voice came lingeringly. After using brute force, Pignite, whose muscles nearly doubled in size, had already waved his arms and was about to land on the top of the 3D Dragon 2. A black spherical substance emerged from the aperture at the same time, and then hit it. A Pignite's chest. Shadow tilde. Pignite gritted his teeth and roared, just resisting the damage of the Shadow Sneak. His right arm speed did not decrease, and he slapped the 3D Dragon 2 on the head. Seeing that the attack hit, Gongping jumped up excitedly. The fighting restraint was normal. With the power of brute force and the muscle strength of Pignite, it was enough to hit Snorlax, not to mention the 3D Dragon 2, which was not good at defense. Shadow, 1.2 inches. It was only the closest thing that felt a little wrong, and Pignite felt that instead of hitting his opponent's body, Pignite felt like he was hitting the air with his full-strength fist. Due to the excessive force, Pignite even staggered forward a few steps and almost fell over. Looking at the echo, the bright red body surface of the 0 machine turned black and translucent like graphite. Yes, it must be so. Hilda could clearly see the change in the color of the 3D Dragon 2's body, and she also saw with her own eyes that Pignite's arm just passed through the opponent's body. It was as if they were hit by a disembodied mass of haze. Chapter 515 I Will Come Again. Second update for automatic subscription. No mistake, my guess should be right. Hilda fidgeted on the stone bench, looking at Gongping's completely confused expression. She gritted her teeth, although it was a bit unfair, but as a travel partner, she had to remind Gongping. Thinking of this, Hilda turned her beautiful eyes and said with a coquettish smile, "Gongping, you should have seen it. This 3D Dragon 2 will change its own attribute. When it is attacked by flamethrower, its fire attribute has changed to resist some of the fire damage. When the body turns black, it should be converted into a ghost attribute, so it will be immune to Pignite's brute force." Hilda, a girl with high emotional intelligence, can be seen from the way she speaks. Ordinary people may just say it directly when they remind their companions what to pay attention to, but she is different. She added a sentence of Gongping, "You should see it." The meaning of this sentence immediately became different. It is very taboo for people to interfere in Pokémon battle. The so-called watch chest does not make a real gentleman. The rules of gym are relatively loose for 15 challengers. The girl's reminder didn't really matter. Red, black including the body color that appeared at the beginning. Gunpei's eyes gradually lit up. "Don't be in a daze during the game." Hisoka stretched out his index finger and shook it gently. Unit 0, Psybeam. Pignite has some fighting attribute. In addition to fire skills, psychic skills are also a perfect way to restrain it. Machine number 0 remained silent, and a circle of purple and pink beams shot out of the ring instantly. At the same time, the black body just now turned into a pink color representing psychic in an instant. It hit Pignite directly in the chest again. Pignite, who wanted to exchange his wounds just now, was already attacked by Shadow Sneak in the same part. Now Psybeam, who restrained it, was hit at the same wound after being boosted by the adaptability feature. The purple beam penetrates into the muscles. Psybeam is an advanced skill of confusion. Psychic's unique power system is rapidly destroying the muscle fibers of Pignite. Kobo. The severe pain from the torn muscles made Pignite kneel on the ground all of a sudden, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and black smoke seeping from the red pig's nostrils. A game is a game, and the victory has been timed, so there is no need to show mercy. Hisoka slowly raised his right hand and said, "Unit 0, give it the final blow." Psybeam. "No, I abstained in this game." Gongping, who responded in a timely manner, quickly made up his mind. Since there is no no chance of a comeback. Why bother to let Pig Knight be injured again? Very wise choice. Hisoka shrugged, and then called to stop the attack of the Zero Machine. Gunping quickly ran to Pig Knight's side, knelt on one knee on the ground, lightly stroked its back, and said softly, "Pig Knight is okay." Kado tilde. Before he could speak, the stubborn Pig Knight waved off Gunping's right hand, pointed to the wound on his chest, and pointed to the 3D Dragon 2 in front of him that had returned to its original appearance. Gunping didn't care about Pig Knight's drastic actions. He knew very well the character of his old buddy. "I know you are not reconciled. The reason for losing this game is that I have done too little homework. I don't know how 3D Dragon is. This kind of Pokemon can freely change its physical attribute. We could have won." The discussion of one person and one pet. Hisoka heard it clearly, what he wanted to explain, but shook his head with a smile. The powerful ability to freely change body attributes is not available to every 3D Dragon. The unique texture Type 1 and Type 2 chip create a unique Zero Machine. Hisoka sometimes really appreciates Akihabara Professor's preference for Unit 0. "It's almost evening and the sun will go down. I won't keep two of them." Hisoka brought Lulu to the gate of the two Unova region trainers. "I will come to challenge Jim again in a week. Your 3D Dragon 2 is so powerful." Gunpei has no longer lost the loss when he lost the game in the afternoon. His mood recovered quickly. A trainer with this mentality is not afraid of failure. The more he fails, the more he pushes forward. Hisoka really felt that the Unova boy named Gunping in front of him was very similar to Ash. 507 inches. "I will definitely win the next challenge." And then, okay, don't talk so much nonsense if you lose the game," Hilda on the side said impatiently. "Go back to the Dark City early. I'm starving to death." "Perhaps." Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Hisoka said what he wanted to answer just now. "Fighting alone, the Zero Machine that was originally approached will not be Pig Knight's opponent. Attribute restraint is one aspect. After the only protect is defended, if it is not for the opponent who can't think of the attribute change of number Zero Machine, this match may be another. An ending. After all, in addition to fighting skills, Pig Knight first-hand fire skills are also its strength. Ghost can be immune to fighting, but not to fire. Number Zero Machine does not have water-type skills, so it can't simulate the water-type attribute. Gunping, who has suffered a loss once, will not fall in the same place twice. This actual battle has already achieved the desired result. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it's just a gym game. And it's time to issue a few more badges, otherwise the Alliance assessment will be difficult to pass. Chapter 516 A Trip to Jontian City. Seek automatic subscription. In the Kanto region, you can pull up an ordinary person and ask him which city is the most developed here, and he may open his mouth and say that it is Saffron City. As the largest metropolis in the Kanto region, it is also the center of economy and culture. Saffron City is quite famous even internationally, and it belongs to the international level mega metropolis like Goldenrod City in Johto, Rustboro City in Hoenn, and Jubilife City in Sinnoh. Then if you ask him the name of the second developed city in Kanto, some people may not be able to answer in time, but some people who like perfume, gambling, and video games will definitely mention Celadon, Rainbow, which has titles such as Casino City and Perfume Land City. The largest university town in Kanto is built in Celadon, Rainbow City, with Celadon, Rainbow University, the 7th-ranked university in the world. Celadon, Rainbow City has also shown its elegance many times in the world. Jontian City, a modern city located in the southern Kanto region, is the third most economically developed city in Kanto. Its urban area is smaller than Saffron City but larger than Celadon, Rainbow City. Its degree of modernization is no less than that of Saffron City. When you enter the urban area, you can see skyscrapers that are hundreds of meters or even hundreds of meters high. Wide and clean urban roads crisscross the city. There are few small cities. The cars and large trucks I saw converged on the highway here into a long stream. Jontian City, Jontian University. Hisoka stood at the gate of this second university in Kanto today. Besides him, there were also men and women of all shapes and sizes gathered at the gate of the university. Today is the day of the official gym qualification selection in Jontian City. The leader of the previous Jontian gym was directly dismissed because of his collusion with Team Rocket, and he was also sentenced to a life sentence. The position of Jontian gym leader has been vacant for many years, and various forces in the alliance are competing with each other. After all, everyone wants to send their own person to be the leader of the third largest city in Kanto. No one could convince anyone. After years of wrangling, it was finally decided by the chairman of the alliance, President Damaranch, to issue qualification invitation letters to some well-known superior trainers in Kanto, and adopt a large-scale one-on-one elimination model. The last winner can become the new official gym leader of Jontian City. Of course, the premise must be innocent. Hisoka himself is the leader of the Dark Gym, and there is an insider like Zangma wandering in it. It is not too simple to get a qualification invitation letter. Gym qualification invitational tournament was arranged to be held in Jontian University. University. As the second-ranked university in Kanto and 19th in the world, Jontian University covers an area of more than 6.5 square kilometers, or about 9,700 acres. The huge area of nearly 10,000 acres has built a variety of world-class training facilities. There are more than a dozen multifunctional battle facilities that Hisoka has been eyeing for a long time in Jontian University. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. As the automated metal gate slowly opened to both sides, a tall man in his 30s who wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked elegant walked in front of the crowd. Introduce myself. The elegant man laughed loudly. My name is Yukimura, and I am one of the leaders of the official gym qualification invitational tournament in Jontian City. Some of you may know me, and I am also in the southern region, Chief Prosecutor. In the south, east, and northwest, the Quantum Alliance has set up 4 Chief Prosecutors according to the geographical position. Prosecutors also belong to the regional judiciary, but their status and rights are much higher than ordinary police. The judicial power in the hands of the 4 Chief Prosecutors has accounted for more than 60% of the overall judicial power. Now, please line up and enter Jonda University one by one. The students are in class now, so it is forbidden to make noise. Yukimura is very polite, and he speaks in a slow and gentle manner, which makes people sound very comfortable. The trainer who can be issued an invitation letter is undoubtedly not a human being, and no one will deliberately violate the rules after a chief prosecutor speaks out. Although you haven't broken the law, and the other party can't target you. After all, no one wants to offend a chief prosecutor. Hisoka walked into Jontian University among the crowd. To be honest, it was the first time he came to this city and the first time he stepped into the world top university. After entering the university, everyone walked across a meadow. The first thing that caught the eye was not the expected luxurious teaching building, but a forest area composed of 3-leaf green jiao trees. The crowd followed behind the chief prosecutor and walked quickly on the specially paved cobblestone path in the forest. The paths were planted with all kinds of tree fruit. The berries of these tree fruits were bright, full and juicy. It is cared for by specialized people. The movement of the crowd also startled the Pokémon hidden in the forest. These Pokémon gathered on both sides of the trail one after another. They were not afraid of people at all, but watched these outsiders with a curious look. Hisoka found that in addition to some of the local Kanto species, there are also many Johto region-specific Pokémon such as Noctowl, Murkrow, Heracross Pineco and so on. Chapter 517 Lorelei for automatic subscription. What kind of bird Pokémon is that? I haven't seen it before. The voice of a girl in the crowd suddenly sounded, and the direction of her finger was a bozang tree. Hisoka also followed and looked over. A group of blue and black feathers stood on the bozang tree, with a red neck and a V-shaped tail, which looked like a group of swallows Pokémon. It is indeed also the swallow, the home bird of the Hoenn region. Talo. Cut. I don't even know Talo in Hoenn region, and I don't know how the league would send you an invitation letter. A tall woman dressed as a lady and blonde curly hair sneered. Oh, I guess maybe he must be a country bumpkin who has never even been out of the Kanto region. Quote, the beautiful black-haired girl who asked aloud was blushed by the blonde curly-haired woman who choked on her face. The other party gave her a contemptuous look, and then turned away with a taunt-like expression, as if her eyes would be dirty if she looked again. The blonde curly-haired woman didn't care at all to offend people, or whether 297 feet's rude behavior made other people feel uncomfortable. Now that we are here, everyone is a competitor. Hisoka didn't have any interest in the accident between the two women. His focus was on the other Pokémon in the region. Besides Talo, he also saw a few Slakoths on a plantain tree left-hand side. Butterfree is dancing in the forest, and Beauty is flying in the forest on the right. Two butterfly Pokémon from different regions do not invade the river, and each occupies a forest. The most powerful academic figure in Jontian University is Westwood Professor. This professor is a close friend of Professor Oak. He was born in a family of professors. His father and grandfather also have a degree in professor. Now Westwood Professor is the 5th in this family generation, so also called Westwood V. Westwood Professor is not as famous as Professor Oak, but it is also an authority on Pokémon evolution in the research world, one of the co-creators of Pokédex. The short professor, who was completely bald and only had white hair at both ends of his temples, was standing with a sexy woman with long wine red hair. The two were talking and laughing, as if they were discussing some kind of issue. The sexy woman was wearing a black high-neck corset, a blue high-cut short skirt, and a pair of tall jade legs without stockings stepped right down on a pair of black high-heeled shoes. The most striking thing about a woman is not the sexy dress, but the unfathomable high altitude below the neck that cannot be grasped by one hand. When the woman looked back and saw Yukimura coming with a group of trainers from the invitational tournament, she couldn't help but smile. Yukimura, it's hard for you to make this trip. Lord Lorelei is serious. This is what I should do. Yukimura bowed slightly, and his eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but flash a hint of admiration. 28-year-old Lorelei is at the most perfect age of a woman's age. She has both the style of a mature woman and the tenderness of a girl. The lofty status of the ice elite adds to her extraordinary charm that belongs to noble women. Lorelei is still single, BFBH, and has never had an affair with any man. Such a perfect woman with a clean body, a beautiful appearance and a graceful figure is undoubtedly the best dream lover in the minds of countless men in the Kanto region. It's Miss Lorelei. I read that right. Could it be that Miss Lorelei presided over the gym qualifying tournament in Kenta City this time? Some deliberately muted discussions began to trickle in from the crowd, who apparently remembered what Chief Prosecutor Yukimura said about banning noise. You can see the windows of 4 100-meter-high teaching buildings not far away, including the corridor. The students in blue suits and school uniforms have long been unwilling to attend classes. They are looking at the direction of the playground. The trainers who participated in the invitational were even more excited. The students knew a few months ago that the gym qualifying tournament was held in their own school, and was hosted by Ms. Ice Elite Lorelei. Compared with the strength of trainers, male students are more concerned about Lorelei's appearance and figure, while female students worship Lorelei as an idol in their heart. After all, it is not easy for women to achieve such success in the career of trainers. Men's natural competitive mentality and grasp of the overall situation make them more suitable for the combat profession of trainers. Although there are several female elites, including female champions, in total, the number of male elites and champions exceeds that of female. Too much. There are gender advantages, and women are obviously more suitable for the two professions of breeders and coordinators than trainers. This is Westwood Professor, invited by the league to be the examiner for this gym qualifying trial. Lorelei stepped on her high heels and walked in front of the contestant. She was accustomed to the gazes of people and said generously, "Welcome to this invitational competition. Everyone present is the alliance selected after careful research. Each of you can be called superior. The existence of the official gym is not only to select excellent trainer seeds for the alliance, but also to maintain the public security of a city. So in addition to a kind and steady personality, a strong trainer is also essential." Chapter 518 Closed Event for Automatic Subscription. This gym qualifying competition in Jontian City is in principle a non-open competition, so there will be no live broadcast by reporters and media, but since it will be held in Jontian University, the free use of other people's venues will naturally give the school a little face. During the game, students in all schools, including faculty members, are allowed to watch the game as spectators and study. At that time, the students will watch the game in an orderly manner under the leadership of the student union president and teachers. Lorelei's speech was very brief. The general meaning was that the 3-day qualifying competition was closed. During these 3 days, all contestants were not allowed to leave Jontian University. The school provided free accommodation and 3 meals a day. As the second largest top-level university in the Kanto region of 287 inches, the student dormitory of Jontian University is no worse than those of 4-star hotels. Ordinary students have a unified double room. Each dormitory area exceeds 50 square meters, 24 hours of cold supply, refrigerator, computer, TV, everything. Even some of the top students with outstanding grades in their grades will be specially arranged for private residences, a European-style villa with a garden built on an artificial island in the center of University Lake. As long as you can get into Jontian University, as long as you can get good enough rankings in intra-school competitions and international Pokémon University competitions, then the school will almost provide you with an excellent life that most people can't imagine. Lorelei clapped his hand, attracted everyone's attention to himself, and smiled lightly. "I have already told you the specific precautions. The qualification trials will officially start at 9:30 tomorrow morning, but you 8 at the o'clock. You need to go to the number 1 teaching building to pre-register in advance so that we can match players." After saying this last sentence, Lorelei's beautiful brown-red eyes looked at Yukimura beside him. The two looked at each other and nodded. Yukimura took a step forward, glanced at all the contestants, and said, "Okay, now everyone will go to your accommodation area for the past 3 days with me. It's the old rules. The teaching area is quiet, by the way. You can use all relevant training facilities on the campus for free. If any students challenge you, you must agree." Hisoka in the crowd looked left and right, and found that the other contestants also showed doubt. Why is the previous one, but what is the last sentence of the student challenge must agree? To tell the truth, they don't want to play Pokemon with others before the game starts, because it's easy to reveal their strength. If they give their competitors a chance, wouldn't it be unfortunate? Moreover, the students who can be admitted to Jontian University will not talk about actual combat. At least they will be very good in theoretical knowledge, including tactics and strategy. Nearly 100 of the superior training families invited by the Alliance assessment are mostly male, accounting for about 70%, and there are only less than 3 layers of females, that is, more than 20 people, of which the youngest is a 14-year-old underage boy. Being invited by the league at this age is enough to show show his excellence. Although it is possible to be born in a big family or an official network recommendation such as Hiso, because he is already a gym leader of the Dark City, the Alliance did not refer to his information when evaluating candidates, even if his strength meets all the indicators. The 14-year-old boy, who was not tall yet, stood out in the crowd of mostly adults. The boy didn't seem to realize the fact that he was being noticed by most people. Instead, he wore a yellow and white pea cap with a wisp of brown, stupid hair on forehead. He looked curiously at the teaching building not far away, and sometimes waved his hand with a smile on his face, and leaned on the guardrail to watch their students wave. Better than most adults in the team. Of course, it may also belong to the heartless and heartless nature of the juvenile. Hey, do you know who that little boy is? After leaving the teaching area, the chatter of people gradually came from the crowd. I heard that he is only 14 years old. I only debuted for 2 years when I was his age. This kid is not the son of a wealthy family who came in through the back door. The tone of the person who said this was a bit aggressive, and the words were full of contempt for the boy. It's you who are ignorant, someone immediately retorted. This little boy is called Jiantai, a genius from Johto, and the champion of the last Johto MT Silver Conference. Generally speaking, there are very few rookie trainers who can get the champion of the region competition in the first year of their debut. Of course, 1.8 is not without them, but they are only pitiful. Those who can do this are undoubtedly not geniuses among geniuses. Like the youngest Miss Champion Cynthia in Sinnoh region, she won the region competition champion in the first year of her debut, and Mr. Elite Land Crossing also did the same. A lot of region S elite champions often show great trainer talent when they are very young or even just debuted. Late bloomers are almost non-existent. In the profession of trainer, if you cannot reach the peak of your strength before the age of 30, then the older you get later, the more power you will be unable to fulfill. Sometimes youth is the capital. Chapter 519 Suyu. Second update. Ask for automatic subscription. Champion, who won the region competition in his second year of debut, is considered a very good genius level trainer. There are many other trainers who have debuted for 5 or 6 years, and are almost 20 years old. They have been wandering in the top 16, and they can't even make it to the top 16 6v6 all-round battle. Hard. Sometimes the gap between man and man is as big as 2 species. Since he is a trainer on Johto SI, why did we invite him to the gym qualifying tournament in Kanto? A female contestant couldn't help asking. A player sneered and replied, isn't he Mr. Dragon Elite Land Crossing from Johto Blackthorn City? But he still became an elite in our Kanto, and he also served as the king of TN15 in Johto. In Kanto, Johto is originally a family, and its history and culture are of the same origin. 100 years ago, people called Kanto mainland directly, instead of calling Kanto and Johto separately. Now, Hisoka has no interest in these messy discussions. No matter who it is, he has to see the real trick in the game. He is confident that he will kill everyone and become the winner of this qualifying match. If you want to get more resources, in addition to your own effort, you also need to choose a higher platform, even if the competitiveness there is very high. This is why many people are obviously very wealthy in small cities, and they have to be top-notch. Drilling into big cities, fighting really, the concept of overall resource acquisition is different. The current situation in the Dark City is really only tasteless to Shisuo. He needs a wider space. Jontian City, the top 3 major cities in the Kanto economy, has a large number of trainers from other regions come to travel every year. With the existence of Jontian University, this leads to the annual cross-regional exchange meeting of well-known universities in various regions in the world. In front of the dormitory building, Hisoka took over the keys to his 3-day accommodation from a gray-haired manager. The old man in front of him still spoke kindly, but after that sentence, the whole person became serious. This is your room card. If you lose it accidentally, you can go to me to reissue it, but one thing you have to keep in mind is that you are absolutely not allowed to step into the girls' dormitory area in the forest behind. Understand? If you don't obey, I will serve you with a net gun, said the old man. Raised the police net gun in his hand, and glanced proudly at the surrounding contestants who took a step back. Hisoka smiled slightly, nodded, and pat him. He was here to compete, not to pick up girls. He glanced back, and surrounded by the forest barrier, the outlines of some houses were faintly visible. The dormitory building where the contestants live was just expanded this year, with a total of 3 floors, and has not been officially used. Hisoka's house number is 36, which is the sick dormitory on the 3rd floor. Open the door with the door number. Push the door in. There is no residual smell of chemicals after the decoration, but the scent of flowers is very fresh and pleasant. Looking around, there are a lot of decorations in the exquisite and warm room. Green plant. Hisoka also found that one of the 5-leaf plants seemed to be moving. When he walked over, it turned out to be an Oddish that can be seen everywhere in the forest. Originally, Oddish was supposed to be very timid. Oddish, who ran away when he saw people, not only did not run away, but also shook the leaves on his head happily, and the pearl-sized red baby doll eyes Mike became a gap. King Ni tilde. After Oddish said hello, he turned back to concentrate on his work. The arrowroot, the middle and longest seed on top of his head, quickly secreted a drop of crystal water and poured it on the orchid in front of him. The water drops on the orchid, and it disappears in the blink of an eye. The orchid, which was still somewhat sluggish, instantly erected its flowers and leaves, and became very energetic under the sunlight outside the window. Seeing the effect of his work, Oddish twisted his buttocks in satisfaction, then moved his short legs and ran towards another pocket-sized banana leaf tree. This Oddish is a diligent gardener, tirelessly taking care of every plant and tree in the room. Drip. At this time, the door that had been closed sounded a beep, and then was pushed open again. Hisoka looked back, and 787 couldn't help showing a strange expression on his face, but it disappeared quickly. He smiled and waved his hand, said hello. Seeing that there was already someone in the room and taking the initiative to greet him, Jontai nodded immediately, with a sunny smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, hello, please give me some advice when we meet for the first time. My name is Jontai. Hisoka didn't expect things to be such a coincidence. His roommates will be the focus of discussion among the previous contestants. He is only 14 years old. The youngest contestant in the gym qualifying competition is from Johto region, and he is also the last contestant. Champion at the MT Silver Convention. Wow, brother Siso, are you really only 16 years old? Jonta looked shy at first, but after getting to know him a little, he became very familiar. Isn't it just a geezer and a geezer? Anyway, I am the youngest, so it's no problem to see a man calling him a brother or a woman calling him a sister. Jontai saw the event listing that Hisoka put on his desk, which contained some of Hisoka's information, such as his birth city and age. Chapter 520. The location of the new gym. 3 changes for automatic subscription. Hisoka put his face on purpose when he heard the word, glanced at him, and said solemnly, am I looking old? Ah, that's not what I meant. Jientai thought that her words and deeds had offended the other party by accident, so she shook her head desperately and said, I just think brother Zisuo is too tall. You are 2 years older than me, but you are a head taller than me. Haha, just kidding. Hisoka patted the boy's shoulder and said loudly, you are still young. If you drink more milk in the morning and eat more meat, you will grow as tall as me. Man, you still need some muscle. Saying that, Hisoka curled his almost perfect biceps under Jientai's envious gaze. It's a man, except for those sissies, who doesn't want to have well-developed 2-headed, 3-headed, inverted triangle, broad shoulders, 8-pack abs. Jonta touched his only slightly rudimentary 2N. His arms were not half as thick as others. None of the 16-year-olds he had seen before could compare with the other in terms of body size. In the saffron stage of human growth and development, Hisoka's height has been increasing year by year. If it weren't for his usual nutritional supplements and a lot of fitness training, I'm afraid he would have lost weight now. 16 years old, bare feet 179 centimeters. 20 years old is estimated to grow to more than 185 centimeters. It was getting late, and the contestants who had had dinner in the university cafeteria returned to their dormitory rooms one after another. They had to go to pre-register before 8 o'clock tomorrow, and then the battle would begin. No one knew whether they would be the first. One is on the field, so no one is in the mood to go to the school to play, just want to have a good rest and raise their spirit. After taking a shower, Hisoka lay leisurely on the soft women's big bed, wearing a pair of boxer shorts. The quilt lightly covered the lower body, revealing a strong and sculptural upper body. In his hand, he held a business magazine that introduced the local customs of Jontian City and the development of the city in recent years. Originally, Hisoka had 2 options when he wanted to move the place. One was Shabi City, which has the most developed medical industry, and the other was Jontian City, which was built as a university town, with a degree of modern development and superior economic conditions. Jontian City has a strong academic atmosphere. Its economic development mainly relies on real estate and 2 large seaports. It is the Kanto city closest to Sinnoh region from the south. The main objects of cross-region business transactions every year are the major enterprises in Sinnoh. The development of science and technology is also one of the leading groups in Kanto. Hoenn region, S. Devon Manufacturing Company Limited and Sinnoh region, S. Celebration Group have branches here. The magazine of the latest date said that the construction of the new Jontian gym has come to an end. Now it depends on who has won the qualification to hold the gym. When the time comes, the construction team will refer to the leader's suggestions for relevant decoration and decoration. Gym is in the southern suburbs of Jontian City, near the largest Nile port among the 2 major ports. The new gym is built on the top of a cliff, built on the mountain, with the surging and boundless Guangdongnan Sea. The original body of the new gym was the product that was forcibly taken back by the Jontian City government after a wealthy man declared bankruptcy. It was originally a mega seaside cliff villa with an area of more than 5,000 square meters that was built to have Tian Gym. For the city government, it is naturally the best to save a sum of money. The road that winds down the cliff, including the rocky beach with no tourism development value around the cliff will be the property of Jonty and Jim in the future. The total area of these beaches is more than 3,000 square meters. As expected of an extremely commercialized large city, although it is in the suburb, this casual deduction is enough for a small wealthy family to struggle for a few lifetimes diaresis. Hisoka shook his head with a sigh. He was very satisfied with the site selection and construction of the gym. After winning the event to qualify for the gym, he must let the city government fund a free construction team to build the beach of the Orberg Man in the previous movie. Villa Orberg Man. It seems to be called the City of Liberty. The game hasn't even started yet, and everyone else is getting through the night nervously and excitedly, but this guy has already started to imagine the decoration of gym. Jiantai had also finished taking a shower at this time, and walked over in his Cyndaquil-like pajamas. When he passed by Hisoka's bedside, he saw the other person's well-developed upper chest, and hurriedly glanced at his own slender chest. Hey, I can only use the excuse that the other party is an adult to comfort me, and then I quickly walked to my bed and threw myself on it. Wow, it's so comfortable. King Ni tilde. After a hard day's work, Oddish was curling up his leaves to rest, but he was woken up by Jonta's Lanuo's scream, raised his small head from the mud and glared at him dissatisfied. Kenta put his hands together and said sincerely, "Sorry, Oddish." King Ni tilde. Hearing "I'm sorry," Oddish narrowed his red eyes again and got into the soil of the flower pot again. Hisoka put the magazines he read on the bedside table, put his hands behind his head, and asked, "Jontai, why did you think of running from Johto to Kanto to compete for an official gym?" Someone took the initiative to chat, and Jiantai, who was naturally familiar, got up and sat cross-legged on the bed and said, "Actually, I didn't want to come at first. My goal is to travel around the world and challenge the region competitions on various continents.